Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
This Bites by Xomniac. Sea kings, seasickness, sunburns, a 95% genocidal navy, and more than 1,000,001 other assorted ways to die. It's official. Being inserted into an anime sucks ass. But I guess it could be worse. I mean, look on the bright side. At least I'm sailing with the future king of the pirates. I don't own anything. Member list: Warlord Garrick Russell, Warlord Leilani Morris, Yanko Taz Peterson. Now a warning, this is going to be a very, very long series. Adios.
Warm, soft, scratchy. I sighed as I shifted around a little bit, trying to get comfortable. I just needed a little more sleep, then I'd be ready to go for the day. Just a little more. Splash. Cold. Wet. Up my nose. Gah. Son of a fucking bitch, I howled, springing upright and staggering away from the waves. I panted and doubled over as my head spun from getting up so fast, idly wiping sand from my. Wait. I froze as I started to process the facts. Waves and sand. Neither of those were in my dorm room. I slowly worked the crust out of my eyes and blinked as I tried to take the scenery in. A nice, wide stretch of beach, bordering on an endless expanse of beautiful pure blue ocean. The first thing that ran through my head was, this isn't my room. The second was almost, how did I get here? But that train was violently derailed by the rapid recollection of the latest memories I could recall. The third thing that ran through my mind was a mishmash that could be loosely labeled as SHITFUCKFUCKDEADFUCKWHATDOIDOWHATDOIDO. I promptly slammed the brakes on that line of thought, slapping my hands to my forehead and inhaling deeply through my nose. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. Fear is the mind killer. Don't panic. Think. I ground out, if only for the sake of hearing my own voice. After a few seconds of standing there and borderline hyperventilating, I managed to calm myself down and actually think about facts. Fact 1. Robs are fucking fuckers who deserve to have railroad spikes shoved through every inch of their being. Fact 2. I was calming down a bit if I could manage to swear like a sailor. Fact 3. I was in one piece. I had to be. Or at least, I had to believe that I was. If I was in some other, less relatively friendly world, or heavens forbid one I knew nothing about. I shivered violently. No, don't think about that, keep going. Fact 3. Chances were high that I was in one piece. This meant that my proposed course of action was still the best. Find my way onto the Straw Hat Pirates. Sure, logically, I could live the life of a civilian, especially if I was somewhere in the East Blue. But that plan has thorns in and of itself. For one, my skill set is firmly zipped to none on account of me becoming a literal college dropout, and for another, the blue seas are teeming with bloodthirsty pirates and marines with potential to be worse than the pirates. Was living the life of a straw hat terrifying? Yes. Was it dangerous, life-threatening even? Oh, hell, yeah. Did it guarantee that I'd have some of the potentially strongest people in the world watching my ass so long as I managed to become their friend? You better damn well believe it. I nodded firmly, my decision reinforced. It looked like it would be a Straw Hat Pirate's life for me. Moving on, I focused on fact 4. I had abso-fucking-lutely no clue where the hell I was. Well, at least that was one problem I could fix. I spun on my heel, and stared at the tropical jungle laid out before me. My guts ran ice cold. Oh god, no, not little garden, for fuck's sakes, not little goddamn dead-end garden. However, a hasty glance at the horizon and a moment of listening was enough to soothe my panicked mind. No mountainous skeletons. No roars of prehistoric monstrosities. No pillars of smoke from periodically erupting active volcanoes. I was safe, for a certain value of the word. I winced as I tugged at the collar of my jacket. I was also pretty damn hot, and not in the good way. Wait, I blinked as a thought struck me. Jacket? I made a hasty review of my apparel. My favorite large, black and pocket-lined shell jacket, hoodie, check. A t-shirt with urban camo on the chest, check. My black cargo slacks, check. Beaten leather loafers, check. And finally the dark gray pair of industrial-grade heavy-duty Bluetooth headphones I'd shelled out almost $500 for that were hanging around my neck. Check, for whatever that was worth. I let out a weary sigh as I zipped my jacket open. As one could expect from a tropical climate such as this, it was rather humid. Thankfully, being a headstrong Floridian with an aversion to showing more skin than I needed to appeared to be paying off for once, as I was used to the heat. I winced as my head throbbed painfully, promptly whipping my jacket off and tying its arms around my waist. Alright, relatively used did. Sue me, it must have been 100 degrees out here. Anyways, without any other options available to me, especially after a final glance back at the ocean confirmed that there wasn't a ship in sight, I started to march forwards into the depths of the muggy green hell. To be honest, I normally like taking nice and long walks. However, there were two primary factors missing that made this little venture hell. First, I didn't have any music to listen to, so I was bored straight the hell out of my mind. And second, there wasn't any beaten path to speak of, so I was forcing my way through a dense barrier of wild foliage that was doing everything naturally possible to get in my way. After what felt like forever of displaying my vast vocabulary to Mother Nature in a, shall we say, creative manner due to catching my jacket on branches, tripping over roots and ducking under vines and whatnot, I caught sight of and dashed into a clearing of grass. I almost immediately doubled over as I tried to catch my breath and started to think once anew. First and foremost, as far as I could tell, the island I was on was most likely deserted, devoid of all forms of sapient life apart from me. Which was unfortunate. I had absolutely zero idea where I was. I didn't know which blue I was in, even which hemisphere I was located on. As it stood, I had about a 1 in 3 chance of being somewhere I could run into the Straw Hats. East Blue or Paradise. Good. Any other blue or, God forbid, the New World? Things would become a lot more interesting was one word. Complicated was more appropriate, though. Second, my stomach let out a vicious rumble, prompting me to blush in embarrassment. Right, food. Food was definitely my second priority. Which was complicated on account of how I had no experience with nature, but I'd have to at least try. Hopefully I could get my hands on some kind of. My train of thought ground to a sudden and vicious halt. I've been marching through this jungle for ages, I mused aloud. Why the hell haven't I heard so much as a single animal? Squawk, Yerg. I yelped, leaping almost a foot off the ground in shock. I snapped my head around and scanned the tree line in shock. Where the hell did those birds come from? Ooh ah ah. I spun around as another cacophony of noise erupted behind me. Now monkeys. How the hell did they stay hidden? Grr. I went stock still as a pair of all too feral snarls simultaneously erupted from the foliage of my sides. They sounded like my cat, if she were on steroids. RRRUFF, and that sounded like my dog straight ahead of me, only a lot bigger and a lot less willing to play. Forcing myself to keep my breathing slow and my panic out of my thought process, I started to inch myself backwards. Just a bit more, just a little bit closer to the foliage. GROOAAR. I am not ashamed to say that I shrieked like a little bitch and fell flat on my face as I scrambled away from the jungle. I stand by the firm belief that it was a very appropriate reaction to having a lion roar 10 inches behind me. I gasped and panted heavily as I lay on the grass, my mind reeling with fear. I'd never had a panic attack before, but something told me that I was right on the edge of getting one. However, before I could go over that edge, a new noise managed to catch my attention. Laughter. A lot of laughter, from a variety of different people, men and women and young and old alike, like a badly edited together laugh track. I realized two things from that laugher. First, the fact that a lot of the laughs were unique really helped cement the idea that I was in one piece. I've told someone have a laugh like, Chiokokoko. The second thing, I realized with a furious snarl, was that someone was mocking me. Hastily scrambling to my feet, I charged towards the foliage in the direction the laugher was originating from. However, just before I hit the plant life, the laughter changed direction, suddenly coming from behind me. I glanced at the opposite side of the clearing for a second, but I ignored it and pressed ahead. Fooling me once was bad enough, and I wasn't willing to go 2 for 2. And with that, I delved into the jungle, shoving my way through the plants and scouring the jungle for whoever the hell was fucking with my head. After a few minutes, I managed to catch sight of another clearing. I charged out of the jungle. And promptly slid to a halt, staring in disbelief. What the hell? The clearing I was in was only half as big as the last one I'd been in, but it had a table of rock in the center of it. Stationed upon the rock was a snail, or at least something that looked very similar to a snail. Its shell was a little larger than a baseball, and its body was about the same size to match. Its skin was a darkish gray, and its shell was emblazoned with a black and white checkerboard pattern. The snail also had eyes on the tips of its stalks and a mouth full of teeth in the middle of its body. It was also whipping its head back and forth and cackling uproariously, tears of laughter pouring from its eyes. I blinked as I processed this turn of events. That was a transponder snail. It was a bit weird to see a snail that big in real life, but the form was unmistakable. I withheld a sigh as I felt a weight lift off my heart. No doubt about it. I was 100% in one piece. Then I felt a dark rage flood me. Whoever was mocking me was on the other end of that snail. Hey, I yelled angrily, putting all my frustration into my voice. Are you all through enjoying the show or what? The snail jumped in shock, blinking at me in surprise, before leaping back and screaming in terror. And not just any scream either, a high-pitched woman's scream. I jumped at the noise, my breath catching in my throat. What the fuck? I blurted. Then I froze as I noticed something. Its shell, it was unblemished, there wasn't a speaker in the side of its shell. My mind flew as I had to connect what I was seeing. This was a transponder snail, no doubt about it, but without an actual transponder attached to it. Then it was a wild snail. And as far as I knew, it was impossible for people to communicate through wild transponder snails. My mind froze as I ran the last sentence through my head. Impossible, like, say, a person of rubber? I smiled uneasily as I made the connection. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered in disbelief.
It was at that point that I started as I realized that the sound I'd been listening to had changed. Instead of screaming, the snail had curled in on itself and was crying its head off, sobs coming out of it in a loop.
I flinched as I took in the reaction. Now I remembered a rather pertinent fact. Snails this small were known as baby transponder snails. Sure, I like kids as much as I like writing essays, but this. A stab of guilt ran through me as a particularly miserable sob rang out from the snail. I hastily fell to my knees and inched my way towards the snail, my hands raised placatingly. Hey, I'm sorry. I cooed softly. I didn't mean to yell, I was just frustrated, please don't cry. The snail's cries subsided as it slowly looked up at me, tears still streaming down from its eyes. "SOE?" It croaked in a voice that wouldn't be out of place coming from a toddler. I hesitated for a moment before smiling shakily and slowly nodding. "Yeah, SOE. By the way," I slowly made my expression eager as I leaned forwards, looking at the snail with interest. "That's a really neat trick you've got there. Did you get them after eating a fruit with swirls that tasted yucky?" The snail blinked at me before nodding its head slowly. "See coconut," it said, the word pasted together with syllables from several other voices. It then scrunched its face up and stuck its tongue out in disgust. "Blech." It spat in the voice of an old man. I chuckled lightly at the face it made. "Hey, yeah. I hear that those kinds of fruits usually taste like ass." I slowly looked him over in curiosity. "So, unless I miss my guess, you can make all kinds of sounds and noises, right?" Almost instantly, the snail smiled and nodded. It opened its mouth. "Gaw!" And I promptly jumped in shock as the forest around me erupted with noise. Screeches, roars, snarls, buzzing, everything one would expect from a jungle. Like someone had just up and flipped a switch. However, as swiftly as the noise started, it came to an abrupt end and was replaced with the laugh track from before as the snail returned to laughing itself senseless. I panted as I processed the change in demeanor before slowly starting to snicker. That was pretty funny," I admitted with a shaky smile before closing my eyes and thought. "Alright, seeing how Apu can apparently use his powers to make music, I'm guessing he's got something akin to the music fruit. So, I looked at the snail contemplatively. I guess that means you ate the, what, noise fruit?" The snail stopped laughing and considered my words for a second before smiling and bobbing its head from side to side. Noise fruit, it crowed in my voice. My eye twitched slightly. "Alright, that's a little creepy," I admitted before hastily plastering a smile on my face. "But cool." I slowly extended my hand towards the snail. "It's really nice to meet you. My name is Cross, Jeremiah Cross." The snail blinked and sniffed at my hand contemplatively before smiling. I smiled in turn as well. It then opened its mouth, chomp, yerg, and brought its teeth down on my index finger, causing me to howl in pain as I shot to my feet and whipped my hand back and forth. "Gee toff, get off," I shouted, trying to get the gastropod to release my digit. Finally, the toothy snail had the decency to let go of my finger, flying off me and bouncing off the stone it had been resting on before righting itself. Its eyes spun madly for a second, until it refocused itself and grinned madly, cackling once anew. I huffed and shook my finger frantically as I tried to work out the pain. God damn, that had hurt like a bitch. I cast a vehement glare at the snickering snail as I started to wipe the mucus and saliva off on my pants. "I take back all the nice things I said about you. You're nothing more than a little." I froze as my hand bumped into my pocket, specifically, against something inside my pocket. Slowly, ponderously, I dug my hand into my pocket and withdrew what was within in disbelief. "I can't freaking believe it," I breathed. In the palm of my hand was the last thing I'd ever expected to see. My iPhone 6s, completely intact and, with any luck, fully functional. Suddenly, the device pinged and its screen lit up, displaying a text message. "BROB, ain't I generous? Check out the upgrades." It didn't take long to understand what my beneficiary was talking about. A quick once-over of the screen showed that there were infinity signs next to both the battery and Wi-Fi symbols, guaranteeing that my phone would be working for a nice long while. A grin slowly played across my face. "Well, thanks, I guess." I slowly tilted my grin to make it a bit more hopeful. "I don't suppose you could get me something to eat, too, while you're at it?" Another text popped up. "BROB greedy, bud sure, why not? Wouldn't do for you to starve, would it?" Without warning, something fell and landed on my head. I hastily snapped my hand out and caught whatever it was before it could fall to the ground. I smiled immediately once I caught sight of the golden arches emblazoned on the paper. Most people would bitch and moan about McDonald's being unhealthy shit. Then again, Those sad who knows how long tramping through a jungle. Thanks a lot, I crowed, opening the bag and digging into the food within, enjoying it, right up until I actually noticed one of the tastes in my mouth and froze in horror. I swallowed heavily, slowly turning a horrified look towards my phone. Did I just eat a biscuit? Brob, I guess this'll teach you to watch what you put in your mouth, huh? The blood promptly drained from my face. Oh, you son of a. As if on cue, my stomach let out a far too familiar gurgle of distress. A roll of toilet paper promptly bounced off my skull. Brob, run, as fast as you can, better hurry, lest you soil your pants, little man. Fuck, I howled, scooping up the toilet paper and darting off in search of a suitable hole. After about a half hour of what felt like liquid napalm tearing through my intestinal tract, I finally managed to stumble my way back into the clearing. I need to stop laughing at those Haribo gummy bear reviews. I know their pain far too well. I glanced down at my palm with a scowl. And as for you? I froze and stared at my empty hand in shock. Where the hell had I? I promptly slapped a hand to my forehead. Right, dropped it when I grabbed the toilet paper. I started scanning the ground. It should still be somewhere on the... I caught sight of the bottom of my iPhone, just as it disappeared into the maw of the transponder snail, followed by it swallowing heavily and grinning at me with a shit-eating smile. Grass. My eye twitched furiously. I mumbled out. My mouth promptly twisted into a dark scowl as I started to march towards it, my fingers twitching murderously. You little shit. The snail's smile dropped in favor of a fearful expression as it started to inch away from me, glancing left and right in search of an escape route. Then it suddenly froze, blinking as its gaze became slightly unfocused, staring at something I couldn't see. I hesitated slightly as I stared at it. Hey, are you alright? I'm pissed. I don't really want to hurt you, I'm just a little.
Quote exclamation mark quote. The snail suddenly blared, its head snapping up in wide-eyed shock.
Gah! I leapt back from the snail in shock at the sound it had made. It was loud and frantic and... I blinked as I caught up with my train of thought. Wasn't that sound? Was that the Metal Gear Solid alert sound? I asked in disbelief. The snail blinked at me in confusion before smiling exuberantly, opening its mouth. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And belting out lyrics from a very familiar song. I gaped at the snail in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Suddenly, as I shifted my shoulders, I became intensely aware of the weight around my necks. Thinking fast, I snapped my headphones up and over my ears and clicked them on, praying that my patron, a word I was very hesitant to use, had upgraded these as well. Almost instantly, I was forced to wince as my ears came under an auditory assault. What does the fox say? I'm SXY and I know it. We are made from broken parts. Celebrate good times, come on. GRK. I hastily whipped the headphones back down around my neck in an effort to save my eardrums. I gave the snail a bemused look as it continued to smile and bob its head to some unheard beat. Oh, yeah, you definitely have access to my world's internet. The snail finally looked up and smiled at me with a snarky smirk. Thank you, he crowed. I blinked it in disbelief for a second before freezing as a thought struck me. I looked over the snail contemplatively. This snail, his power wasn't much, but, well, on the surface, rubber and silence and springs didn't seem like a lot either, right? And quite honestly, I like being able to swim, so, well, nothing for it, right? Hey, you can understand me, right? I started slowly. The snail looked up at me before nodding slowly. Right, well, I looked away uncomfortably. Man, why did this have to be so hard? Look, let me ask you something. Do you like being here on this island? I mean, I gestured at the silent forest around us. The reason there aren't any animals nearby, I'm guessing it's because you scare them away with that noise you make, right? The snail started and stared at me in shock before nodding again, only this time its expression was saddened. If you could, what would you say about leaving this island? With me, I mean. The snail snapped its head up in shock. See, I scratched the back of my head with an uneasy smile. I've got a bit of a plan. You know what pirates are, right? The snail nodded with a grimace. Well, I know about a pirate crew that's not like other pirates. They're strong and amazing and, well, I want to join them. I want to join their crew and follow them out to sea and, well, hopefully have a lot of fun doing it. But, I hung my head with a sigh. The fact is, a pirate's life is a dangerous one, and I'm just a plain old normal human being. A nobody, really. I don't have the edge needed to survive on the high seas. I then slowly raised my eyes and looked at the snail hopefully. So, I was wondering if you'd be willing to come with me and be that edge? The gastropod tilted its head in confusion. Say WHAAA, it imitated. I shrugged helplessly. Well, the fact is, all devil fruits have the potential to be incredibly powerful, none are inherently weak. All that's needed to make them work is their user's ingenuity. But, well, I gestured at the snail with a grimace. As you already know, you're a bit physically challenged. Don't you diss me, boy, the snail barked irately. Hey, that's neither your fault, nor is it anything to be ashamed of, it's just a fact. I waved my hands defensively. But, well, look, I'm trying to make you a proposition. Alright? Come with me. You be the power, the brawn, and I'll be your arms and legs. The person to tell you how to direct your powers, how to use them to their fullest. The brains. I spread my arms wide. Together, we'd be able to join those pirates and sail the blue seas. We'd see sights we never imagined, do things that have never been done. Basically, we'd have an adventure, and let's be honest. I cast a baleful look at the jungle. It's not like you or I would ever have one here. Now, would we? I looked back down at the snail. So, what do you say, kid? Are you in or are you out? The snail bit its lip as it glanced back and forth contemplatively, gears grinding in its head. Finally, it smiled from eye stalk to eye stalk and extended an eye. But, there, partner, it drawled. I smiled eagerly. Well, alright then, I extended my hand. Chomp. GRK. And winced in pain when the snail chomped down onto my fingers, grinding its teeth into my digits. I half grimaced, half smirked at the snail as I brought it up to my eye level. I think I just got a good name for you, I ground out. How do you feel about being called Soundbite? The snail, Soundbite, glanced up at me before smirking and redoubling the strength of his bite. YEOWCH, I cried out, flinging my hand up. Thankfully, Soundbite let go. Unfortunately, he let go. Oh crap. I scanned the air. Hey, I'm sorry, are you oury? Chomp. I went stiff as a sharp pressure clamped down on a very delicate part of my body. At that instant, I became acutely aware of just how tired I was. Seeing no point in staying upright, I slumped forwards and fell face first into the grass. It's official, I groaned miserably, this bites. Soundbite snickered malevolently from where he was gnawing on my ass in agreement. Pissed, wakey. MMMPH. No, time to wake up, mare, pancakes. Hey, listen. Gaw, I jolted upright with a yelp, wincing as I whipped my headphones from my ears. Son of a Soundbite. I snarled at the transponder snail that was cackling on my shoulder. A quick glance at the sky reaffirmed my anger. It's not even noon yet, you little shit. What'd you wake me up for? The snail's response was to continue laughing for almost a minute as it did its level best to memorize my terrified expression. I heaved a weary sigh as I waited the snail out. This had been my life for the previous 2 weeks. I'd done my best to explore the island in hopes of finding some sign of civilization, but I'd come up with absolutely jack squat. There had been the occasional run-in with the odd predatory sample of fauna here and there, but Soundbite had more than shown his worth by running them off with the barrage of sound every living thing on the island had come to fear. I'd also taken the time to get to know Soundbite, in order to discover both who he was and what his powers were like. There wasn't much to say about the snail, to be honest. He was a notorious prankster through and through, who'd give or do anything to get a good laugh. And he'd been laughing a lot since I provided him with a prime target of opportunity. His faithful steed, i.e. me. He also loved using his mouth. Whenever he wasn't laughing, he was chomping down, either on some leaves or, worse, me. As for Soundbite's noise powers, they were, well, in a word, impressive. I suppose one way to describe the snail would be as the world's most talented ventriloquist. So long as Soundbite heard a noise, any noise, he could replicate it perfectly, with his own choice in volume and explicit control over the direction it came from. Backwards, forwards, above, below, to the sides. So long as it was in Soundbite's range, he could make anything sound like it was anywhere. And as for his range, well, apparently, the noise fruit was a two-way street. It didn't just enhance the noise coming out of him, it enhanced what went in as well. It was hard to get an exact measurement, but from the tests we'd run on the island's beach, I'd approximate that as it stood, Soundbite could hear everything within a quarter mile of him. And so long as Soundbite could hear someone or something, he could produce noise around that someone or thing as well. While this range might appear to be ridiculous, it made sense. From what I could remember from the SBS question corners, transponder snails communicated with one another via telepathic communication in the form of radio waves. Unless I missed my guess, Soundbite's natural abilities as a transponder snail must have enhanced the noise fruit's abilities, or vice versa. Probably something like how Enaru's powers made his mantra ungodly powerful. Simply put, it was a stroke of luck that Soundbite had eaten the fruit, and not a human with less powerful sensory abilities. And of course, that wasn't even mentioning the nigh endless array of audio that Soundbite had access to thanks to eating my iPhone and getting access to the internet. However the hell that worked. Then again, One Piece, the world where a cook could set his leg on fire for extra POW via spinning a lot and the power of love. In the end though, while it didn't seem like the most offensively useful ability to have, I could definitely see the potential. Now if only its owner were actually a bit more mature. I groused silently as I watched Soundbite calm down from cackling to just flat out snickering. Finished? I demanded. Soundbite shot me the shit-eating grin I'd grown all too familiar with. Never, he crowed. I sighed and knocked my head back against the trunk of the tree I'd been sleeping in. You'd better have a good reason for waking me, or I swear. Come on, guys, hurry up already. I froze, my entire body locking up. That voice. That was. Could that actually be? I hastily slid my headphones on in order to reaffirm what I was hearing. Wait for us, Luffy, geez, impatient moron.
I slowly turned my head to stare at Soundbite in sheer disbelief. I managed to catch the tail end of an exasperated smile he was wearing before he switched to a wide smirk.
Well, what did you expect? He is Luffy after all. I sat up eagerly as Soundbite scowled, clenching his teeth together as though he were biting into something. The mosshead's got a point. He wouldn't be our captain if he didn't charge headfirst into the unknown, shouting his head off. My exuberant smile was an exact opposite to the panicked expression Soundbite suddenly bore. Guys, I don't know about you, but I think I don't want to go into that wild jungle disease might be acting up. I slid my headphones back around my neck and hastily scrambled to my feet, crouching on my branch with an eager smile. I could barely believe it, they were here. They were here. Sounds like we've got company. Soundbite. I grinned wholeheartedly. You feel ready to entertain some guests? Soundbite mirrored my expression perfectly as he displayed his full set of teeth. Let's get ready to ruuuuumblee. He belted out, thumping out a rapid, energetic tune to go with it. I slowly straightened up, preparing myself for a venture through the treetops. Hey, that's a pretty neat trick, until a grinning, straw hat-clad head popped out from the leaves above me, causing me and Soundbite to shriek in terror as I jolted back in shock. I had all of 1 second to realize what a bad idea that was before I started pinwheeling my arms, fighting to maintain my precarious balance on the branch under Luffy's bemused stare. I put up a valiant effort, but eventually I felt my center of gravity slip just a little too low. Aw shit biscuits. I groaned. Timber, Soundbite cried, snapping back into his shell as I plummeted out of the tree. Crash, ouch, and slammed into the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of my lungs. I was vaguely aware of someone leaping down next to me and leaning over me. H-O-U-ite. Daisy, give me your answer due. I slurred out. Yankee Doodle had a farm. Soundbite concurred in a medley of dizzy voices. She. The blur above me solidified into a familiar face as Luffy snickered. You two are funny. Thank you, I'll be here all week. I groaned as I slowly shifted myself into a sitting position, wincing as my body ached from the impact. You've been warned, people, Soundbite crowed. Ha ha ha. Luffy outright guffawed, clutching his stomach helplessly. I take it back, you two are really funny. His laughter was infectious enough that it drew a pained smile from me. Thanks again. I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? I extended a hand to him. Cross. Jeremiah Cross. Island bum and ex-rookie world traveler. I nodded my head towards my shoulder, and this is my pet. Chomp. I winced as Soundbite tried to take a chunk out of my ear and hastily corrected myself. I mean my partner, Soundbite. I shot a glare at the smirking gastropod. Luffy chuckled as he took my hand and helped haul me to my feet. Nice to meet you, Cross, you too, Soundbite. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to meet ya. I shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, Luffy. What brings you to this particular abandoned corner of the East Blue? I estimated, based on the fact that the Straw Hats were only 5 members strong and didn't have Vivi on board. The captain shrugged, his expression never changing. Me and my crew were running a little low on meat, so we came here to resupply. I smiled eagerly. This was my chance. Your crew, huh? I asked him. She. Yup. You bet, Luffy nodded. We're pirates, you see. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum? Soundbite tilted his head to the side. Yup. The rubber man nodded. I hastily morphed my expression into an uncertain one. Pirates, huh? Just to be clear, are we talking about the rape, loot, pillage kind of pirates, or the adventures no MLSs kind? Luffy grimaced and stuck his tongue out. The second one, the first kind are all stupid fakers. I doubled over and sighed in relief. Phew. Thank God. Sorry, no offense to you or your crew, it's just that you can never be too careful, you know. Stranger danger. Stranger Dangier. Soundbite concurred with a grimace before suddenly cutting off mid-sentence and peering over Luffy's shoulder curiously. Hey, no problem. Luffy shrugged with a chuckle. I've dealt with those kind of jerks before. I nodded and chuckled along with him. Yeah. As I chuckled, my mind flew along. This was it. Now was the time. Luffy had already shown interest in me, Cross the intriguing island bum and my talking snail Soundbite. If I was going to ask him if I could join his crew, now was the time. I took a deep breath to steady myself. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Before freezing in surprise, I stared at him for a second before shrugging. Sure? Soundbite worked his jaw and imitated eating popcorn, sound and all, as he watched both us and the foliage behind Luffy. Luffy grinned from ear to ear. Will you join my crew? I blinked as I processed his question. Then, are you serious? I demanded, my shocked exclamation mirrored closely by the quartet of familiar faces who erupted from the jungle, all of us screaming in shock. Now that's what I call entertainment, Soundbite cheered, laughing himself silly on my shoulder. I promptly shook myself out of my shock in favor of glaring at the snail. You knew they were coming, I accused. Gwei, LTY, the transponder snail sang. I snarled furiously as I raised a hand and held it close to his head, inches from strangling him. Luffy, meanwhile, was not so lucky. What the hell are you thinking, you moron? Just asking every random hick and hillbilly you meet to join our damn crew? Nami snarled as she tried to throttle her laughing captain, shaking him back and forth by his neck. I briefly wondered whether or not I should have been insulted at being called a hick. Then I noticed just how tightly she was gripping Luffy's neck and dismissed the train of thought with a self-conscious gulp. But Nami, Luffy protested as he chortled, completely unaffected by the fact that his crewmate was trying to suffocate him. He's not a random hick. His name's Cross and he's really funny and cool and his snail can do all kinds of tricks. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Sanji cocked his eyebrow as he took a drag from his cigarette, watching the spectacle neutrally. So this is pretty much how he does things around here. Zoro groaned and kneaded the bridge of his nose. He found me when I was tied up and starved for nearly a month and held my swords hostage to make me join. Does that answer your question? The cook grimaced, considering how he refused my refusal all too well. While all this was transpiring, Usopp sighed wearily and clapped his hand on Cross's free shoulder. Sorry about Luffy. He's got a good heart, but he's... He waved a hand in search of a valid word. I tore my attention away from my shoulder annoyance. A moron? I deadpanned. A ding-a-ling? Soundbite offered enthusiastically. A goofball? A knucklehead McSpazatron? Eep. Usopp flinched back in shock. She. Luffy bent his head backwards as he smiled at Soundbite. See Nami? I told you that his snail is really cool. Nami snapped an acrid glare up at us, prompting me to flinch self-consciously. The woman had a hell of a gaze, that was for sure. I just really hoped that more of her ire was meant for Luffy than it was for me. It's a good ventriloquist act, I'll give you that, but it's nothing to get worked up over. I bristled at the accusation, pointing at Soundbite. Hey, I do not have my finger up his ass. I'm not your puppet. The snail sang in agreement simultaneously with an affronted expression. Nami's expression morphed into one of surprise. Okay, that's new. But not impossible. Sanji said around his cigarette as he pointed at the snail. That's a baby transponder snail, Luffy. He's got a friend somewhere on the island speaking through it. Luffy's expression fell into one of disappointment. Aw, really? I allowed myself to throw an eager smirk at Sanji. Guess again, Curly, I gloated, holding my hand to my shoulder and allowing Soundbite to crawl onto my palm. I then held him out and twisted my hand around, displaying his shell. Soundbite here is as free as the wind. The snail smirked and looked Nami over once before letting out a loud wolf whistle. I spat out a curse and promptly clapped my hand down on Soundbite's shell, forcing him back inside his exoskeleton. He shook with laughter. Okay, make that as free as an anarchist. I corrected aggravatedly. I really hated it when he did stuff like this, damn it. Sanji blinked as he slowly lowered his finger. Alright, yeah, I got nothing. Luffy's grin redoubled instantly. I told you his snail was cool. Oi, what am I, chopped liver? I groused. Zoro gave the snail a bored look before looking up at me with a flat, if calculating, look. So how does he do it? I drew myself upright and took my hand off Soundbite's shell, allowing him to peek out. We locked gazes for a second before we shared a smirk. Time to shine. Why, I'm so glad you asked. I announced in a slightly extravagant tone of voice, intent on putting on the best show I could. Allow me to explain in style, Soundbite? Yes, Cap'n? The snail asked eagerly as he looked up at me.
I snapped my fingers and pointed straight at Nami. Hit it.
Soundbite swung around on my hand and smirked at the orange-haired woman, who blinked back at him in curiosity. I kept pointing at her as I smiled before starting to speak. You see, the thing about Soundbite is that he's not an ordinary snail. The Straw Hats yelped in shock as my voice was drowned out by Nami's voice as it came from Soundbite's mouth. The heck, the original sputtered. Before they could recollect themselves, I'd swung my finger to point at Usopp. Well, I mean, I know that he's a baby transponder snail, so he's not normal already, but he's even weirder than that. Holy crap, the long-nosed pirate breathed in shock. I then turned my focus on Sanji. See, Soundbite here, as a snail, eats a wide variety of plants and vegetation. But a while back, he ate a very particular plant that put him above and beyond all other transponder snails, baby or otherwise, cared to guess. Sanji sucked in a puff from his cigarette as he watched me and my partner with interest. A devil fruit. That's exactly right. I responded in his voice before shifting Soundbite's gaze over to Zoro. To be specific, he ate a paramecia fruit, which I'm calling the noise fruit. Not only does it enhance Soundbite's range of hearing well above and beyond the norm. I breathed a mental sigh of relief as the swordsman grinned in response to the use of his voice, thankfully entertained. Moving on, Luffy matched me and Soundbite's grins tooth for tooth as I pointed at him. It lets him repeat anything he hears, anytime, anywhere. He can use his powers in other cool ways too, like, say, putting my words in your voices. Pretty awesome, huh? Apparently sensing the finale, Luffy threw his arm over my shoulder and joined me as I laughed. She, we chorused. Almost instantly, half the crew deflated as exhaustion seemed to overcome them. Oh god, there's 2 of them. Nami groaned, tears streaming down her face. We're doomed. Usopp concurred in the exact same position. Zoro snorted as he looked us over with a slightly amused expression. Sanji took in a deep drag from his cigarette as he contemplated my snail. That was impressive. I shrugged with a grin as I put Soundbite back on my shoulder. Tell me about it. And personally, that's what I consider a parlor trick. He's got a few other stunts up his shell that, in my opinion, can be put to pretty good use. Greeaah, Soundbite howled without warning. The noise originated causing the poor guy to jump a full 5 feet in the air as he shrieked in terror. I dropped my face into my hand with a groan as Soundbite laughed himself shitless. When he isn't screwing around for the absolute hell of it, I snarled out. To Usopp's credit, he managed to bounce back with frightening fortitude, leaping to his feet and sticking his infuriated face into Soundbite's. What the hell was that for, you stupid snail? My eyes widened in panic as I caught sight of the snail's grin all but doubling in size. Oh no wait, don't. Too late. Before anyone could react, Soundbite seemed to split his head in half as he opened his maw. Chomp. Yeeargh, and bit down on Usopp's nose, hanging on for dear life as he was swung around and around by the pirate's pained flailing, his by now trademark cacophony of laughter echoing throughout the clearing. I could feel my eye twitching as I watched the spectacle. As you can see, I didn't name him without reason. I explained in a deadpan tone of voice. You have our sympathy. Zoro, Sanji and Nami chorused with the exact same amount of emotion. Luffy was too busy rolling on the floor laughing to say much of anything. Get him off, Usopp howled, tugging at the gastropod furiously. Ultimately, I took pity on the sniper by pursing my lips and blowing a sharp whistle. Soundbite, let him go. Now, I then raised my hand and barely even flinched as Soundbite's shell slapped into my palm, vibrating with laughter. Thank you. I told him without so much as a shred of gratitude as I slapped him back onto my shoulder. You're welcome, he sang gleefully. Nami pursed her lips for a second as she looked me over before shooting a flat look at her captain. Look, Luffy, she started slowly. While I can appreciate Cross and Soundbite's talents, and while I'm sure that Cross is relatively decent. Thank you, I piped up. Bite me, Soundbite offered, smiling nonetheless. But the fact remains that, well, he hasn't even agreed to this, Nami snapped. Besides, he's a normal guy. Luffy. I'm sure he's got a normal life, normal dreams. There's no reason why he'd want to sail with us. Besides the fact that I've been stranded here for the past 2 weeks, subsisting on whatever fruits and whatnot that Soundbite could direct me to. I asked with a grimace. That stuff had not been kind to me. I wanted my meat. Damn, holy hell, I was turning into Luffy.
Nami rolled her eyes as she looked at me. Well, obviously we're going to give you a ride off the island, but...
A quick and meaningful glance at Soundbite prompted him to produce a loud buzzing noise that interrupted Nami. If I could try getting a word in edgewise, I asked her politely. Sanji looked like he was ready to pop a blood vessel, but Nami blinked at me in confusion before shrugging. Ah, sure, go ahead. Thank you. I nodded in gratitude before turning my attention to Luffy. Now then. Mr. Monkey D. Luffy. I got a question for you. Luffy blinked and tilted his head to the side curiously. Yeah, what is it? You said that you were an adventuring pirate, right? Out to sail the seas in search of the most fun and awesome escapades you can think of? That prompted Luffy to grin eagerly. Yup, totally. I nodded slowly in understanding. Alright. Then, tell me. I looked him dead in the eye. What exactly drove you to fly the Jolly Roger? What's the endgame, the big picture? Simply put. I spread my arms wide and shrugged. What's your dream? Luffy's expression became blank for a second before he raised a hand to clamp down on his hat as he grinned from ear to ear. That's easy. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. My plan was to smile and nod. To agree with his crazy but all too probable dream and just roll with it. To just accept it. That wasn't what happened. Instead, the world just seemed to stop. Those words. They resonated with me. Struck a chord deep down within and made it sing. It was clarity. It was obvious. It was simple. It was fact, and just as quickly as it came, it went. I hastily gave myself a mental shake before grinning wholeheartedly. King of the pirates, huh? That means you'll be searching for the One Piece, right? In the Grand Line? Luffy's grin remained in place as he nodded eagerly. It's gonna be super dangerous, we'll probably die on the way. Don't say it like that, moron, Nami and Usopp roared as they slammed their fists over his skull, while Sanji and Zoro merely rolled their eyes. I widened my grin as I ignored the antics. Well then, let me tell you my dream. I took a calming breath as I hastily reviewed the relatively simple story I concocted in my head during my relatively solitary confinement. First and foremost, can you all keep a secret? The Straw Hats exchanged bemused glances before nodding their assent. Perfect. See, the thing is, my home? You won't ever find it on any written maps. 'Cause as far as the rest of the world knows, I snickered lightly, there aren't any countries on the red line. That drew looks of awe and disbelief from the pirates. Are you serious? Nami breathed. I nodded solemnly. Indeed. A small country, more a city-state than anything, known as Florida, located on the part of the red line that borders the North Blue and the East Blue. Our ancestors founded it somewhere around. I waved my hand in a so-so manner. 500 years ago. I was never much of a history buff. I shook my head. Anyways, the reason my ancestors founded it was that they were sick of living under the oppressive thumbs of varying kingdoms and factions of the world government. So little by little they gathered together before scaling the red line and founding a nation for themselves. They then made certain to keep Florida nice and secret, so that they would never have to live under the world government's tyranny again. We've kept tabs on the rest of the world, of course, wouldn't do to become estranged from our roots. But the fact remains that you guys are some of the very few people in the world who can claim to know about our existence. Woo. Luffy breathed in awe. Zoro, however, was far less impressed. And what does all this have to do with anything? He asked in a bored tone of voice. I raised my hands in surrender. Well, the fact is, for all we've kept up on current events and whatnot, we don't really have a lot of first-hand information. People rarely go down to the ocean. But my eyes took on a slightly wistful dream as I stared into the distance. We do have stories. Stories about wonderful islands far beyond the imagination, of sights more beautiful than anything ever seen before. A literal ocean of possibilities. I chuckled lightly as I came back down to earth. I've never been satisfied with those stories, you know? I've always wanted more. I snapped my fists up as I grinned, a true and honest smile. My dream is to explore the ocean I've heard so much about. I want to experience those wonders for myself. I want to see those beautiful sights. I want to visit those islands, see everything that they have to offer. The crew stared at me with slightly eager expressions, a new look of evaluation in their eyes as they took me in.
As my moxie slowly flowed out of I grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of my head. In order to accomplish that goal, I left Florida and came down here, into the East Blue. I was sailing around on a passenger ship when a particularly nasty sea king attacked. I fell overboard in the middle of all the chaos, wound up washing ashore and, well, I clapped my hands together and spread them wide. Here we are.
Anyways, how does this all matter? You might ask. Well, I chuckled as I smiled happily at Luffy. You say you're going to the Grand Line. You say you're going to be king of the pirates. You say you're going to have the greatest adventure of our entire generation. And before all that, you ask me if I wanted to jite? Luffy nodded eagerly in agreement, excitement radiating from his being. I glanced at Soundbite with a smile, which he returned with a smirk, before I looked back at Luffy. Well, in that case, how the heck could I possibly say no? We're in, baby, Soundbite whooped. Luffy's reaction was instantaneous as he flung his arms into the air with a shout of joy. Woohoo! We've got a new crewmate, he hollered, swiftly entrapping me in a one-armed hug. As if on cue, the rest of the crew let out tired groans. That's our captain, always reckless. Nami groused, the heel of her palm that she was grinding into her forehead doing nothing to hide her grin. Yeah, but it wouldn't be Luffy any other way, would it? Sanji chuckled melancholically as he puffed on his cigarette. Usopp muttered something under his breath before pointing at Soundbite. You're alright, Cross, but that snail of yours had better watch his back. Soundbite's smirk took on a predatory overtone as he met Usopp's gaze. Bring it, biatch. Zoro rolled his eyes at his crew's antics with a scoff before jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Alright, enough fun and games. It's getting late, might as well head back to the Mary. Fair warning, Cross, you're going to want to brace your stomach. The shit cooks food. Slam! Zoro blocked a kick from the blonde cook with Wado Ichimonji's sheath. Watch your damn mouth, you crap grgh, Sanji cut himself off as both he and Zoro suddenly doubled over, twitching in pain. I blinked in surprise, though I suspected I knew what the problem was. Are they alright? Nami growled darkly under her breath as she glared at the pair. Nothing important. Just a couple of morons forgetting that they were in a life and death struggle a week ago, she snapped at them.
Ouch. I winced. My deepest of sympathies. I meant it, too. Arlong might have been halfway decently justified, but he was still a sadistic fuck, and Mihawk hadn't done Zoro any favors either.
PSH, Zoro scoffed as he righted himself, albeit with minor tremors racking his body. What, this? This is nothing. Nami stared at him with a decidedly unimpressed expression for a second before jabbing him straight in his chest. The swordsman's face immediately twisted in a grimace as he barely managed to suck in a grunt of pain. The navigator scowled and rolled her eyes at the green-haired man's show of machismo before addressing me, adopting a pleasant facial expression with unnerving ease. Anyways, I think it's high time we were introduced. She held her hand out. I'm Nami, and now you're, I suppose, cruise navigator. I smiled politely as I shook her hand. Cross, Jeremiah Cross. It's nice to meet you, Nami. I look forward to sailing with you. Nami nodded politely before scowling over her shoulder. As for everyone else, more on the first, she jabbed her thumb at Zoro, who flipped her off in response. Is Roronoa Zoro, while more on the second, she indicated the blonde cook, who flipped from snarling at Zoro to preening with hearts in his eyes, is Sanji. He's Usopp, she pointed at the long-nosed sniper, who didn't break his staring contest with Soundbite before waving her hand at Luffy. And you've already met Monkey D. Luffy, our fearless default captain. I smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Pleased to meet you all. I hope we can all become good friends. I then proceeded to adopt a plaintive expression. And please, for the love of God, don't blame me for whatever shit Soundbite pulls. He's my partner, not my pet. I only wish I had a more reliable degree of control over him. Honk. Usopp jolted in panic as a car horn seemed to blare directly behind his head before scowling at the seemingly ever-hysterical culprit perched on my shoulder. For the record, so long as it doesn't incapacitate, maim or kill him, he's fair game in terms of retribution, I deadpanned. Traitor. Soundbite barked as he shot a glare at me. Bite me. I growled. Through it all, Luffy all but broke down in hysterics. You guys are hilarious, he wheezed. While the sniper and navigator turned on our captain under the watchful eyes of our cook and swordsman, I heaved a heavy internal sigh. Well, looked like that was that. I was officially, now and forever, a Straw Hat Pirate. Now, I could only hope things would be smooth sailing from here. Oh, I let out a rapturous moan as I savored the meat I was chewing on. Oh yeah, definitely smooth sailing. THULPU. I managed to get out as I chewed and swallowed, eagerly cutting into another slice of sausage. This is legitimately delicious. Thank you so much. MMHMM, Soundbite murmured in agreement as he chowed down on a bowl of oats that had been provided to him. Sanji chuckled in appreciation as he watched us gorge ourselves. It's no problem, it is my job after all. I'd be a joke of a chef if I couldn't satisfy my diners, though, fair warning. Thunk. Both Sanji and Luffy froze in surprise as I buried my knife in the table, an inch from the rubber man's slowly creeping fingers. I slowly turned my head to stare at my captain, my face completely devoid of emotion.
Luffy, I stated frigidly. I have been subsisting on roots, nuts, berries, fruits and shrooms for the past 14 days. If you even so much as attempt to touch the first sizable amount of protein I've had in 2 weeks, I will set a global land speed record for mutiny. In short, remove your hand or I will remove it for you. Silence fell on the Mary's meager dining room as the rest of the crew stared at me in shock. Slowly, Luffy withdrew his limb, although, worryingly enough, his gaze never swayed from my plate.
Finally, Sanji took a contemplative tug from his cigarette. Well, that was a first. The first time someone's reacted to his antics like that, or the first time he's actually listened? I queried before putting the rest of my sausage in my mouth. Sanji's smirk widened slightly. Yes. I jerked as a heavy hand fell on my shoulder, prompting me to look up at Zoro as he grinned at me. You'll fit in just fine, kid. I shot him a flat frown. Or take, E-cord. I swallowed the bite in my mouth. I'm 18. Zoro's grin turned into an uneven smirk. Whatever you say, brat. I stared at him for a second before sweeping my gaze over the rest of the crew. This is going to be a thing, isn't it? I'm never going to shake that, am I? Luffy, Usopp, Nami and, much to my exasperation, Soundbite's reactions were to smile at me knowingly. I sighed and rolled my eyes as I jabbed my fork into my plate. Perfect, I muttered good-humoredly, shoving a large serving of food into my mouth and swallowing it swiftly. Just freaking perf. I promptly froze as my mind caught up with my taste buds. Oh. Soundbite's smile expanded exponentially as he snapped his gaze to me. Dun dun dun. Luffy blinked in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? With an immense amount of trepidation, I turned my gaze down towards my plate. My eyes settled on the object I logically knew I would see, staring at it as though it were a live bomb. Which, to me, it might as well have been. Is that a biscuit? I asked miserably. Sanji blinked at me in confusion. Yeah, why, what does that matter? In response, my stomach roared like a small sea king, causing my face to take on a no doubt unhealthy tone of gray. That's why. I whimpered. I snapped my attention over to Nami. Which way to the head? Nami blinked as she was caught flat-footed before hastily rallying her wits. The deck below us. Go down the stairs, through the door and it's straight. I didn't wait for her to finish, instead hastily shoving my way out from around the table and out through the kitchen's door. I vaulted over the railing, landed on the deck below and shouldered my way through both doors before leaping on the porcelain god I was about to become far too intimate with. And thus was my first half hour on the Going Merry spent in intestinal agony, haunted by Soundbite's ever-present and ever-aggravating mirth. Come on, what was it? The flour, the milk, the… I don't know, alright? I snapped irritably, sending a caustic glare at Sanji. I'm not lactose or gluten intolerant. I drink milk and eat bread without worry. And really, I think that biscuits taste delicious, but whenever they go down my throat, all that comes out is… I shuddered in horror. Yeah. Anyways, it's just biscuits that's the issue, alright? Can't you just drop it already?
Sanji blew out a cloud of smoke with an irritated huff as he returned my glare. Not a chance. I'm this ship's cook, so I need to account for everyone's dietary needs. It's my job to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
It won't happen again so long as I don't eat biscuits. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Anyways, don't you have a dessert to work on for Nami Swan? Sanji growled in aggravation as he debated with his priorities for a moment before turning back to his kitchen. This isn't over, crab bum. I rolled my eyes in response, shifting around in an effort to get comfortable on the sack of rice I was sitting on, refocusing on my book. I'd been sailing on the Going Merry with the Straw Hat Pirates for somewhere around a week now, and my life was actually going smoother than that conversation implied. Sure, Sanji got on my case every now and then in order to get to the bottom of whatever it was that hadn't sat well with me, but other than that both he and his food were great. Zoro mainly watched me out of the corner of his eye and didn't bother me so long as I didn't bother him. Nami gave me a crash course in how to help with handling the ship. Usopp was eager to share any number of stories, real or otherwise, and Luffy. Well, Luffy was Luffy, nothing more to say on that matter. Soundbite seemed to be enjoying himself as well, if the genuine, as opposed to mocking, laughter he was constantly bellowing out was anything to go by. Of course, that wasn't to say that he'd mellowed out, by any stretch of the imagination. No, if anything he was well and truly reveling in his expanded array of available targets for his pranking. I'd already befallen retribution from half of the crew for Soundbite's very loud and very early wake-up calls. Though thankfully Usopp had kept his vengeance limited to the snail himself instead of me, albeit with limited results. I'd had a bit of seasickness at first, but I'd gotten over it quickly on account of the fact that my grandfather lived on a boat and that I'd stayed on it with him every summer. All in all, it was a pretty nice experience. And get your shitty shoes off the food, alright, 95% nice, but you take the good with the bad. I shot another irritated glare at him, but complied nonetheless, shifting my feet off the sack I'd been propping them up on. I slipped my earphones up over my ears. Gah! I yelped in pain, snapping them off in order to escape the barrage of heavy metal riffs that had blindsided me. I panted heavily in shock for a second before growling and rapping my fist on the shell that was hanging onto the side of a nearby barrel. I said country, not punk metal, I hissed irritably. A small cacophony of giggles wafted out of Soundbite's shell in response. Thankfully, however, he chose to comply, allowing me to sag in relief as a calm strumming came out of my headset, rather than harsh screaming. Satisfied, I slid my headphones back on, settled in, and resumed my reading. I was currently perusing a respectably thick volume that contained a summary of the history of the Blue Seas. I'd borrowed it from Usopp, who'd apparently brought it on board alongside everything he'd ever owned. I'll be honest, history wasn't usually my cup of tea, and sure, the contents were propaganderifically skewed in favor of the world government and Marines. Almost sickeningly so, but it was definitely interesting. The sheer amount of influence that pirates had had on the Blue Society was staggering, to say the least. Nations had literally risen and fallen on the whims of the stronger individuals who flew the Jolly Roger, and Paradise and the New World were described as though they were on a different world entirely. I was midway into the history of the Marine presence in the West Blue. SONNUVA, Soundbite, I howled, whipping my headphones off as the music was suddenly replaced with a loud buzzer. I snapped a furious glare at the snail. What the hell was that? I blinked as I noticed that the snail was missing. The hell? Ahem. I looked up in confusion and promptly withered under the caustic glare Nami was directing at me, Soundbite snickering in the palm of her hand. Aha. I chuckled as I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Have you been standing there long? A full minute trying to get your attention, Nami deadpanned as she tossed Soundbite into my lap. Be happy Soundbite was so happy to help, otherwise I'd have sigged Sanji on you. I swallowed heavily as I eyed the cook who was, thankfully, too engrossed with his craft to notice our exchange. Duly noted, it won't happen again. Soundbite imitated a whip-crack noise with a snicker. He would have done more, but I promptly crammed him back into his shell. Yeah, I get the idea. I scowled at him before looking up at the navigator. Anyways, what did you need? Nami frowned irritably, though thankfully her ire didn't appear directed at me. Have you seen Zoro, Usopp, and Luffy? I can't find them anywhere and I need to talk to everyone. My eyebrows promptly shot up in disbelief. You can't find those three on a ship this small? I asked in surprise. Ironic, Soundbite scoffed, shooting a cocky smirk at Nami. I momentarily contented myself with the annoyed look on Nami's face before shivering as I was hit by a particularly malevolent wave of killing intent that came from the kitchen. I mean, I'm sure there's a completely legitimate reason, of course. I grinned nervously as I simpered and shrank before the navigator, sighing in relief as the aura receded.
Soundbite whistled out another whip crack with a laugh.
I shot a glare down at the snail. Care to speak up, escargot? Thankfully, the threat of Sanji's frying pan served as an effective deterrent against the baby transponder snail's sense of humor, prompting him to snap his mouth shut instantly with a terrified expression.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Meanwhile, Nami had heaved a sigh and was kneading her forehead in exasperation. Believe me, I know the Mary is small, but the fact is that those three are special, to say the least. They can sniff out the most ridiculous corners to stick themselves in. She shook her head and threw her hands up in defeat. You know what? Forget it. Just tell them to come here and wait for me if you see them, alright?
I almost instantly felt a pang of guilt for my attitude. After all, I'd seen firsthand that Nami worked hard. She was constantly scouring the sky and ocean for signs of the weather. She consistently checked over maps and made certain of our heading, fought tooth and nail to keep Luffy from sinking the Mary. That was a hands-on job, believe me. Hang on, I got to my feet hastily, scooping Soundbite onto my shoulder. You don't need to look for them. I can get them here in a jiffy. Sanji and Nami looked at me in surprise. Seriously? Nami asked, a skeptical tone in her voice. How? I shrugged and walked over to the table. Easy, really. I plucked Soundbite off my shoulder and put him on the tabletop with one hand and slid my earphones on with the other. I then tapped the snail on top of his shell. Amp me. Soundbite gave me a dark leer. What's the magic? I rolled my eyes with a sigh. Please. Soundbite concentrated slightly before letting out a tinny, electric whine. You're on the air, he crowed, his voice echoing slightly as though it were coming from a speaker. I clamped my hands down over my headphones. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, I called out, causing Nami and Sanji to jump in shock as my voice rang out over the ship at a volume thought the voice of God himself. The heck? Nami sputtered. I covered my headphones mic with my hand as I smiled back at Nami. I told you that Soundbite's voice swap thing was only a parlor trick. I then put my hand back down and focused on the snail. Nami wants to tell us something. Get your asses in the meeting room, now. Over and out. I jerked my hand across my neck and Soundbite let out a sigh of relief. Barely even a few seconds later the door to the meeting room burst inwards as Luffy and Usopp rushed me, with Zoro following them in at a more sedate pace. Hey, Cross, was that you just now? Luffy asked me eagerly. Yeah, and that damn snail? Usopp snarled, shoving his face as close to Soundbite as could without getting a fresh set of bite marks on his nose, a threat that Soundbite was literally chomping at the bit to fulfill. I sighed and rolled my eyes in long-suffering exasperation. What did he do now? Your voice came out of the toilet. I blinked before letting out a snort and clamping my hand over my mouth. Hey, alright, that's weird, but you've gotta admit, that does sound pretty damn funny. While I was using it, I promptly shot a scowl at my cackling snail. Soundbite. Clean up on aisle 3. He snorted gleefully. You'd better have cleaned up, Nami growled, murder in her eyes, causing Usopp to shrink back with a whimper of terror. Soundbite laughed and produced a flurry of whip cracks, until a familiar shaking sound came from behind him, prompting him to slowly look behind him, eyes wide in naked terror. Sanji smiled darkly as he held the salt shaker. Oh, don't mind me, just contemplating what to make Nami swan for dinner. He gave it another shake, just to emphasize the point. Soundbite promptly let out a yelp of terror and jerked back into his shell. I gave Sanji a half-grateful, half-irritated look as I placed the shivering gastropod on my shoulder. Thanks for shutting him up, but to reiterate, if you ever fry him, I'll fry you, capiche? Sanji rolled his eyes as he flipped the salt shaker away. That all depends on him. Soundbite popped his eyes out, both glaring at the cook. Screw you. I rolled my eyes and was about to comment on the little clash when Nami raised her hand and spoke up. Excuse me, but, she pointed at Soundbite. This never came up before. But what exactly is the range on Soundbite's power?
I shrugged helplessly. I've never been that good with distances, and we never got anything concrete on the island, but I'd say maybe somewhere like a quarter of a mile. He can hear anything in that range easy, and with a little effort he can cause sounds anywhere within it as well. Worst thing he gets from it is a sore throat, and considering how he's a transponder snail, even if just a baby, I doubt there's much risk of that.
Nope. Soundbite crowed eagerly. Nami blinked as she stared at Soundbite in shock before she finally managed to speak. That's actually incredibly useful. I mean, You just called the whole ship together in seconds without even moving. I can name a dozen different crews that would kill for something like that. Not to mention the eavesdropping potential. I asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, already thought of that. I'm actually going to try and get him kitted out with formal transponder snail gear as soon as I can. With any luck, it could really help him with his powers. We can rebuild him. We have the technology, Soundbite concurred eagerly. Nami pondered this for a second before looking at our captain. Hey Luffy. Why not make Cross and Soundbite our communications officers? Luffy blinked and tilted his head in confusion. Hey, what's that? That would be a person in charge of helping the entire crew communicate with one another, right? I guessed. Nami nodded in agreement. Exactly. Zoro scoffed slightly. Seems a bit redundant, considering how there's only 6 of us. Oi, fine, 7, sheesh. My point still stands, though. Yeah, 7 of us now, maybe. But as our captain demonstrated recently, Nami jabbed her thumbs at me and Luffy. We're liable to pick up more crewmates in the future. Plus, with Soundbite's volume, he could get messages out to everyone when things are really loud. Like, say, during the middle of a battle or a storm. Easier than trying to shout over the wind at any rate. And of course, transponder snails are really useful for keeping everyone connected. Now that I think about it. Nami mused as she bowed her head in thought for a second before snapping back to the moment. Anyways, a comms officer would be really useful. I considered her argument for a second before shrugging in agreement. I'm all for it if you'll have me, Captain. Luffy tilted his head in thought for a few seconds before grinning enthusiastically. Alright, sounds good. He shot me a thumbs up. From now on, Cross will be our ship's commie. I barely caught myself from dropping my jaw in pure, naked horror. Soundbite, on the other hand, had no such compunctions, laughing as loud and as hard as he could. Usopp stared at Soundbite in confusion. Does he have a reason to be laughing like an idiot? His expression darkened instantly. Beyond just being a slimy little shit, I mean. Soundbite responded by blowing a raspberry at the sniper. Inside joke that I will take to my grave, I ground out. She. Luffy chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Well, you'll be doing whatever it is that a commie does, alright Cross? I grumbled mutinously as Soundbite's laughter redoubled. Duh, Captain. As momentous as this is, Zoro drawled out, drawing out the word. Was there a reason that you called us all together? Nami jerked as her train of thought was brought back on track. Oh, right, I wanted to talk to you guys about the next island we're going to. I perked up instantly as I caught on to what she was talking about. I think I can guess, I whispered reverently. It's one of the main reasons I decided to come down to the East Blue in the first place.
The navigator smiled and nodded in agreement. Not surprising. It's a popular town known the world over. She met each and every crewmates, gaze in turn. It's the last island we'll set foot on in the East Blue. Loguetown. The town of the beginning and the end. Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro stiffened immediately, likely from the same thrill of excitement that had shot through me a few seconds prior, while Luffy merely looked confused. Unsurprised by her captain's reaction, Nami seamlessly segued into an explanation. It's called that because it's the town where Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, was born and executed. That prompted Luffy to sit up, his expression blank for a second before turning solemn. Nami smiled in return. It'll be our last chance to resupply before entering the Grand Line. So, what do you say, Captain? Want to go there? The fire that lit in Luffy's eyes was answer enough. Oh, holy shit. I breathed in awe as I took in the arch before me. This place is huge. And I was right, too. There was no better word for the town of the beginning and the end than gargantuan. The architecture and crowds reminded me of Paris, save that instead of the buildings being aged or in the process of being renewed, these were absolutely pristine. As for the mass of people and sound around me, I actually found them to be rather comforting. It was nice to finally hear people, as opposed to just the sounds of the ocean or the jungle. It was especially comforting to notice that a lot of the mannerisms of the people around me were familiar enough to read. Nothing outstanding, nothing that immediately caught my attention, which thankfully meant that the cultural influence was more Western influenced than Eastern. Small mercies to Oda for creating, or depicting, a culture that didn't share Japan's. If I had to wrap my head around the usage of suffixes and names, I'd throw myself in the ocean. It also helped that there were enough fashion styles that I didn't particularly stand out, and had enough to make my jacket uncomfortable. Soundbite was as eager as I was to be in the midst of civilization, if not more so. His eyes were on separate swivels as he scanned the crowd, spouting out snippets of sound and conversation at random as he picked up a veritable arsenal of words and voices. More than a few promised potential headaches in the future. So this is where the age of pirates began. Sanji whistled in awe. The rest of the crew and I nodded as we stood before the entrance to the town proper, taking in the sights with a profound sense of awe. Luffy huffed and nodded with determination. Right, I'm going to see the place where they kill people. I bet I can get some good ingredients here, Sanji mused to himself. And I'll see if I can find some equipment, Usopp concurred.
Zoro grit his teeth slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Nami. There's something I want to buy too. Nami adopted a truly evil expression as she returned the swordsman's look. And I'll happily pay for it. Her smile became downright vicious. At 300% interest. Zoro growled and ground his teeth in aggravation. Damn wedge. I sighed and patted the swordsman on the shoulder comfortingly. Look on the bright side. I'm as broke as you, and seeing how I need a new wardrobe. Soundbite took a whiff of my jacket and flinched away with a grimace. Pu. And he. I jabbed my thumb at the slimy devil on my shoulder. Needs a transponder snail rig. I need cash. Hence, we're both going to be in the hole.
How comforting. Actually, about that, Nami turned and tossed rolls of cash at Zoro and I. To my surprise, mine was a fair bit fatter than the swordsman's. Zoro, you've got 100,000 berry to buy your swords. Cross, 300.
The whole crew reeled in shock at this. Nami giving up so much as 100,000 was momentous enough already, but 400. Are you feeling alright? Usopp asked slowly. Nami Swan. Sanji stammered in concern. What the hell, witch? Zoro demanded fiercely. Oh, shut the hell up. Nami raged fiercely at them. Nami. I attempted to wrap my head around this. This madness. I don't know how much you usually spend on your wardrobe, but... Cross, I'll be buying your clothes. She cut me off, giving me a quick look up and down. Dark colors, grays and blacks primarily, heavy jackets and cargo pants. I blinked at the accuracy with which she summarized my preferred wardrobe choices. I'm also partial to brown and white and I like hoods and pockets. Plain or camo patterns are preferable, but... Wait, why would you? 2 reasons. First, Nami primly held up a finger. You're a man, and as such your fashion taste can be summarized as being questionable, at best. I winced slightly. Harsh but fair. On second thought, true, very true. And second, she held up a second finger before pointing at the cash. That's not for you, that's for me. You're already going somewhere where I want to make some purchases, so you're going to buy them for me while you're there. I paused as I tried to comprehend where she was going with this before the sound of birds suddenly chirping in my ear made the connection for me. You want me to buy transponder snails for you? I blurted in disbelief. What? Soundbite roared in over a dozen furious voices, glaring and snarling at Nami. Oh, calm down. Nami scolded, wrapping her fist on the snail's head. We're not replacing you or anything, that's impossible considering how you have a devil fruit. No, it's just in case, alright? So that the crew can stay connected even when we're spread out over an island. She refocused on me. I want you to buy some baby transponder snails, enough for the whole crew. You'll be taking care of them, feeding them, making sure they're healthy. That sound alright with you, Captain? She waited for a response. When none was forthcoming, she turned to look at him. Luffy, where the hell is Luffy? She shrieked in outrage when she realized that the rubber man was nowhere in sight. Zoro jerked his thumb at the street. He ran off that way a minute ago. Nami growled furiously as she stared after him, her face slowly flushing with anger. That, stupid. Hey, I hastily piped up. I'll go after him, make sure that he's safe and that he keeps out of trouble. Who knows, I might even run into the transponder snail shop on the way. That sound good to you? Thankfully, our navigator managed to slowly calm herself down. That's fine. Fine, go. Catch up to him. She swung her arms out. Go, all of you. We'll meet back at the Mary by sundown. Just do me a favor and keep out of trouble, alright? No promises, Soundbite crowed as I ran after Luffy. I will eat you one day, you little slug, Nami roared in reply.
I'll let her, too, I warned the snickering transponder snail.
Promises, promises. For a few minutes, I managed to follow Luffy's trail by asking passers-by whether or not they'd seen a kid wearing a straw hat, but I eventually got nothing but blank stares. Soundbite was able to give me directionality now and then via snippets of Luffy speaking up, but he couldn't do jack about the veritable labyrinth I was in. I groaned and scratched the back of my head in annoyance as I strolled down a random street that was heading in the general direction that Luffy was in. Well, crap. How the hell am I supposed to find him now? Second star on the right and straight on till morning, Soundbite offered. Somehow, I don't think that works in real life. I stared at him flatly before sighing and tilting my head back. Damn it. Nami's going to kill. Gaw. I cried out suddenly as I staggered out of the way of a small girl as she almost ran into me from out of nowhere. Watch it, kid. Sorry about that, a man said apologetically as he passed by me. My little girl really loves her ice cream, and it's the first time I've let her get 3 scoops. Nah, it's no problem, I assured him. I should have watched where I was going. Have a nice day. And with that I kept going, licking my lips slightly as I suddenly noticed my hunger. Now that I thought about it, some ice cream would go down great right now. Though I doubted I'd ever be able to down 3 full-sized. I almost face-planted as I froze in shock and horror. 3 scoops, fuck me. Before I could so much as move, the crowd around me froze as everyone seemed to simultaneously gasp in terror. Slowly, dreading what I knew I would see, I turned around and stared. Big. There were a lot of other words that could be used to describe Smoker, but big was the one that stuck out at me. Which, in my opinion, was very reasonable, considering how the Marine was a freaking giant, towering almost a full head over most of the crowd. Of course, one also had to account for the fact that he was built like an ox and had a face that looked like it belonged on a bulldog. Or a sea king. And he was focused on a terrified little girl and the newly formed stains on his pants. However, as I scanned the crowd, I couldn't help but shiver at the expressions people were wearing: horror, foreboding, anticipation. They really think that he's going to hurt her, I thought numbly, despite everything he's done for them, all the pirates he's captured, how he really is. They're all legitimately petrified. The implications were disturbing, to say the least. Finally, Smoker moved, placing his hand on the girl's head and kneeling down, before proffering a handful of berry coins. "I'm sorry," he growled, his voice as raspy as granite on granite. "My pants ate up all your ice cream. Here, go and buy 5 scoops."
The girl blinked up at the captain in stunned awe as she took the money. Thank you, mister.
The girl's father was quick to grab her by her shoulders and hold her close. Thank you so much, Captain Smoker. I'm so sorry, I'll make sure this doesn't happen again.
Make sure it doesn't, Smoker ordered firmly. Not everyone's dry cleaning is pa-overment.
Why yes, sir, the father nodded hastily in agreement. Good. He then gestured at the soldier who was following him. Let's go. I promptly froze in place as the Marines marched not only towards me, but by me, Smoker coming within feet of me without sparing me so much as a glance. I slowly turned on my heel and watched them get a few yards away, before starting to follow them myself. "The fuck you doing, man?" Soundbite hissed in terror. "The local Marine captain is marching through the town in broad daylight," I hissed back. "Who the hell do you think could earn that kind of response?" Soundbite blinked in thought for a moment before smirking. "That moron," he cackled in Nami's voice. "Tell me about it." I sighed wearily, resigning myself to shadowing the strongest Marine in the East Blue, Bar Garp popping in for a family reunion. Finally, after a few minutes of walking, we wound up on the docks, where a bunch of 2-bit pirates were raising holy hell. What the heck was? I promptly slapped my forehead in realization. The Loguetown filler episodes, of course. So anime, not manga. Or quite possibly a fusion of the two. Well, that threatened to wreak holy hell on my knowledge of the future, but hopefully it wouldn't be too bad. Nevertheless, I allowed myself to relax significantly. Thankfully, in the filler episodes, Smoker hadn't seen Luffy's bounty poster before coming out to deal with these clods, so as far as he was concerned, my crewmates and I were free and clear. Which was beyond good for me, considering how Smoker promptly engulfed the pirates in a cloud of smoke and beat them within an inch of their life in 3 seconds flat. I swallowed heavily at the display. A talking snail and a rubber man were one thing, but that was just downright disturbing. Soundbite shivered heavily on my shoulder. "Scary," he whispered nervously. "Tell me about it." I muttered back in reply, glancing around cautiously. Wouldn't do to get surprised now of all times. "Hey, Cross. Yerk," I jumped in shock, reeling back as Luffy seemed to pop out of nowhere in front of me. Captain," I swiftly caught myself. "Where the hell did you come from?" "Hey, I got lost." Luffy chuckled as he rubbed his finger under his nose. "That guy gave me directions though." He jabbed his thumb back at Smoker, which allowed me to notice the trail of smoke that leads straight over me. "I'm gonna go see the execution platform. Wanna come?" I considered it for a moment before shaking my head. "Sorry, I've got some business to run for Nami. I'll check it out later though, have fun." She. "Alright, see ya," Luffy waved as he ran to follow the smoke. "Make sure you're back on the Mary by sundown," I called after him. "Got it," he called back before disappearing around the corner. I rolled my eyes as I listened to his footsteps fade into the distance. "He's a real piece of work," I chuckled. "Yes, he is, isn't he?" My spine promptly went ramrod straight as a blood-chilling voice rumbled behind me. Meep. Soundbite swallowed heavily in agreement. "Turn around." Slowly, shakily, I turned around and stared up at the Marine captain in terror. "Is there a problem, officer?" I asked meekly. Smoker blew a cloud of smoke that put anything Sanji could manage to shame as he stared down at me. "You've been following me for the past 13 minutes. Why?"
For a few seconds, I briefly contemplated either bolting or just flat out breaking down. Then, I blinked as I felt something. It was like a bubbling sensation in my gut. It felt like my stomach was boiling over, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was actually nice. Invigorating, actually. Riding on the high of the sensation, I came to a decision. It was, by a lot of accounts, a stupid decision. But hey, what the hell? I was in one piece, and as they say, when in Rome. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my back and forced myself to look Smoker in the eye. I was curious, sir. I wanted to observe something I thought was a myth until now. Smoker cocked an eyebrow in flat curiosity. "Oh, yeah, and what would that be?"
I clenched my fist firmly as I held Smoker's gaze, a decent Marine. The onlooking Marine soldier tensed furiously as he glared at me, but Smoker's reaction was far more volatile, his jaws clenching down on his cigars almost hard enough to bite clean through. "Would you care to qualify that statement?" he growled. I hissed slightly as the bubbling sensation redoubled, causing my blood to race. I briefly considered outright answering for a second before an idea struck me, causing the bubbling to increase a bit more and putting a small grin on my face. "Actually, I've got a question of my own." I pointed up at Soundbite. "Do you know any shops that sell transponder snails? This little guy is wild, and I want to get him a rig." Soundbite glanced at me in disbelief before recovering his nerve and smirking at the captain. "Howdy." To the snail's credit, he barely flinched as Smoker flicked a cold glare at him before refocusing on me. "I know where one is. What of it?" My gut frothed with exhilaration as I out and out smirked up at him. "I propose a trade. You show me where the snail shop is, and in return I'll tell you what I meant. Sound fair?" Smoker fumed for a moment, both figuratively and literally, before whipping his glare at his accompanying petty officer. The Marine in question hastily snapped into a salute. "Why yes, sir. Have the men patrol the docks. Keep your eyes peeled for Monkey D. Luffy." I caught myself before I could glance at Soundbite, and judging by the fact that neither Smoker or his soldier pounced on me, so did he. "But sir," the petty officer stammered. "What about?" "You have your orders, soldier." "Why yes, sir," the Marine yelped in agreement before swiftly taking off. First eyed the Marine warily as he marched off, flatly returning his caustic glare before refocusing on Smoker. "Shall we?" I asked innocently. Smoker snorted before turning around and stomping down the docks. "Walk and talk," he ordered. I shrugged slightly as I complied, speeding up my pace slightly to keep up with the large man. "Where do you want me to start?" "Your general opinion of the Marines." There was no room for compromise in his tone. I thought over my response for a moment before holding up my hands with a sigh. Not a lot to say, really. The Marines are an unscrupulous, morally corrupt military organization that is feared by civilians the world over. Simple as that. Smoker glared down at me as he blew out a particularly nasty-looking cloud. "That's what you think of us?" "No," I drawled as I looked up at him coolly. "It's a legitimate fact, one that you proved earlier." Smoker snorted furiously, his gaze hardening even further. "I didn't hurt that girl and you know it." "You didn't have to," I replied frigidly. "That girl, her father, and everyone who saw you was scared. Not of you, not of your powers, but of your uniform. Of what you represent. The only difference between you and those pirates you arrested," I jerked my thumb over my shoulder, "you're well funded. You're organized. There's more of you than there are of them. And you're always there. And if the civilians try to stand up and get rid of you, then the world government will crush them like ants." This argument is starting to sound familiar. Smoker narrowed his eyes menacingly. I snorted and looked forwards defiantly. "I'm no revolutionary, but I'm not an idiot either. I keep up with the maps. Islands disappear, never to be heard from again. The world nobles are allowed to run roughshod over the rules that their so-called bloodlines established. Hell, I've heard stories of the Marines hunting down and capturing civilians all because they bear brands. Very specific brands." I tilted my head back and let out a sardonic laugh. "The great and powerful Marines. Enforcing the laws they don't follow and protecting civilians from all but themselves. Hoorah!" Soundbite spat venomously. Smoker steamed darkly for a second as he conned. "I trust you have proof to back up these claims."
"I can give you 3. I deadpanned. Just off the top of my head, Captain Axehand Morgan, who ruled over Shell Town like it was his own little fiefdom until a pirate deposed him. Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch, whose pockets are very open from what I've heard. And Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, who doesn't give two shits about protecting civilian lives, merely killing all pirates in his path, good and bad alike." That drew a derisive snort out of Smoker. "Good pirates. That's a myth." "Now there, I can give you 2 examples. First, I held up a finger. I don't know about you, but I'm fairly certain that Whitebeard protecting Fishman Island is a distinctly good thing to do. Neither King Neptune nor any noble of the Ryugu Kingdom has asked for support from the Marines, nor has the world government ordered us to send troops to provide support." Smoker defended swiftly. Too swiftly. It sounded rehearsed. As though he were justifying it to more than just me. "Oh, I get it," I piped up in a sickeningly sweet tone of voice. "So the long and short of it is that the Marines won't do their jobs and give a flying fuck until they're ordered to, and the world government won't order you to. I reiterate, do your jobs and protect the civilians of a member nation, because they couldn't give a crap about pirates and slavers raiding their personal aquarium. How am I doing so far? Am I in the ballpark?" Smoker growled darkly beneath his breath. I snorted and rolled my eyes. "You know, I can't see why people call the warlords government dogs. After all, from what I've seen so far, the Marines are the world government's bitch." "Didn't you say you had 2 points?" Smoker spat rather quickly. I chuckled humorlessly before moving on.
Well, as for the second, I shot the captain a cocky grin. You talked to my captain earlier, and he seemed pretty decent, no? The captain immediately came to a halt, glaring down at me menacingly. I looked up at the Marine with a decidedly unimpressed expression. Including me and the snail, my crew is precisely 7 members strong.
We haven't looted, plundered or pillaged the entire way here, and as far as I can tell they haven't ever hurt any civilians, period.
All we're doing is flying a Jolly Roger and stocking up before we go to the Grand Line. But hey, I held up my wrists with a mock defeated sigh. None of that matters to you. Doesn't matter to the Marines. Our flag is black, so we must be evil, so, come on, lock me up, toss me and impelled down to be tortured far more cruelly than most pirates could even conceive of. I tilted my head to the side curiously. That is your job, right? Smoker stared down at my hands emotionlessly for a second before turning away sharply. We're here. I blinked and looked up at the snail shell-shaped sign hanging above me. Huh, so we are. I gave Smoker a polite smile. Well, this has been an invigorating chat. Thanks for your help. And with that, I pushed past the captain and into the store, closing the door behind me before promptly collapsing against it. Fuck. I hissed to myself, my heart pounding furiously in my chest. You crazy boy, Soundbite snickered with a grin. Tell me about it, I huffed, a grin sliding over my face as I coasted on the elated feeling in my gut. Worth it though, right? Fair enough. Excuse me, sir. I looked up to see a headset-wearing man looking at me curiously from over a counter. Are you here to purchase anything, or? He trailed off uncomfortably. I coughed self-consciously as I stood up properly, readjusting my clothing in the process. Ahem. Yes. Sorry about that, just got out of an interesting conversation. The man chuckled and nodded in agreement. Well, we know all about interesting conversations here at Samson's Transponder Snail Shack. He held a hand out. I'm Samson, nice to meet you. I smiled and shook his hand in greeting. I'm Cross, this is Soundbite. I gestured at the snail, who smirked in greeting. Nice place you got here. And it was, too. Though somewhat small, the walls of the shop were lined with shelves filled with snoozing transponder snails of varying sizes and colors, with a wide variety of technology and equipment strapped to them. There was also an open crate, within which I could see several dozen baby snails crawling around. Hey, thanks, Samson nodded. So, what brings you around? Well, first and foremost, I took Soundbite off my shoulder and put him on the counter. Soundbite here is a wild snail who I want to outfit with a baby snail rig. Do you offer that service? Samson hummed as he eyed Soundbite curiously. Mind if I? Oh, no, go ahead. Alright, then. He picked Soundbite up and started looking him over. Good color, healthy weight, his shell seems nice and solid. Yeah, he looks like he could take a rig. Ah, you're making me blush, Soundbite cackled. Yeek, Samson fumbled the snail, barely keeping himself from dropping the gastropod. What the? Devil fruit, I replied flatly. Ah. The man grimaced. That explains that. He put Soundbite back onto the counter. Well, I don't know how his powers will interact with the technology, but I think he's viable to get a rig. It will cost you, though. I shrugged indifferently. Yeah, that's to be expected. What would you recommend? Samson scratched his chin thoughtfully for a second. Maybe. An Ichabod Portentia 6S. Latest model off the market. A bit pricey though. How much? 25,000 berry, installment included and upfront. Sold. Soundbite squealed eagerly, jumping as much as his invertebrate body allowed. I smiled as I drew out my cash roll and withdrew the appropriate amount of bills. You heard the snail. Sold. Samson blinked in surprise before taking the money, counting it swiftly before nodding in agreement. Alright, then, he held out his hand and allowed Soundbite to crawl on. It should only take me a few minutes. It's a delicate process, but not too difficult. Once more unto the breach, Soundbite crowed as he was carried into the store's back room. You never went there to begin with, I replied, albeit with a grin. I was patient for a while, but after a few minutes I wound up tapping my foot impatiently as I waited for the results. I reached down to my pocket to take out a quick form of entertainment, and promptly found myself cursing Soundbite as I patted down my empty pocket. Finally, and here we have him. I'm back, baby. I jumped as Soundbite's voice blared out around me, prompting me to whip around and whistle as I caught sight of my snail. Well, damn, you look good. And indeed he did. Not only was he wearing a fresh coat of wax on his shell, he had a shiny new transponder speaker poking out of his side and a small pair of headphones latched around his shell. He insisted. Samson scratched the back of his head sheepishly. No, it's fine. I waved him off, taking Soundbite from him and weighing him contemplatively. He gained a little weight, but nothing truly off-putting. So, does it work? I was gonna test it out with one of my snails. Just point one out and... How's this? We both jumped as Nami's voice suddenly came out of nowhere. However, a quick glance downward revealed that Soundbite was wearing a familiarly lascivious smile. The next instant, he'd swapped it out for a full-toothed cheesy grin. "You look stunning, milady." Samson jolted in shock and recognition. Wait, was that? And this? So elegant, madam. Samson's jaw dropped in shock. Holy hell, that's Sinter, the cashier of Rebecca Hamburg. We're in the clerks' union together. My jaw dropped open as I made the connection. Soundbite consistently swapping voices between Nami and the clerk. Wow, that's... Well, to be fair, Soundbite does have a hell of a range. Samson looked at me in disbelief. This guy can hear things a mile away. What? I yelped, staring down at Soundbite in awe. The snail snig tilted his head back and preened. I can see forever. My mind flew as I processed the development before finally reaching a conclusion. It must be the transponder. I whispered in awe. I always thought he could hear so much because of his species. The transponder must be accentuating it even further. Hell if I know, man. Samson breathed as he stared at Soundbite. Devil fruits, you know that there's some crazy shit. I nodded slowly before a thought struck me. A crazed grin slowly spreading across my face. And it's about to get even crazier. I whispered as I slid my headphones over my ears, prompting Soundbite to move the audio from himself to my headset as Nami left the store, driving the clerk to tears in the process. Hey, Nami, can you hear me? A few seconds later, Soundbite adopted a shocked expression, his eyes darting around frantically. What the cross? Where are you? I chuckled with guilty pleasure at her apparent distress. In the transponder snail shop, about a mile away from you. The transponder worked. A mile, and Soundbite can hear everything in that radius? I opened my mouth to respond. Blue tongue snapper for 500 berry. 5 hun. Hey, get back here you little. AMAA. ZII. Ing GRAA. CE. I think I'm gonna be. Before wincing as a barrage of sound assaulted me. Does that answer your question? I heard all that. And Soundbite is a mile away. Are you trying to tell me that your pompous, annoying, jerkos of a snail is essentially a god of noise? I faltered slightly. Don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? He knows everything that happens within a mile of him and he can make anyone hear anything within that range. He's also the size of a baseball, can only move at the rate of an inch a minute, and salt shakers are as deadly to him as cannonballs. Alright, I feel a little better. By the way, did you catch up to Luffy? Yeah, I told him to get back to the ship by sundown then let him get on his way. I'm pretty sure he'll be fine. MMMPH. Alright, then. Anyways, in light of Soundbite's recent upgrade, maybe we should get less snails? Two should do. Well, if it'll save us money, fine. Works for me. Make sure they're good ones, got it? Got it. See you at the Mary. See you, and with that, Soundbite regained his usual proud expression, ta-da. Well, he's going to be a right pain. I sighed tiredly, but, on the upside, I doubt I'll ever manage to misplace him. You have my sympathy, Samson chuckled. So anyways, you said you wanted to buy 2 more snails? Yeah, just babies. I picked up Soundbite and put him back on my shoulder as I looked into the crate. Any suggestions? Not really, Samson shrugged as he leaned over the counter. The majority of snails aren't as expressive as yours, especially after they get their transponder. In general, one's as good as the O. Meedly meedly meo ga. Both Samson and I jumped as Soundbite suddenly started belting out a guitar solo at the top of his lungs. What the hell do you think you're? I cut off the impending rant when I caught sight of the crate. Most of the baby transponder snails had withdrawn into their shells, but 2 of them were still out, goofy grins on their faces as they bobbed along to Soundbite's beat. Well, that's one way of doing it, Samson mused. Tell me about it, I agreed, fishing the 2 snails out and placing them on the countertop. So, how much? These guys are pretty big, quality range, so, 200,000? Oh. The clerk ducked down behind the counter and brought out a leather case with a shoulder strap. And I'll even throw in this snail carrier for an extra 6,000. Sound like a deal? It does to me, I nodded, drawing out the payment and plopping it on the desk. Thanks a bundle. Same to you, buddy, Samson concurred, placing the snails in the bag and handing it over. Good luck on your travels. Slinging the strap over my free shoulder, I waved goodbye as I left the snail shack. I glanced around the street, contemplating where to head next. Why did you do it? Before snapping my head over my shoulder, blinking at Smoker in surprise as he leaned against the wall of the shop. Excuse me? I asked in confusion. Smoker pushed off the wall and walked up to me, looming like a particularly ominous cloud. You might have a smart mouth, but you're still a smart kid. You could have been a lot of things, so why a pirate? I considered my answer for a moment. There were a lot of things I could say, but as it was, I felt that honesty was the best policy. As such, I spread my arms wide. I have a dream, I announced. Or rather, I had a dream, just one that I started with. Then, something changed. Smoker cocked an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? What? My mind went back. I'm gonna be king of the pirates, and I smiled exultantly.
My captain, I chuckled. I know he doesn't look like much, but when he told me his dream, I shook my head in awe. I can't really explain it, but the fact of the matter is that I believe in his dream. I believe that he's going to accomplish it, and I believe that he's going to do things, magnificent, glorious things in the process. I shrugged matter-of-factly. I want to have a front row seat while he does it. Simple, no. For what felt like an eternity, Smoker stared down at me, he watched me, judged me with his inscrutable gaze. Finally, he spoke. Is your crew heading to the Grand Line?
I shot a smirk at him. Isn't everyone with a Jolly Roger and a ship? And I can't talk you out of this madness? A hint of steel came into my glare. Captain, that's a stupid question and you know it. Smoker let out a sigh of defeat as he scratched the back of his head. Stupid kid. He dug into a pocket of his jacket and tossed a small rod of metal at me. Here, you'll need this. I fumbled and only just managed to catch the rod. Looking it over in confusion. It was short and stubby and it looked familiar. Acting on a hunch, I flicked my arm out, causing the 7-inch tube to unfold into a rod that was only a little less than 2 feet long. I eyed the rod in surprise, hefting it contemplatively. Is this a tactical baton? Standard issue in the Marines, meant to handle civilians in a non-lethal manner. Smoker grunted in explanation. It's not much, especially without knowing any techniques, but it's better than nothing. And with that, he turned on his heel and began to march down the streets. Try not to die. I blinked in shock, staring at the rod for a second before looking up at the captain. Wait, I called out. Smoker halted and looked back at me. I held up the baton. Why? I asked slowly. I told you that I was a pirate. I disparaged the Marines and the world government. You would have been well within your rights to break my nose at any point that I was talking. So, why didn't you? Smoker stared at me for a second before breathing out a sigh of smoke. I wanted to prove you wrong. I shook my head definitively. You would have proved me wrong if you locked me in shackles. Not about that, dumbass. Smoker gnawed on his cigar darkly. You said that I was a good Marine. A good Marine wouldn't have let you walk one more step once they knew what you were. He turned around and started to walk away once more. It's as simple as that. I watched him walk away for a second before hastily shouting, Captain. Smoker froze and looked back again, this time with a tinge of exasperation. I don't like what the Marines currently are, I announced plainly, and I don't like what they do. But, I sighed and shook my head. I respect what it stands for, and I respect you. I never said that good Marines were a myth, sir. There are too many good Marines by half. It's decent ones that are in short supply. There's a difference, a big one. I brought my hand up into a salute as I nodded at the captain. Hoorah, sir. Hoorah, Soundbite echoed seriously. Smoker stared at me forfeiting and continuing on his way, his hand raised in farewell. I watched him for a few seconds before glancing at Soundbite. Well, now that that's been handled, wanna go find Nami and make sure she doesn't buy us anything that makes us look like a pair of cross-dressers. Andale. My thoughts exactly. Well, this is turning out to be harder than I thought. I grumbled morosely as I trudged through the town streets. Turns out my job's not so easy, is it now? Nami asked innocently. You're supposed to be able to guide all of us anywhere at any time, Nami. I think that renders your argument a little invalid, I groused with a roll of my eyes. Hey, don't talk to Nami Swan like that. Ack, I yelped, jerking one of my headphones off my ear before glaring at the snickering snail on my shoulder. Volume control, jackass. Soundbite chuckled maliciously for a moment before adopting a far prouder expression. Nice work, Soundbite. Your dinner'll be gourmet tonight. Thank you, the gastropod sang enthusiastically. No honor among thieves, huh? Usopp asked darkly.
Tell me about it. I sighed tiredly. For the past few minutes, Soundbite had managed to locate the majority of our crewmates and connect us all together with sound. Usopp had been more than a little freaked out by the seemingly ghostly voices of the crew, but Nami had swiftly calmed him down, though Soundbite's increase in power had been a visible point of consternation. Soundbite messing around with him via a few really ghostly voices hadn't helped matters either.
Alright, enough. Cross, still no luck finding Luffy? Zoro asked gruffly. Currently, we were all scanning the streets of Loguetown in search of our captain, following Nami informing us all of an impending storm that was fast approaching the island. Furthermore, she'd also warned us all about the dangers of the local Marines, Smoker in particular. I had made an educated decision to not mention my close run-in with the good captain. While that had been fun, the mere concept of the wrath of Nami had nowhere near the same allure. I tsked and shook my head in exasperation. None, either he's being as quiet as a church mouse.
Ha, Nami barked, which were my exact thoughts, or, more likely, he's somewhere so loud that he's being drowned out and Soundbite can't pick him out. Still, it's Luffy, so he should be at the execution scaffold's plaza. I paused for a second before hanging my head with a chuckle. Though knowing him he'll probably be on the scaffold.
Yup. That'd be just like him. I wouldn't be surprised. There was a moment of silence that gradually became more and more uncomfortable until finally. Cross, can Soundbite hear any places loud enough to drown out Luffy? Nami asked slowly. I glanced at the snail questioningly and winced as he nodded with a grimace. Yup. Does that answer your question? And, can you hear what's going on there?
I promptly tapped the side of my headphones, preparation preventing me from wincing as a wave of sound flooded my skull. I pursed my lips as I tried to parse through the cacophony before grimacing as something stood out. I don't suppose Luffy's ever had anything to do with a pirate by the name of Buggy, has he? I asked, fully expecting the answer.
A moment of silence. Then, crap, Zoro summarized succinctly. Everyone double time it to the plaza. Now, Nami ordered, a tone of panic entering her voice. You heard the lady, Usopp. Shake a leg. Alright, but if you really want us to hurry, then maybe you should take the heavier end of this thing. No pain no gain, like you're actually doing anything physical. Soundbite's very mature response was to blow a multi-tonal raspberry. You do realize that he has a point. Riao, I grit my teeth as Soundbite chomped on my ear. Withdrawn. Let go already, I sighed in relief as he finally complied. Alright, we'll talk about this later, but for now, hold on tight. I broke into a fast trot down the street, before hastily backpedaling and jogging in place before a vendor's stand. Pardon me, I inquired as I panted heavily. But how much does a particularly heavy-duty log pose cost? Oh, hey, guys, I wheezed as I skidded to a stop next to the rest of the crew. We were all gathered on the outermost edges of a massive plaza, a huge crowd assembled directly next to us. Zoro gave me a flat look as he graced me with a cursory glance. You need to exercise more. I'll get right on that. I groaned, thanking anyone and everyone I could as energy returned to my aching muscles. Any huff luck finding wheeze Luffy? The swordsman promptly plopped his hand on my head and turned it so that I was following the crowd's line of sight. I blinked at the tall wooden tower that loomed over the mass of people before focusing on the prone and flashy figures at the top of the structure. I immediately dropped my face into a deadpan stare. Honestly, I really should have seen that coming. Yup. Soundbite, Nami and Usopp nodded in solemn agreement. Sanji sighed as he clicked his lighter and lit a cigarette, eyeing the situation with a wary gaze. Cross, Nami, Usopp. Take the supplies back to the Mary. Zoro and I will get our captain out of there. I glanced at the navigator and sniper for a second before shaking my head firmly. No way. I'm staying here to help. Nami looked at me in bewilderment. No offense to you, Cross, but how could you possibly help those two in a fight? I've seen you naked. Don't remind me, I groused, a blush riding up on my cheeks. And you have just about no muscle mass. You'd be dead in 3 seconds flat. If I actually fought, I corrected. I glanced at the crowd before pointing out 3 civilians who were spread apart at random. Distract. Soundbite immediately latched his gaze onto the civilians and grinned mischievously before appearing to speak without actually making any noise.
The reactions were impressive, to say the least. Almost instantly, the civvies leapt close to a foot off the ground, spinning around and looking for the source of whatever had just happened. One of the civilians suddenly turned around and punched another square in the jaw, a furious look on his face, before being tackled by the third. Within seconds, the 3 were locked in a brawl that threatened to spread to the rest of the crowd. Internally, I was gaping in unabashed shock at the madness I just sparked. Externally, I maintained a neutral gaze before glancing down at the cackling snail on my shoulder. I said, distract, not, let slip the dogs of war. Soundbite's laughter redoubled, though judging by how nobody was looking our way he was keeping it restrained to us. But I think I proved my point. I looked Sanji and Zoro dead in the eye. I know I can't fight, but I can provide support. I could possibly help from a distance with Soundbite's range. I shook my head firmly. But I don't want that. I am a straw hat pirate, and that, I jabbed a finger at the platform, is my captain, the future king of the pirates, about to die where his predecessor did. I allowed a tinge of desperation to enter my expression. This is my first chance to contribute to the crew. Don't take this from me. Please, let me help. Soundbite glanced at our crewmates for a second before nodding once, firmly and silently. The rest of the crew were deathly silent as they stared at me in shock before slowly glancing at one another, something unspoken passing between them. For a heart-stopping moment, I was afraid that they'd tell me to go. I'd do it if they pressed, of course. Logically speaking, I was perfectly aware that my presence here would do absolutely jack shit to change the outcome. Emotionally speaking, I knew that my speech was cheesy, but I'd meant every word of it. 1 week might not seem like a lot to most, but in all honesty a week with Luffy. I wanted to see this through, needed to, however I could. Finally, I felt a weight leave my chest as Zoro and Sanji nodded at me. Be ready to run, Sanji ordered. I nodded in understanding before looking up at the platform. Mind if I offer some advice? Zoro shrugged as he undid his bandana and tied it over his head. What? Don't charge in right away. We're lucky, that guy looks and sounds like he loves the sound of his own vlogging for a while so long as he's not interrupted.
Get as close as you can and charge him when it seems like he's winding up for the finale. I'll get Soundbite to start sowing chaos once the fighting starts." Sanji and Zoro glanced at one another before shrugging and nodding. "Sounds like a plan," Zoro grunted as he clicked his swords back into their sheaths. Sanji pointed at Nami and Usopp. "You two are still going back, no debate." Usopp swallowed heavily as he rebalanced the massive fish he was carrying. No argument there.
Nami looked at all of us before hefting her sack as well. "Get him out and then get out. We need to get out to sea before the storm really hits." I nodded at her firmly. "We will. And don't worry, I'll keep you up to date." I glanced between everyone, absently handing her the bag with the transponder snails. "We all know what to do. Let's grab our captain and get the heck off this rock."
And with that, we separated, Zoro and Sanji slipping into the crowd with some degree of subtlety while Nami and Usopp pelted down the street towards the coast. As for me, I slowly started to pace back and forth along the outside of the crowd, scanning it slowly as I kept track of the execution platform.
Thankfully, my summary had been accurate. Buggy was living up the moment for all it was worth. In all honesty, I really had to wonder about what was going through his head when he came up with this plan. Executing Luffy was par for the course, what with him being a psychotic jackass and all, but doing it where his own captain had died. I couldn't tell if he was tipping his hat to Luffy in some sick, twisted manner or if he had just blinded himself to the reality of his location.
Suddenly, I was snapped out of my musings as a flash of green caught my attention. My eyes zeroed in on the spot and scanned the crowd, searching for that color again. I knew it couldn't have been Zoro. His sense of direction was apoplectic but not that bad, so that only really left one option, but there was no way in hell I was that. It was at that point that I caught sight of the green-haired person I'd spied, as well as the heavy furred overcoat he was wearing.
Well, shit. This was a development, to be sure. So, what the hell do I do with it? I mean, it wasn't like I could actually do any good at this point, could I? What if I wound up messing things up? What if I changed things irreparably? What?
I blinked as a thought struck me. So what if I changed things? Luffy actually had something of a point in Sabaody. An adventure's no good if you know every step of it to come. Might as well throw a few wildcards into the mix. And so, my mind made up. I walked up to the person and tapped him on the shoulder before pointing up at the execution scaffold. "Hell of a show, huh?" Bartolomeo glanced at me with a slightly irritated look before, thankfully, shrugging my apparent impudence off in favor of watching the display. "The clown's a bit annoying, but yeah," he grunted with a tone of grudging respect. "Too bad the kid's gonna die. It takes some serious moxie to actually climb the scaffold in broad daylight. I should know, I've gotten locked up for it more than once." I chuckled somewhat shakily as I glanced at the local mobster. "Oh, I wouldn't bet on him dying just yet. I'm pretty certain that he can get his way out of this somehow." "Oh yeah?" Bartolomeo grunted, giving me a sidelong look. "You know him?" I shrugged slightly. "My captain. He's a nice guy, if a bit empty-headed. I haven't been with the crew long, but I've heard enough to know that he's slipped out of some pretty impossible shit before. He's alive." That prompted Bartolomeo's irritated scowl to morph into open surprise. "Captain, huh? So that brat's really a pirate?" "His blood's as salty as it comes, that's for sure." HMPH. The mobster shrugged and looked up at the display, irritated scowl back in place. "Well, the kid's got some guts, sure, but I really don't see what makes him so." "Hey, listen," both Barto and I, not to mention the rest of the crowd, jumped in shock when Luffy's voice suddenly bellowed out. "I am the man," he roared, his voice full of confidence and determination. "WHO will be king of the pirates." My breath hitched as I felt the exact same wave of certainty, the same sense of fact I'd felt the first time he'd said those words. Holy crap. Bartolomeo breathed in shock. Did he really just say that? Here, now, in front of the whole freaking world? I chuckled shakily as I nodded slowly in agreement. Like you said, he's got guts. Suddenly, I noticed there was some sort of commotion coming from a part of the crowd close to the scaffold. A quick glance at Soundbite showed that he was mouthing a bunch of words and sounds desperately. Apparently Bartolomeo didn't notice this as he stared up at the top of the platform. He's not human. Where the hell do you get the sheer balls to say something like that? I allowed a grin to splay across my lips as I glanced at him. I told you, didn't I? He's got salt in his veins. Those guts of his? They're the guts of a pirate, through and through. Bartolomeo nodded slowly in agreement before tensing suddenly. Well, those guts are about to go all over the plaza. I followed his line of sight and set my spine ramrod straight when I caught sight of Buggy holding his sword high above Luffy's neck. No. I breathed in numb horror. I knew that something or someone would save Luffy, be it dragon or be it fate or be it pure luck, but I couldn't help but feel that there was every chance that this was the one time, the one possibility where Luffy. Please don't let this be where it ends. I begged under my breath, please. Cross. Soundbite suddenly put Nami's voice through. Cross, what's happening? Is Luffy safe? I opened my mouth to say something, anything.
Zoro.
I jumped as Luffy roared. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Cross, Soundbite. I felt my heart stop as Luffy smiled openly and without remorse, not a care in the world as Buggy's sword came down on his neck. Sorry, he grinned. But, I'm dead. No, Zoro's voice cried out. Don't talk crazy, Sanji's voice demanded desperately. Luffy, I screamed, my own voice mixing in seamlessly with Nami and Usopp's. Suddenly, with legitimately no warning whatsoever, the sky seemed to split open in a flash of light. Moments later, I was shaken to the core by a crack and a rumble loud enough that I was surprised that the island itself hadn't split open. When I finally managed to get my wits about me, the platform was burning blue and starting to collapse. Cross, what just happened? I jumped as Usopp's voice snapped me out of my awe. I fumbled desperately for a second before managing to answer. A bolt of lightning. The platform. It hit the platform. Lightning hit the platform. There was a moment of shocked silence before Usopp finally spoke. That's less surprising than it should be. And what about Luffy? Nami demanded. Is he alright? I opened my mouth to respond. Hey, I'm alive, that's nice. I let a relieved sigh whoosh out of me as Luffy spoke up. He's alive. I chuckled, relief flooding my body. He's alive, he's alive. Nami and Usopp breathed sighs of relief. Thank God. I knew that idiot wouldn't die that easy. Alright, grab him and get to the Mary as fast as you can. Let's get the heck out of Loguetown. I couldn't agree with you more, I nodded in agreement. See you soon, over and out. Once Soundbite ended the connection, I looked over at Bartolomeo. The mobster was staring at where the scaffold had been standing mere moments ago, his jaw dropped as far open as it could go. See, I grinned shakily as I patted him on the shoulder. Told you he'd get out alive? However, before I could say anything further to him, a very familiar trio ran by us. Shake a leg, Cross, Sanji ordered. Woohoo, they're pissed, Luffy cackled madly. I laughed at the sheer insanity of the situation, befued a farewell at Bartolomeo. Happy trails, partner, I laughed. And with that, I proceeded to take off down the road alongside my crewmates, pushing my body to keep up with them. Who was that you were talking to? Zoro asked. Before I could respond, Soundbite suddenly started crying out Bartolomeo's voice. Hey, wait, guy, wait up. I can hear you, buddy, my snail wasn't just for show, I reassured him. Why, you're with your captain, right, Straw Hat Luffy? See, can I talk to him? I blinked in surprise before shrugging and proffering my snail to my captain. It's for you. Luffy looked at Soundbite in surprise. Hello, who are you? My name is Bartolomeo, Straw Hat Luffy. The reason you're so awesome. The reason you were able to smile at death. Is it because you're a pirate? Luffy stared at the blubbering transponder snail for a moment before grinning widely. Of course, after all, pirates are the freest people on the sea. That means being able to go on incredible adventures and keep smiling no matter what happens. We're nothing other than awesome. Soundbite sniffed and choked for a second in awe before finally speaking. So, if I became a PP pirate, see, could I be as awesome as you? Luffy's grin somehow widened even further as he nodded enthusiastically. Definitely. Bartolomeo hesitated for a mere second before crying eagerly. Then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get a ship. I'm gonna get a crew. I'm going out to the sea, to the Grand Line. I'm gonna become a pirate. One as great and awesome and incredible as you are. Bartolomeo of Loguetown. I'm gonna be a pirate.
Shishishi. Luffy laughed. Sounds awesome. Don't just half-ass it though, you hear? I cut in hastily. Get a real crew, get a real ship. When you go out to sea, you do it with every intention of being the best pirate you can be. You hear me, Bartolomeo?
Why yeah, I hear you. I'll do it right. Wait for me. Alright, Straw Hat Luffy? Wait for me. We're gonna meet again. We'll meet again. In the Grand Line? She. Alright, looking forward to it. Good luck, Barty, Luffy chortled animatedly. Until we see you again, buddy, I agreed. And with that, Soundbite cut the connection, his tears disappearing in favor of his usual smirk. Hey Luffy, sounds like you have a fan, Sanji laughed. I know, right? That's so awesome, Luffy snickered in agreement. What the heck did you say to him, anyways? Zoro asked me. I shrugged helplessly with a grin as I put Soundbite back on my shoulder, flipping my jacket's hood on as I finally noticed the rain pelting down on us. Hell if I know. I was just confident that Luffy would get out of there, must have been infectious, huh? Sanji tsked as he cast a grin at Luffy. Yeah, his crazy is a bit infectious, isn't it? Well, we're already lost causes. I concurred. Let's get back to the ship before this storm drowns us. Enough talking. Luffy snickered as he somehow increased his pace. Just keep running. Aye, Captain, I agreed. We kept running forwards with little to no sense of direction with Marines nipping at our heels. Until we happened to notice a woman standing in the road ahead of us, forcing us to come to a halt. Who is this beauty? Sanji asked eagerly, hearts evident in his eyes. Roronoa Zoro. The woman growled darkly as she glared daggers at us. You never told me you were a pirate. You lied to me, you bastard. Sanji's mood immediately flipped as he snarled at Zoro, seconds away from pounding him. What the hell did you do to that girl, you moss-headed bastard? Sounds like somebody was busy during shore leave. I snickered. Soundbite laughed as he wolf whistled in agreement. Zoro ignored us all as he stepped forwards, staring at Tashigi flatly. You never asked me what my name was, so I never lied to you. It's as simple as that. If the sergeant's enraged expression was anything to go by, she didn't even remotely accept that answer, snarling as she drew her sword. I'm going to take the Wado Ichimonji from you, and make sure it never falls into the hands of a pirate again, and with that, she leapt forwards at us. And was met blade first by Zoro, who stared her down frigidly. Go on ahead, he grunted. Okay. Luffy nodded as he ran past. Good luck. I waved as I followed the rubberman's lead.
Fight fight fight. Soundbite crowed. If you hurt one hair on her head I'll kick your ass, mosshead. Sanji raged as he just barely managed to restrain himself and follow us.
You think you'll be alright? I asked Luffy as the sword wielders fell out of sight. Of course. Luffy grinned. After all, it's Zoro. Fair enough. I conceded, and with that, we kept running for all we were worth. The rain was pouring down on us in buckets and the wind was almost like a corporeal wall, it was so strong. But either way we kept going. Soon, I felt my heart soar as I caught sight of the harbor's arch. It was a sure thing now. We were going to make it. Then I felt my gut drop as I caught sight of who was standing beneath the arch. Ah crap. I groaned piteously. Great, now what? Sanji demanded. Straw Hat Luffy. Captain Smoker growled as he glared at the three of us, forcing us to come to a halt. I already told you couldn't make it to the Grand Line without beating me, didn't I? Luffy blinked in confusion before grinning his usual stupid grin. Oh yeah, I forgot, he chuckled. Smoker narrowed his eyes at us as he took a menacing step forwards. You're really stupid, you know that? I chuckled miserably as I scratched the side of my head. Tell me about it. Luffy's grin darkened with brutal eagerness as he reached up and clutched his hat. Sanji, Cross, Soundbite. You guys go on ahead. I'll deal with this guy.
However, before either of us could even think to either protest or agree, Smoker cut in. What the hell makes you think I'll let any of you get away? He demanded, his arms billowing out into pillars of smoke and grabbing Luffy and leaving him struggling in the air before he could react.
Damn it, Sanji cursed, dashing forwards and launching a kick at Smoker's face. Bastard. Sadly, the kick whiffed straight through Smoker's head, causing him to glare at the cook imperiously. I've got no time for small fry. That was all the warning Sanji received before he was pummeled into a building by a fist of smoke, White Fist. GRK. Sanji, Luffy howled, ripping an arm free and launching it at Smoker. Take this, Gum Gum pistol. Smoker dissipated around the blow, coalescing behind Luffy with a hand on his head moments later. You're worth 30 million, Barry? He scoffed. Before Luffy could react, he was slammed face first into the pavement, with Smoker sitting cross-legged on his back. You're barely even worth one, the captain growled as he started to reach for the jute on his back. Your luck's run out, kid. Oh, I don't know. Smoker froze as I pressed my baton's length against the underside of his throat, casting a shaky grin at him. He seems like he's still a pretty damn lucky bastard to me. Smoker turned a murderous glare on me, causing me to almost lose my grip on my weapon. Do you really think that this will stop me? He intoned darkly. I shrugged ever so slightly as I tilted my head at Soundbite. Depends. Do you think you're fast enough to dodge a blast of pure sound, capable of vaporizing stone? Soundbite snickered in agreement, his teeth bared in a menacing smirk. I was, of course, completely bluffing my ass off, but hey, he didn't know that. Besides, people can dream. Smoker switched tracks instantly. You lied to me, he stated. You said that none of your crew was wanted. In my defense, I've never really seen his wanted poster, I retorted, glancing down at Luffy. You're worth 30 million, Captain? That's pretty awesome. Thinks, Luffy muttered out around the stone. Shut up. Smoker snarled downwards before glaring at me. This is who you're pinning everything on? You're pinning your hopes and dreams on this? This K shot back, as you call him, was just saved by a legitimate miracle.
He is incredible and I believe in his dream, I believe in it every step of the way.
He is going to go on and do awe-inspiring things, and if it means getting to see those things, being able to march with him, step by step, every inch of the way, I didn't even hesitate as I grinned as widely as I could. Then yeah, I'll bet it all on him. Because I genuinely believe in Monkey D. Luffy becoming king of the pirates. And nothing you or anyone in the whole wide world says will convince me otherwise. Ah, Thing's cross, Luffy mumbled out. Anytime, Captain, I nodded firmly. Smoker's response was more terrifying than heartwarming, as he narrowed his eyes and reached up to clutch the handle of his jute. You bet wrong, kid. This is the end of the line, for the both of you. Actually, The world seemed to freeze as a hand came out of nowhere, grabbing the handle as well. I could literally hear my heartbeat as I stared up at the legitimately massive cloaked figure that hadn't been standing behind Smoker a moment ago, taking in his familiar grin and tattoo with awe. I idly noted the nigh imperceptible ee noise that Soundbite was making. I believe it's only just starting, Monkey D. Dragon stated with all the calm of an impending storm. Holy crap. I breathed. Hey, with teas going on, Luffy struggled under Smoker's grip. Whiz that. You. Smoker growled up at the revolutionary, his cold sweat mixing in with the rain. The world government's after your head. Dragon's grin only seemed to widen in response. The world is still waiting for our answer. Before anyone could think to respond, the world seemed to go green and the wind went from howling to roaring, bellowing in rage and fury as it tore at the world around us and sent the world into chaos. I barely managed to identify the screaming I heard as my own a second later. When it finally died down, I was laying on my ass in the harbor, my head spinning as I tried to clamber to my feet. Soundbite. I groaned, pushing myself to my feet. Spin cycle sucks. He spat out from inside his shell, which was thankfully still clutching my shoulder. Hey, Cross. Usopp cried as he grabbed my other shoulder and shook me slightly. You alright? I gave the sniper a shaky grin. Bruised and battered, but I think alive. I frowned as a thought struck me. But where's the Mary? Usopp groaned as he pointed out to sea, where I could see a sail bobbing halfway to the horizon. Out there. I don't know how we'll reach it now. I do. Luffy's voice rang out. Brace yourselves, guys. Gum gum. I tensed as I remembered where this was undoubtedly going. This is gonna suck, I groaned. Rocket. I think I might have blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I knew I was laying on the Mary's deck alongside the rest of the male portion of the crew, groaning in pain on account of my body feeling like somebody had taken a baseball bat to it. Oh. I whined. Well, that was fun. Zoro concurred WTIH a wheeze of pain. Hey, Cross. Sanji managed to bite out. Did you manage to see what did all this? Soundbite and I opened our mouths. Then glanced at one another and promptly snapped them shut. Sanji. I breathed. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Yep. Soundbite nodded in agreement. You're here. Nami laughed in relief as she helped us up. Come on, we need to get moving. We've got a tailwind. We need to get out of here before the Marines manage to catch up to us. And with that, we scrambled to man the lines, working the whipstaff and sails furiously in order to fight against the elements and force them to work in our favor. It was not a fun time, what with us coming within feet of capsizing and taking a final dip, but we eventually managed to stabilize things. Finally, Nami called out to us all. Hey, look, there's a light. And indeed there was. A tower of stone with a light flashing on top, defying the darkness of the storm. Is that a lighthouse? Usopp asked in confusion as he clutched the mast. Nami grinned and nodded. Yeah. The guiding light. It's one of the markers. Beyond that light is the entrance to the Grand Line. So, she smiled at us all eagerly, seemingly drunk on the moment. What's it gonna be? Usopp whimpered miserably as he held on to the Mary for dear life. Do we have to do this in the middle of a storm? Ah, come on, Usopp. I teased, my hands firmly clutching the Mary's rigging. Where's your sense of adventure? I think it fell overboard and drowned a mile back. Scaredy cat. Oh, quiet, you. Nevertheless, we all smiled eagerly at Nami and nodded, ready to take the next leg on our journey. Okay, I say we do something to mark the occasion. Sanji nodded in determination, lugging a barrel out of the Mary's storeroom and setting it up on deck. Usopp eyed the skies nervously before swallowing his fear and nodding in agreement. Alright. I'm in, Luffy whooped. Let's do it, Nami concurred. Zoro didn't say anything, but his grin was answer enough. Hell yes. I couldn't help but laugh. Woohoo, Soundbite hollered. And so, Sanji raised his leg and placed it on top of the barrel. I'm going to the Grand Line. To find the All Blue, he announced. I'm going to be king of the pirates. I'm going to be the world's best swordsman. I'll draw a map of the world. I am going to become a brave warrior of the seas. I hesitated as my turn came up. At this moment, I wondered, did I truly deserve to be here? In front of all these incredible people, in front of all their incredible dreams, I had to wonder, was I truly worthy? Could I do it? In the end, I could only come up with one suitable answer. Hell yes. I raised my foot and landed it on the barrel with finality. I'm going to travel the seas. I declared firmly. And I'm going to see everything this cruel, crazy, beautiful world has to offer. Ditto. Soundbite roared in agreement. We stared at the barrel for a moment as we took it all in. 6 people and 1 snail, each with our own dreams, our own capabilities. About to take on the world. In a word, it was awe-inspiring. Finally, Luffy grinned and raised his leg high, prompting us all to follow along. And now, he announced, to the Grand Line. We brought our feet down on the barrel in the middle of a crack of thunder. And so, our journey well and truly began. As poetic as our start towards as the official start of our adventure was, the reality was far less pleasant. We were, after all, setting out in the middle of a hurricane-grade storm. Still, at least we had a lighthouse to guide us. Ah, Nami, the light's gone, for about 2 seconds, anyways. It's a lighthouse, Luffy, I called up to my captain as he hung from Mary's neck, fighting with the Mary's lines all the while. Why he insisted on putting himself in the most precarious of positions over the goddamn ocean when he couldn't swim was beyond me. But I'd grown more than used to it in the little time I'd known him. They can't keep it going all the time, especially not in this kind of weather. Don't worry, Nami reassured him as she stepped up onto the prow, glancing at the map she was holding as she tried to perceive something, anything through the deluge. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I can get us into the Grand Line, guaranteed. If you can find your way through this, then I'd say you're more witch than expert, I offered, only half joking. Har har, very funny. She. You're really impressive, you know that? Luffy asked as he twisted himself around to smirk up at Nami. Yeah, the navigator rolled her eyes. Now would you please get down from there before you fall in? I'm not gonna give up my special seat. I couldn't help but laugh at his matter-of-fact tone. I wouldn't sit there even if you paid me, I'm wet enough as is. I don't want to fall into the ocean on top of that. Scaredy cat. Luffy stuck his tongue out at me. Buck, Soundbite clucked out with a sneer. Do you want to go in instead? I asked sardonically as I glanced at the snail. He promptly squawked and snapped back inside his shell. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do it anyways. We can use him as bait, Usopp called from the other side of the deck. I'll take that into consideration. Traitor, alright, enough fun and games. Nami rolled her eyes with a smirk before turning serious. Cross, would you mind? I nodded in understanding and tapped Soundbite's shell before pointing at Nami. Amp. Soundbite popped an eye out of his shell before letting out a whine. You're live. Everyone meet me in the cabin. Nami's voice rang out. We need to talk about what's coming up next.
Hastily complying, we all tied up our lines and followed Nami into the kitchen, where she spread her map open over the table.
Now, I know this sounds crazy, she started. Nami? I hastily interrupted, reaching out and pinching Luffy's cheek in order to stretch it out. There's a rubber man and a sound snail on board, and a smoke man tried to stop us from leaving Loguetown not more than an hour ago. I think we passed crazy a long time ago. Nami considered this for a moment before indicating the center of her map. Even if I tell you that the only way into the Grand Line is by sailing up a mountain? Reverse mountain, right, I nodded in confirmation. The rest of the crew looked at me in shock. Wait, what? Usopp squawked in disbelief. Sailing up a mountain? Why, you can't be serious. Oh no, I'm deadly serious. I shook my head firmly. Reverse mountain is pretty much the only means of entering the Grand Line open to the public. I looked at Nami. May I? She shrugged indifferently. If you know anything about it, feel free.
Right then, I walked over to the table and looked over the map before pointing out the design that occupied the center. Alright, this here is Reverse Mountain. See these lines that cross over it?
Sanji gnawed on his cigarette contemplatively as he looked the relatively ancient map over. Yeah, what are those? Canals. I held up a hand to stave off any oncoming protests. I know it sounds nuts, but those are canals, running up the entire length of the mountain, past the clouds and down into the Grand Line. No clue who built them, how, when or why, but they exist alright. No way. Usopp stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sailing up a mountain, that's impossible. Hey, Sanji slapped the back of Usopp's head. If Nami says that's how we get in, then that's how we get in, it's as simple as that, and… Well, Cross is pretty smart too, I guess. Ah, thanks, Sanji, don't press your luck, snail mail. Soon DE, don't even think about it, dumbass. I firmly slapped a hand down on Soundbite's shell with a glare. It sounds like it could be fun, Luffy grinned eagerly. Don't get your hopes up, Luffy, Zoro warned cynically. Nami, you stole this map from Buggy, are you sure that it's reliable? I can guarantee it, I volunteered. It's not surprising that map is so valuable. It's eerily accurate. The Marines would probably love to get their hands on it, so as to better control any info on the Grand Line. And how do you know so much anyways? Zoro asked with a tinge of suspicion. I swallowed slightly at the attention before rallying. No offense to the East Blue, but it is called the weakest of the blues, and this is one of the reasons why, I answered with a shrug. Florida is on the Red Line, so we border the North Blue as well as the East. Info on the Grand Line is more thorough there. I frowned and thought. Well, general information, anyways. The Grand Line has a reputation for being a bit active. Who knows how accurate some of my info really is? Usopp shuddered heavily as he processed the implications of that statement. Wait, why you mean? Yeah. I barely repressed an evil grin as I pointed out several spots on the map past the Grand Line. There should be islands here, and here. At least, from what I remember at any rate. Geography. Such a feeble aspect of the Grand Line. The sniper choked out a terrified sob as he sank to his knees. What kind of a place are we headed into? He demanded helplessly. I really did grin malevolently as I loomed over him. Hell. Ooh. Soundbite snickered as he mimicked a theremin. Sanji delivered a slow clap as he observed our antics. Very funny you two. Now lay off him before he has a heart attack, would you? I chuckled as I raised my hands in surrender. Fair enough. Sorry about that. Anyways. Zoro pressed on with a sigh. Even with how crazy the world already is, what you're saying is pretty out there. Couldn't we just, I don't know, sail right into the Grand Line or something? Looks like the ocean is pretty clear to me. No way. Luffy and Nami bellowed simultaneously. What they said, I concurred, pointing at the pair. It'd be totally wrong if we didn't start our adventure properly, Luffy continued with a determined nod. That, not so much. Listen, Nami crossed her arms firmly. It's not so easy as you make it out. There's a reason that not just anyone can get into the Grand Line, after all. One does not simply sail into the Grand Line. Soundbite nodded in agreement. Oh yeah? Sanji cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. How come? I opened my mouth to respond, then paused as I became aware of something. Or rather, a lack of something. I swallowed heavily before grinning morbidly. How about I show you? Huh? I spread my arms wide. Notice anything missing from this picture? The crew stared at me in confusion, until Soundbite got the hint and started whistling like the wind, literally. Huh, now that you mention it you're right, the rain stopped, Usopp said as he glanced out one of the portholes. It's what? Nami squawked, staring outside in horror. No way, we should have been in that storm all the way to the entrance of the canal. And yet, take a look. I pushed the kitchen's door open and gestured. Not a cloud in the sky. Woo-ah. Luffy breathed in awe as he jumped onto the deck, looking around eagerly. The weather's suddenly great, that's so cool. Yeah, Sanji muttered as he walked out and looked back past the aft of the ship. But I can still see the storm back there, what gives? Ooh, nothing much, I shrugged with a sigh. Just nature to all interblue travel. This isn't the time to speak pretty, dumbass, Nami shrieked in terror. If you know where we are, then you know why I need to start rowing our way out of here right goddamn now. Huh? Luffy looked at me in confusion. How come? Where are we? The calm belts, I explained with a wide grin. They're the twin seas that border each half of the Grand Line on either side. No winds blow and barely any currents flow, and of those just about none go all the way through. Think doldrums, only on a global scale. So it's calm seas all the way? Zoro asked. Doesn't that mean we could just row through? Hell no, Nami's right, it's not that simple, I nodded in agreement. After all, as I said, they're seas. It'd take weeks, hell, maybe even months to row our way through. With 7 of us on board, we'd almost certainly die of dehydration before we made it through. Besides that, I wouldn't put it past the seas to toss 1 or 2 tsunamis at us, which we wouldn't have a chance of outrunning. Then there's the fact that the calm belts are the hunting grounds of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who would most definitely kill us all in about 10 seconds flat. The majority of the crew was staring at me in unmitigated horror, while Luffy was grinning at me as though I just caused Christmas to come early. And none of those are even the popular reason why nobody comes through here. And that reason would be? Usopp asked nervously, obviously dreading the answer. Nami made to answer, just as the ship suddenly lurched. What the heck? Sanji spat. Soundbite shivered on my shoulder, his eyes swiveling furiously. There he sang morbidly. And just like that, in less than a second, for the first time in her life, the Going Merry flew, sailing high into the sky before coming to a sudden halt and flinging us off our feet. Ouch. I moaned, wincing as my bruises from Luffy getting us back on board the Merry flared up. That wasn't pleasant. What was that? Zoro groaned. The popular reason. Nami whimpered pitifully as she hugged the mast desperately. Usopp made to ask what she meant, and promptly keeled backwards, foaming at the mouth as the shadow of a titanic head covered us all. It's filled with sea kings, our navigator sobbed with a hopeless smile. Yeah. I chuckled helplessly, staggering to my feet and glancing over Mary's side at the expanse of black and white skin that lay below us, my blood roaring in my ears as my gut started to boil. It's their natural breeding ground, actually. Ironic, ain't it? Most dangerous monsters in the world besides humans, and they live in the most peaceful part of it. Yeah. Zoro huffed hurriedly, dragging the ship's oars out of the stockroom and handing them to Sanji and Luffy. Alright, listen up. When these guys go under, we roll like hell for the storm, got it? Yeah, Luffy nodded in agreement. We're going into the Grand Line the right way. That's not the reason why, dumb wag. Nami was cut off as the Merry suddenly heaved. What the? Soundbite blinked in confusion for a second before squeaking and snapping back into his shell. Gesundheit. I bit out a curse as I shoved Soundbite into my jacket before running to the Mary's rigging and wrapping one of the rope ladders around my arm. Hold on to your everything. And just like that, I experienced one of the most violent sneezes I'd ever felt in my life and things went straight to hell. The next few minutes were a blur of motion, screaming, flailing, and enough rope burned to skin my arm down to the muscle. When all was said and done, I found the sting of the rain and seawater sloshing into my open wounds a relief when compared to the idea of going face to face with that horde of monsters again. Oh, thank God it's just a storm, Usopp wheezed. That wasn't all that fun. Luffy, of all people, admitted, if somewhat reluctantly. Anyone else feel like going in the hard way? Nami asked darkly. Eenope, Soundbite bellowed from within his jacket. If I never move again it'll be too soon, Sanji groaned. I made to respond, but winced as Nami let out a shuddering groan as she suddenly lurched hard to port. You and me both, but that's not an option at the moment. Either we move or these crazy currents capsize us. The male members of the crew groaned in despair, while Nami suddenly shot up with a gasp of realization. That's it. The hell are you talking about, woman? Zoro demanded tiredly. The currents. That must be how the canals work. Nami shot to her feet and started pacing furiously in thought, somehow managing to stay standing despite how wildly the deck was swaying. It sounds crazy, but if sea currents flowed at the mountain strong enough, then the water would flow up the mountain before coursing down into the Grand Line, like a fountain. There's no doubt we're already on the current, so we just need to do is steer our way in. She then bit her thumb fearfully as a realization hit her. But that also means that things are that much more dangerous. Reverse Mountain is a winter island, so when the current hits the red line, it sinks back down into the sea. If we crash, we'll be dragged under for sure. Ah, Luffy nodded in what I highly doubted was understanding. So it's a mystery mountain, nailed it. Hey, it's not that hard to understand. I cut in, holding myself up against Mary's railing. The red line is a chain of mountainous islands all linked together that run around the world, each with their own year-round seasonal climate. Florida was a summer island through and through, so I'm used to the heat. Ooh, so they're mystery islands, got it. I shrugged at Nami helplessly. I tried. HMPH. Zoro shook his head with a grunt. Never heard of anyone sailing over a mountain before. I might have, Sanji shot back with a grin. About this mountain? No, the Grand Line. Sanji's smirk widened visibly. They say you need to be half dead before you can get in. Are you kidding me? Usopp demanded helplessly. Hey, what were you expecting? A red carpet? I laughed as I patted Usopp's back sympathetically. Nothing worth doing is easy to do, which means this is really gonna be worth it, right? The long-nosed sniper shot me a dark glare. I vehemently question your logic. NYEH, Soundbite poked his head out of my jacket in order to stick his tongue out at Usopp. You little, hey, I can't see the Mystery Island mountain. Luffy suddenly bellowed, jabbing a finger out into the storm. We all turned to see what he was indicating, and promptly fell silent. It was. Monolithic was a word, but it didn't even begin to do the red line justice. It was as though the horizon had just become stone. I craned my neck back, staring up in an attempt to catch sight of the top of the line. Some part of my memory logically told me that it was an exercise in futile, but I had to try, some other part of my mind stubbornly refusing to accept the idea that something as stupidly massive as this geological monstrosity was physically capable, in this world or any other. But no, there it was, staring me straight in the face and defying everything I knew to be fact. And, I realized with a start, coming closer each and every second. Guys, I croaked numbly. Luffy successfully proved that the apocalypse was fast approaching by being the first to realize what I was getting at. We're getting sucked in, he whooped euphorically. Sanji, Usopp, steer us in. Shocked out of their stupor, the two promptly scrambled into the kitchen and grabbed the whipstaff. On IT, they chorused. As we came closer and closer, we managed to catch sight of a crack in the mountain. Nami dug a pair of binoculars out of her coat and stared through them for a second before fumbling and almost dropping them in shock. Holy crap, she squeaked. What is it? Zoro asked her. She handed the binoculars to him without a word. He looked through them as well in shock. I can't believe it. I laughed hoarsely as it finally came into sight. What had to be thousands upon thousands of gallons of water pouring up the mountain, passing beneath 10 impossible stone arches. The sight was so insane, so terrifying, so beautiful. It was breathtaking. An awe-inspiring sight that flipped every switch I had and threw my being into overdrive. My whole body felt like it was in danger of boiling over at any moment. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, I couldn't help but quote with an ear-to-ear grin. Zoro ground his teeth as he stared at the fast-approaching gate. Damn pretty words. Won't mean much if we die, though. We're a little off, Luffy noted with a tinge of panic. We need to be more to the right. Acting fast, I yanked Soundbite out of my coat and slammed him onto my shoulder, a whine flaring up over the howl of the wind. Hard to starboard. Right, on it. For a moment, we heard them struggling to keep the Mary's rudder under control. Snap. until the sound of wood snapping in two like a dried twig rang out over the deck. We all turned and stared at the whipstaff's destruction for a moment before a shudder beneath our feet brought us all back to our senses. The WHIPSTAFF, Nami shrieked in terror. I froze for a moment as I noticed the fact that we were heading straight for one of the arches. Luffy, I asked nervously. I'm on it, Luffy roared as he rushed past me. I barely had time to process the blur of yellow heading at me before I managed to force myself into action and grab Luffy's hat before it could fly away. Gum gum. Luffy jumped over the edge of the Mary, interposing himself between the arch and our ship before inflating to unrealistic proportions. Balloon. For a heart-pounding moment, Luffy was squeezed against the arch, the Mary staying in place, until we finally slipped past, flying up the canal so fast we might as well be on a roller coaster. There was just one problem. Luffy, I yelled, watching as our captain started to drop into the sea. Grab on, Zoro bellowed desperately, holding an arm out to him. Nothing. Nothing. Luffy's hand grabbed Zoro's in an instant, clutching it for dear life. One hard tug later and our captain was tumbling onto the deck, laughing his ass off. I sighed in relief as I slammed Luffy's hat back on his head. Never do that again, dumbass, I shouted through my smile. Dumbass, dumbass, Soundbite parroted eagerly. Luffy's response was to laugh even harder, and he wasn't the only one. All around me, the crew was celebrating. Usopp and Sanji were dancing. Nami was whooping joyously. Zoro had cracked a grin. And me? In the past 10 minutes, I had come inches from death, be it by storm, by sea king or by crazy, convoluted currents. I was officially in over my head, miles out of my element. Peef. I snorted, my whole body shaking for a moment until I finally threw my head back and howled with laughter. PFF ha 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 ha. And I was loving every second of it. Cackling like a madman, I leapt up onto the Mary's railing, wrapped my arm around the rigging, and hung myself out over the abyss. The wind tugged at my body, trying to wrench me free, the sea roared and howled mere feet below me, and I felt more alive than I'd ever imagined I could. It was stupid, it was insane, and I was laughing the whole time. Ha ha ha. I laughed at the top of my lungs. We're in, we're in. Banzai, banzai. Soundbite guffawed in agreement as he held on for dear life. A second later, Nami suddenly shouted and pointed ahead. Look, she exclaimed with a massive grin. We're going through the clouds. And so we were. Further in and further up the mountain, piercing through the roof of the heavens until at last we broke through and came within sight of the peak, the very roof of the world. It was indescribable. The waters of 4 oceans, the world itself, colliding into a singular point. Foam spraying up and dissipating into mist before it all rumbled down a singular channel. Within moments, we were on it. The Mary jumped and, for a brief moment, she flew once more, the force of the water spinning her around to face the only possible way out. As we started to fall, I looked over my shoulder and stared into the clouds that obscured the mountainside. For a brief moment, I imagined that I could see it, that I could just catch a glimpse of it. The throne of the king of the pirates, the final destination, the promised island. Raftel. I swallowed heavily as a massive grin split my face. There's the finish line. I can see it, Luffy cheered. The grand line. I snapped my head around as the Mary hit the downward flowing channel, and I saw what he saw. A lot of it was obscured in clouds, but it was there. There was no denying it. A field of blue that married the horizon, roiling and churning and roaring in welcome. My grin widened even further, and there's the start. As we fell down the mountainside, picking up speed, I couldn't help but feel I was forgetting something. But at this point, I officially couldn't care less, and didn't even try to restrain my reaction as we soared down the world's largest waterslide. Ha ha ha. I barked wildly, hanging over the edge of the abyss. This is awesome. I love you guys. I love you all so freaking much, oohhhh. I blinked as a faint warbling sound rippled through the air, jerking me out of my laughter. The heck? You heard it too? Zoro called up to me. Good chance of it being the wind. Nami shrugged indifferently. The rock formations around here are pretty unusual. I'm not so sure about that. I frowned slightly, racking my brain. That noise was familiar. Where had I? Soundbite, could you? Soundbite mimicked a rewinding cassette for a second before finally. WWWOOOH. I cocked an eyebrow at the replay. That was a lot clearer than I remember. Soundbite's skin became a shade of gray, more ashen than his usual gunmetal as the blood drained from his face. That wasn't me, he yelped. I snapped my eyes to the snail in disbelief. Excuse me. WWWOOOHHH. I shuddered as the sound came again, this time a full factor louder. That was really familiar. Hey, Usopp called down from where he was hanging onto the mainmast's yardarm, pulling down one of the lenses of his goggles in curiosity. I think there's something up ahead. Yeah, Sanji concurred, pointing at the mists dead ahead of us. It looks like a mountain. Huh? Nami blinked in confusion. That can't be right. All that's supposed to be past here is the Twin Capes. Then what the hell do you call that? Zoro demanded, pointing at the dark silhouette that was starting to come into view, almost as large as the red line itself. What the hell? Nami blurted in disbelief. But that chart was accurate, there aren't any mountains here. I narrowed my eyes at the silhouette as I tried to connect the dots. Massive form, smack dab where there should be nothing of the sort. And that noise. I knew that noise, I know I'd heard that noise before. Now if only I could remember what that noise. BWWWOOOOOOHHHH, Sea King shite. That's no mountain, I whispered numbly. The crew looked at me in confusion for a second. BWWWOOOOHHHH, Thar she blows, Soundbite cried out. Before snapping their heads around at the newest reiteration of the noise, the mist finally parting just enough to give us a clear view of what was in our way. And what he was. Holy crap, that's a whale, Usopp shrieked in terror. No, I couldn't help but mentally correct Usopp as I stare up at the entity towering before us. That's no whale. And indeed he wasn't. Or at least, he wasn't just a whale. Oda did his best, but he didn't really do Laboon justice. Not his fault, really, it was hard to truly render such a beast with mere pen and paper. He was. I suppose Titan would be the most apt word. A massive, dominating form of flesh and blood wrapped in pitch-black skin. He was almost as big as some of the largest creatures we'd seen on the fringes of the Calm Belt, and I was beyond certain that he would, judging by the building-sized teeth I could just spy poking out of the corners of his mouth, have eaten some of the smaller ones I'd seen.
To put it simply, Laboon was, well, he was glorious.
He was also going to crush us with his gargantuan frame without moving so much as a muscle. As we rushed towards the literally killer whale, my crewmates panicking wildly around me, I found myself falling back onto the option my mind found most logical at the moment. Peef. I laughed. PFF ha ha ha, I guffawed, barely managing to support myself on the Mary's railing as laugh after laugh bubbled up and out of my bubbling stomach. What the heck are you laughing about, dumbass? Nami shrieked as she grabbed me by my collar.
I froze momentarily as the question hit me. Now that I thought about it, why was I laughing? I mean, after all, there was nothing funny about our situation. We were hurtling towards death at speeds almost guaranteed to break every bone in our bodies. This wasn't humorous, this was dangerous. This was fatal. This was abso-freaking-lutely exhilara. Ooh.
I plastered a shaky grin on my face as I chuckled nervously. Ah. Would this be a bad time to inform you that I think I just figured out that I'm an adrenaline junkie? What? Before I could respond, a massive boom shook the ship before we were jerked to a slower pace, throwing us all off our feet. Nami blinked in confusion as she tried to get her limbs beneath herself. What the hell was that? Soundbite's eyes twisted around for a second before locking dead ahead. Dumbass, he spat out in Nami's voice. Nami and I followed Soundbite's line of sight, and promptly noticed the trail of smoke wafting upwards. The cannon, my crewmates shrieked in horror. I, however, was more focused on the fact that Laboon was still coming closer and closer. Yeah, Luffy called out from beneath the forecastle. Did it work? Did he stop? Not quite, I barked out, leaping up and wrapping the rigging around my arm again. Brace for impact, Soundbite hollered. A second later, we thumped against Laboon's hide. Thankfully, the majority of the impact to the ship was negligible. Crack. I winced as Mary's head was snapped not very cleanly from her neck. That, not so much. This is bad. Nami whimpered as she held onto Mary's railing for dear life, her eyes halfway devoid of life. Am I dead? Newt yet. Aw, my special seat. I winced as Luffy's voice bellowed out, filled with equal parts horror and fury. Give it a minute, though, I'm sure you won't have to wait long. We're not waiting, period, oomph. I wheezed as Zoro tossed one of Mary's oars at me, with Usopp quickly helping me pick it up. Come on, he ordered as Sanji helped him lower the other oar into the water. Let's get out of here before that thing reacts. Seriously. Usopp yelped as he jerked the oar into motion alongside me. Is this thing so big that it didn't notice a freaking cannon firing into it, or is it just slow? I think it's more the former than the latter, I grunted as I alternated between pushing and pulling the wooden stick. After all, from my experience, the intelligence of animals can seriously surprise you at times. Represent. Soundbite nodded firmly. After all, you'd expect a snail that can speak to have at least half a brain cell. Oi, hey. Listen up, we all froze as Luffy's voice bellowed out. Apparently Laboon noticed as well, the way his body sunk down into the water just enough so that his gargantuan eye could loom over us. Nami swallowed heavily as she eyed our captain nervously. Luffy. She attempted to placate him desperately. I realize you might be angry, but that thing's a million times your weight. Whatever you do, don't do anything stupid. Bastard. Luffy hollered, snapping his arm out and punching square into the center of Laboon's cornea. Like that, you moron, the rest of the crew shrieked. You can't seriously be surprised by this. I sighed with a weary grin. If I had to guess, though, Laboon almost certainly was if the way his pupil jerked down to stare dead at us was anything to go by. He's noticed us, Nami choked out, and I'll make him notice us even more, Luffy roared. Shut up, dumbass, Zoro and Usopp ordered as they tackled him and started doing their utmost best to keep him quiet. I made to say something, and froze as I caught sight of Laboon twitching slightly. I think that might be too little too late.
BWWWOOOOHHHH. As if to prove me right, Laboon suddenly moved, his mass shifting far faster than anything even half his size had a right to move as he twisted his head around and snapped his mouth open, allowing a veritable waterfall worth of water to cascade down his throat.
I cursed as the Mary suddenly jerked forwards. Correction, a waterfall worth of water and us. Hold on to something, I cried, one hand clutching Soundbite to my chest while my other twisted itself into the rigging as tight as it could go. Wah! Luffy cried in panic as the Mary's deck suddenly bucked just a tad too hard, throwing Luffy well clear off our ship into parts unknown. I'm gonna fall in. What the helllook out? Usopp screamed in terror, we're going down. And indeed, down we went. Down and down and down, twisting and swinging every which way there was to swing. It was like the world's most absolutely insane roller coaster. It was pitch black, it was wild, and it out and out reeked. Finally, the Mary hit a steady downward slide. It was uncontrolled, yes, but at least we weren't in danger of going overboard every other second anymore. I panted heavily as I fought to get some air back in my lungs, and my legs beneath my body. Sue! I panted for a second before slapping Soundbite onto my shoulder and tapping his shell. Sound off. Here, hey. I'll live. I'm terrified beyond all belief, disease. Right there with you. I twisted my head around wearily, trying to spy anything in the pitch black darkness. Anybody have any idea where we are? Beyond the obvious, I mean. Can't see shit, Cap'n, crap, Luffy, where's Luffy? Last I saw he was being thrown overboard, I supplied. But I wouldn't worry. Anyone else and I'd say they were sinking to a tea party with Davy Jones. Him? 10 Berries says he's making his way down this thing's blowhole and he'll meet up with us sooner or later. I'll take that action, you have no shame, do you, witch? Don't call Nami Swan A-. Guys, what? We're not dead yet, right? I'm not sporting wings and a halo, so no. The hell makes you think you're going up there, snail mail? Peef, compared to you and most people on these seas? I'm a freaking saint. The literal kind, not the batshit evil inbred kind. Oh, screw, so we're still alive, yeah? Yes, Usopp, we're still alive.
Then could someone explain the light at the end of the tunnel?
We all turned towards the approximate direction of the aft and caught sight of the bright light illuminating the darkness. A bright light that was coming up fast. Hold on, I barked out. And with that, Mary splashed down into the light, the suddenly even water killing our momentum and bringing us to a firm and final halt. We slowly clambered to our feet, looking around in order to catch sight of our surroundings, and promptly staring in disbelief. Guys, I squeaked numbly. You seeing what I'm seeing? Soundbite demanded. That depends. Nami said slowly, her tone very carefully neutral. Are you seeing the big blue sky after we got swallowed by a whale? Not to mention an island with a palm tree and house on it. Yup. Zoro, Usopp and Sanji nodded solemnly. Nami nodded stiffly. Then there are two possibilities. 1. We've all gone batshit insane. I proceeded to give Nami a look. Point. Alright, in that case. Yeah, I've got nothing. Never thought I'd see the day. I mused to myself as I looked around. I racked my brain as I tried to recall the exact details of what had happened around now, cursing my past self for passing up the chance to reread the series when I had it. Well, at any rate. Maybe we actually are in the belly of the whale? The walls could be painted or something. Zoro stared at me in disbelief. You can't be serious. I slapped a hand to my chest and raised my hand towards the pseudo-sky. May a sea king strike me down should I lie. Splash. Gra sea king, right. Faced with the titan-sized serving of fresh calamari that was barreling towards me, my mind promptly stalled against my will, causing me to blurt out the first thing that came to mind. May the sea king be struck down should I lie, thunk. I blinked in surprise as a trio of harpoons burst out from between the titan squid's eyes, causing it to twitch once, twice, 3 times before it slowly collapsed backwards, its blood and ink staining the stomach acid. I stared at the scene in shock before snapping my gaze upwards. May a billion berries fall from the sky should I lie. Nothing. I scowled in disappointment. Seriously, what omnipotent being worth their divine salt doesn't do things in threes? Rip-off. Soundbite concurred. What the hell kind of place is this? Nami sobbed miserably. I want to go home. Usopp concurred. Cram it, peanut gallery, Zoro growled as he clicked one of his swords out of its sheath ever so slightly. We're not alone. Here's hoping they're human. Sanji smirked as he puffed out a plume of smoke. We all tensed as the door to the house slowly edged itself open, allowing someone, mostly human, to step out. I mean, old and humanoid Crocus might have appeared, but seriously, there was no way in hell that stuff on his head was hair. Then again, considering where I was. Is that actually a human? Usopp blinked in disbelief. Could be a flower man, I shrugged. I mean, seriously, between the minks, the fish, merfolk and the long limb tribes, I wouldn't put it past this world. Well, whatever he is, don't let your guard down, Zoro growled as he tightened his grip on his katana. He just took down a sea king-size squid like it was nothing. Sanji mused nervously. Chances are, either he just saved us, or he was fishing, which make me wonder, what does he have in store for us? Almost in response, Crocus snapped his eyes up to glare at us. We all tensed furiously as his eyes peered into us. Another thing Oda's pen simply couldn't fully capture. I think I finally understood how a simple doctor managed to get someone with the name of D, much less any of the Pirate King's crewmates, to sit down long enough for halfway decent treatment. By terrifying the ever-loving shit out of them. And so, we waited, and waited. Until finally, Crocus sunk into a lawn chair and flipped open a newspaper. Will you say something already? Sanji roared indignantly. Crocus cocked an eyebrow at the outburst, but before he could respond, Usopp barked up, from the Mary's kitchen. Hey, why you looking for a fight? B, because I'm warning you, we've got a cannon. And yet our sniper isn't even anywhere close to manning it, I noted flatly. Crocus seemed to twitch as his glare redoubled. Forget it. If you do that, someone's gonna die. Without warning, the glare was well and truly back. And so, we waited. Until finally. Oh yeah, Sanji said, breaking the silence with a convincing amount of bravado, though I could see sweat bead on his forehead. And who would that be? Me. Listen, you, Sanji snapped, putting one foot on the railing of Mary as if to launch himself at Crocus. Thankfully, Zoro placed a hand on Sanji's shoulder, halting him in place. Good thing too. While I doubt Crocus would be capable of stopping a cannonball as he was, a no-name East Blue cook like Sanji would most likely be no problem. No need to get angry, alright? Our first mate smirked, no doubt reveling in Sanji's loss of control. Listen, old man, we've got some questions for you. Who are you, and where the heck are we? Crocus snapped a glare to the swordsman, freezing us all in place. And so, we waited. Until finally. Young man. He growled. Isn't it impolite to demand questions of others before you introduce yourself?
Zoro swallowed heavily as he fought to steady his nerve, plastering an apologetic grin on his face. Why yeah, good point. Sorry about that, I'll start. My name is
Crocus, the old doctor interrupted, his tone not shifting so much as a decibel the entire time. I am the keeper of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. I'm 71.5 years old, Gemini, my blood type is AB, and my favorite food is. I'm gonna chop him up, Zoro snapped in an almost identical manner to Sanji, Wado Ichimonji halfway out of its sheath. Calm down, he was just answering. I rolled my eyes with a snigger as I clapped a hand down on his shoulder. Soundbite was barely restraining his laughter as it was.
So you want to know where you are, Crocus suddenly asked out of the blue. A logical question, but your rude disposition is malaccommodate you. You invade my private resort and act like a bunch of big shots. HMPH. Besides, I'd think your current location to be rather obvious, considering how hard it is to miss the front door.
Usopp paled in horror. Why you mean we're really in that whale's stomach? But I don't want to be digested, Nami wailed miserably. Without warning, Crocus's glare came back at full force and we found ourselves frozen stiff. And so, we waited.
Until finally. Will you stop doing that? My crewmates shrieked, their nerves appearing to override their terror.
Geez, guys, lighten up, would you? I sighed as I dug a finger in my ear. Damn, they could be loud sometimes. Can you appreciate a decent running gag? That was a gag. Soundbite roared and hollered with laughter as he swung his head side to side on my shoulder. Hilarious. At least the boy and his snail have a decent sense of humor, Crocus sniffed. 18, just for the record, whatever you say, brat. At least I tried, anyways. If you and yours want out, that's fine by me. The exit's right over there. And with that, Crocus jabbed his thumb at the pair of doors embedded into the horizon. Wait, what? Nami yelped in shock. What's an exit doing inside a whale's stomach? And why is it on the sky in the first place? Knew quite. I shrugged. Really now, Nami. I'm quite surprised you didn't realize it in the first place. It's so obvious. Huh? Nami blinked at me in confusion. Wait. Usopp squinted at the sky. I think I see what he's getting at. Look, the clouds. They're not moving, they really are painted. And there's no wind blowing either. Really, Nami. I shook my head with a sigh. I'm quite shocked you didn't realize it sooner. It should have been obvious. For a great navigator such as you, anyways. Nami stammered messily for a moment before looking away with a huff and an iridescent blush. So I got freaked out and wasn't paying attention. Not a big deal. Oh, shut up. That particular roar was directed at Soundbite as he cackled madly. But still, the clouds, Usopp reiterated, gesturing at our surroundings. Why the hell are they up there? It's a hobby. Crocus informed us flatly. Makes sense, I nodded firmly. It's only healthy, Soundbite confirmed. Are you all out of your minds? Usopp demanded.
We can deal with their brand of crazy later. Zoro barked, slapping his hand down on Usopp's shoulder. For now, let's get out of here before anything else happens.
BWWWOOOOHHHH. Without warning, Laboon's stomach all but literally jumped, his stomach acid flipping and jostling madly. Like that. Crocus shook his head with a despondent sigh, and there he goes again. I grunted as I supported myself on the Mary's railing. Sea legs I might have, but this was out and out ridiculous. I really hope that things even out soon, or else I'm going to wind up swabbing my own puke off of Mary's. Sad. I blinked as Soundbite suddenly spoke up. Say what? Sad. So sad. The baby transponder snail lamented with a shiver. You're only just now figuring that out? I asked in confusion. Soundbite shuddered and shook his head furiously. Nope, wasn't listening before, too scared, listening now, and sad. So sad. Sad. Crocus sniffed heavily. That snail's got a good sense of hearing. Currently the whale we're inside is ramming his head against the red line out of despair. What? Zoro and Sanji gasped in disbelief. I guess that would explain the amount of scars on this guy's head. Nami mused sadly. And even I could hear the misery in his cries. Worse. Soundbite shook his head even harder. Worse than you can imagine, pain, misery, suffering. And you're the reason why, aren't you? Nami snapped her attention around to Crocus furiously. You're in here to kill the whale from the inside. Now that I doubt, I cut in swiftly. Look around you. We're in the dead center of this guy's gut, and presumably old man Crocus over there has been in here for even longer. Considering what he did to that squid, I imagine he'd be able to play whatever merry hell he wanted to on this poor whale's insides with his bare hands, much less those harpoons. If he actually meant it any harm, he'd have done it by now. No. I looked at the old doctor contemplatively. That's not even remotely your purpose here, is it? Crocus didn't respond, merely cocking an eyebrow as he stared up at me, what appeared to be a glimmer of respect in his gaze. We can figure that all out later, Zoro snarled as he and Sanji moved to grab up the oars that had been rattling across the deck in the midst of the chaos. Right now, we need to try and get to the exit before we capsize.
Easier said than done, Sanji grunted. This sloshing's making it damn near impossible to steer.
We'll try, damn it, otherwise, splash. Hey, Usopp yelped. That old guy just dove in. And indeed, Crocus was no longer on the island. Instead, he was a blurry form in the off-color acid, swimming straight towards the doors that marked our only way out. Looks like he's heading for the exit too, huh? Usopp muttered. I guess he wants to leave before this crazy whale kills him too. Now if he were willing to up and leave like that, why would he go to all the trouble of setting up a home in this guy's stomach? I questioned. Before Usopp could formulate a response, Laboon let loose another warbling moan before settling down, the acidic tsunami subsiding to little more than mere swells. Well, that's quite a bit better. He must be pulling back for another run, I noted calmly. Whatever is going on, I couldn't care less. Let's row for safety, now, Zoro ordered. And indeed, we did just that. We rowed and rowed, coming within 100 feet of the exit to Laboon's gut. Kabam! Wog! When suddenly a smaller door on the gates burst open, spraying out quite the odd trio. A man pretending to be a prince, a princess pretending to be a mercenary/bounty hunter, and a pirate destined to be the ruler of the seas. Quite honestly, I felt like there was a joke in there somewhere. Zoro blinked as Luffy flew over us. Well, I'll be damned. Looks like you were right, Cross. I started to nod in agreement, before slapping a hand to my face as a thought struck me. Aw damn it. Huh? What's wrong? Nami asked. I just realized I could have asked for 1,000 berries. Nami blinked in confusion for a second, before scowling and ramming a hand into her pocket. Yeah, I get the message. I grinned cheekily as she slapped the bill into my waiting palm. Pleasure doing business with ya. Thank you, call again. Soundbite chirped in a faux Indian accent. Hey, as much as I appreciate you helping me get one over on the witch, mind giving me a hand here? Zoro called as he hauled on a rope that was cast overboard. You know, before our captain either drowns or gets digested. A quick moment of hustle and bustle later, made easier by the fact that Laboon finally calmed down, and we had one familiar face and 2 strangers on board our ship. So you guys are still alive, huh? Luffy grinned. That's nice. Good to see you too, Luffy. I smiled at my captain before directing my attention towards his 2 friends, with a frown. knocking them out of their hushed conversation. "And I see you brought guests with you. I don't suppose either of you would be inclined to share your name with us, would you?" Quite predictably, both Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine averted their eyes with a huff.
HMPH. I was afraid of that. Well, in that case, I suppose I'll just need to borrow these, won't I?
The frontier agents tensed and made to stop me as I slid the cannons they'd been clutching since we'd dragged them out of the acid out of their reach. However, before either of them could protest, they were frozen by the shink of a blade. Wado Ichimonji, most likely, sliding partway out of its sheath. I whistled as I leaned down TB about half my body mass in pure gun. Damn, this is some nice hardware. I'm not an artillery expert and even I can tell that. I gave them an accusing glare. Mind telling me who or what you want to die in a blaze of high explosive glory? Before either of the agents could respond in any manner, a very loud, very familiar and very cantankerous voice bellowed out from behind us. "As long as I live," Crocus roared indignantly, "you will never harm Laboon." "Huh?" Luffy blinked in confusion. "Who's he?" "That would be Old Man Crocus," I supplied. "From what I can tell, he's a guy who lives here in the stomach of the whale that swallowed us. A whale whose name I'm guessing." I slammed my foot down on the bazooka's grip moments before Mr. Nine could grab it. "Is Laboon?" Soundbite loosed a vicious growl that was equal parts Doberman and German Shepherd, prompting the agents to reel back in terror. "See, come now," Mr. Nine reasoned desperately. "It's just whaling. Why, you're pirates. Surely we can come to an understanding, no?" I cocked an eyebrow as I gave the man a decidedly unimpressed look. "Back where I'm from, whaling is a pretty hefty crime. Besides the fact that it's damn immoral, I mean. But hey, I'm just the comms officer. What say you, Captain?"
Luffy was silent as he examined the two, looking them up and down for a moment before speaking. "You two came in here so that you could shoot this whale in the stomach, where he couldn't even defend himself."
Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday glanced at each other for a moment before grinning and nodding eagerly. Wham! The crew and I reeled in shock as Luffy's fists lashed out and bounced the pair's skulls off the Mary's railing. Luffy crossed his arms with a snort. They had it coming, he nodded firmly. "Skaw, Airy," Soundbite whispered, "and don't you forget it," I whispered right back. A few minutes later, we were making our way out of Laboon's stomach and away from his acid, with Crocus hitching a ride in order to show us the way out and with Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine tied back to back and leaned against the Mary's mast. "Laboon is an island whale," Crocus explained tiredly, glaring darkly at the pair of would-be assassins. "They're the largest species of whales in the world, and they live exclusively in the West Blue. These jokers," he jutted his chin forwards with a sniff, "live in a nearby village. They claim that they want to kill Laboon for his meat, on account of how it could feed them for a few years with him alone." Luffy gave Crocus a flat look. "That's just stupid. This guy could only feed them for 3 weeks, tops."
I gave Luffy a flat look. "Your answer terrifies me beyond all belief for so many reasons."
"Regardless, I'm not going to give you or anyone else the chance to find out," Crocus spat. "Why do you care so much about this whale anyways?" Zoro asked bluntly. He then proceeded to grunt as he was suddenly smacked upside the back of his head. "Ow. The hell was that for, you two?" "For being an ass," Nami growled. "Seriously, man, learn some tact," I shook my head firmly. "Brute," Soundbite sniffed. "Coming from you? That's rich."
Regardless of how rude the question might have been, I suppose it's a fair one. Crocus bowed his head with a sigh. "I'll start at the beginning. You see, there's a reason that Laboon keeps pounding his head against the red line and crying at Reverse Mountain. I've been this lighthouse's keeper for a while now. One day, a friendly group of pirates came down Reverse Mountain, and right behind them was a little baby whale. Laboon."
"A pirate crew with a whale as a pet? Now I've heard it all," Usopp whistled. "First, we've only just gotten on the Grand Line. And second," I pointed at Soundbite, "it's not like we have much room to talk." Crocus chuckled as he looked our snail over. "Yes. Pirate crews can come across the most interesting of companions. These pirates had been traveling with Laboon for several years by then. They'd intended to leave Laboon behind in the West Blue because they knew that the Grand Line was dangerous, that Laboon wouldn't survive. But they didn't take into account that Laboon had adopted them as its pod, so it followed them here."
The lighthouse keeper smiled wistfully as he relived his age-old memories. "Their ship was damaged in the crossing, as most big ships are. They stayed here for several months as they made repairs, and I became good friends with both them and Laboon. And then, when they left, their captain asked me to care for Laboon for a few years, at least until they came back. They said that they would circumnavigate the world and come back, so Laboon and I agreed to wait here together."
"So the reason he keeps banging against the red line and crying?" Nami asked slowly. Crocus shook his head slowly. "Not quite. You see, Laboon's friends left just about 50 years ago. Even knowing it was coming, I could barely restrain my wince. But nonetheless, Laboon still thinks his crew is coming back." We lapsed into an uncomfortable silence for a bit until Luffy decided to be Luffy, looking around at the corridor we were in for a second before whistling in awe. You know, this place is kind of cool, old man. Did you build it? Let me guess, another hobby? Usopp deadpanned. Crocus chuckled sardonically. A hobby? Yes, I suppose so. A doctor's hobby. I may not look it, but I used to be a physician, long ago. I was even a ship's doctor for a few years. Ah, those were the days. Wow, you were a ship's doctor? Luffy grinned eagerly. Cool, hey, what about joining my crew as our doctor? My eyebrows shot up in shock as Crocus seemed to undergo a momentary heart attack, paling and tensing suddenly as though he'd just seen a ghost before swiftly bringing his reactions back under control. I barely managed to repress a grin. The collective will of D was no doubt alive and well, but there was no question as to who had inherited Rogers, that was for sure. Nevertheless, Crocus snorted and looked away dismissively. Me? Act as a doctor for a bunch of reckless whippersnappers like you at my age? The mere idea is ridiculous. Before Luffy could make to press the point, we were forced to stop our forward motion as we came up to a large gateway. Without missing a beat, Crocus jumped off the ship and started climbing a ladder that led to a walkway that lined the corridor. Are doctors living inside whales common on the Grand Line? Nami asked semi-seriously. Huh? Crocus barked out a laugh. Not common, no, but I'm far from the oddest thing you'll see. I didn't have much choice in the remodeling. Anyways. Laboon got too big and my treatments weren't doing anything from the outside, so I had to improvise. The old man let out a grunt as he started to turn a large wheel. Careful now, I'm opening the floodgates. With a grinding clang, the gates shifted open, allowing us to flow out in a flood of seawater and body fluids I did not want to identify. Woohoo! The real sky. Finally, Luffy whooped. However, our joy was cut down slightly by the sound of Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine groaning and stirring as they came around from their Luffy-grade naps. So what should we do with these clowns? Zoro asked grimly. Personally, Crocus said as he got back on board, I advocate throwing them overboard. With or without the ropes? I queried sarcastically. Oh, don't be an idiot. Nami rolled her eyes as she undid the pair's binds. Zoro, if you'd be so kind. The swordsman promptly complied, grabbing the two by their collars and tossing them into the sea. After a moment of flailing, cursing, and rampant vengeance swearing, the pair proceeded to swim away and out of sight. Ah, Miss Wednesday, Sanji swooned as he somehow blew hearts of smoke. There's nothing more romantic than a woman of mystery. You do realize this woman of mystery was toting a high-caliber cannon and most likely wouldn't think twice about snapping you like a twig, right? I deadpanned. Ah, but what a way to die. Deathwish, Soundbite intoned flatly. Tell me about eyes. Ooh, hey, what's this? Luffy asked as he looked over a very particular item that the pair had dropped. Yoink, I jerked the log pose out of my captain's hand. Hey, Luffy whined. It looks fragile, I shrugged. You don't want to break it, do you? Luffy pouted, but thankfully dropped the issue. Should we really let them go if they plan on trying again? Nami questioned uneasily. Crocus scoffed as he watched them leave. It doesn't matter what we do, there will always be more whalers. Besides, I've got more than enough practice and Laboon is tough, we'll be fine. As Laboon reeled himself up and started wailing at the Red Line, we relocated ourselves up onto the cliffs of the Red Line, at the base of one of the lighthouses. So, Luffy mused as he relaxed against a rock outcropping. He's been waiting 50 years for his crew, and he still thinks they're coming back for him. Man, those guys have kept him waiting for a long time. I hope they get back soon. I shook my head with a tisk. Sorry to tell you this, Cap, but I've read this kind of story a dozen times over. It's not one that has a happy ending. Yeah, Sanji agreed, taking a puff of his cigarette. They said they'd take a few years. It's been 50. Do the math. He grimaced before continuing. They're dead. He'll be waiting until the end of time. How can you two be so cynical? Usopp demanded in a huff. You can't know that they could still come back. This is a heartbreaking enough story as it is. Sure, they've been stalled. I'm afraid, Crocus said solemnly, that the truth is even harsher than what you assume, and given the chance I'd make it a reality. But the fact is, those pirates fled the Grand Line. I have it from a reliable source. They abandoned the poor whale? Nami demanded, incredulous. But to do that, they'd have to pass through the calm belt. Precisely. Which is why no one knows their fate. Crocus sighed heavily, seeming even older than his years. Even in this day and age, as well explored as the world is, there are still mysteries on the Grand Line that defy human comprehension. It may very well be that they're still alive, but even then I doubt they'd be able to return. On these seas, nothing is ever normal. Those with weak hearts all too often be to the Grand Line. So those with weak hearts cared more for their own lives than the promise they made to their crewmate. Sanji huffed morosely through another cloud. Then they did abandon that poor whale, Usopp demanded harshly. Not necessarily, I hastily defended. I mean, come on. The Grand Line is legitimately insane, and the rest of the time it's just the regular kind of homicidal. Crocus, did these guys seem like oath breakers or weak-hearted men to you? Crocus blew out a firm snort. Hell no, they were strong, kind men who never once stopped smiling and laughing the whole time they were with me. And when they left they cried their eyes out at the prospect of leaving Laboon behind. Then their leaving might not have been anywhere close to voluntary, I defended. They could have been desperate, left with no choice, any number of options. But, in the end, I shrugged helplessly. If they are dead, let's not speak ill of them without all the facts, alright? Usopp considered this for a moment before nodding slowly. Yeah, alright, I can do that. But still, Nami looked at Crocus questioningly. Why didn't you tell Laboon the truth? I mean, he can understand human speech by now, so. Oh, I told him alright. Crocus sighed grimly. But Laboon, he just wouldn't listen. What do you? The day I told Laboon, he went mad with grief. The old man looked up at the wailing whale miserably. He started to cry at Reverse Mountain and slam his head into the red line, over and over again. It makes sense. I mused sadly. He's putting all the blame on the closest target he has available that's not you. He doesn't want to believe they'd abandon him, so he's rationalizing that they're on the other side of the mountain waiting for him. It's that accept reality. Crocus hummed as he nodded in agreement. I've tried explaining it to him over and over again, but he refuses to accept the truth. Damn, that's some whale, Sanji breathed in awe. But he's waiting for nothing, Nami protested, albeit weakly. Crocus shrugged helplessly. It doesn't matter. He refuses to listen to what I say. Either he's gone partway mad with grief or it's simple teenage rebellion. In the end, it really doesn't matter. He's too scared. Scared of losing his reason to wait, scared of losing the hope he's held onto for so long. His home is in the West Blue, and he has no easy way home from here. Those pirates, they were his home. Damn. Can't help but feel bad for the poor guy. Sanji mused with a tug from his cigarette before glancing at Crocus. But still, after all these years, why do you bother still taking care of him?
Crocus was silent for a moment as he stared upwards contemplatively. It was during this moment of silence that I noticed our captain had gone suspiciously missing from the rock he'd been sitting on until a second ago. I twitched slightly as I made a guess as to just what my superior was planning. Praying I was wrong, I flicked Soundbite's shell in order to get his attention as I surreptitiously slipped my headphones over my ears.
Connect me to Luffy, I hissed. Soundbite blinked up at me in confusion before shrugging as much as he was capable. A second later, an electronic whine hummed through my ears, followed swiftly by Luffy's voice. This ought to do nicely. Cap'n? I hissed pleadingly. Would you care to fill me in on what you're planning? Oh, hey Cross. Nothing much, I'm just gonna shove the Mary's mast into Laboon so that I can get his attention. I twitched further, meeting Soundbite's panicked gaze head on. Yup, I was right. I don't suppose there's anything I can do to dissuade you from this monumentally stupid course of action. Is there? Like suggesting you use something else as a weapon? Such as, say, the lighthouse itself? Nah, it wouldn't work as well. It's fine, Usopp can fix the mast. Besides, Mary's strong, she can take it. I barely refrained from cracking my skull against the nearest boulder. Yeah, should have seen that coming. Alright then. Can I at least convince you to use the mizzen mast, instead of the main one? The smaller one. It's not as big as the main mast, but it ought to still get the point across, and, more importantly, with any luck it'll hurt Mary a lot less. Good idea. Thanks, well, I'm gonna stab a whale in the head, see ya. Before I could respond, Crocus finally broke his silence. Look at the scars on Laboon's forehead. He gestured upwards, indicating the patchwork of unhealthily off-colored flesh that decorated his body. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice to say that Laboon's injuries run deep. Our relationship is odd, but I've watched over him for the past 50 years. I am a doctor and Laboon is not only my patient, but also my friend. I cannot, in my right mind, stand by and watch him die. We were jerked out of the rather morose observation by the sound of a familiar individual roaring at the top of his lungs. Each and every last one of us blinked in numb surprise as Luffy ran up Laboon's side, a very large and very familiar pole of wood hefted upon his shoulder. Dare I even ask what that moron's doing? Sanji groaned. You take your eyes off of him for 1 second. Zoro shook his head with a sigh. In my defense, I piped up wearily. I did try and stop him. It could have been a lot worse. What the hell are you? Usopp started before choking as he really looked at the pole Luffy was carrying. Is that Mary's mizzen mast? He squeaked out weakly. Be glad I was able to talk him out of using the main. Gum gum. Luffy roared as he reached Laboon's top, raising the mast high above his head before ramming it bouquet. We all stared up in numb horror at the monumentally stupid action our captain had just undertaken. God damn it, Luffy, Nami summarized succinctly. The next instant, Laboon went very, very still, his entire body twitching for a moment until finally. BWAAAHHHH. The whale bellowed, flailing about madly. What the hell do you think you're doing, dumbass? Nami, Sanji, Zoro and Crocus roared furiously. Are you trying to sink our ship? Usopp shrieked. Ridem cowboy, yeehaw, Soundbite cackled. If you let go, do a flip. I called up. I then cocked an eyebrow at the venomous look my crewmates shot me. What? He's my captain. I'm trying to be supportive. Is that so wrong? Before anyone could respond, Laboon's roars faded down into a gut-rumbling growl as he proceeded to eye the red line in a way I didn't like. Guys, I squeaked. I don't know about you, but I suggest we. Laboon suddenly shifted again, charging head and Luffy first at us. Run! I promptly turned tail and bolted as far away from the coast as I could manage. When Laboon made landfall, it was as though an earthquake had hit the red line, flinging us all off our feet. I huffed in pain as I slammed into the rock, and the second I realized that I wasn't in danger of death by whale, I doubled over in laughter. Pee-fa-ha-ha-ha-ha. I wheezed out madly. Holy shit, that was close. Gnarly dude, Soundbite concurred. As the cackles subsided into giggles, however, I found myself being flipped over onto my back, with Nami clutching me by the collar off my jacket as she yanked me face to face with her. The mad look in her eyes did little to help matters. What the hell did you mean when you said you were an adrenaline junkie? Nami hissed, her voice borderline demented.
I chuckled nervously as I plastered a shaky grin on my face. See, here's the thing. Back home in Florida, every once in a while my friends and family would convince me to do something really crazy. Sometimes it was jumping off a high ledge into a lake, other times it was riding a stupidly wild roller coaster, all kinds of stuff.
The top thrill dragster. Nothing quite gets your heart pumping like going from a flat stop to 120 miles per hour in barely less than 4 seconds. A particularly aggravated growl broke me out of my nostalgia. Anyways, the point is that before I did this crazy stuff, I'd hem and haw out of terror, but the second I actually did it, I'd love the hell out of it and do it over and over and over again.
The near-death experiences I've suffered in the past 24 hours. Terrifying, yes, but they've given me a rush that I've never imagined possible. Yeah, adrenaline junkie. The crazier and more dangerous the situation, the more I'm gonna laugh out of sheer exhilaration. I smiled tentatively. The things people enjoy, huh?
Apparently, Nami wasn't quite so happy with my answer. At least, if the way her face was twitching as though she were mere milliseconds from either an aneurysm or a psychotic break. You mean to tell me, she hissed in a voice that wouldn't be out of place in Exorcist, that the one other sane person on this crew is literally addicted to flirting with death itself? I shivered briefly in the face of Nami's wrath, and by Gandhi did it deserve to be capitalized, before plastering a desperate grin on my face. I suppose that this would be the wrong time to quote the Cheshire Cat in saying, "We're all mad here, huh?" Nami's body flat out twitched as she snapped a fist back. I clenched my eyes shut in a preemptive wince. It's a draw, and cracked an eye open as Luffy bellowed without warning. We turned our attention over to our captain, who was grinning like a loon at a very bemused and slightly bruised Laboon. Saved by the bell, I muttered quietly beneath my breath. Thwack. My last thoughts were that I wasn't quiet enough, if the fact that Nami suddenly plowed her fist into my face was anything to go by. After that, darkness. When I came to, the first thing I saw was Nami and Crocus kneeling over me. Nami with a concerned expression and Crocus with an exasperated one. "How are you feeling, brat?" the old man grunted. I blinked blearily as I processed the statement for a second before grimacing as the mass of pain that was my face registered. I'm alive, though whether or not that's good remains to be seen. I glanced at our navigator curiously. Since when could you throw a punch? Never, Nami asserted firmly, her voice filled with worry. At least, nowhere near well enough to knock a person out for 10 minutes. What? I yelped, jerking upright, and promptly regretting the action with a moan as I clutched my throbbing face. Oh. Alright, in that case, what the hell? I've never taken a shot to the face before, sure, but I'd like to think that I'd be capable of walking away from it if it came from someone your size. I shot a wary glance at Nami. No offense. None taken. While Crocus mulled over his response, my own mind flew at a mile a minute. I'll admit, I'd expected some level of danger on account of my status as a dimensional alien, sure, but to the degree that I was in danger of a punch from Nami, I'd hoped to stand side by side with Luffy, not cheer him on from on high. Finally, Crocus spoke up, snapping me out of his musings. Answer me this, brat. Your arm, when did you hurt it? Huh? I glanced between my arms in confusion. Your right arm, brat. Don't tell me this little thing busted your eardrum too. Hey, I didn't knock you out, I still take offense from that. And I should care why. While Nami muttered and growled darkly, I rolled up my jacket sleeve, exposing a stretch of raw flesh that stung quite a bit. It's a rope burn. I got it about an hour ago when we went down Laboon's throat. That drew Nami's shocked attention to me. That's an hour old and you haven't even started healing yet. Cross, what the hell? I hesitated briefly. I take it that's not normal, huh? In my experience, burns like that have usually started to heal up by now and are gone a few hours later as a result, Crocus stated solemnly. What's your estimate? Ah. I racked my mind for a second before conjuring up an estimate. A week? Tops? I'm no med student, Sue. Nami's eye twitched furiously. Cross, I reiterate. What the hell? My mind flew as I tried to conjure an acceptable answer. Thankfully, I was saved from having to come up with one. I think I might have an idea. I hid my relief as I looked at Crocus, the old doctor scratching his chin and thought. Your friend here told me about your home, Florida. It's a hidden nation, right? Small population, I'm guessing, everyone's local, with few to no immigrants? I fumbled for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yeah, that's about right. We don't want anybody we don't want to finding out about us. Mum's the word, by the way. So yeah, few to none get in. Why? Crocus blew out an exasperated breath as he rolled his eyes. Does the word, inbreeding, mean anything to you? I made the connection and promptly pounced on the opportunity given to me, slapping a hand to my face as I loosed an embarrassed moan. Yes, it does. And here I thought we'd been careful enough. Just for the record, I don't care if you're a woman or a senior citizen. If that word manages to make its way to the rest of the crew, I'll put my foot through your digestive tracts. Capiche? Nami held her hands up in polite surrender while Crocus merely snorted. So anyways, is that it then? I'm gonna die a doomed, brittle man because of defective genes? Nah, you'll be fine. Crocus waved me off. Considering how you don't have any obvious mutations, the problem's not as severe as you might think. No, if anything, it's more than likely a problem with your nutrition. Deficient crops and livestock and all that. So long as you keep eating fresh food from the blues and go easy on the salt beef and hardtack, then you should be good. Oh thank God. My chest with a relieved sigh. Yeah, Nami nodded in agreement before smiling and helping me up to my feet. Well, at least you got up at the right time. Sanji said he'll be setting up dinner soon. Good. I grinned eagerly as I followed her. I'm hungry enough to eat a sea king. My grin widened ever so slightly as an idea hit me. Or a snail. I waited for a biting retort. Then glanced at my bare shoulder in shock. Where's Soundbite? Don't panic, he's fine, Nami assured me as she pointed at the ocean. He's on a bit of a playdate, so to speak. And indeed, their Soundbite was perched on a barrel and chatting animatedly with a very familiar whale who was now sporting a vaguely familiar emblem over his scars. I swallowed heavily as I scanned the pale imitation of our flag. Please tell me Luffy didn't recruit the whale. I'd have harpooned him if he'd tried, Crocus stated flatly. Luffy took over the Promise Laboon's crewmate and drew our mark as a symbol of it. Nami explained. Soundbite started talking to him once we'd assured him you were fine. And when he stopped laughing after that. For the record, if he gives Laboon any bad habits, I'm blaming you both, Crocus hummed. I raised my hands hastily. Fair enough, fair enough. So, Sanji's coming with food soon. I'm guessing Usopp will be finished with fixing the Mary soon enough. What next? Good question. Nami mused as she dug a circular object out of her pocket and clicked a button on its side. Let me just. I blinked as our crew's navigator suddenly stopped walking without so much as a hint of warning. Nami? Everything Al? Eeyeargh. I cursed in shock as Nami loosed an ear-splitting shriek of horror, causing even Laboon to turn tail and flee beneath the waves in abject terror. Crazy Banshee. Soundbite yelped, though he quickly calmed down when I scooped him back onto my shoulder. Nami Swan, is everything alright? Sanji cried lovingly, hopping towards us with plates upon plates of delicious-looking food perched upon his limbs, Usopp following close behind him. No you dumbass, everything is not alright. Nami yowled as she slammed her compass onto the nearby table. Look, the compass is broken. And indeed, the metal needle was spinning furiously in its casing, appearing more like a propeller than a navigational tool. You came to the Grand Line unprepared, Crocus deadpanned as he brought over more plates, sounding flatly amazed. Well I never, are you trying to get yourselves killed? I thought I told you. Nothing is regular about these waters. Your compass isn't broken, nature is. So even the damn magnetic field is borked, huh? I queried weakly. Fun. Indeed, Crocus nodded solemnly. You see, each island of the Grand Line is well and truly unique, and not just in the obvious way. Their mineral compositions give off truly unique magnetic fields, which make compasses inoperable. And of course, as you can expect, the winds and currents all have minds of their own. I'm sure that you realize how deadly that is, Miss Navigator. Nami swallowed heavily as a cold sweat broke out on her brow. If we didn't immediately run into the calm belt, we'd wander aimlessly until we either dehydrated or starved.
Precisely. Setting off unprepared in these waters is tantamount to suicide.
I had no idea. Our navigator whimpered meekly as she scratched the back of her head. What are we going to do? Usopp howled as he gripped his head fearfully. No fear, Nami Swan. You're still beautiful even if you don't know anything, Sanji swooned. Shut up, him. This tuna trunk is delicious, Luffy mumbled around his full mouth. Have you tried the tail? I queried as I chewed on my own portion. It has the texture of pork, but it tastes like chicken. Yum yum, Soundbite got out as he munched down on the portion I'd offered him. Ahem, Crocus coughed, continuing once he had all our attention. Now, to navigate the Grand Line, you're going to need a device known as a log pose. It's a special kind of compass, capable of recording the Grand Line's magnetic fields. Luffy swallowed his mouthful in favor of another as he tilted his head questioningly. So it's a weird compass? They have weird shapes, yes. I think I might have found one. Do you still have it, Cross? Yo, I concurred, digging the log pose out of my jacket and holding it up for all to see. HMPH, good for you. Crocus nodded firmly. Entering the Grand Line is an ordeal in and of itself. Navigating without a log pose is nigh impossible, and I only say it's not completely because of how I found that, in my experience, anything's possible on the Grand Line. I see, just one moment. Nami nodded slowly. I just need to know. She suddenly blurred towards us. Where did you morons get that? I tried to dodge out of her way. Thwack, a second too late. Next thing I knew, I was blinking awake face down in my plate. How long was I out? I mumbled. Long enough for Luffy to tell me where he got that pose and for me to explain your condition. Sorry. Nami scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Fair enough. I pushed myself up and started wiping my face down as I did my best to ignore Soundbite's snickering. Continue. Right. Anyways, Crocus, about this log pose. She held it up to her eye level curiously. How does it work? I can't see any markings.
It doesn't need any, the keeper explained. The islands of the Grand Line each have their own unique fields. The log records the fields of the islands, leading you from one to another to another. The log is your only hope of traversing this ocean. Starting from this mountain, you'll have to choose one of 7 island magnetic fields. In the end, however, they're all the same. All routes, no matter how you follow them, eventually become one and lead to a single, final destination.
I sat up instantly as the mood shifted drastically. It was awe-inspiring, really, dare I say, reverential. Raftel, Crocus intoned solemnly. It's the last island of the Grand Line. In all of history only one pirate crew has ever made it there and lived to tell the tale. The crew of the Pirate King.
You mean until we get there? Luffy grinned as he bit into the spine of the elephant bluefin. Proclamation done, he leaned back and let out a sigh of contentment, patting his somewhat swollen belly. Man, that was tasty.
You ate the whole thing, Sanji screeched, his jaw hanging open. Usopp glanced at the remains of the elephant bluefin, before performing an impressive double take. He even ate the bones. At least I managed to get a taste. I muttered vehemently. Damn, he was fast. And I'd actually like that tuna, too. Greedy glutton, Soundbite sobbed. Damn it, Luffy. I cooked that for Nami. I wanted her. And here Sanji emphasized his point by kicking Luffy square in the head. To have the best of it. I winced as Luffy flew straight and true, blasting straight over Nami's arm and shattering the log pose she had attached to her wrist. Sure enough, the fragile glass didn't do well against a ballistic Luffy hitting it, obliterating the instrument in a second. For a moment, Nami just stared at the broken log pose, her face frozen in the pleased smile she had. And as Sanji turned his love-struck gaze to her, her expression turned thunderous. Usopp, Soundbite, and I all braced for the explosion that was sure to come. We didn't have to wait long. Neither a swooning Sanji or a somewhat dazed Luffy were able to react before Nami marched up to them and simultaneously punted them both off the cliffside. Go soak your heads, she called out after them as they landed in the water. As Nami stomped back over to where the rest of us were, Usopp gave me a concerned look. Hey, is Luffy going to be alright, being in the water like that? Hey, Sanji's with him. He'll be fine, I replied with a shrug. Besides, they both had that coming. I don't know about you, but I don't want to die by getting in Nami's way. Usopp nodded slowly warily, apparently satisfied with the answer, and turned his attention back to our navigator, who was fussing over the broken log pose. Crocus, what are we going to do? Nami lamented. Our precious log pose is. Actually, I cut in before Crocus could speak up, pulling the log pose I had bought at Loguetown out of my pocket. It was a bulky thing, with a needle of metal wavering around inside a metal-lined orb of glass that was fixed to a cuff of leather and far sturdier than the rather thin sphere over the other pose. Nami twitched slightly as she jerked towards me before hastily restraining herself. If you already knew. She hissed. Why the hell didn't you tell us? I shrugged helplessly. I overheard something about special compasses back in Loguetown, so I took the liberty of buying one on the way out. Figured I'd find out more as we went along. Didn't expect to use it as a spare, though. HMPH. Crocus examined the log pose intently before nodding firmly. You got lucky, kid. That's a damn good piece you bought. Firm, sturdy. It'll guide you far. I smiled as I clapped my hands together eagerly. Well then, unless there's anything else to attend to. Kaboom! We all jumped as a devastating explosion blasted up from the ocean below us. I promptly hung my head in despair. Stupid question. Soundbite, could you? Soundbite let out a whine for a moment before piping up in Mr. Nine's voice. We have a request. Oh, about an hour later, we were on our way, sailing away from the massive form of Reverse Mountain with 2 additional passengers amongst our ranks. 2 very unique passengers, I reminded myself as I blew out heavy sigh, looking around the ship calmly. Specifically, I was side-eyeing the blue-haired faux frontier agent who was currently standing at the Mary's prow, glaring at anyone and everyone who made the mistake of getting near. Credit where it was due, an angel Vivi might be, but damn if she couldn't fake being a bitch like the best of them. However, I didn't have time to think about that. Instead, I turned and started pacing across Mary's deck thoughtfully. Sure, things had turned out alright back on Reverse Mountain, but the fact that I had forgotten about Laboon of all characters, even in the midst of an adrenaline high, was terrifying to say the least. I needed to recap my knowledge, make sure that what I remembered was valid. Or else I'd be in for more than a few nasty shocks in the all-too-near future. On a broad scale, though, I think I remembered well enough. Whiskey Peak, here's hoping they didn't spike the water. Little Garden, to explore the killer prehistoric jungle or not to explore? Decisions. Drum, I was really going to need to play that one by the ear. Heads, Nami almost dies and I feel like a SBAG. Tails, Chopper is guaranteed to die by Wapple sooner or later and we all go without medical care for who knows how long, and finally, for the moment, Alabasta, nope and another nope. Not going to start on that Gordian knot of consequences until I don't have a choice. I nodded definitively to myself. Yes, that was definitely everything, nothing left out. I threw my head back and stared at the sky with an exasperated growl. So why did I still feel like I was? I slowly crossed my eyes as a little white something fluttered down from the sky and landed on my nose with a burst of cold. I blinked in confusion. Why was it snowing out of the blue? Where had this fog bank suddenly come from? And why did it terrify me beyond all logical reason? Icebergs dead ahead. Ooh, right. Crap. What the hell is with this ocean? Nami shrieked furiously as she held onto the Mary's railing for dear life. I know, right? Isn't it awesome? I cackled as I yanked on one of the Mary's ropes, fighting to keep her sail open just right so that we could catch the summer gale that was blowing at us from starboard, all while we angled ourselves so that we could weave through the field of icebergs that were coming at us through the fog. My memories had been right about the Grand Line's weather being completely out of this world, and they'd been right about how it'd start with snow and icebergs. But apparently nothing could predict the sheer scale of the madness that we were to be put through. To put it in a few words, it was like everything decided to happen all at once. The wind kicked up into a howl. A fog swept over us alongside a blizzard/lightning storm. Icebergs large enough to give the Titanic PTSD did their level best to reduce us to splinters. Or, put another way, Poseidon was having a psychotic breakdown and we were subject to the whims of his maddened throes. It was life-threatening, it was maddening, it was so completely unreal, but above all else. The wind's shifting again. I braced my feet against the deck and yanked on Mary's line as hard as I could as the sail tried to yank my arms out of my shoulders, a semi-demented grin dancing across my lips. Peef, ha ha ha. It was awesome. You can't seriously be getting off on this, Nami shrieked desperately, her nearly crazed eyes raking the surrounding weather for some clue of whatever the heck was going to hit us next.
The hell I can't, I shouted back over the howling wind. This is the most fun I've had my whole life. This is badass. Right, Soundbite.
Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, my snail roared jubilantly as he clutched my shoulder, swaying back and forth in time with the tune. MMMPH, geez. Zoro grunted as he blinked awake, stretching slightly as he got up from the part of the wall he'd been snoozing against. Soundbite, if you're gonna sing, could you at least try and carry AGRK? Zoro was cut off as Nami suddenly appeared in front of him, jerking him down to her eye level by way of his collar. We're fighting against Mother Nature for our lives here and you're sleeping, she spat, sounding downright possessed in her fury. Zoro fumbled for an answer in light of the heretofore unseen levels of rage the navigator was displaying. Nami made to rip into the swordsman further, but instead suddenly snapped her head to the side, staring at the mad waters with a haunted look. That wind was coming from port but now it's coming from starboard. How is that, oh son of A-? Tack the sails. We need to turn around, 180 degrees. The currents twisted us around when we weren't looking. She shoved Zoro back as she darted back to her position on the Mary's upper deck. Get to work. I yanked hard on the line I was holding, trying to reel in the Mary's sail a bit. Could I get a hand here? This wind is seriously? Zoro promptly snatched the rope out of my hands and jerked the sail into its proper place with ease. I blinked in surprise at the action. Thanks. You really need to work out. WIMP, Soundbite cackled. I shrugged slightly as I shuffled my feet about in an effort to keep my balance stable. Well, can't really argue with that. Think you could help me work out properly later? Sure, Zoro grunted as he handled the sail. When we actually get out of this? Hang on to something. Acting on instinct, I grabbed the Mary's rigging, and not a moment too soon. For a brief moment, the ocean became the sky, my feet came off the deck, and my entire being just seemed to float. Then, as fast as things went crazy, everything roared back to normal, all of us crashing onto the deck as we tried to process what the hell had just happened. Did Mary just pull off a loop-de-loop? Usopp sputtered weakly. Actually, I think that was a barrel roll, Mr. Nine moaned. PFFF ha 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 ha. I finally managed to spit out, the sheer rush of what I just experienced hitting me all at once. Holy shit, that was sick. What in the literal blue hell is wrong with you? Miss Wednesday shrieked at the top of her lungs. We almost died. I know, I grinned at her eagerly, and it was beyond awesome. The undercover mercenary gaped at me in open-mouthed disbelief. Are you insane?
No. No. I scrambled up to the woman, grabbing her shoulders and shoving my grinning face in hers. I'm living. For the first time in my entire life, I know what it's like to actually be alive. Back home, I was never in any kind of danger, never in fear of my life, I never put everything on the line. But here, I swung my arms out wide, indicating the mad world around us. This insanity, this impossibility, it's unique. Unprecedented. It's legitimately beautiful.
Without warning, the Mary bugged once anew, launching me off my feet and sending me tumbling head over heels. When I landed, flat on my ass and aching slightly, I started sniggering as I stared up at the sky. Peef ha ha ha. I'm freaking loving this. This madness. This craziness. It's awesome. I tilted my head slightly so that I could cast a grin at Luffy. And above all, I love this crew for getting me here. Thank you so much for letting me be a Straw Hat. Luffy, I love you all so goddamn much. She. Luffy chuckled as he balanced on the Mary's railing. Sounds like you're having fun, Cross. Yup. I smirked as I worked my way back onto my feet. See, you guys are going to need to work long and hard in order to achieve your dreams, but me, I swept my arms out. This is my dream, Luffy. This is what I've waited for all my life, the world, clear and uncut. Up close and personal. I am living my dream every second we are out here and it is glorious. As if in response, a wave splashed over the deck, soaking me from head to toe and shoving more than a bit of seawater down my throat. I hacked and spluttered for a moment before grinning eagerly. It's also a little bit salty. Bletch. Soundbite shivered heavily within his shell. That's really inspiring, Cross, Nami piped, sounding rather aggravated. Now, if you could just do me a favor by shutting the hell up and getting to work before the damn whirlpool off the port bow swallows us all alive. Shutting the hell up, ma'am? I squawked, leaping to my feet and rushing to help Usopp man the surprisingly well patched up mizzen mast. What happened to you enjoying living your dream? Usopp grunted. Nami's not a part of that dream, she's a goddamn course hazard, I hissed quietly. Headstrong. Not suicidal, Soundbite provided. I heard that. I shot a glare at my shoulder-mounted snail. Now you see the merits of controlling your Voluga. I yelped as something whiffed just over the top of my head. What the? I trailed off as I stared at the object that had come way too close to braining me. Is that a hailstone the size of a golf ball? Usopp swallowed heavily as he shot a nervous glance up at the angry gray clouds. I really hope that things calm down soon, before your dream kills us all. They didn't. Oh, waterspout, dead ahead, oh. An iceberg just clipped us. Oh, a spot of summer sun. Really hot summer sun. Too hot. The sails are on fire. Water, we need water. SPLOOSH, typhoon. Not what I meant, damn it. Oh, is it just me, or did things suddenly get dark? Nami. Look up. What are you, since when could flying manta rays literally fly? Or grow as big as goddamn whales? Oh, wait, didn't we already pass that? Nami, when was the last time you checked the log pose? Huh? Just 10 seconds ago. W, $% and carat, $% and carat, $% and carat. Thanks for expanding my snail's vocabulary, Nami. Shut up and turn us around, Aga, are you kidding me? Flipped us around again, huh? I said shut up, damn it. Oh finally, after what felt like forever, nothingness. The sea was calm, tea-height breeze was blowing, but still, it paid to double check. Are we good? I asked Nami wearily. As far as I can tell. She whimpered, supporting herself against the upper deck's railing. Soundbite, boo beep beep. We're sorry, the number you are trying to call has been disconnected. Soundbite. Wake up, who what? Can you hear anything lurking underneath us? Soundbite tilted his head to the side as he concentrated for a moment before shaking his head firmly, all clear. We're good, oh, perfect, in that case. Nami promptly went limp and collapsed on the deck, followed swiftly by the rest of us. I can't feel my anything, Usopp whimpered miserably. Lucky you, my everything is burning, I bemoaned. Tisk. Zoro growled as he massaged his throbbing limbs. I can't believe you guys woke me up for that. Couldn't you have handled it yourselves? No, the rest of us roared furiously. Soundbite, you can imitate whatever sounds you've heard, right? Nami demanded. Yup. Here's a direct order. The next time you hear Zoro sleeping while we're going through that kind of hell, blast a Sea King roar in his ears. All in favor? Nay, Zoro barked. A resounding, "Aye," roared out across the ship in response. Oh screw you guys. The swordsman growled. She. Luffy chuckled from where he was sitting on the Mary's figurehead, looking legitimately no worse for the wear. The bastard. Sorry Zoro. Looks like you're out vetoed. I think you mean, voted, Miss Wednesday groaned. It was at that moment that Zoro took notice of the two exhausted mercenaries. Now that I think about it, what are these two doing here? You only just noticed us, the pair shrieked indignantly. We're sailing to their hometown, Luffy explained cheerfully. Zoro blinked at Luffy before casting a flat look at the rest of us. And none of you tried to stop him?
You honestly think we could? Sanji shot back. Fair point. Anyways, Zoro pinned Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday with a far too bloodthirsty smirk. I've been thinking, what did you say your names were again?
URK. I am Mr. 9, M Miss Wednesday. Yeah, I thought so. Zoro's grin widened even further, prompting the two to break into cold sweats. Those names of yours, they're real familiar. They've been stuck in my mind for a while now. Like I've heard them before. The two looked like they were about ready to bolt. Or maybe I haven't, Zoro shrugged, his grin becoming positively shit-eating. The duo collapsed onto their backs with dual whimpers, demon. I grinned cheekily as I clapped a hand on Zoro's shoulder. Come on, buddy, leave them alone. Thank you. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday sighed in relief. After all, it's cruel and unusual to torture poor, defenseless pests like them. Save it for the poor, defenseless sea kings. Oh screw you. Either way, come on. Turning around, I walked away and gestured for him to follow. I'm almost certain that madness scattered our supplies all over the hold, and I can't lift the crates alone. Why don't you get Luffy or the crab cook to do it? Listen up, you damn moss, Sanji started to snarl, but was halted by Nami placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Sanji, I got this. Our navigator pinned Zoro with a frigid look. You'll help him, or else I'll quintuple your debt, to start. Zoro twitched furiously for a moment before marching past me with a growl. Come on, brat. Let's get to work. I shot a grateful grin at Nami before following the swordsman into the storeroom. As I predicted, the numerous crates, barrels, and sacks we were using to hold our foodstuffs and supplies were a little everywhere, though thankfully all of them were intact. The second I was inside, I closed the door as quickly and calmly as I possibly could before shooting a look at Zoro. Alright, they can't hear us anymore, spill it. Zoro blinked at me in bored curiosity. What the heck are you talking about, Cross? I maintained my deadpan expression as I stared at the first mate. Zoro, you're a lot of things. You sleep way too much, you're focused on swords to an unhealthy degree, you're grumpy. I am not grumpy. Zoro grumbled, his arms folded petulantly across his chest. That's what you protest, Soundbite asked with a cocked eye stalk. But one thing you aren't is needlessly sadistic, I finished firmly, ignoring Soundbite's comment. If you psychologically tortured those two about their names, it's because you definitely knew something about them. And if you know something about them, then I want to know it too. Oh yeah? Zoro's glare hardened in defiance. And why do you want to know so much, exactly? Because I want to know whether or not it's pertinent to our crew's continued well-being. I flung my arms wide in exasperation. Zoro, if you know something that could be important, then you need to tell us. None of us can afford to spare any information, otherwise we risk jeopardizing the crew. Hi, Po, Cree, Te, Soundbite sang to me sotto voce. Bite? I started to hiss out of the corner of my mouth before swiftly biting my own tongue. Fool me once, shame on the little shit, fool me twice. Well, you get the drift. Nevertheless, my words did the deed. Zoro's stern expression faltered slightly for a moment before he relaxed with a sigh. Alright, no need to get melodramatic. For the record, I didn't tell anyone because I wanted to handle it on my own, alright? I raised my hands in a shrug. A noble sentiment, Zoro, but that's just not how a crew works. We're in this crazy journey together, for better or for worse. All for one, Soundbite crowed, and one for all, yeah. Zoro shook his head with a chuckle before adopting a deadly serious expression. Alright, I'll explain everything to everyone, later. Just make sure that the stooges are out of the dining room when we eat, alright? Can do, boss man. I saluted firmly, in the meantime. Woof, I winced as a freaking heavy bag of rice slammed into my midsection. Get to work, Zoro smirked as he hefted a crate and slid it back into its original position, lashing it down with a length of rope for good measure. You volunteered us for this job, might as well do it right. Aye, sir. I grumbled mutinously as I started waddling away under the sack's weight. Heave ho, heave. Oh shut up, Thankfully, about an hour later, Zoro and I managed to complete our task, just in time for a long-awaited call. Nami Swan, it's time for dinner. Hey morons, get in here already. As we did, we rushed up to the upper deck as fast as we could, racing to beat Luffy to the dining room before he managed to shove a hefty portion of our food supplies down his throat. Thankfully, on account of not being used to our ship just yet, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine had lagged behind, giving me just enough time to grab 2 of the plates Sanji had prepared and shove them into their hands before they entered the dining room. Sorry, I grinned wolfishly. This dining room is for crewmates and paying customers only. Freeloading passengers eat in steerage, no exceptions, enjoy. And with that, I promptly slammed the door shut in their faces, chuckling at the dual cries of, hey, that I bellowed out in protest. Cross, Sanji snarled as he marched up to me furiously. I can get the crown-wearing dingus, but how dare you lock out a poor lady like. Shish, I hissed, pressing my finger to my lips. The cook halted in dead shock. Did you just shush me? Yes, and I'll do it again. Observe. Shush. Before Sanji could respond anew, I glanced at Soundbite. Give us some white noise, would you? No chances. Soundbite nodded firmly and proceeded to concentrate for a moment before making a grinding motion with his teeth. As a result, I could hear a faint combination of buzzing and gurgling wafting around the room's door. Nami stared at me in confusion. Cross, what are you doing? No chances for what? I'm assuming he means no chances for those two to be all about just how dangerous they really are, right Cross? Zoro asked bluntly. I snapped my fingers and pointed at him with a nod, hole in one. Now it was Usopp's turn to blink in befuddlement. Wait, Zoro, you actually know something about them, and dangerous? Are you sure? I mean, sure, they had those guns before, but we left those with Crocus. How dangerous could they really be? Yeah, Zoro, Luffy mumbled out from around the full pound of food he'd stuffed into his mouth. They're funny, not scary. Them on their own. Zoro jerked his chin at the door. Yeah, they're not much of a threat. What I'm worried about is what they're a part of. Tell me. He slowly swept his gaze over the crew. Have any of you ever heard the name Baroque Works? Everyone, myself included, blinked in confusion as we searched our thoughts momentarily before shaking our heads. Zoro snorted and shrugged as he started to scratch the back of his head.
I'd be surprised if you did. Alright, here we go. A few years ago, while I was still a bounty hunter, I was approached by a man not like that, damn it. He snarled furiously when he caught sight of Sanji smirking malevolently. A man who wanted to recruit me into the organization he was a part of on account of my skills. When I refused, he didn't take it well. As in, he tried to kill me, all because I knew about the mere existence of his organization.
That organization being Baroque Works, Nami divined. And that man's name being Mr. 7, Zoro finished. That prompted the rest of the crew to tense nervously. After that little experience, Zoro continued with a sigh. I decided to do a little research into just who these Baroque Works people were, in case they ever came after me again. Not too much, I didn't want to draw any attention, but enough to give me a general understanding. To put it simply, Baroque Works is a criminal syndicate that prides itself on secrecy. All their agents have code names, men with numbers and women with days, and the identity and location of their boss is completely unknown. They have a massive number of operatives who operate in the East and South Blues and the Grand Line alike, and they have untold resources to operate with. Zoro looked each of us in the eye, one after another. Make no mistake, Baroque Works is a dangerous organization, not the kind of people you mess with on a whim. We all lapsed into silence as we absorbed the information, contemplating the implications they posed. Well, I say all, but really Luffy just kept on eating, oblivious to the gravity of the situation.
Finally, Sanji gulped and plastered a nervous smile on his face. See, come on, it couldn't really be that bad, could it?
Why yeah. Usopp nodded frantically, desperate to find some bright side to the situation. After all, you managed to beat this 7 guy, right? Right?
Zoro grimaced slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, the guy was a master actor. He went from cordial to trying to chop my head off in less than a second. If there hadn't been a bottle nearby and I'd been a second slower on the draw, well. He drew a finger across his neck.
We all lapsed back into silence as we mulled over the perilous facts. Finally, Sanji hissed in a deep tug from his cigarette. You're thinking this is a trap, huh? Criminals don't normally give 2 shits about the well-being or hunger of others. Unless they're their own, right, right. Nami groaned as she kneaded her temples in aggravation. Perfect. Just, perfect. She shot a glare at our captain. Thanks a lot, Luffy. You're welcome. Luffy perked up for a moment before tilting his head in confusion. But, what did I do? You caused us to stumble ass backwards into an ambush set by a multinational criminal organization based on a whim. I summarized flatly before Nami could blow a gasket and try to throttle the poor bastard. Oh, then yeah, you're welcome. We're not looking forward to it, you damn bastard. Nami, Usopp and Sanji roared. Zoro winced and dug his pinky in his ear. Eesh, guys. I know, right? I grimaced as I slapped one of my palms against the side of my head. We need a doctor on this ship. I need a refresher on the symptoms of tinnitus. And a musician. Luffy piped up swiftly. Music isn't much good to me if I can't hear it, Cap'n. Besides, Nami jabbed her thumb at the seemingly silent snail on my shoulder. Doesn't he kind of count? I cocked my eyebrow in response. You consider the sound he makes muse? I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves. Everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves. Ack. I jumped as Soundbite's voice blared in my ears. I'm with the Kami on this one. Usopp grumbled darkly as he glared at my shoulder. Anyways. Zoro cut in. The point is that when we reach this Whiskey Peak place, we all need to be on our guards. Trust no one, and not a word of this to the two outside, understand? We all nodded and gave varying sounds of assent. Great, I clapped my hands firmly. Now, what say we divvy up what's left of our meal before Luffy finishes picking our plates clean, Yay wait, what, Luffy, smack, crack, bam, ow. I chuckled as Luffy and Sanji fell into an impromptu brawl before starting at the tapping sensation on my shoulder. WHO, yeah, sure, you can drop it, Soundbite. The snail heaved a massive sigh as he ceased his ministrations before casting a look at me. We're in deep shit, huh? I shrugged in response. It's the grand line, my friend. With a few exceptions, everything in it is trying to kill you. Oh, WOOH, hooray. Welcome, my eye twitched furiously as I took in the massive crowd of people before us, roaring and cheering raucously at the top of their lungs. Credit given where credit was most definitely due, even knowing that nearly all of these people were cold-blooded killers who would slit our throats without a second thought. Their cheers still sounded almost genuine to my ears. They definitely sounded genuine to the rest of the crew, though. She, and you guys were worried, Luffy cackled as he waved joyously. You jerks scared us for nothing, Usopp whooped as he blew kisses to the crowd. Pirates are heroes to these people. Heroes, woohoo. Hello, my lovelies, Sanji swooned, completely and utterly enraptured in his hurricane of love. I stared flatly at the trio of men prancing about the lower deck before plastering a smile on my face and turning my attention to the other two crewmates who were with me on the upper deck. Honeypot.
Honeypot, Zoro and Nami chorused flatly. Oy vey. I shook my head with a sigh. I'll sneak away and have Soundbite keep a listen out for anyone planning something behind the scenes when I get the chance. Hopefully they'll be able to keep their faces straight when I funnel it into their ears. For now though, I straightened up and raised one of my hands into the air.
Just smile and wave, boys, Soundbite announced through his grin. Smile and wave. Oh, so just down the hall and third door on the right? I called over my shoulder as I walked out of the room the party was roaring in. Yeah, can't miss it, one of the partying bounty hunters confirmed. Great, thanks, I shot him a thumbs up as I went, purposefully staggering and bumping into the walls as I went. Thank God for these guys blatantly overacting. Thanks to the commotion, none of them had noticed that most, if not all, of my drink was sloshing out of my mouth and onto the floor, rather than down my throat. The second I reached the bathroom, I forced myself in and locked the door shut behind me, collapsing on the seat with relief. I did not want to stay in there longer than I had to. Parties were not entirely my style. Definitely not crazy ones like this one was, at any rate. Still, I shook my head firmly. Now wasn't the time to be uncomfortable, now was the time to get to work. I placed Soundbite on my knee and grinned down at him. Alright little buddy, ready to illegally wiretap the world? Roger, he nodded firmly. Okay phones up around my ears. Give me a general overview of the town. Everything that's not going on in this in the room the party's in. And remember, volume. Don't blow my eardrums. Soundbite nodded anew, his ears stretching from eye stalk to eye stalk as he concentrated firmly. A second later, a stream of sound flowed through my ears. Crickets chirping, water flowing, gravel crunching, wind howling. And most important of all, voices. Okay. Hear those too, the guys who sound like they're above us, I queried. Soundbite looked upwards for a moment before flaring a particular line of noise. I listened for a moment before shaking my head. No, they're just getting another keg on account of how fast Zoro's drinking. I meant the other. I cut myself off as the correct voices resurged, making the things they were saying quite clear. And oh, the things they were saying. Jackpot, I nodded to myself. Okay, connect me with the crew, subtly. Soundbite clenched his eyes shut for a moment before opening his eyes and nodding firmly. Call lick. I pressed the headphone with the microphone close to my ear. Don't react, don't say a word, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm currently in the bathroom using Soundbite to speak to you. He's putting my words directly into your ears, so nobody can hear me but you. Now listen. I got a little bit curious and had Soundbite listen in on a little bit of everything and I heard something interesting. Soundbite, let them have it. Call lick. Soundbite repeated firmly before letting out the voices I'd heard before. Much longer do we have to fucking wait? I'm getting sick and tired of this crap. I wanna fucking go already.
Not yet, damn it. They're still awake, and I'm not going up against Roronoa goddamn Zoro while he's still sober. We've been able to do this for so long because we've always done it right.
But still. Look man, don't worry. I'm sure they won't need much more before they go down. Then, once they're dead and away, it's shackles and straight to the Marines for a hefty payday, and that makes it all worth it, right? Hey, yeah. Fair enough. Hey, pass me that rifle, would you? I don't think I wiped down its barrel yet. Here ya go. By the way, did you see that outfit Miss Wednesday was wearing? I swear, bitch and ice queen she might be, that girl is smoking. Okay, that's more than enough. I slashed my hand across my throat desperately, Soundbite complying with a lecherous giggle. Anyways, I think you get the idea. Now, here's how I suggest we swing this. Before I could say anything further, the sound of splintering everything rang out, accompanied by a very familiar R-A-A-A-A-A-H. I
bit out a curse as I slapped Soundbite back onto my shoulder, jumping up and darting out of the stall. Damn it, Luffy, do you even know the word sub? I cut myself off as I wrenched the door to the bathroom open and came face to face with a thinly built man who'd been just about to push open the door himself, and was also frozen in place, presumably on account of both the sudden commotion and the fact that I was obviously somehow still stone sober.
As we stared at each other, I had two separate reactions. Internally, I was ranting and raving, self-flagellating myself with reckless abandon. Supposedly drunk, isolated, perfect for ambush, dumbass. Externally, on the other hand, you're gonna want to get some air fresheners in there, ASAP. Believe me, biscuits are murder on my stomach, it's not pretty. Thankfully, the surprisingly coherent string of words prompted the man to jump in shock, giving me just enough time to lash my right leg up and catch him square between the legs. As the guy started to crumple, I shot my right hand into my jacket, snapped out the baton Smoker had given me and rammed the rod of metal across the guy's temple, knocking him to the floor. I panted heavily as I stared at the man's prone and groaning form for a moment before lashing out an additional kick to his face for good measure. It never hurt to be too careful. Well, it hurt him, but that was the entire point of the endeavor, so I didn't count it. I stood there silently for a moment as I caught my breath again before reaching up to absent-mindedly tap Soundbite. You know what, Luffy? Forget what I was saying about subtle. These guys are total S. All those in favor of breaking everyone and everything right here right now, say aye. A second roar erupted from what was left of the party room, accompanied swiftly by the entire building shaking from a massive impact. I let out a heavy huff as I cracked my neck back and forth eagerly, a heady grin splaying itself over my face. I'll take that as an aye. Well, you heard the captain. Charge. And with that, I bolted straight towards the brawl, Soundbite trumpeting out a bugle call as I went. I skidded to a halt outside of the party room, gaping in awe at the utter chaos that had engulfed it. To start with, one of the room's walls was just flat out gone, allowing me to catch sight of a fairly large crowd of armed killers attempting, emphasis on attempting, to hold down a rather rotund Luffy. The job was made fairly difficult by the fact that Luffy was flailing around and roaring furiously as he bodily flung the bounty hunters this way and that. Luckily, I could see Miss Monday lying in the middle of the street with a rather painful-looking dent in her skull. Unfortunately, not only could I not see Sanji and Zoro, but I could hear the telltale sounds of them fighting in the distance. I had a very bad feeling I knew what had brought that on. As for Usopp and Nami, they were both handling themselves relatively well against the dozen or so agents that were trying to get them, with Nami employing her staff to admirable effect and Usopp using a variety of ammunition on the thus occupied bounty hunters. I contemplated the rolling battle, wondering where I should start. Cross, duck, before I was torn out of my musings by Usopp's warning hitting my ears, prompting me to act first and think later as I dropped to my knees. As a result, the lead ball he shot at me whizzed well over my head and slammed into the chest of the man who'd apparently been sneaking up on me. Soundbite, keep your ears open, got it? I growled underneath my breath. Raj move. Soundbite barked suddenly. Acting on instinct, I rolled forwards, narrowly dodging a blade that stuck itself in the wooden doorframe where I'd been squatting moments before. I scrambled to my feet, right in front of yet another bounty hunter. I didn't think, there wasn't any time to think, no time to consider anything akin to a plan, just pure, straight-up action. And with that, I rammed my free fist, thumb out, tight but not too tight, straight into the guy's nose. As he staggered back, I followed up with a kick to one of his knees. The joint crumpled under the impact and the man began to keel over, and I finished by bringing my baton down on the back of his skull. If the way he flopped bonelessly was anything to go by, he was down and out. Blade left. Acting on Soundbite's warning, I whipped my baton up, barely catching the sword from coming down on me and cleaving my skull open like a rotten melon as I supported the metal pole with both hands. I strained for a moment under the pressure before swiftly swinging my foot up and kicking the guy once, twice in his shin. His stagger gave me just enough time to force my way into his guard and whip my elbow up and into his face, followed swiftly by the palm of my hand ramming into the middle of his forehead. I glanced around for where to go next, behind. Unfortunately, Soundbite was a moment too late as a thin arm, a woman's, wrapped itself around my neck and something was pressed to my temple. "Alright you two, surrender quietly or your friend here." Thunk. Gurge. The woman gurgled as she slumped away from me, a glance downwards showing a large lump rapidly blossoming on her forehead. I breathed a sigh of relief as I took a step back, my back coming into contact with Nami's. "Thanks for the save. Sorry, I should have grgh, I warded off a guy who wandered too close with a savage kick. Been faster." "Don't, Rog, beat yourself up about it," Nami managed to bite out. "We all make mistakes. To be honest, 2 people is pretty impressive, especially without anything heavier than that dinky baton of yours." Hey, I yelped as I rammed my shoulder into an opening I managed to notice. I'll have you know that tactical batons are simultaneously strong, subtle, and have been used for plenty of cases of police brutality. I brought the weapon down on the elbow of an arm I grabbed, the resulting crack sounding very reassuring to me. "Whatever." Nami's voice gave the impression of rolling her eyes in good-natured exasperation. "Anyways, you're doing alright for your first fight. I thought you'd said you'd never actually fought before?"
I haven't, but I do have a demon of a little brother back home, I explained, frowning at the mere thought of the little shithead. One who has a tendency for hair pulling and other forms of foul play. Just thought it'd be best to emulate him for once. I'll be honest, this is working out. I shot my baton out and caught a guy, the second one I'd taken down, actually, in the throat before grabbing his hair and bringing his face down to meet my knee. Better than I thought it would.
"Yeah, and I think I know why," Nami grunted. "These guys are meant to be trained professionals. They're used to people with actual skills, not amateurs who come at them like rabid dogs." "Rabid dog, huh?" I huffed out as a slightly vicious grin spread across my mouth. "I actually think I can live with duh." Gum gum. I cut myself off with a yelp as I dove to the floor, followed closely by Nami and Usopp. Whip. Not a moment too soon. A second later, a long elastic limb swung through the air above us, bowling over the rest of the agents who were still standing in a single definitive strike. I lay prone for a second before daring to glance up, taking in the array of unconscious bodies in numb awe. Well, that works too, I suppose. Only when we're not in the line of fire, Nami growled darkly. Ah. Luffy sighed heartily as he ambled over to us, patting his now flat stomach. Nothing like a good fight to help with digestion. That was nice. It'd be even nicer if you gave us a heads up before almost taking our heads off, Usopp howled as he sprang to his feet. Luffy blinked at us in confusion. But you're all fine, aren't you? Only because we know you too well, jackass, Nami and Usopp raged. That was a little reckless, Luffy, I concurred. Loose cannon, baby. Luffy blinked at us for a moment before chuckling and scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, yeah, you're right, sorry guys. At least you're willing to admit it. I sighed wearily before glancing at Nami. Dare I even ask where Zoro and Sanji are? As I feared, she jerked her thumb towards the sounds of combat in the distance. Zoro took down that large woman, Miss Monday, when she tried to cave Usopp's head in with her fist. Unfortunately, that got Sanji going after him as a result. They went that way and haven't come back yet.
Joy. I ground out. I considered matters for a moment before speaking. Alright, seeing how the element of surprise has just been blown to Kingdom Come, mind if I offer my opinion on what the hell we should do next?
Luffy shrugged with a large grin. Sure thing, Nami mimicked the action. I don't see why not. Usopp glanced around warily for a moment before nodding nervously. Hey. Alright then. You were right about this town, so. Thank you, I sighed in relief. Alright, here's what I'm thinking. Usopp, you find a good rooftop and act as support. Take out anyone who shows their head and isn't us. Think you can do that? Usopp considered my request for a moment before popping a thumbs up and nodding firmly. Why yeah, of course I can. Who do you take me for, huh? I am the great Captain Usopp. Yeah, we know. I rolled my eyes impatiently. Now get to it, would you? Alright, right. Usopp yelped, running off to find the nearest ladder or staircase possible. Nami, I directed my attention at the orange-haired woman. You and I are going to be engaging in one of the few pirate activities I think you will enjoy. Oh yeah? Nami cocked an eyebrow doubtfully. What? I grinned and clapped my hands together firmly. Looting everything that isn't nailed down, and a lot that is. I could practically see Nami's eyes flash into berry signs. You have my attention. No shite. Soundbite chortled. Ignoring the snail, I went on. I think Luffy managed to take out the majority of these guys and the rest are probably either heading for the hills or getting caught in Zoro and Sanji's crossfire. Hence, that of criminals abandoned and ripe for the picking. I imagine you hear opportunity knocking like I do, right? Nami allowed a giggle of childlike glee to slip out of her as she nodded eagerly. Luffy blinked in confusion as he cupped his ears. I don't hear anything. Figure of speech, Luffy, Nami and I chorused. Anyways, I continued. You head towards Sanji and Zoro and break them up if you can. Then send them back here to tie these guys up so that they don't get loose. I'll head in the opposite direction and see what I can turn up. And keep an eye out, alright? There could still be some stragglers hiding here and there, so there's a good chance they could try and jump us. Got it? You got it, big bro, Nami chirped before skipping away. I blinked in numb shock as I tried to process what I just seen. Oh, K, that was disturbing. I feel unclean. Soundbite shivered heavily. I haven't been this scared since the last time Grandpa came to visit. Luffy gulped audibly. I jerked as I was reminded of my captain's presence. To be specific, I was suddenly all too aware of exactly what I'd been saying in his presence. Ah, Captain, look. I started uncomfortably. Listen, about the whole plans thing. I realize that this is your crew, really. Have I been insubordinate or anything? Cross. I snapped my jaws shut, not because Luffy was angry, but because he was grinning. I can't cook. I blinked in confusion at the non sequitur. I can't predict the weather, Luffy went on, still grinning serenely. I can't swing a sword, and I can't lie. His grin widened enough to expose his teeth. And I'm not that smart, either. I tried to put the pieces together in vain. Luffy, I don't think I understand. She. Luffy chuckled as he scratched underneath his nose. Oh yeah, you weren't there for that, were y'all? Ah well, we'll talk about it on the merry. Oh, K. Contrary to what Luffy thought, I actually knew what he was talking about, I just didn't understand why. How did that apply in this context? Anyways, weren't you going to tell me what your plan was for me? I jerked at the reminder. Right, Luffy. IGARAPPA. Bang, gaw. Luffy grunted as he was suddenly jerked forwards by a number of lumps shooting out of his chest. The lumps remained for a second before Luffy growled and flexed furiously, the lumps flattening out and a spread of buckshot shooting out of his back as he let loose a rabid roar. Hey, watch it you bastards, that was dangerous. My captain roared as he wheeled around and charged in the direction of both the voice and the bullets. I blinked in surprise as my mind caught up with what had just happened. Smash, I finished intelligently. Soundbite giggled as he watched Luffy roar off, puny god. That comes later. I muttered to myself. For now, just puny frontier agents.
Enough talk. Soundbite barked as he jerked his head forwards. Mush.
I'm mushing. I complied as I started walking forwards. But I'm doing it slowly. Right now, we need to talk. The baby transponder snail blinked in confusion. We do? Yes, I pinned him with a glare. We do. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. I got ambushed twice back there. Soundbite. Not once, twice. Not my fault. Soundbite protested. Yes, your fault. I accused firmly. Soundbite, your hearing is phenomenal. You should have heard that guy outside of the bathroom, you should have warned me about him. Why didn't you? The snail hesitated for a moment before glancing away sheepishly, wasn't listening. And that almost got us killed. Soundbite made to say something, then bit his lip and looked away uneasily. I kept walking for a moment before stopping and sighing. Soundbite. Look, I'm sorry for being so harsh. I realize you're young and I realize you're not used to this, but... I spread my arms and indicated the town around us. We're in the Grand Line. We can't afford to freeload anymore, either of us. I'm going to be exercising under Zoro, and frankly, you should exercise too. Or at least, practice. Your powers are as strong as they'll be, at least until your body grows up a bit. Until then, all you can do is refine how you use your powers. Nothing more and nothing less, understand? Soundbite was quiet for the longest time as his eyes swiveled back and forth on his eye stalks, before he gave me a look of pure determination, nodding his head firmly. Understood. I smiled and gave his shell a reassuring pat. Glad to hear it, and I know how you can start. Remember those stragglers I mentioned could still be around? Soundbite nodded, though he looked confused. Well, I want you to listen for them. Find their heartbeats, find their breathing, find them talking, find anything. Locate anyone left in this town who isn't us and tell me or Nami or anyone else if those people are getting close to them. Do you think you can do that for me? Soundbite frowned as he glanced left and right in thought, grinding his teeth slightly. It's hard. Need to concentrate. Focus a lot. Weed them out. I shrugged helplessly. Sorry, Soundbite, but I said it before we went up the mountain. Nothing worth doing is easy to do. I'm not asking if it's easy or hard, I'm asking whether you can or cannot do it. I'll try. Soundbite ground out before snapping a glare at me. Quote Yoda and I. I chuckled as I raised my hands in surrender, not a word. Good. Now. Quiet. And with that, I shut up as I started going from house to house, popping the doors open and checking out the insides. As it was, this venture was turning out to be quite profitable indeed. Every residence I checked was quite Spartan in nature, and had a not inconsiderable stash of money hidden somewhere within, some in pantries, others beneath mattresses, and so on and so forth. Thankfully I'd managed to find a nice big burlap sack to stash the bills in, and after about 2 hours and a dozen houses, I was lugging what had to be half of Luffy's bounty and cash. I had to admit, it was quite the ingenious system. If the residents of Whiskey Peak had pooled the rewards of their bounties in a singular vault, then there would always be a chance of someone getting greedy and pulling off a heist. Foolhardy, on account of the unluckies and other such threats, but a chance nonetheless. But by spreading the wealth throughout the town, no one person would have too much money on them at once. Most likely Igaram and Vivi's teams had larger shares on account of being agents, but their strength and positions made any thoughts of stealing from them suicidal at best. As I made the rounds of the house, Soundbite was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes darting back and forth beneath his clenched eyelids. It was easy to tell that the snail was concentrating as hard as he possibly could, keeping track of however many bounty hunters were left in this town. Ultimately, this concentration paid off when Soundbite snapped his eyes open just as I was about to make my way out of my 15th house. "Wait," he hissed. "Bounty hunter." I promptly froze, my hands inches from the doorknob of the still ajar door. "Where?" I whispered. "Down the street. He has a gun." I snorted slightly as I rolled my eyes. Of course he did, why wouldn't he have one? Alright, no time to panic. Just need a quick plan. How to best use noise to take this guy out. The obvious answer was subterfuge, so all I needed was a good try. "Wait. Trick. Parlor trick. That was it. Can you mimic any of the bounty hunters who are still up?" I asked quietly. Soundbite muttered under his breath for a second before nodding. "Yeah," he grunted in a foreign voice. "Alright, here's what I want you to do. Swap my voice, and then project it to that guy, while making sure I can hear what he's saying. Can you do it?" A moment of concentration more and Soundbite nodded firmly. "Say when." Okay. I took a calming breath and pressed myself up against the wall of the Hodor. "Do it." A second later, an electronic-ish whine sounded in my ear. "You're live." Pissed. I hissed out. Hey, you. Who? "Shish. Over here." I tapped the door slightly, causing it to swing a bit. "Get over here, quietly. One of the pirates is upstairs. We can take him by surprise." The silence was devastating. For a heart-rending moment, I feared that this wouldn't work. Until the agent spoke. "Alright. Hang tight." I took slow, deep breaths as my heart pounded in my chest, every instant seemingly lasting an eternity as I waited for the right moment. Finally, Soundbite bit out a nigh imperceptible, "Get ready," into my ear. A second later, the door started to creak open and I caught sight of the side of somebody's face. With barely a second thought, I sprung at the man, one fist crashing into the side of his face with all my weight behind it while my free hand grabbed the end of his gun's barrel and wrenched. Thankfully, the force and shock factor of my punch was more than enough to cause the man to let go of his weapon as he stumbled in an attempt to catch on to what was going on. Instead of giving the bounty hunter a chance to reorient himself, I jammed the butt of the gun into the guy's gut. As he doubled over, I caught him squarely in the middle of his face with my elbow. A final overhead swing of the rifle onto the man's head skull put him squarely down for the count. As I stood there, panting and staring at the prone man in shock, I came to a few realizations. First, I was shaking like I'd been dunked in ice. Second, I could feel my heart pumping and roaring in my chest. And third was that I had a massive and most likely slightly disturbing grin on my face. "Ross, hey, Cross, is this thing working? Yerk," I yelped in shock, jumping almost a foot into the air as Zoro's voice came out of nowhere. "Yeah, it's working. Cross, you alright?" I stammered dumbly. Right. Soundbite must have made a connection. Just need to calm down. Fine. I just ambushed another agent, but I'm fine." "Cross, did you?" "No," I winced at how loud that was. I mean no, he's fine. I'm fine. I didn't, he's just unconscious, I wouldn't. Not that there's anything wrong with that, not if there's any other." "Cross, are you really alright?" I hesitated slightly as I contemplated my answer before responding. Look, Zoro, I know it is distinctly not right to enjoy fighting and violence, I know that. But the thrill of it all. The rush. That's still safe, right? That's not. Are you kicking his head in or breaking his bones for kicks?" I looked down at the unconscious man contemplatively, reassuring myself that yes, he was still breathing. No, I didn't do that. I did what needed to be done, nothing more or less." "Then you're still sane, Cross. You're still pretty nuts for, well, anyone, but you're not the dangerous kind of nuts. Well, to anyone but yourself, at least. Does that help?" I considered this for a moment before promptly sagging in relief. I don't think it should, but it does. It really does. Thanks, Zoro." "Great. Anyways, the crap cook and I just finished tying these clowns up and Nami wants to start counting cash. Get over here before she gets it in her mind to get you herself." I barely choked down a squawk of panic as I grabbed the sack of berries I'd accumulated. On my way, I grimaced as a thought hit me. Before I forget, were Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday among the captured? I could have sworn I caught sight of them when Luffy went to beat down that curly-haired guy. Huh? Yeah, we got them. They tried to attack me and the cook while we were fighting. PSH. As though fighting that moron would distract me even remotely enough for that to work. Why do you ask?
Perfect. I ground out, doing my best to keep my exasperation out of my voice. That made things complicated. Or at least, interesting. I just wanted to know because they seemed like they had higher ranks than the rest, if their low numbers meant anything. A grunt is one thing, executive officers are another barrel of pitch entirely.
Fair enough. But don't worry, they're tied up. They won't be causing us any problems.
Got it, got it. I nodded slowly to myself. Well, anyways, I'll be there in a bit. Hang tight. And with that, I jerked my hand across my throat. The second the connection was cut, I let out a slight groan as I looked up at the sky, searching for an answer. Well, this was a fine mess. While the sky was dark, we were still early in the timeline, and without Mr. 5 and Valentine putting seemingly lethal pressure on Vivi and Agaram, neither of the two would spill their identities to us.
Some way, somehow, I needed to get the two to divulge their identities to us and explain their stories. Otherwise, well, best not to contemplate those kinds of consequences. Or the body counts that went alongside them. Well, standing around separated from the crew wouldn't do anything to help. Besides, maybe the walking could help me think of something. 15 minutes later, I was back at the building and my mind was still giving me squat. As it was, my train of thought could be summed up as a frantic repetition of the words, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? Hey big bro, Sunuva. Once again I jerked in shock as a voice, Nami's this time, came straight out of nowhere. I shot a glare at Soundbite, and you didn't warn me why. Too funny. Soundbite snickered. Gurge. I hissed out before taking in Nami's very ecstatic demeanor. And as for you, what the heck is with the big bro stuff? Anybody who helps me make 50 million berries in a single night is as good as family to me, Nami chirped eagerly as she yanked the bag of cash I was holding out of my hands. I blinked at the sum in shock. You managed to find 50 mil all on your own? Actually, your bag makes it 50, Nami clarified as she hefted the bag with a squee. I ran that phrase in my head for a second before giving the navigator a disturbed look. Did you just figure out how much money that bag has in it with a glance? It's a gift, she chirped as she swung the sack up onto her shoulder. Well, I'm going to go and stow this on the Mary. Go take Sanji's place and tell him to get to work, and with that, she was off. I blinked as I tried to come to terms with what had just happened before slowly looking at Soundbite. That woman is way too scary for someone her size. Shush, she could hear you, I wouldn't put it past her. Moving past that little scene, I went inside the building where the monster trio was waiting.
Hey Cross. Luffy waved as he eagerly munched down on some of the leftovers. Have fun.
For a certain degree of the word, fun, anyways. I tilted my hand side to side with a grimace before looking at the other two. What about you guys? Sanji coughed uncomfortably as he refused to meet my eyes. I overreacted slightly during the fight and Nami got a bit angry with me. Nothing serious.
I swear I could feel a drop of sweat hang from my head as I took in the massive bruises that adorned Sanji and Zoro's skulls, as well as a few small cuts on Sanji's face and legs. Yes, I can see that. Anyways, I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. Nami wants us to switch out. Grab a bag and start looting. I'll stay here and keep an eye on these clowns.
Got it, Sanji nodded as he walked off. I'll grab some food while we're at it. We're running a bit low. Maybe a few barrels of fresh water too. And with that he was off, muttering out a growing list the entire way. I watched him leave for a moment before turning and taking stock of our former attackers. The majority of the bounty hunters were still unconscious, their limbs tied behind their backs with several lengths of rope. However, not all of them were dead to the world. As it was, Mr. 9, Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday were all still conscious, if badly bruised, and gagged as well as bound. The trio was showing ITY by pinning us all with furious glares. I gave the trio a once-over before glancing at Zoro. They say anything? The swordsman scoffed as he poked around in the house's wreckage for a bottle that was still intact. Nothing worth listening to, anyways. I hummed in understanding as I contemplated the frontier agents, specifically, Miss Wednesday. The second she caught me looking at her, however, she affixed me with a thunderous look. It was quite the expression to behold. In fact, the way she'd been acting the entire time I'd known her actually seemed a bit familiar. Wait, could that actually work? It was certainly a possibility, no doubt. After all, Vivi prided herself on not being like that, so maybe. There was only one way to find out. I pointed at Miss Wednesday. Do you mind if I take her gag out? I want to ask her something. Luffy and Zoro blinked at me in confusion before shrugging indifferently. Go ahead. Thanks. I walked up to the bound woman and knelt in front of her, yanking out the cloth lodged between her teeth. Miss Wednesday spat and gagged for a moment before glaring at me venomously. What do you want? She growled. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Vivi was a hell of an actor. If I didn't know the truth about her personality, I'd say she was as much of a bitch as she was making herself out to be. And it was the sheer disparity between her two personalities that I was banking on. "What's your name?" I asked. The agent cocked her head with a haughty sniff. "Are you daft? You know full well that my name is Miss Wednesday." I grumbled in exasperation as I rolled my eyes. "Your real name, smartass, not your code name." I could practically feel Mr. 8's eyes boring into me as the blue-haired woman twitched imperceptibly. Why do you want to know?" I shrugged as I maintained my flat stare. "I want to know your family name so that I can confirm a theory I have."
A cold sweat appeared on Miss Wednesday's brow as she swallowed slightly. What are you talking about? You can cut the act, it's written all over you. The way you walk, the way you look at me and my friends, the way you carry yourself. I tilted my head to the side just so. You're rich, aren't you?
That prompted Wednesday to blink in shock. What? Your family, they have plenty of money, don't they? I clarified. Every one of your mannerisms is textbook blue blood behavior. The kind that you learn over the course of your whole life. And that can only mean one thing. You're loaded, and you grew up loaded.
Miss Wednesday flapped her jaw uselessly for a moment as she attempted to come up with an answer. What does it matter if my family has money? Her gaze suddenly turned steely. Are you looking to hold me for ransom or something, Is that it?
I couldn't help but smile at the deflection. Smart girl, very impressive. Too bad she was a mile off base. Not even remotely. I just wanted to confirm that before asking you my real question. Why? Wednesday blinked in shock, but I pressed on before she could respond. Why are you here? You have money, you have standing, you have things, period. So why join Baroque Works? Why would a pretty girl like you, someone with everything, be slumming with a nefarious criminal organization? And don't try to tell me this isn't a step down from your usual accommodations. Those questions managed to do the job, putting Miss Wednesday on edge and forcing her to avert her gaze. What? Why would you possibly? I want to know, I asserted firmly, leaning to the side so that I was looking at her straight in the face. Because tonight, I was attacked by people who were acting with full intent to kill, and as such I want to know why. I want some kind of motivation. I want to know why someone like you would be so willing to kill me. The rest of these chumps? That's easy. They want to get rich, and at least I can understand the idea, even if I don't even remotely respect it.
But you, I jabbed my finger at her. As I said before, you're loaded. You don't need to lower yourself to base violence to get rich because you already are. So what I want to know is why. Why the hell are you here?
Wednesday bit her lip furiously as she twisted this way and that where she was sitting, wholly unwilling to look at me. Was it for the thrill of it? I demanded. Were you sick and tired of living a safe and secure life?
Because I'll admit, the rush is a hell of a thing. Or maybe it was simply youthful rebellion. Tired of being daddy's precious little princess, I spat the word, causing Wednesday to flinch. All the time, wanted to escape your sheltered life. I cast a disdainful glance at Mr. 9. I seriously doubt you decided to do it for romance, especially not with him. I then looked at Mr. 8 with a grimace. And I really hope not with him.
MMMPH. The pair roared furiously beneath their gags, though for different reasons. Meanwhile, Miss Wednesday was outright squirming in her spot, clearly uncomfortable to the extreme. Just one more push. I made a show of tensing up as a thought hit me. Or maybe, I shot an accusing glare at her. You like it, don't you? Wednesday glanced at me in confusion. You like causing pain. And just like that, horror washed across her face, her entire body tensing up as though she'd been struck by lightning. No, she breathed numbly. That's it, isn't it? I denounced vehemently. You like hurting people. You like killing them, hunting them down.
No. You like torturing them, ending their lives, gaining their trust and stabbing them in the back the second they least suspect it. The entire reason you're here is that you take pleasure out of the suffering of others, suffering that you.
No, I jerked back in shock at the sudden scream, barely managing to keep a victorious grin off my face. Miss Wednesday was long gone, and in her place sat Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, huffing and panting furiously as she stared at me with equal parts royal fury and honest desperation. That is not true. Vivi spat heatedly. You think I like doing this? You think I enjoyed causing so much pain? I hate hurting people. I've hated it my entire life. Every second I've been a part of this organization, every instant I've worked for it, I have had to fight against every fiber of my being to keep going. I promise you, there is not one person on the planet who hates Baroque Works more than I do. Then why join? I demanded, getting right up in her face. Why become a part of it? Why climb the ranks until you were mere inches away from the top? What possible purpose did that serve?
Espionage, primarily. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little sabotage in there too, kyahaha.
My blood ran cold as a very familiar pair of voices sounded out behind me, and judging by the way Vivi suddenly paled in absolute terror, my memory wasn't faulty in this regard. With an immense amount of dread, I slowly stood up and turned around, taking in the duo that were standing out in the street. A dark-skinned man wearing a trench coat and a bubbly woman in a yellow lemon-themed sundress carrying a parasol. Honestly now, you've been quite busy. Miss Valentine mused with a grin. Haven't you, Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta? Luffy blinked at the officer agents in confusion. Who the heck are these guys? He then twisted his head around to look at Vivi. And you're a princess? For real? All Vivi could manage was a panicked whimper as she trembled in place. Zoro snorted as he looked them over, his right hand clenched around Wado Ichimonji. More Baroque Works agents, if I had to guess. Yeah. I grit out darkly. At a glance, I'm going to say. Mr. 5 and Miss. What, April Fool's Day? Kyahaha. The woman cackled. Valentine's Day, actually, but good guess. I'm glad to see that my sunny disposition is so impressionable. Just for that, I'll make your death painless. You should consider yourself lucky, Mr. 5 grunted. Usually she likes to take her sword, I drawled sarcastically. Beneath my breath, I hissed at Soundbite out of the corner of my mouth. Nice job keeping a lookout. I was listening, the baby snail protested, I heard them coming. Alright you two, enough of the comedy routine, Zoro growled, sliding Wado Ichimonji out of its sheath. What do you want?
What we want isn't important, Mr. 5 sniffed. What's important is what our boss wants, and what he wants is Her Majesty's head served to him on a silver platter, along with her keeper. He jerked his head at Mr. 8. Agaram, commander of the Royal Guard of Alabasta.
Of course, seeing how you all seem to know so much about our organization, Miss Valentine's grin went from ear to ear, showing off her psychopathy at its fullest. We'll need to kill you all as well, nothing personal, kyahahaha. Yes, because that's exactly the kind of reassurance a person wants to hear. I deadpanned before growling at Soundbite. Well, why the hell didn't you say anything? I did say something. Before I could question what he meant, both Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine fell into ready positions. Now then. The male half of the duo started. Let's get started, kyahaha, the woman finished. They started to move, and promptly jerked simultaneously before falling face first to the ground. I blinked in confusion as I tried to process what the heck had just happened. Kyahahaha. Soundbite cackled. I just didn't say IT to you. What the hell are you? Hey, guys, you alright down there? I stared at Soundbite for a second as he belted out Usopp's voice before allowing my jaw to drop open in shock. That was genius. Thank yo, he sang in response. TCH, cocky little shit. Zoro grunted as he clicked his sword back into its sheath, not even bothering to hide the smirk he was wearing. We're fine, Usopp. Nice going. Yeah, that was a great shot, Luffy nodded in agreement. Why yeah, of course it was. After all, what else would you expect from the great? We know, I groaned tiredly. Look, you can gloat later, when we're out of danger. For now, Soundbite, broadcast to the whole crew. One electronic whine later and the snail announced, you're live. Sanji, drop what you're doing and hightail it to the Mary, pronto. Nami, if you're still on board, stay there. We need to meet up as soon as possible. I glanced between Vivi and Igaram contemplatively. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, alright, you too. I crossed my arms with a huff as I leaned against the Mary's thankfully unmolested main mast. Start talking. Just what in the blue hell have we stumbled ass backwards into? After cutting Vivi and Igaram's binds, we all spent a few minutes relocating to Mary's deck, where our crew had encircled the pair of royals and were watching them curiously. Vivi, with her hair now let down into a looser and far more comfortable-looking ponytail, looked at us desperately for a moment before hanging her head with a heavy sigh. How much do you all know about the kingdom of Alabasta? Princess. Igaram attempted to protest. They just saved our lives, Igaram. Even after we tried to kill them. Vivi cut him off firmly. They have a right to know. The captain of the guard hesitated for a second before conceding with a slump of his shoulders. Vivi stared at him for a moment longer before looking back at us. As I was saying. We've never heard of it, Nami shrugged. Believe it or not, a lot of people in the East Blue would probably be surprised to learn the Grand Line actually has kingdoms, much less any kind of person living in it besides pirates, I added. I see. Vivi nodded slowly. Well, you have to understand. Our home, Alabasta, was once known as one of, if not the most peaceful nation on the Grand Line. Sanji frowned as he gnawed on his cigarette contemplatively. When you say, was.
In recent years, the country has been racked with rebellion, Vivi lamented miserably, her voice filled with pain and misery. Not the revolutionaries, they've never had any quarrels with us, but a truly natural one. There have been riots, uprisings, chaos in general. At first, it appeared like my kingdom, my home was tearing itself apart.
Until I discovered excuse me, ma, Igaram recited hastily. Until I discovered rumors about the criminal organization known as Baroque Works. They have been using their agents to covertly disseminate unrest amongst the populace, turning the people against the crown. I attempted to discover a motive, but none were forthcoming. When I found out about Baroque Works, I came to Igaram for help, Vivi explained. I wanted to infiltrate the organization so that I could investigate it from the inside and discover the identity of their leader, as well as his intentions. Damn. Zoro whistled in awe. Pretty damn gutsy for a princess. You will address Princess Vivi with respect, you. Igaram started to bluster before Vivi slapped his arm. Igaram, she huffed. Apologized to Mr. Bushido, now. Most of the crew, myself included, hastily whipped our hands up to cover the smirks and scoffs we gave out. Mr. Bushido? I couldn't help but ask, gently elbowing him in the side. Zoro's eye twitched as he let out a growl. Are you? I apologize, Mr. Bushido, Igaram spoke up, nodding firmly at Zoro. That's not my name, damn it, the swordsman roared amidst our renewed laughter. Anyways. I finally managed to get out. Did you manage to figure out what they're after? And just like that, the good mood died as Vivi's expression sobered. Yes, we did. The aim of Baroque Works, the entire reason the organization was created, is to conquer Alabasta. They created and exploited the rebellion, and I need to return home as quickly as possible so that I can expose the truth, before my people unwittingly throw themselves into Baroque Works' clutches. I see. Usopp mused. That's quite the story. So who's the boss? Luffy asked eagerly. I nodded in agreement. Who's patient Zero? Or, well, Mr. Zero as it were. Don't ask us that, Vivi and Igaram shouted simultaneously. You must understand, Bawo ahem, ma, Baroque Works prides itself on secrecy. Igaram explained hastily. Mr. Zero is already attempting to kill us because we know his identity. Were we to share it with you, then you would become targets as well. Fine by us. Nami waved her hands hastily with a shaky grin. We're kind of in over our heads already. I don't want to go any deeper. I do. I piped up hastily. This sounds sweet. Bring him on, Luffy grinned as he pounded his fists together. Bring him on, Soundbite parroted eagerly. Anyone who hurts someone as beautiful as you deserves to taste my shoe leather, the hard way, Sanji growled. Meh, we can take him, Zoro grunted. No we can't, Usopp and Nami roared. Look, you're all very strong, you've proven that, Vivi replied, her tone and hands raised placatingly. But I have to agree with those two. You're no match for Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi immediately clapped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide in horror. Too late, though. We had all heard it. Nami was hugging herself desperately and Usopp had fainted dead away. You just told us, Zoro deadpanned, his jaw and brow twitching furiously. A heavy silence fell over us all as we all stared at Vivi in shock. Igaram stared at Vivi in shock. The rest of the crew and I stared at Vivi in shock. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday stared at Vivi in. Well, honestly, they just seemed to stare from where they were perched on the upper deck's railing. The sunglasses made it hard to tell, but they were sure as heck staring nonetheless. Then they stared at the rest of us. We all took notice of them and stared up in surprise. After a minute, they glanced at each other for a second before Mr. 13 jumped on Friday's back and she took off, the duo soaring into the heavens. The bird and the otter. Who are they? Nami shrieked, railer and shaking her back and forth. Are they going to report us? Well.
I'm sorry. Vivi whimpered as she let herself hang in Nami's grip, tears streaming down her frozen, mortified face.
Hear that? I heard Luffy say excitedly behind me. One of the 7 warlords. Yeah, this could be fun, Zoro replied. I barely resisted the urge to facepalm at the arrogant smirk I could hear in his voice. Crocodile. Usually best cooked from frozen, but I suppose I'll be able to make do with raw as well. I sent a smirk at Igaram as I patted him on the back. She needs to work on her impulse control a bit, huh? Princess Vivi. The captain moaned piteously, burying his face in his hands. I'm so sorry, it just slipped out. Vivi continued to moan, apparently only half conscious of what she was saying. Slipped out. Now those bastards are going to try and kill us too. Nami roared at her before finally tossing the princess away and starting to sob piteously, clutching her face in despair. Not even a full day into the Grand Line and already one of the warlords wants us dead. This is too much. What did I ever do to deserve this? Do you want that list chronologically or alphabetically? I offered. Shut the hell up. We're lucky, we'll be able to meet him soon. I wonder what he's like. Hey, he can't be too tough. That goes for you too. Nami roared at the monster trio before turning on her heel and marching away with a huff. Well, I feel your pain and I'm sorry for the both of you, but this is where we part ways. Hit the road, you two. Cross, help me hoist the sails. Huh? Luffy blinked in confusion. Where are we going? Anywhere but here. Those bastards don't know what we look like, so we've still got a chance to get away. Now stop lollygagging and hurry. Nami cut herself off as she heard the sound of a pencil scratching on paper. A glance to the side revealed the unluckies perched back on the ship's railing, with Mr. 13 drawing furiously on a sketchpad. He then proceeded to flip it around and show off a couple pages. each displaying a scary good sketch of one of us, even Soundbite. "Wow, you're pretty good," Nami chirped as she clapped her hands eagerly. "Yeah, I couldn't help but snark up. Not a bad parlor trick. What else can you do? Balance a ball on your nose." The otter stared at me flatly for a second before reversing his sketchpad and drawing furiously on it for a minute, flipping through several dozen pages in seconds. When he was done, he held the book upside down and started to let the pages fall. I blinked in shock at what I saw. "Wow, a flip book, and with me in it." I whistled in awe. "Damn, that's impressive." So I'm walking along. Then I'm getting shot in the leg. And now I'm being disemboweled. And now your partner is. I trailed off as I continued to observe the macabre spectacle. Okay, that's just wrong. His job done, 13 left back on Friday and they took off anew, soaring towards the horizon. Perfect, now there's nowhere left to run, Nami howled furiously. Oh like hell, I was letting this opportunity slip away. Not quite, I growled as I glanced at Soundbite. Wake him up, now. BWAAAAH, Soundbite complied, blasting a foghorn across the deck and causing Usopp to scramble awake with a shriek. Who, wah, where? I hastily grabbed Usopp's shoulder and oriented him at the retreating pair of assassins. Targets at 12 o'clock, priority target, shoot them down, now. What happened next was, in all honesty, a thing of beauty. In the span of a few scant seconds, Usopp snapped his goggles down, whipped his slingshot up, loaded, took aim, and fired. An instant later, the unluckies jerked in the sky and plummeted, a faint squawk managing to make its way back to us. I breathed a sigh of relief as I patted the sniper on the shoulder. Nicely done. Usopp blinked out at the sea for a second before looking at me in confusion. Thanks, I think. What just happened? You just got us off scot-free. Nami squeaked exuberantly. Usopp, if you were anyone else I'd kiss you. I'll take it. Nami, I couldn't help but speak up hesitantly. It's not that easy. A, we already messed with Baroque Works by taking out this town, so unless you're willing to kill everyone here. Nami gained an uncomfortable expression. Well. And B. I pointed at Soundbite with a grimace. You're sailing with the loudest snail in the world, who now knows one of the most dangerous secrets in the world. Crocodile, Mr. Zero is crocodile, Soundbite piped up helpfully. Well, his version of it, anyways. Nami's face immediately fell into a massive scowl. I am so tempted to eat you right now. It's no use, Nami, Zoro smirked as he patted her on the shoulder. The fact is, one way or another, we're on Baroque Works' hit list. Sounds like fun to me, Luffy grinned eagerly. We're gonna D. Nami moaned as she slumped on the deck, clutching her knees to her chest. I'm so sorry. Vivi attempted to comfort her desperately, patting her on the back. Excuse me? Igaram spoke up hesitantly. I realize that we have caused you an immense amount of trouble, but if at all possible, I would like to make one final request of you. For the sake of our nation, Princess Vivi must be returned to Alabasta at all haste. As such, I would request that you transport her home upon your ship. You are all quite powerful, so I imagine that you would be able to handle the agents that will be sent after us with little problem. Please, Igaram shocked us by falling on his hands and knees and bowing deeply. You will be rewarded most handsomely. Just bring our beloved princess home, I beg of you. Igaram. Vivi said quietly. Nah, don't worry about it, Luffy said, grinning as he waved his hand in front of his face. We'll get her home for you, no problem. The rest of the crew, myself included, tensed furiously at the statement, casting panicked glances at Nami. The orange-haired woman sniffled and sobbed for a moment longer before standing up with a sigh and slapping a hand to her forehead. Well, I guess if those are the captain's wishes then we don't have a choice. Alright, we'll do it. I gaped at Nami in blatant shock. Wait, you're not going to lambaste Luffy for passing up your chance to name a price to royalty?
Nami blinked and considered for a moment before shrugging indifferently. Meh, not really. After all. She suddenly grinned toothily and threw an arm over my shoulders. You helped me make quite the mint today, big bro. 70 million berries in a single night. That's practically unheard of outside the bounty hunting business. So, Nami adopted a contemplative look for a moment. Quote. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty generous for the moment.
Blasphemy. Zoro and Usopp hissed in awe. Cram it, you too. On she's back. Beep it Igaram. Vivi protested. You keep speaking about getting me to Alabasta, keeping me safe, but what about yourself? I won't just leave you here, I refuse. Igaram smiled kindly as he laid a hand on her shoulder. Fear not, my princess, we shall meet again in Alabasta. You see, I have a plan. Oh, that was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. Sanji grit out, puffing on 2 cigarettes at once as we watched Igaram set sail. I guess, but still, you've gotta admit, doing something like that takes real guts, Usopp noted. Yeah, I guess you're right, the cook conceded. As our decoys set out into the night, I took the opportunity to tap Vivi on the shoulder to get her attention. Listen. I scratched the back of my head sheepishly as I spoke. About what I said earlier, I'm really sorry about all that. I was coming off an adrenaline high and something didn't feel right about it all, so. No, it's fine. Vivi raised her hands placatingly. You weren't in a right state of mind, it's alright. Honestly, I'm grateful. If you hadn't made me break character then, I probably wouldn't have until it was TANDS. She smiled gratefully at me. Without you, neither Igaram or I would still be alive. I made to respond. Boom, FWOOSH, and was cut off by the horizon becoming fire. I was slightly aware of a strangled sound crawling out of my throat as I stared at the nigh unholy bonfire that was lighting up the night. Two pressing questions jumped at me. First, how in holy hell did Igaram survive that? And second, what the hell did Robin do? Detonate a metric ton of water-resistant explosives on top of an underwater volcano or something? They got to him already. Usopp squawked in panic. What kind of monsters are these people? Sanji breathed as his cigarette slipped from his lips in shock. Holy shit, Soundbite hissed in agreement. Luffy snorted murderously as he stared out at the blaze. Damn it, I like that guy. Nami, how's the log pose? Zoro demanded. It's set, Nami stammered as she checked the instrument. Good. Then we need to set sail immediately, he grunted as he turned on his heel and started to run towards town. Get moving, the ship's not gonna sail itself. And so we all started running towards the Mary, all except for one. Vivi, come on, Nami shook the princess desperately, trying to break her out of her stupor. We need to get out of here, if they find us. Nami, I cut her off hastily, pointing out the line of blood that was starting to trail down Vivi's too tight lip. Nami stared at Vivi in shock for a second before hastily wrapping her up in a hug, rubbing her back soothingly. It's alright. We will definitely get you to Alabasta. I promise, she swore firmly. I realized that the guys don't seem like much. But they managed to save the East Blue all on their own. A warlord of the sea? She scoffed derisively. That's nothing.
Noticing how she was still staring at the fire with dead eyes, I hastily stepped into her line of sight. Don't look at that, Vivi, don't even think about it. Think about Alabasta, think about your friends, think about your family. Think about every reason you have to stay alive. Think about making those bastards pay. That managed to snap Vivi out of her stupor as she sucked in a ragged breath, forcing herself to clench her eyes shut and look away. See? Karoo. We can't leave without Karoo. I adopted an expression of despair. Please tell me you don't mean that 9 guy if I need to stay on a ship with him any longer than I have to. And no, Vivi shook her head firmly. Karoo's a duck, a supersonic duck. I lost track of him in the fight. I have known him my whole life. I can't leave without him. Soundbite. I glanced at my snail. Soundbite listened for a moment before blinking in surprise, hiding on the Mary. What? By why would awe, right? Vivi slapped her forehead in realization. Of course, last place he thought you'd ever look. Well come on. Nami spun Vivi around and gave her a shove. No more waiting, we need to go, now. Vivi stumbled forwards, sparing a final glance at the raging inferno before running at full tilt. Nami blew out a heavy sigh as we followed behind the princess. She's a strong girl. This is about more than just keeping our word now, isn't it? I asked quietly. This just became personal. Nami nodded in agreement, a dark scowl painting her face. Crocodile and Baroque Works. Doing something like this to her after all they've done to her kingdom? To her people? Yeah, this is very personal. I snorted darkly as I looked back ahead, doing the best I could to ignore the slight burning sensation in my chest as I picked up my pace slightly. Then let's get it done. A scant minute of running later and we were back on board the Mary, with the rest of the guys scrambling to get the sails set and Vivi hugging her oversized duck gratefully. I'm so happy you're safe, Karoo. She mumbled into his feathers. I can't imagine what I'd do if I'd lost you too. Karu rubbed his childhood friend's back soothingly with one of his wings as he opened his beak. Qua, aren't ever leave you, I promise. Vivi sniffed as she rubbed his neck gratefully. Thank you, Karoo, you have no idea how much that means to. She, as well as everyone else on board, promptly froze as we processed what the hell had just happened. Finally, most everyone simply jumped back in shock as they stared at Karoo. You can't talk. I can't talk, Karoo quacked in agreement, peef. The reason I said most everyone jumped was that I didn't do the same. Why you ask? Simple. PFF ha 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 ha. I was too busy roaring with laughter as I rolled on the deck, tears flowing and gut heaving as I laughed and laughed and laughed, and Soundbite was right there with me. What the hell is so funny? Everyone else roared at me, Karoo included. That only got me laughing even harder as I fought to lift a hand and point at Karoo. Duck, PFF ha 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 ha. What's wrong with me being a duck? Karoo squawked indignantly. No, I managed to get through my howls. Donald Duck. Why you're speaking in Donald Duck's VOOICE, ha 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 ha. Who the heck is Donald Duck? Nami demanded. A comedian back home, I wheezed helplessly.
Ichi played this guy with a make-believe duck zone devil fruit. His recordings are classics. See Karu's speaking in his voice, it's ha ha ha. Oh man, it's like my childhood is speaking to me. B, but how is that possible? Vivi stammered in confusion. I think I've got an idea. Nami mused as she looked at the still cackling soundbite. The baby transponder took a moment to get his laughter back under control before nodding eagerly. I'm translating for him. I'm being creative. I'm helping. Nice. Nice work, soundbite. I wheezed as I managed to work my way back up to my feet. That's exactly what I was talking about. Well, thanks for letting me peek and Eve Wything, Karu said before scowling and flapping his wings energetically. But does it really have Tabi and Thish Voish? Yes. Soundbite and I roared simultaneously, alongside a cackling Luffy. Man, your duck's great, Vivi. Luffy laughed. Say, she sells seashells pff ha ha ha, I roared. Karu promptly devolved into a series of murderous and very familiar sounding grumbling, which only served to set me off once anew. Oh, would you shad uack? I blinked in surprise as Karu suddenly devolved into traditional squawking. What the? Soundbite, why did you soundbite? I yelled in shock as I stared at my very empty shoulder. What the? Where the hell did that little pest go? Usopp demanded. Shit. I cursed vehemently as I patted myself down. Where could he have gone? Maybe he fell off while he was laughing. No, you don't know Soundbite, I denied as I continued looking around. He's damn good at multitasking, he wouldn't let go without a damn good ray. I trailed off into a choked gurgle as for the second time that night a familiar voice sounded behind me. Moving very slowly, cautious and ready to jerk at the sign of any extra weight on my body, I slowly got to my feet and turned around. And there she was, sitting on the upper deck's railing, clad in a cowboy-themed uniform that displayed a very generous amount of skin. She had many names and titles. Devil's Child, sole survivor of Ohara, archaeologist, assassin, pirate, and most likely so many more. Weighing in at a hefty 79 million, her bounty served to rightfully denote her as one of, if not the most deadly person on our ship at the moment. One day, she would be a crewmate. One day, I would call her my friend, and we would most likely smile and laugh and cry right alongside one another. But right here, right now, at this moment, this woman was my enemy, our enemy. And she'd done something to Soundbite. And there was nothing I could do about it. Hello there, Nico Robin purred coyly. I miss all Sunday. Pleased to meet you. The first few seconds of the encounter, I focused on keeping my thoughts firm and logical. She won't hurt him, he's just a snail. She probably just wanted to shut him up before he actually thought to listen again. Going to need to talk to him about that. So he's fine. I just need to be calm, wait my turn, and very politely ask if I could have him back please. The next few seconds, I became aware that my mouth was moving without my explicit control. I only managed to catch the tail end of what I was saying, but the general gist could be summarized as, where the hell is my snail you bitch? The next second, my thought process could be summarized as the phrase, God damn it, mouth. Robin cocked an eyebrow at me, though her expression was otherwise studiously disinterested. Well now, that was quite a rude greeting. Cross, Sanji snarled as he stomped towards me. How dare you talk to a woman like that? I briefly considered apologizing for my behavior, but I swiftly dismissed it in favor of snarling back at the cook. I don't care if she's Miss Goddamn Universe, she just did something to Soundac. Before I could work myself into a right proper rant, I was cut off by the swift and sudden obstruction of my air supply. Whipping my hands up to scrabble at my throat, I swiftly identified the problem. A set of foreign fingers that were as iron hard as they were young and smooth and firmly crushing my windpipe. Mr. Jeremiah? Vivi asked in concern. Mr. Jeremiah, what's wrong? For some reason, even as I heaved and thrashed in a marginally successful effort to keep myself upright and inhale any amount of fresh air, the only thing I could think was, do I look like an octogenarian to you? Oh, nothing much, really, I heard Robin's voice say in unconcerned manner. He's just learning a lesson on manners is all. Honestly, I could only imagine what this looked like to the crew. To the world, it must have appeared that I was choking on thin air, but the truth was far more terrifying. In a deft display of her mastership over her powers, Robin had somehow managed to sprout an arm within the lining of my jacket, most likely by momentarily affixing one of her eyes to my shirt, and had snaked it up along my chest in order to set it to start throttling me. In most situations, I would probably be impressed by the feat. As it was, however, I was a bit put off on account of how I was being choked like a bitch. I staggered slightly as I tried to wrench the fingers open. I really hope no one did anything monumentally stupid anytime soon, otherwise. Let go of my kami. Sometimes, I'm not even sure why I bothered. I was barely able to catch sight of Luffy leaping up at Robin, but I definitely saw Robin slide over a mere foot to her right, thus allowing my captain to sail right past her. A moment later, Luffy's very panicked and very outraged cries sounded back to us, though they swiftly became muffled. My, you're quite the rambunctious lot, aren't you? Why you? I could hear the rest of the crew snarl furiously, the sounds of weapons being drawn sounding out for a moment before being replaced by the sounds of those same weapons hitting the deck. HMPH. Could you please not point such dangerous things at me? It's quite rude. HRRRGRRGHH. I gargled out rebelliously. Please, stop. Vivi pleaded desperately. I'll do anything you want, just let Mr. Jeremiah go. Very well. I could practically hear the smug in Robin's voice. If I wasn't currently being strangled to death, I might have done something about that. You just need to do one thing. Name it. The air of smug somehow intensified immensely. Thank me. What? Thank me for helping you. After all, I helped you identify Mr. Zero, didn't I? You're the one who told Crocodile that we'd found out about him in the first place. And that's all I did. Well, apart from disposing of Mr. 8, of course. I believe that qualifies as being extremely generous, no? You killed IGARAM. Robin's weary sigh echoed slightly on the edge of my hearing. My, you do love to nitpick, don't you? Instead of asking questions of me, perhaps you should be asking yourself how much air you think your friend's Kami has left, Oh hell no, future crewmate or not, there was no Freudian excuse on the goddamn planet valid enough to make me sit around and let this cocky bitch. And indeed, at this moment she was definitely acting like a bitch, use me as goddamn leverage. As the very edges of my vision started to turn ever so slightly black, I renewed my scrabbling at the grip on my throat, trying to make any kind of difference. Unfortunately, however, either I was way weaker than I thought I was, or Robin exercised her hands with religious fervor. Not like that, God, no, that was the last thing I needed on my mind at the moment. Just as things started tunneling before me, I managed to find some form of leverage, wrapping my fingers around a lone protrusion of flesh I could feel. In a final burst of desperation, I wormed both my hands around the protrusion and yanked as hard as I could. Never before had the sound of a thumb joint disintegrating into shredded ligament brisket sounded so genuinely appealing. The next instant, the limb evaporated into ethereal flower petals and I breathed, inhaling what felt like 10 lungfuls of air at once before coughing heavily enough to expel one of those selfsame lungs. Crazy. Bloody. Demon witch. I wheeze. Cross. Are you alright? Usopp asked as he rushed to my side and helped support me. Why Herc? I wheezed miserably as I massaged my aching throat. Yeah, I'm fine. I sent an acrid glare up at Robin, who I was gratified to see was shaking her hand out with a marginally annoyed frown. I'll be better once she's gone and Soundbite's back. Yeah, I hear why. Wait, Cross, stand very still. Say wah? I tried to look over my shoulder at him in confusion, but my attention was diverted by a voice that I was rapidly coming to associate with the phrase, enjoying this way too goddamn much. Well now, Robin purred in a dangerous tone. I suppose I should admire you for your tenacity, if nothing else. But really, I thought that much would have been enough. After all, it's not like you cut the most impressive. Firestar. Yerg. Both Robin and I yelped simultaneously as Usopp set the back of my goddamn coat on fire, with Robin flinching for a second before cringing in pain while I howled in shock and hastily ripped the flaming cloth off my back. What the hell? I made to roar in Usopp's face.
Long-nosed bed-wetting sea king shagging asshat.
When a very familiar sounding rant came from the smoldering remains of my coat. Soundbite. I yelped, hastily grabbing a safe part of the cloth and shaking it enough to dislodge a slightly charred but otherwise whole checker-patterned snail shell from what was left of the hood. I hastily scooped the baby snail up and dusted him off as best I could. Soundbite, are you alright? The gastropod's eye stalks poked out of his shell, alongside a puff of smoke and a slight cough. Been better, but all live. He turned his eye stalks on Usopp in a heated glare. No thanks to him. What? Usopp scoffed. You're a tough snail, you can handle a little fire, can't ya? Bite me. My snail roared at a nigh-deafening volume. I cast a flat glare at Usopp. Did you actually know he was in there? The sniper elected to shrug innocently in response. I saw something moving in your hood, I just decided not to take any chances, simple as that. I blinked as I processed the statement for a moment before casting a surreptitious glance up at Robin. As I suspected, she was currently waving out one of her arms, which was now sporting both an array of light burns and, I was pleased to note, what appeared to be a bite mark that encircled her thumb. So she'd sprouted her hand in my hood, swiped Soundbite when I wasn't looking, and stashed him mere inches from being literally beneath my nose while keeping him both MN. I might have feared and resented Robin at the moment, but hell if I couldn't respect her, if for nothing more than her skills. HMPH. Robin sniffed as she gingerly flexed her hand, giving us a look that held what appeared to be a hint of begrudging respect, if nothing else.
Well, it appears you're all at least a little interesting after all. For the record, I'm not here on assignment. I have no reason to fight you, I merely wished to talk. The only reason I took your little snail was that I didn't want him noticing me before I was ready. I must say, he's quite the... Her thumb twitched imperceptibly. Turbulent fellow, isn't he?
Took your thumb clean off, huh? I asked with a smirk. If the way her thumb twitched again was anything to go by, I was dead on the money. And I'm hungry for more, Soundbite snarled with a malevolent, toothy grin. Keep talking like that to a woman as beautiful as her and you'll wind up on the menu, crap snail, Sanji warned darkly. Sanji, would you mind doing me a favor? Yes, Nami Swan. Just this once? Drop it. Herc, why yes, my dear, Herc. Did you seriously just cough up blood? Cram it, Zoro, I'm currently at war with myself. And I thought you were pathetic before, crab cook. Shove it, Marimo, my natural instincts are fighting each other to the death here. Ha 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 ha. The argument was broken up by the sound of Robin laughing lightly into her unmolested hand. It seems I need to correct myself. You're all quite interesting indeed. Raw. Without missing so much as a beat, Robin slid to the side on the railing, allowing Luffy to leap past where she'd been just moments before and tumble across the main deck for a second before flipping back to his feet. And you're the most interesting of all, aren't you? She chuckled, a slight glimmer of something shining in her eyes as she examined Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Raw, shut up, Luffy bellowed furiously. I don't want to hear it, you hurt my crew, and you tied me up in knots. Was only a matter of time until someone tried it. I muttered, more to myself than anyone. She witch, Soundbite bit out furiously. HMPH. Robin chuckled. Still, no matter how much interest you promise, your luck is even worse. You're all being hunted by Baroque Works because you befriended a princess, and you, poor princess, only have a pirate crew for protection. Though of course. Her grin widened even further. Your next destination is the worst luck of all. And then her grin became outright demonic. Little Garden. One of the few islands on the Grand Line that guarantees I needn't bother with killing you at all. After all, you'll never be a threat to Baroque Works ever again. Says you, Luffy roared furiously at her. Says me indeed. Unless, of course. There was a momentary blur at Robin's side before an object was tossed out at Vivi, who nearly muffed the catch but held on nevertheless. What is it? Karoo quacked cautiously as he peered over Vivi's shoulder. An eternal pose, Vivi gasped in surprise. Indeed, Robin nodded with an only borderline evil smile. That pose leads to Nanamani Island, an island just one stop away from Alabasta. With that pose, you can avoid many of the dangers of the sea, and it's a relatively unknown route to boot. You'd be unmolested by our agents the entire way. Wait, Nami blinked in confusion, so she's helping us? But, why would you possibly give this to us? Vivi demanded incredulously. It's probably a trap, Zoro posited blandly. Personally, I say it's more like she's toying with us, I suggested matter-of-factly. Atha, way, I don't trust her as foul as I can thwow her. Karoo grumbled as he shot the evil eye at the woman. DD ditto. Usopp gulped nervously. Soundbite's response was to growl and snarl murderously in a manner not unlike a rabid hound. As we made our suggestions, Vivi was silent, contemplating the eternal pose with a carefully composed expression. However, before she could say anything, Luffy snatched the pose out of her hands with a huff. Who asked you? And with that, he effortlessly crunched the pose in his grip.
Barely a second passed before Nami kicked him square in the face. Have you completely lost your mind? She screeched incredulously.
Is she so is? Karoo hissed out of the corner of his beak. Hard to tell. Usopp replied. Cram it, you two, our navigator roared at the two of them, prompting them to cower before her righteous fury. Nami then proceeded to redirect her ire back at Luffy. She just gave us an easy out, but if she was actually helping us. Doesn't matter, Luffy huffed with a scowl. Nobody's going to decide what our course is for us. That drew a moment of shock from everyone, during which they were forced to re-evaluate their opinions of Luffy. But, Nami stammered helplessly in search of a response.
Captain's orders, Nami, I grinned as I clapped her on the shoulder. Wouldn't want to be accused of mutiny, would you?
Yeah, Nami. Our navigator shivered as Zoro suddenly appeared on her other side, mirroring my own actions, albeit with a tighter grip. You do know what the traditional punishment is for mutiny, right? String her up, Soundbite crowed with a chortle. But, Nami sputtered as she snapped her eyes between Zoro and I rapidly for a moment before scowling and slapping us both upside the head. Jerks, she huffed as she stomped away from us, luminescent blush and a rather adorable pout decorating her face. Despite the stinging throb that was pounding at the back of my head, I couldn't help but snicker as Nami marched off. Is it just me, or does she make things too easy sometimes? Fun, Soundbite concurred. You have no idea, brat, Zoro smirked in agreement. Ah well. Robin sighed with a smile as she stood up and strutted over to the side of the Mary. That's just too bad. There's really nothing I can do to convince you otherwise. No way. Luffy stuck his tongue out in protest. You blew up the roller guy, so I don't like you. Oh cram it, will you? Nami snarled as she rammed a firm chop on Luffy's head. Oh, it's alright. I don't mind, Robin chuckled. I've heard worse. We'll meet again one day, Straw Hat Luffy. If you survive, anyways. I hope not, Luffy snorted. With a final chuckle, Robin vaulted over the side of the Mary, falling out of sight. Running to the edge of the ship, I looked over and caught sight of Robin seating herself on a shaded sofa positioned on the back of a rather large turtle wearing a cowboy hat and smoking a cigarette. Come to think of it, what had happened to that thing after Alabasta? Let's go, Bunchy, she ordered calmly, to which the turtle responded with a snort. Thinking fast, I hastily piped up. Hey, Robin glanced up at me with a vague hint of curiosity. We will meet again, Miss All Sunday, I promised, and after we do, one day, I tilted my head back and indicated my neck. I will get you back for this. Robin blinked in surprise before smiling in challenge. Is that so? I shot back a wide grin of my own. You can count on it. Robin's grin widened a hint more before she turned around and gave some unseen command to her turtle, prompting it to accelerate away. I cocked an eyebrow as I watched our future crewmate sail into the distance. Big words from me, and I knew that they were true, sure. There was just one problem with them. I had absolutely no idea as to how the hell I was going to get back at her. Hey, ah well. I'll just do the same thing I've been doing this entire time. Make it up as I go along. Woo, cool turtle. I was broken out of my thoughts by Luffy whistling in awe, and it's a big one too. Arg! Vivi suddenly cried out, rubbing her temples furiously. Huh? Luffy blinked back at the princess in confusion. What's wrong? Do you not like turtles or something? No, no. Vivi growled out in frustration. That woman is almost awesome, if not more so. I just wish I knew what her game was. At a glance, I made a show of looking back the way Robin had gone. I'm going to say, Bakura? That drew a flurry of squawky cackling from Karoo, which subsided almost as quickly when Vivi sent a cold glare at him. What? That was funny. Thank you, I'll be here forever. I gave a mock bow. You've been warned, people, Soundbite snorted with a grin. You stole that from Futurama, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. Not the first, not the last, Soundbite muttered back. Anyways. Nami patted Vivi's back consolingly. She's gone for now and we probably won't have to deal with her until we reach Alabasta. It's no use worrying about it until then, right? Vivi chewed her lip sadly for a moment, but nodded in agreement nevertheless. Besides, Zoro scoffed as he worked one of the lines to Mary's mainsail. It's not like this is anything new for us. We deal with scheming women on a daily basis. Oh Sanji, of course, Nami Swan, Black, ow. Don't say such things about Nami Swan, Marimo, eat the crap you cook and die, shit chef. Is it always this quasi-awound here? Karoo asked Luffy quietly as he carefully watched the brawl go down. Allow me to answer that question, I offered eagerly before proceeding to smash my fist down over Usopp's skull. Ouch, what the hell was that for? The sniper howled. For setting me on fire, jackass, I shouted back. Yeah, Soundbite concurred. That was my favorite goddamn jack ouch. I winced as Soundbite proceeded to do his level best to chew my ear off. Excuse me? The commotion ground to a halt as Vivi hesitantly spoke up, all of us looking at her questioningly. I just want to apologize for all of this, Vivi explained somberly as she rubbed her arm. I'm putting you all in danger by being here, so. Excuse me, Nami stated flatly before poking Vivi's forehead with an annoyed expression. The reason we're in danger is because of what you said. If you didn't want us to be in danger, you shouldn't have told us that Mr. Zero was a freaking warlord. Vivi flinched slightly before looking away with an embarrassment. I said I was sorry. Yeah, whatever. Our navigator rolled her eyes with a smile. The reason you're here is that we made a deal with Igaram, and I always make sure to pay back my deals. Lies, I and everyone who wasn't Sanji or Luffy roared in response. Oh shut up. Nami snarled back at us. I might skew deals in my favor every once in a while, but I still fulfill them.
Right, once in a while. Zoro snorted. Nami flipped her middle finger at the swordsman before smiling at Vivi anew. But anyways, don't worry about a thing. We'll get you home, no matter what. Right, Luffy.
Hey, Sanji, I'm hungry. Cook us dinner. You just ate, dipshit. So, Actually, Luffy, it's, I interrupted myself with a wide yawn as I rubbed my eyes drearily, my tiredness suddenly catching up with me all at once. It's a bit. Make that really late for dinner. Does anyone know what time it is? Usopp racked his brain for a second before holding himself up on Mary's railing. I think dark 30 at night, definitely past midnight. We've been up all night. Nami groaned as she kneaded the bridge of her nose miserably. No way in hell we can keep going for long. I grumbled to myself before clapping my hands firmly. Alright, how about this? We sail for a bit to get away from Whiskey Peak, then we drop anchor and sleep until sunrise? But I'm hungry. Luffy's whining was cut off as it slowly morphed into a jaw-stretching yawn. He blinked blearily for a second before slumping his shoulders with a sigh. Yeah, alright, fine. I'll just grab a snack before going to bed. Sanji hastily clamped a hand down on our captain's shoulder. I'll make you a snack, Luffy. But it won't be a loot. It won't be half our supplies either, that's for damn sure. That's the problem. Glutton, Soundbite snickered. Alright, enough fun and games, Zoro announced tiredly. Let's get out of here and hit the hay. Aye to that. I mumbled in agreement. A few minutes of work later, the cactus rocks of Whiskey Peak disappeared into the dark horizon and I allowed my consciousness to slip into darkness as I practically fell into my hammock. Oh, I was awoken the next morning at the time, half past way too frickin' early, by the once pleasant sound of Vivi's voice, which didn't sound nearly so pleasant at max volume while trying to sleep. Ed up. The sky is starting to light up, you need to wake up already. Not until the sun is actually up and not a second sooner. I moaned miserably as I curled up in my hammock. But you need to man the sails, the sea, Soundbite, can you hear any icebergs or sea kings coming at us? I whined tiredly. No. Soundbite echoed out of his shell. Now, unless we're about to fall off the end of the earth, then please, let me sleep. I agree with the brat. Zoro grumbled. I apologize, princess, but I'm siding with snail mail on this one. Sanji concurred. Long live the kami. Usopp piped up. Meat. Luffy drooled slightly. For a single, sweet, glorious moment, there was silence, then. Oca, Ru, Mawa. You still like Kotorian bread, right? Yeah? Well, I still have some saved up right here. My heart dropped as I heard the sound of a crinkling bag ring out. I was going to hold onto it for an appropriate time, but if you were to help me get these guys awake. Quawawawack. Year? Thump? Ouch. I yelped in pain and panic as a flailing supersonic duck rammed into me and spun me out of my hammock, dumping me onto the ground, followed swiftly by the rest of the guys. Ungrateful fowl. Soundbite howled viciously. Siwemit, pint-size, Karoo huffed as he crossed his wings petulantly. Cantuian B-weed is delicious. I have no wigwets. Also, waitful. I sound like a F-weaking kid on Huum. Change my voice already. After this, never, Karoo. I'd say I was sorry about you just screwing yourself out of a better voice, but honestly, I couldn't help but shoot a smirk at the duck. Considering the circumstances. Yeah, I'm not even remotely sorry. All in favor? Aye. 4 very frustrated and tired voices cried out in agreement. But, aw fiddlesticks. Will you stop wauging at me alweady? Only when you stop emphasizing your speech impediment. I don't have a fweaking speech impediment, you do now, I chortled. Vivi. Karoo whined up at the princess miserably. Sorry, Karoo, Vivi giggled. To be fair, you did knock them out of bed. Because you asked me to, and here's your reward for it. Vivi tossed a few slices of bread down onto the duck, which he started nomming on tearfully. Now would you all please get up here already? Do we have any other choice? I growled more to myself than anyone as I plunked Soundbite down on my shoulder and climbed the ladder out of our room. Hey, Sanji, I'm hungry. Make us breakfast, Luffy whooped as he leapt out ahead of me. On it, Sanji nodded as he started to stride towards the kitchen. Pastries and bacon with sweetened tangerine juice, coming up. Cross, no pulp for you, right? Hallelujah, the man knows me, I cried out in relief. What's with all the racket? Nami groaned as she poked her head out of the storage room, still clad in her pajamas. Ah, good morning Nami Swan, Sanji gushed eagerly. I'm on my way to make breakfast, would you care for anything special? Nami blinked blearily as she processed what Sanji had said. No, I think I'm good. Wait, Vivi, you were actually serious about waking up at this hour? Of course I was, Vivi sputtered incredulously. I mean, this is the Grand Line. It's dangerous around here. We can't underestimate it for even a moment. Nami paled slightly before casting a fearful glance at me. Cross? A glance at Soundbite awarded his head. Still no icebergs, Nami. Oh thank God. Nami sagged in relief. There won't be any more icebergs. Vivi huffed furiously. Or at least, there won't be anything as psychotic as what we went through earlier. That stretch of sea is just insane because of reverse mountains' conflicting magnetic fields. But nonetheless, the Grand Line is still dangerous. You can't even relax for a moment. Oh, come on, Usopp scoffed. What's the worst that could happen? I didn't even bother hiding my wince at the phrase. I don't know. Vivi flung her arms up in frustration. That's the exact problem. Anything could happen. As such, you need to be ready at all times. As if in response, Sanji swept out of the Mary's kitchen, brandishing an array of plates and glasses with nigh inhuman balance. Breakfast is ready. Sweet. I crowed as I made to scoop up one of the plates. Thank you, love cook. Actually, this one's yours. Sanji twisted himself slightly as he handed me a plate that seemed to have double the bacon others had, as well as a bowl of greens. What? Aw come on. I get the veggies are for Soundbite, but how come Cross gets more meat? Luffy whined petulantly. Because Crocus said Cross needs plenty of protein to help fix him, that's why. Sanji barked before rolling his eyes and twisting himself again to proffer another plate to the rubberman. This one with even more bacon than mine had. And besides, you're getting plenty of bacon as is. Woohoo! Luffy crowed as he snatched up the plate and a glass before striding over to plop down on his special seat between Mary's horns. Oh, and here. Sanji lifted his foot and offered me a glass. It'll taste a little weird, but that's because of the bone meal ground up in it for additional calcium. I shrugged as I took the glass. Hey, whatever gets me up to speed faster. And before I forget, there are 2 bowls of lettuce waiting in the fridge. You know, for the baby transponder snails. Thanks, I'll check on them once I'm through with breakfast. I nodded at him in thanks before wandering over to one of the railings and relaxing against it as I chowed down, plopping Soundbite down next to the lettuce bowl, which he proceeded to dig into with gusto. Noticing Karoo nibbling on his bread nearby, I waved in an attempt to catch his attention. Hey, Karoo? The supersonic duck shot me a sidelong glare. What? I raised my hands in surrender. Just for the record, the only reason I don't get Soundbite to change the voice he's giving you is that I can't make him do what I say if he really doesn't want to do it.
Got that right. Soundbite piped up. So, I proffered a piece of one of my pastries. Peace offering.
Karoo eyed the baked good warily for a moment before snapping it up into his beak and chewing it morosely. I'm not wee mad about the voice. He grumbled. It's just annoying that you keep wawing at it is all. And if it really bothers you then yeah, I'll stop. But still. I shot the duck a cheeky grin. You got to admit, the voice is pretty funny.
Karoo considered the statement for a moment before covering his snickering beak with one of his wings. Yeah, right, so it's a whittle funny.
I slowly widened my smirk. So, can I convince you to tell me about the little girl who sells seashells? Ah, go to hell. Karoo cackled as he cuffed the side of my head with his wing. Are they supposed to be doing that? Vivi demanded furiously as she indicated us all lazing about without so much as a care in the world. I don't see why not. Nami shrugged as she savored the freshly baked bagel Sanji had given her. These guys are all pretty smart, they'll jump to it if something comes up. Here, have something to eat, Nami continued, offering an extra plate and glass she'd taken off Sanji. You must be famished. Vivi made to protest, but was cut off by a medium-volume growl that came from her stomach. She bowed her head in an effort to hide her blush as she accepted the plate. Well. Alright. But I'm still not sure about this. Your call, but. Come on, Nami grinned as she waved around the deck. Look around you. Hey, Usopp, do you think you can make us some fishing gear? Luffy queried as he inhaled his bacon. Yeah, some fishing gear would be useful, Zoro mused. I wouldn't say no to an emergency source of food, that's for sure, I concurred. No worries, I'll whip up some high-quality deluxe fishing rods before you know it, Usopp assured us eagerly. Hey Karoo, you're a duck, you ever fished before? Sanji queried curiously. Nah, not really, Karoo shrugged indifferently. I was raised in the Pais alongside Vivi and the west of the supersonic duck squadron. Never really had that chance, ya know? So you were house? Soundbite started to pipe up with a grin. Watch it, you, Karoo warned him testily. Doesn't a ship like this and guys like these? Nami's grin widened ever so slightly. Make your cares just wash away? Vivi was silent as she considered us for a moment before sighing and finally allowing herself to smile. Yeah, I guess it's a little relaxing.
Our peaceful breakfast persisted for a few moments longer until Luffy suddenly piped up without warning.
Hey guys, look, he crowed eagerly, pointing ahead of the Mary. The sun's starting to come up. Moving quickly, we all joined Luffy at the prow, staring excitedly out at the horizon where, indeed, the sun was starting to peek over the ocean. Wow, Vivi breathed in awe, that's beautiful. Yeah, I nodded slowly in agreement, raising my arm to indicate the array of colors that were painting the sky. I mean, check out the way the sunlight is refracting off the weight. I blinked in confusion. Those aren't clouds, is that fog? Nami narrowed her eyes as she shaded them. I don't think so, looks like mist, how the heck? Without so much as a hint of warning, Soundbite suddenly started wailing and thrashing on my shoulder. Awooga! Awooga! Mayday! Mayday! Turn around! 360 degrees! Go! Danger! Will Robinson, danger! I gave the snail a confused look. Soundbite, what the hell are you? Shut up and listen, fool! Blinking in confusion, I slid my earphones on, and nearly jumped out of my skin at what I heard. Oh no way in hell. What is it, brat? Zoro asked, a note of urgency in his voice. Moving as fast as I could, I hastily ran to the Mary's rigging and clambered up into the crow's nest. I unfolded the spyglass hidden within, peered at the horizon, praying I was wrong, and was promptly proven terribly right. Gooeyes. I started slowly. The anchor is still down, right?
Yeah, why? Sanji asked with a hint of dread. Long nose and cross-jinxed US. Soundbite howled furiously.
What's he talking about? Usopp asked in confusion. Wheel. I slid down the rigging and hopped back onto the deck. Remember how you asked what was the worst that could happen? Yeah, Usopp said uneasily. And remember what I told Vivi would get me out of bed? Everyone save Nami considered for a moment before paling in horror. And no way. Vivi stammered. You can't be serious, Sanji whimpered weakly. Nami swallowed heavily as she took in the mood. Cross, what did you say would make you get up? I held out the spyglass with a flat look, as falling over the ends of the earth. Moving faster than I thought she possibly could, Nami swiped the spyglass from my hand and snapped it out to its full length, staring out at the horizon for a moment before losing just about every drop of blood her face could possibly spare. Sue. Yeah. I grimaced as I scratched the back of my head. It looks like the Grand Line might think it has something of a sense of humor.
We're heading straight towards a waterfall. Nami shrieked in horror.
Actually, seeing how we're still anchored, it would appear that waterfall is heading straight towards us, I pointed out helpfully. Not helping, Cross, Nami snapped, eerily calm all of a sudden the anchor. Sanji, man the whipstaff. Usopp, drop the mainsail. Cross, the Mizzen. Vivi, help him. Karoo, please try not to be underfoot. For a single moment, we were frozen as we stared at Nami in confusion. Right goddamn now, goddamn it, Nami howled furiously. For the briefest of moments, I could have sworn her teeth became sharp and demonic enough to pass for those of a demon shark. On IT, we all chorused in terror, rushing to man our assigned posts. Is she always this terrifying? Vivi hissed at me as she helped me unfurl the Mary's red and white candy-striped mizzensail. Oh, no. I shook my head in denial as I yanked on a rope in order to pull the sail into position. Not even close. Oh thank God. Vivi sighed in relief. Nami, it's getting closer, Luffy shouted from somewhere. Start rowing you morons, hurry. I shuddered heavily as I ran to join the guys on the oars. As you can see, she can be far worse. Oh dear, we're gonna die. Vivi whimpered as she followed behind me before eeping in terror as she was suddenly grabbed by her collar and wrenched face to face with a very demonic-looking Nami. Not if I have anything to say about it, Nami hissed out through her demented smile. Now row. Rowing, Vivi squeaked in agreement as she jumped to the task. You too, duck. Yes ma'am, Karoo squawked as he joined us. For the next hour or so, the Going Merry was a goddamn madhouse as we wrestled furiously with the ocean, fighting tooth and nail to outstrip the massive hole in the water that seemed to be bearing down on us. Finally though, after what felt like an eternity, we finally managed to escape it, floating placidly on a mercifully calm expanse of water. So Vivi. I wheezed heavily as I lazed over the Mary's railing. I think you said something. Something about us needing to be ready to move at any moment. Please shut up. Vivi bemoaned wearily as she massaged her throbbing muscles. Anybody else want to point out an impending danger so we can get our panicking over with right now instead of later? Nami groaned as she shot a slight glare at me, which I hastily raised my hands and surrendered to. Nope, no thanks, no, not at all, Nami Swan. Cross is gonna be the third mate, I'm good.
Perfect. Nami allowed herself to slump to the floor.
Before snapping her head around to stare at Luffy, along with the rest of us. Say what? We all hollered at him in confusion. Luffy blinked for a second before shrugging and giving us a wide grin. Cross is gonna be our third mate. Oh, and our Tachi Ternishan. Oh, and Nami's our second mate. I think you mean tactician, I corrected automatically before double taking as I processed what he'd said. Wait, what, tactician? I thought I was the communications officer, I demanded, hastily switching the words at the last second. And you are, Luffy nodded in agreement. But you're pretty smart at figuring out plans too, so you're gonna be doing that as well. I made to protest, then paused as I recalled what Luffy had said last night. Can't cook, can't lie, can't navigate. I repeated to myself, realization sweeping over me. The rest of the Straw Hats stiffened in shock for a second before relaxing as they understood as well. So, I started slowly. You're not mad about me giving orders? Nah. Luffy waved his hand with a smile. You're not trying to be the captain, right? Oh hell no. I shook my head frantically. Even if I had that kind of delusion, everyone else would be liable to lynch me if I even thought of starting a mutiny. Then it's alright, you're good at making plans, so I'm just gonna let you keep making them. Luffy nodded firmly, as though it all made sense. Which, for some reason, it actually did. Well, alright then. I nodded slowly in agreement. But, hang on, Nami interjected. What about me being second mate and him being third? Do you even know what those positions mean? Yeah? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Third mate is fourth in command, second mate is third in command, and first mate is second. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but... She means, I piped up hastily. Why are you giving us those positions? I mean, Nami I can understand, she gives us tons of orders all the time, valid ones. I hastily yelped as the navigator shot a frigid glare at me. Valid orders, very valid and very invaluable orders, but still, she's obviously unofficially held the position for a while now, but me? How in the heck do I count as third? Luffy blinked at me before tilting his head in confusion. Well, why not you, I mean? He looked over the rest of the crew questioningly. Anyone not alright with it? Usopp considered for a moment before puffing out his chest. Despite being the third to join the crew, I, the great Cap, the great sniper Usopp, shall gracefully abdicate the position. You may thank me appropriately at a later date. Sanji puffed on his cigarette thoughtfully for a second before shrugging indifferently. Hey, so long as you can do your job, I guess. He narrowed a glare at me. But if you screw up I'll boot you out of the position so fast that your head will spin right off. Nami scrutinized me momentarily before blowing out a heavy sigh. Talking Luffy out of anything is beyond futile as is. No reason to add on to it. Besides. She grinned at me cattily. I suppose things could be worse. Zoro was the worst of them all. He just stared at me. And stared at me. And stared at me. If you're trying to imitate Crocus, then congratulations. You've succeeded with gusto. I finally managed to get out with a minimum of wavering in my voice. For whatever reason, that somehow did the trick, prompting Zoro to nod firmly at me with a positive-sounding grunt. Don't screw this up. And without further ado, he slumped against the Mary's railing, arms crossed behind his head as he closed his eyes and allowed the sound of snoring to erupt moments later.
I gaped at everyone in disbelief before hastily snapping my jaws shut. Well then. Yes that's that then, isn't it? I shrugged helplessly. Alright then, so be it, I accept. Thanks Luffy, a lot.
She. Luffy chuckled impishly. No problem. Excuse me? Vivi spoke up hesitantly. But, I'm confused. If Mr. Jeremiah is third and Nami is second, then, who's first? Zoro, the crew and I chorused unceremoniously as we pointed at the snoozing swordsman, who appeared to let loose a particularly loud snore in response. Vivi's eye twitched slightly for a moment before a grin slowly spread across her face. You know, somehow, that doesn't surprise me in the least. And so, after we shared a few laughs, we proceeded to set the sails anew and head off, sailing towards Little Garden. We didn't actually get there anytime soon. See, one thing Oda didn't show his readers. Travel time. Lots and lots of travel time. Most of it was peaceful, to be sure, boring even, but honestly, the fact was that whether we liked it, or in Vivi's case, despite her never voicing it, not, it took us a little over 3 weeks to make the trip from Whiskey Peak to the ever-looming Little Garden. Still, no matter how boring some parts of it might have been, there were certainly memorable moments to go around. Some were notably unpleasant. Oh good. I moaned as I lay lifeless on Mary's deck, my entire body feeling as though it were either on fire or close to it. Kill me. Glad to. Usopp growled darkly from where he was lying nose first on the deck. If you agree to kill me first, remind me again why you roped us into getting tortured by Zoro along with you. Because all three of us are as weak as shit and we need to get stronger unless we want to die like bitches. I ground out miserably. Oh yeah. One day you'll pay for this, Siwas. Karoo ground out from where he was hanging off the Mary's wall by his embedded beak. That's all well and good. Nami snarled from where she W the Mary's railing, with Vivi. But would you mind telling me how and why you got Sanji to put us through the exact same thing? I couldn't help but chuckle and plaster a sickly grin on my face. Oh, that was easy. First, I convinced Sanji that he couldn't be everywhere at once and that sooner or later the princesses would need to learn how to fight without their knight in shining armor. Then, I convinced him that the more you hurt now, the less you'd hurt later. Finally, I laid down an ultimatum. If he didn't handle your training, then he'd have to let either Zoro or Luffy do it instead. I half chuckled, half wheezed in dark amusement. I think he almost popped a blood vessel making his decision. Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi huffed heavily. No offense, but I think I hate you. I think I hate you a lot. Stop calling me that. I ground out. The sound of boots approaching on the deck caused me to turn my head, and I paled as I caught sight of Zoro standing above me, grinning a very disturbing grin. Zoro hummed to himself. Well, if you have the energy to complain, let alone laugh, you have the energy to keep going. Up and at him, maggots. I'm so sorry, my dears, but the Marimo's right. You've had a long enough break as is. We need to, keep going. A chorus of moans rang out in response. She, man, you guys are hilarious. Ein sway dry, ein sway dry, ein sway dry. Shut up, Soundbite, we all chorused furiously. Oh, other experiences were actually quite humorous. Oh, you know, you girls are lucky, I stated through a nice and wide grin. Oh yeah? Nami queried, her own grin matching mine tooth for tooth. How so? Have you ever heard the word hentai before? I might have picked up 1 or 2 such magazines in the past. Vivi whistled innocently through her own grin. 1 or 2 dozen more wike, Karoo snickered as he chowed down on a bucket of popcorn he'd acquired from somewhere. Oh hush you. Vivi snorted as she slapped the back of his head lightly. But, yeah, I see your point. This is far more pleasant. For most of us, anyways. How's it going, Luffy? Usopp managed to call out through his laughter. Will you guys, stop laughing and save me already? Our captain held above us, where a mass of large, gelatinous tentacles were poking, prodding and stretching him energetically, all the while squirming and folding around his wild punches with ease. These things sting like YEOWCH, heck, and I'm not an wow toy. Should we save him? Zoro asked with a chuckle, fingering his swords all the while. Oh, I don't know. Sanji mused, his chuckling making it a bit hard for him to take a tug from his cigarette. I think the tentacles could stand to be a little more tenderized. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. I begged them breathlessly. That bastard's eaten my body weight in my own food since I've joined. This is the most therapeutic thing I've ever seen. Yeehaw. Ride him, cow pirate, Soundbite whooped. Jerks. Oh, and some things were just plain, flat out weird. Oh, okay. I sighed wearily as I kneaded my throbbing temples. One more time. Why did you try to drown Luffy in a bucket of water? Because he was suppressing our natural rights as snails. He was. The narrower and longer of the 2 transponder snails replied in a Cockney accent, his chuckling showing off an impressive pair of buck teeth. Indeed, the shorter and stockier snail nodded in agreement, his droning voice devoid of all emotion save annoyance. That imbecile is unworthy of leading a pack of lemmings off a cliff, much less a pirate ship bearing a being with my vast intelligence on board. We simply thought to restore the natural order of things. Yay, what, he said. The taller snail nodded in agreement. My eye twitched furiously as I stared down at the pair, trying to get an accurate handle on just what the hell I was looking at. As if to pack things on, the taller snail suddenly piped up with a narf. Alright, I get it, I broke out furiously as I cast a glare at a cackling Soundbite. I pointed at the taller snail. Pinky. Then the smaller one. Brain. Happy now.
Much. Soundbite snickered. Woohoo. Ain't it great, Brain. We got names now.
Yes, we have been labeled by our bipedal masters, thus furthering our objectification. Joy. Great, I clapped my hands together in frustration. Now tell them to stop trying to kill us before I let Sanji fry them up in a pan. I abjectly refused to abandon my righteous crusade against your noxious. Cram it, stow it, and quit it, Soundbite roared out. Yes sir, Pinky and the Brain cowered partway in their shells almost instantly. Great. I sighed in relief. Now, you can stay out here for now, but any more trouble and it's back in the bag. Got it? Aye, sir. The pair nodded in agreement, albeit with varying amounts of enthusiasm. Perfect. Now, if you'll excuse me. I turned around, strode to the cantina's door and poked my head outside. We're good. Apparently Soundbite's devil fruit gives him a lot of weight with his species. Good. Nami crooned in a faux saccharine voice that was almost as light and syrupy as the tar and feathers that she was covered in. And for the record, if they ever pull anything like this again, I will personally throw them overboard, and you with them, capiche? I made to answer, then winced as a thunk and a squawk came from the lower deck. Hey guys, I managed to get the barrel off Karoo's head, Usopp called up. Now could someone help me dunk him into the ocean to get the flour out of his feathers? I nodded weakly in agreement. Capiche? I'm glad we managed to settle this. Vivi piped up weakly, prompting us to look up at where she was hanging from the main mast via a rope snare tied around her ankle. Now could someone please get me one of my peacock slashers? The blood is starting to rush to my head. Oh, but eventually, our little vacation had to come to an end. There it is. Nami breathed as she held the log pose up to her eye in order to confirm her suspicions. After Whiskey Peak, this is our next destination on the Grand Line. I nodded slowly in numb awe as I watched the island slowly start to loom in the distance. There it was. One of the greatest death traps in the Grand Line. An island of giants. An island of dinosaurs. An island where death could come in 1,000,001 forms. But out of all those forms, only one mattered to me at the moment. This form of death came in the shape of a small tick, which carried within itself an even smaller and even deadlier virus. And unless I did something, that death would come within hours of taking one of our crew. The name of this island? So simple, yet nonetheless ominous. Little Garden. And mix in 1 cup of water and rubbing alcohol, Soundbite concluded firmly. I took a tentative sniff of the pot I was stirring before recoiling with a very disgusted gag. Oh, that's just, and you're sure that you got the recipe right? The snail affixed me with a flat look. What the heck do you think? Yeah, fair enough. I grimaced as I dug out a measuring cup and one of Zoro's clearer bottles of grog. Though for the record, if this doesn't work, then I'm telling Zoro it was your idea. Lies and slander, PSH. I snorted as I slowly poured out the correct amounts of liquid into the cups and stirred them into the pot. With you? Slander is a very relative term. Soundbite blinked in confusion. I allowed a smirk to play across my lips as I tapped the spoon I was using on the edge of the pot. There's little I can say about you that you wouldn't be willing to do. Not, Soundbite started to bark before freezing and reconsidering. Okay, maybe true. Hey, I smirked as I looked my concoction over. Yeah, I thought so. I know you weighed too, sweet holy mother of. I snapped my head back furiously as I pinched my nose as shut as I could. Dear Lord, that is just flat out rank. Soundbite sniffed at the air for a moment before snapping back into his shell. Pu. Tell me about it. I groaned miserably, waving my hand in front of my face. Well, it looks like Luffy's not the only one on this ship who can't cook. Here's hoping that Sanji doesn't take my head off for this. I shot a scowl at the snail as he started cackling before allowing a grim smile to slide across my face. Oh yeah, keep laughing, asshat. In case you'd forgotten. I dug out a dish rag, soaked it in the concoction, and started wiping it over myself. You're going to be smelling it up close and personal, just like the rest of us. Soundbite's mood immediately pulled a 180 as he went from laughing to sobbing. Why God, why? Karma, for one thing. Cram it. Before I could respond, Luffy's voice suddenly shouted through the kitchen wall. Hey, Cross. Are you done yet or what? Yeah, I'm done. I called back. I'll be right out. Just hold on. I shot a despairing look at the snail. Ready to face the music? I accidentally inhaled through the nose and was forced to fight down my gag reflex. And the stench? Soundbite gave me another tentative sniff before recoiling and shooting me a sheepish grin. No deal? Nice try, but no, I snorted, picking up the snail and plopping him down on my shoulder. I allowed myself a moment to chuckle as he dry heaved before getting down to business, grabbing a number of rags in the pot before shouldering my way outside onto the deck. Okay people, I'd seriously recommend you all cover your noses. Unless, of course, you want your sinuses to feel like they're on fire. Huh? Luffy blinked at me in confusion. What the heck is that? Our captain yelped, leaping away from me and covering his nose with both hands, an action that the rest of the crew hastily imitated.
ID smells like homeshing's watting. Karu squawked out through his wings.
How is it even physically possible for something to smell that bad? Usopp demanded desperately. Cross, what the hell have you been doing in there? Sanji growled furiously as he advanced on me. Indeed, Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi gagged out. Was there actually a point to you making us wait, besides cooking up that atrocity? I plastered a desperate smile on my face as I slowly retreated from my infuriated crewmates. Indeed, I called for the anchor to be dropped when we were a quarter mile out from Little Garden. I then proceeded to sequester myself in the kitchen with Soundbite, relying on his instructions for what I was cooking. The whole process had taken a little over 10 minutes, but overall, I think the end result was worth it. Actually, Vivi, I grinned as I waved the pot out at everyone, prompting them to rear back in horror. This atrocity, as you call it, was the point of my little endeavor. Say hello to my personal homemade batch of anti-bug lotion, URK. I grimaced as I accidentally breathed in through my nose again. Though, eau de rat, might be a more accurate moniker. On second thought, please don't say anything, kid. I'm afraid it might say something back. Kill me. Soundbite moaned. Lotion, Nami spat incredulously. You mean to tell me you want to rub that shit on us? Are you out of your mind? I chuckled sardonically and shook my head firmly. Ooh no, of course not, that'd just be perverted. I held up the dish rags and shook them lightly. You'll be rubbing it on yourselves. Nami's face became carefully blank for a moment before she slowly looked at the rest of the crew. All those even remotely in favor of this crazy plan? Hell no, everyone bellowed unanimously. Denied, I belted out in response. Look, have you guys even glanced at Little Garden? I waved my hand at the unkempt island that nature had claimed. In case you hadn't noticed, it's a freaking jungle, and do you know what lives in jungles? Lions. Luffy piped up with an eager grin. Tigers, Zoro smirked menacingly. Bears, Sanji grinned around his cigarette. Oh my god. Nami, Usopp and Karoo sobbed, the former two hugging each other desperately while Karoo. Urk, Ue, can't ga breathe, Ak, so we Vivi. And bugs. I cut in firmly. Itty bitty creepy crawly little insects, some so small that you wouldn't notice it flying in front of your face unless you were looking straight at it, to be specific. Insects that love to crawl on and sting and bite people like us. And do you know what happens when you get bitten by bugs like that? The crew looked at each other in confusion for a second before shrugging. I dunno. Usopp mumbled cluelessly. I guess. It swells up, you itch and scratch a bit. Then you start coughing up blood, pus comes out of your nose and ears, you swell to 10 times your size, and within less than 24 hours you're a rancid husk of meat that not even the most depraved of wild animals would be willing to poke with a 10-foot pole, I finished flatly. Now that got everyone's total and undivided attention. I am sorry, Vivi stammered. Mr. Jeremiah, I think I must have misheard you. Did you just say that those bugs could potentially kill us? I cocked an eyebrow at her. No, you've heard me precisely right. Let me break it down for you. Our immune systems, the way our bodies fight disease, they've evolved over the years to fight whatever illnesses and afflictions the human race has come in contact with. However, while they can put up a good fight, if they come in contact with anything they have no knowledge of, then they're totally helpless. Now that island, I gestured at Little Garden again, is most likely a closed ecosystem. That means that it's evolved completely independent of humanity. We don't know it, it doesn't know us. Every last bacteria and microbe on that island has the potential to fuck us up in ways not even horror novelists could imagine. Now, granted, there are some we can do precisely fuck all about, but this, I shook the pot of bug lotion. This protects us from some. So hey, I shrugged carelessly. Feel free to go traipsing about without it. Just be prepared to potentially help pioneer the development of a vaccine for hypermalaria. As patient zero. I grinned in the most demented way I could muster. So, any takers? Silence. I gave my smile a more pleasant tone. Great, now come on. Let's lather up and make pigs smell pleasant. For a moment, the crew shuffled around nervously, clearly torn between the stench and the prospect of bleeding uncontrollably from every orifice. Just as I was about to press the issue. Though, Luffy solved it for me. Grabbing 2 of the rags, he soaked them in the fluid, and then promptly grabbed the pot and doused the rest of the crew with it. I whistled in awe as the rest of the crew gagged and wheezed miserably at the stench. Impressive, thanks, I think. Luffy grimaced as he wiped the concoction over himself. This shit reeks even worse up close, Zoro hacked. Don't worry, you get used to it, I hastily reassured him. He lies, Soundbite spat fiercely. I do. As everyone proceeded to reluctantly rub the gunk over themselves, I turned around in order to hide a grimace that had nothing to do with the way we smelled. In the end, cooking up the bug sludge based off of a recipe I'd managed to convince Soundbite to hawk up had been an act of desperation, a stopgap way of keeping anyone else from potentially getting bitten. Despite my deliberation on the matter, I had yet to come up with a solution to the dilemma I was in. On the one hand, if I allowed the Kestia tick to bite Nami, then things would proceed as normal. She'd get sick, we'd be forced to make a stop on Drum Island. Kureha and Chopper would cure her and our destined doctor would join the crew. And in the process, Nami would ding-dong ditch the gates of hell. Seeing the kind of pain and misery she'd gone through on ink and paper was one thing, but to allow it to happen to a real person, to my friend, who I'd legitimately come to care about, the mere concept was inhumane, to say the least. But on the other hand, was condemning Drum Island to Wapol's rule any less inhumane? If we didn't go to Drum, then Wapol would get there. Luffy's interference had been an inadvertent factor in the tin-jawed tyrant's return, to be sure, but he'd been in the vicinity as it was already. It was only a matter of time until he found his way back. And when he did, well, Wapol was far from Meyer anyone's definition of a heavy hitter, but if he managed to get his jaws on the castle's arsenal, Dalton, Kureha, Chopper, and who knows how many others would no doubt be killed in the ensuing anti-rebellion rampage he'd no doubt throw. All without mentioning how it would mean condemning the rest of the citizens of Drum to his tyranny. I ground my teeth furiously as I just barely kept myself from ramming my head against the nearest wall. I didn't know what to do. Damn it, what was more important? The momentary well-being of the one who was a dear friend, or the continued well-being of the many, as well as the life of one who would soon become a dear friend. Damn you, Morden, your fork is royally screwing me over. I swear to God, John, if I ever find a way to go back in time, I will wrap my hands around her scrawny English throat and 6 o'clock, wait wah. So, cross. It was only thanks to Soundbite's timely intervention that I was saved from jumping a foot off the deck in what would have been a very suspicious manner as Nami's very irritated voice sounded behind me.
Thanks, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth at the snail before turning around to grin at Nami. Yes.
Our navigator pinned me with a decidedly unimpressed and thoroughly irritated look. We all now smell bad enough to make your laundry smell good. And when I say, I'm talking about you and the rest of the guys collectively. Are you satisfied, or do you want us to walk to the island next? I swiftly raised my hands in surrender. No, that was everything, we're good to go.
Perfect. Weigh anchor. Let's go already. And with that, we started to sail towards one of the most dangerous islands on the equator.
Despite how extravagant Cross was in his actions, Vivi mused cautiously as she observed Little Garden pull closer. I do believe he has a point. We need to remain cautious. She bit her thumb nervously. Despite how duplicitous she might be, I haven't been able to forget what Miss All Sunday said. WW8. Usopp swallowed heavily as he eyed the tree line fearfully. DD, do you think there could be monsters out there? Icebergs and waterfalls, Usopp, I stated as I patted the sniper on the back. Icebergs and goddamn waterfalls. Baby want a diaper? Soundbite snickered. I prefer escargot, Usopp snarled, albeit while keeping a foot away from the snail. Not that that stopped Soundbite from trying to chomp at his nose, at any rate. Don't laugh just yet, Soundbite, Sanji warned flatly as he puffed on his cigarette. That might be a very real possibility if we don't pick anything up, what with how we've been eating through our provisions. Soundbite immediately cut himself off with a panicked squawk. He concentrated for a brief moment before plastering a shaky grin on his face and nodding frantically. Animals. Lots and lots of animals. Damn. Usopp and Karoo spat simultaneously. As we sailed up the closest available canal, we were enshrouded in shadows by the jaw-droppingly massive flora that surrounded us. I whistled softly in awe as I took in the sheer amount of nature that we were engulfed in. The island I'd first washed up on in the East Blue was one thing, but this? It was like someone had decided to copy past an artist's rendition of a prehistoric jungle onto reality. So this is Little Garden. Zoro mused in awe, slowly sweeping our surroundings for anything and everything potentially fatal. What blind Moan named this place Whittle Garden? Karoo demanded incredulously. It's f-weaking huge. I-R-O-N-Y. Soundbite sang out doubtfully. If it was, then whoever came up with it was seriously pushing it, Nami scoffed. I mean, look around. I've never even seen some of. Make that any of these plants before. I slowly raised a finger in response. Oh come on, how would you know what these plants are? I don't, I defended hastily. It's just, the scale patterns on some of those trees. I think I've seen them. Gaw, gaw, yipe. I and the half the crew yelped in panic as a loud squawking sound belted out of the tree line, followed by something bursting out of the jungle and pelting into the sky. What was that? Nami shrieked fearfully as she hugged herself. Ah, Nami Swan is so cute when she's frightened, Sanji swooned kindly. She is, isn't she? I taunted impishly, only just managing to duck under the retaliatory fist Nami lashed out at me. Anyways, don't worry about it, Sanji soothed as he gestured at the flying creature. That's a regular bird and this is a regular jungle. There's absolutely nothing to fear. Luffy, meanwhile, was blinking up at the creature in confusion. Is that a lizard? Actually, Luffy? Vivi spoke up hesitantly. That's a bird. I saw feathers on it. Luffy tilted his head dubiously, but I saw scales. Actually, I piped up as I peered up at the creature through the spyglass I'd taken off of Nami's belt. You're both right. That thing's sporting feathers on its wings and tail and scales around its mouth. Which, I hissed as I lowered the glass, is not good. I think I know what's up. Boom. Ah. Everyone squawked as the ship was suddenly shaken by a massive explosion. What part of all this sounds like a normal jungle to you guys? Nami shrieked incredulously. That sounded like a volcano blowing up, Usopp bellowed. Because it was, I groaned as I pointed at the plume of smoke coming up over the tree line. Alright, correction. I know what's up with this place. I've seen it before, a few years back. Where could you have possibly seen this place before? Zoro scoffed. Easy, I deadpanned. I saw it in a book, and that book would be Petey's prehistoric picture book. The stunned silence was quite refreshing. My 5-year-old cousin loved it. When you say, prehistoric, Vivi posited slowly. I mean dinosaurs, yes, I confirmed with a nod. Big, honking, more likely than not man-eating dinosaurs. Usopp swallowed heavily as he glanced around nervously. Why, you can't be serious. Bro. The sniper was cut off by a tiger half the size of the Going Merry stumbling out of the tree line before collapsing from a combo of blood loss and large gouges in its flesh. I slowly turned my head to stare at Usopp. So, personally, I say that those teeth marks look about right for a T-Rex. What about you? Allosaurus maybe? Or something bigger? T setting foot on this death trap? Usopp squeaked out meekly. Karoo squawked, jabbing his wing into the air. Agreed. Nami nodded hastily with a desperate grin. We just need to sit tight right here and wait for the log pose to reset. And no need to go out and get eaten, after all. We can't get to Alabasta as soon as possible if we're traipsing around in a killer jungle, right? Well, I'm gonna go hunting, Sanji announced from where he had hopped down to the shore. Wait, Sanji, hold on, Luffy bellowed out before the cook could start walking. Yeah, listen to the captain. Nami belted out hysterically as she plastered a panicked grin on her face. You need to make a pirate box lunch first. I want to go adventuring. Don't listen to him. He's got less brain cells than Zooplankton, she howled desperately. Nami's right, Sanji, Luffy's being an idiot, I piped up. Nami shot me a relieved look in response. Thank you, Cross. Make 2 boxed lunches. I'm going with high GRGK. I was literally choked off by Nami grabbing my throat in her hands. Where in the name of the great god of Barris do you think you 2 dipshits are going? She shrieked at the top of her lungs. Did you just say great god of HRRGRGH? Alright? I hastily reassessed what I was planning on saying as I wrenched myself out of Nami's grip. Well, seeing how we're on an island with dinosaurs, there's really only one natural thing to do. And that would be? Nami hissed through gritted teeth. I plastered a or possibly completely, manic grin on my face. I'm gonna ride me a T-Rex, rodeo style. Yippee-ki-meep. Soundbite cut off in a squeak as Nami grabbed his eye stalks with a bloodthirsty growl. What is keeping me from wringing both your scrawny necks? Right here, right now, she hissed. Besides the fact that we're on the same crew, I grinned nervously. The snarl I received in response was not a good sign. Luffy, back me up on this. Please, don't hurt him, Nami, Luffy pleaded. He needs his legs if he's going to go adventuring. Oh, you want to come too? Apparently that was the straw that broke the camel's back, if the way Nami suddenly collapsed on the deck sobbing miserably was anything to go by. They're too far gone already, it's hopeless. I winced slightly at her despondent expression. I slowly reached out towards her shoulder. There the Yerg. I squawked in agony as I suddenly found my hand caught in an organic vice grip. If you die, I will dance on your grave, Nami growled venomously. Hey, Luffy, can I come too? Vivi piped up. Yeah, I cheered enthusiastically. Princess is gone ow. I yelped as the pressure on my hand quadrupled. What the hell are you hurting me for? You can't blame me for this. Of course I can. Your madness is infectious. No, Nami, it's fine, Vivi reassured hastily. I want to go out of my own volition. If I stay on the ship, chances are I'll just pointlessly brood about Alabasta. The princess winced slightly before rallying. Anyways, the point is that this will take my mind off things while the log pose resets. Good for you, Vivi, Karoo squawked enthusiastically. But milady, Sanji swooned desperately. What if you get hurt or? It'll be fine, Vivi reassured him with a hasty grin. After all, Karoo'll be protecting me. That prompted Karoo to adopt a horrified expression, his bill dropping open in sheer terror as a choke gurgled tore its way out of his throat. Wow, you just scared that poor duck quackless, Nami muttered. I'll make you a lunch of love as well, my princess, Sanji swooned as he leapt up to the kitchen. Oh, and while you do, could you fill up Karoo's? Karoo, where did you put your water barrel? Below deck. The duck squawked mutely. I'll take some water too, please, I called up. Lettuce, Soundbite chorused. Wait your turns, you too. Hold it. Everyone froze as Nami suddenly screeched at the top of her lungs. Again. The orange-haired banshee huffed heavily for a moment before alternating a glare between Luffy, Vivi and I. Seeing how I apparently can't control any of you worth shit, then I suppose I might as well put down some rules so that you don't wind up dead in ditches. But wait, we're on a prehistoric jungle island, there aren't any ditches. Cross, Nami ground out around the hand she was using to pinch the bridge of her nose. If you finish that sentence, I will have Sanji get me a bowl, a mirror, a needle and thread, and a straight razor. Why would you yerp? I squeaked as Nami suddenly grabbed somewhere very private. So that I can literally emasculate you, she hissed venomously. I swallowed heavily, cold sweat running down my face. And, the mirror?
So that you can watch. Noted, I squeaked meekly. Through my fear, I couldn't help but wonder why the hell that threat sounded so damn familiar.
Perfect. Now then, Rule 1. Nami's voice suddenly cut off without any apparent reason. Thinking fast, I checked behind me, nothing. Don't know where to start, huh? Soundbite snickered. Shut up, yes. Look, Nami. I spoke up hesitantly. We don't know how long we'll be here, so we have nothing but time. Furthermore, we'll be going out there with one of the toughest badasses this side of the ocean. He could and most likely will eat some of, if not most of, the dinosaurs we come across. I'm 99% certain we'll be fine. So, do I get to keep my potential to procreate one day? Against my better judgment, yes, Nami sighed as she reluctantly released me. My future descendants thank you. I sighed in relief. Anyways, I don't want you to worry without reason, so how about this? Vivi'll take Brain with her, and if you and Usopp decide to leave the ship for whatever reason, you take Pinky with you. Like that, we'll all be in communication. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji don't need snails because nothing on this island can put so much as a scratch on them, alright? Well, alright, fine, I guess that's wait, how does Zoro factor in on this? I jabbed my thumb over the side of the ship with a flat look. He and Sanji left 5 minutes ago, arguing over who could bag the bigger dino. Looked like they were really getting into it, too.
For a few scant moments, Nami looked like she was about to legitimately erupt before slumping in defeat. Just get out of here already. A slight snarl entered her voice. Before I lose my temper and make you extinct.
I yelped in agreement, leaping over the Mary's railing and landing on the shoreline. I winced slightly at the ache that blossomed in my legs from the drop, but promptly grinned in satisfaction as that ache went away just as fast. It might not have seemed like much, but to me, it was proof. Bit by bit, cell by cell, my body was changing. Evolving. Every day I lived in this world, every gram of local vitamins I ingested, I became just a little bit stronger, a little more durable. By my old standards, I was becoming superhuman. But by my new ones? By this worlds, I was becoming normal? A minute later, Luffy and Vivi riding on Karoo landed on the ground next to me. Luffy grinned as he tossed me a lunchbox before turning to face the jungle. Woohoo! Let's go, he whooped as he charged into the jungle. Wait for us, Luffy, Vivi called after him. Yeah, we're still human, you know, I concurred. Speak for yourself, Karoo chuckled under his breath. Preach it, brother, Soundbite added. Luffy didn't slow down, but he did have the courtesy to whoop and holler as he went to make it easier for us to follow him. He also cleared a path through the underbrush so we didn't have to stop every 30 seconds to hack vegetation away. So at the very least it was a mile better than the first jungle I'd experienced. Vivi, on the other hand, was being far more courteous to me, urging Karoo to match his pace with mine so that we were running side by side. As it was, though, we were currently running in silence. It wasn't really all that surprising. We'd been on the now, sure, but neither of us had actually been alone together, so we weren't completely certain about what to talk about. Ultimately, Vivi cleared her throat and spoke up. So, you're not warm in what you're wearing. Huh? I glanced down at what I was wearing. A shell jacket like the one Usopp had destroyed, only with a camo pattern, long dark brown cargo slacks, a white t-shirt with a diagonal set of gray claw marks running over the chest, and a pair of steel-toed boots. Not really. The place I grew up on basically had a summer island climate. Some of us would joke that we had 2 seasons. Summer and hell. I can wear this stuff practically anytime, anywhere and not care about it. Oh, that's good, Vivi sighed in relief. You'll be grateful for having that kind of tolerance in Alabasta. It's a desert country, so covering your skin is a necessary, if somewhat uncomfortable, must. Glad to hear it, I nodded in confirmation before humming as a thought struck me. Wait, if Alabasta is a desert, then shouldn't your skin be, I dunno, darker, olive or something? Isn't that how it works? That actually managed to get a chuckle out of Vivi. You have no idea how often people ask me or my father that question. Yes, there are quite a few people in Alabasta with dark skin, but the Nefertaris haven't been a part of that group, at least not for several generations. After all, we tend to live in the palace for our whole lives, so we're not exposed to the sun more often than we need to. Huh. I mused as I vaulted over a stray log. I guess I shouldn't be surprised there are at least a few benefits to being a royal, huh? You have no idea, Karoo squawked in agreement. Vivi, on the other hand, frowned a bit. You'd be surprised. The reveries in particular tend to be more frustrating than anything. Royals that don't care in the slightest about their civilians. The necessity of posture and face in light of stupid rivalries and feuds that the current generation had nothing to do with. No direct involvement whatsoever. Her lips pursed into a tight, thin line. And the world nobles. I allowed a shiver of revulsion to run through me. Yeah, that part goes without saying. Let me guess. They barely tolerate the idea that mere humans can hold themselves up to even half their divine stature? Surprisingly, the princess shook her head with a grimace. Not quite. With most of the other royals, sure, but with my family, they're more directly antagonistic. I had a good guess as to why they felt like that, but nevertheless I shot Vivi a flat look. Let me try again. One of your ancestors spilled a drink on their ancestors' robes about 500 years ago, and they swore a blood feud as a result. Vivi sighed wearily and hung her head. If only it were that simple. But no, while you're right about it centering around our ancestors, the reason for the hatred is that. Vivi trailed off as she hesitated for a bare moment before coming to a decision. How much do you know of the origins of the world government? I tilted my head and thought. 800 years ago, 20 kings allied together and left their kingdoms in order to found the nascent world government, right? Vivi nodded slowly in agreement as she steeled herself. And 800 years ago, the Nefertaris refused to leave their kingdom, and instead remained in Alabasta to this day. Princess say what? Soundbite yelped in disbelief. I followed the snail's lead, blinking at Vivi in shock. Wait, hold on, so you and your father are not world nobles, Vivi asserted firmly, following it up with a sigh of relief. Thank God for that, I don't even want to imagine. No, we're not world nobles, but we could have been. And that's the exact reason why the real world nobles hate us. They take the fact that we refused to ascend with them as an insult, and they haven't let us forget it. Which is why they aren't helping us with the rebellion, Karoo muttered darkly. That, and my father didn't want to let the Marines get involved and potentially slaughter the civilians, Vivi added. But still, they do tend to make our lives very complicated, even though in the end it's never mattered all that much. I winced in sympathy as I contemplated the implications. As I thought, the world nobles were indeed bastards of the highest order, and being associated with them only made things worse instead of better. I hoped that this knowledge wouldn't become pertinent in the future, if just for Vivi's sake, but honestly, considering how the phrase, Oda never forgets was meme in the fandom, I didn't have high hopes. In the end, whether I or anyone else liked it or not, the Nefertari's family history would one day become important. All I could do was hope that when it did, I would be ready for it. Coming out of my thoughts, I shot a grin up at Vivi. Well, either way, I, for one, am grateful that you're not a world noble. It'd seriously suck to miss out on having you as a friend, you know? Vivi blinked at me in surprise for a moment before chuckling and smiling in agreement. Yeah, I am too. It's been great sailing with you all. It's been educational. I never imagined that pirates like Luffy could. Wait. The princess trailed off as she looked around in panic. Where's Luffy? I joined her in searching the jungle. Soundbite? Up and away. What are you? I looked upwards, and promptly froze, staring in shock. Vivi. What is it, CR? Vivi gaped in shock as she saw what I did. Hey Cross. Luffy whooped from the head of the Apatosaurus. Or was it a Brontosaurus? He was riding. You were right, there are dinosaurs around here, isn't this awesome? Vivi stammered for a moment. Words fail you, huh? I muttered. Kind of, yes. Tenbiwi says he gets eaten, Karoo muttered. As if on cue, the Apatosaurus suddenly bucked its head, flinging Luffy into the air and swallowing him in one deft move. Cowed it. Luffy, Vivi shrieked in panic. Calm down, I said, waving my hand carelessly. I mean, it's Luffy for goodness sake. He'll be out in 5 seconds or less. Mere moments later, a humanoid figure that was gargantuan beyond comprehension appeared from out of nowhere and decapitated the dinosaur, slicing its neck clean off and allowing Luffy to drop out as a result. I blinked at the display in shock. Well, that's not quite what I had in mind, but still. Vivi's response was to stammer and squeak incredulously. Oh, gababa, so you found some humans too, huh, Dory? Gegyagyagya. Indeed, Brogy. In fact, I found one going down the throat of a longneck. It was quite a shock when he came out. She. Hey, it might have been a surprise but I could have gotten out on my own. Gababa. Sounds like the humans have become even wilder since we've been gone, Dory. You got that right, Brogy, Gegyagyagya. She. You guys are hilarious. Gababa. Gegyagyagya. Oh god. Now there's 3 of them, and 2 are jumbo-sized. I couldn't help but snicker at Nami's weary groan. I'd say you have your hands full, but considering how I doubt even you can punch out a giant, I'll just leave you with my sympathies. Screw you, Cross, Soundbite belted out in our navigator's voice. A second later, however, his expression shifted from angry to a wide grin. Hey Cross, you sure you don't want to meet up with us? Dory's pretty awesome. I chuckled at the offer, but shook my head nonetheless. No thanks, Luffy, this is enough for me. I'm happier out here. There's a whole wide island out here, and I want to see as much as I can. After Luffy's near miss with becoming Dino Chow, Dory had invited us back to his home at the West Skull Mountain. I, however, had chosen to decline in favor of exploring a bit more. After all, standing here in the middle of a prehistoric paradise like this, it was a beyond once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no way in hell I was going to lift fingers. Nevertheless, I'd stayed in contact with Luffy and Vivi via Pinky and Soundbite after I'd taken off, and a few minutes later, we were joined by Usopp and Nami contacting us via Brain, telling us about meeting Brogy. All in all, it was quite entertaining, if nothing else. Still, human, Soundbite suddenly piped up in Dory's voice with a slightly concerned look. I would recommend you exercise some caution. While Brogy and I are too big to be in any kind of danger from the local fauna, the same cannot be said of you humans. Don't worry about it. I verbally waved the giant's warning as I ducked under a curtain of leaves and vines. I've got Soundbite with me, and he's got practice warding off dangerous animals. Plus, if I get close to anything really bad, he'll warn me about ow. I winced as Soundbite suddenly chomped on my ear. What is it? Soundbite jerked his eyes to the side, indicating a cave in a nearby cliff face. Danger, keep out. I eyed the hole contemplatively. That bad, huh? What is it? Usopp asked via Soundbite. Apparently something in a cave's got Soundbite spooked. A cave, huh? Brogy mused contemplatively. Sounds like your snail has good ears, human. There's a species of small dinosaurs on the island that like to use caves as nests. They're nuisances to us, but to you, I imagine they'd be quite dangerous.
I ran through a list of dinosaurs that were both dangerous and small for a moment before coming to a bone-chilling conclusion. Right, I hissed, turning on my heel, intent on getting as far from the cave as I could. Well, I'm just going to go anywhere but here.
Well, at least you're trying to stay safe, Nami sighed in frustration. Come on, Nami, I teased as I started working my way through a particularly dense section of brush. How much trouble do you think I could possibly get in? More than you can imagine. I chuckled slightly as I finally managed to wrench myself through the wall of flora. Come on, cut me some. My words promptly died in my throat as I looked forwards again. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine stared back at me in dumbfounded shock. I swallowed heavily as a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck, aided by the bloodthirsty grin Miss Valentine was suddenly sporting. On second thought, you might have a point. I fought to control my breathing as I eyed the two agents not 2 feet in front of me. Luckily, they looked just as surprised as I felt, but if the sadistic looks that were slowly spreading across their faces were anything to go by, that wouldn't last long. Desperate to buy time, I hastily plastered a desperate smile on my face. I don't suppose the words "parlay" hold any water with you too, do they? Miss Valentine promptly swung her head back in a cackle. Kyahaha, oh, you poor little dead man, we are so far beyond that. Especially after that stunt your friend pulled back in Whiskey Peak, Mr. Five grunted as he scratched the back of his head irritably. No, you're going to be a stain on the trees when we're through with you, no doubt about it. Fun. Soundbite growled darkly. Before the pair could start to approach me, I hastily waved my hands frantically. Wait, before you try and, well, smear me over a square kilometer of jungle. Can I at least say something I think you two should be aware of? Five and Valentine glanced at each other in both confusion and annoyance for a second before shrugging indifferently. Sure, why not? Valentine chirped in a faux saccharine voice. It's only right to hear a dead man's last words. Stealing my nerves, I widened my grin malevolently and glanced at Soundbite. Care to do the honors?
Catching on, the snail's grin matched mine as he started to sing a very familiar tune. Crocodile, crocodile, Mr. Zero is crocodile.
The officer agents stiffened in shock as they processed what they were hearing, connections and realizations forming in their minds.
I allowed myself to relax ever so slightly at their expressions. Welcome to our boat, you two. Now, you've got two options. Join us and help tear Baroque Works to pieces, or stay your course and get dealt with by the 4-through-1 teams, if the desert croc doesn't decide to deal with you himself.
Valentine looked on the verge of panic for a bare moment before she was distracted by Five snapping his fingers in her face. The dark-skinned man gave her a flat look before gesturing at the tree line around us. She and I looked up in confusion, but after a minute of searching I still couldn't. Valentine and I made the connection simultaneously, the cheery woman grinning sadistically while I simply chose to let out a huff of exasperation. Tisk. Those pests really are unlucky. I grumbled. They're when you need them the least, nowhere to be seen when you need them the most. Damn it. Well, now that your little ploy has backfired spectacularly, guaranteeing that we really will kill you, Mr. Five growled as he dug his finger in his nose. Any actual last words? I tried to smile, I really did. But in the end, I was I swallowed and grimaced fearfully as I took a step back. Any chance you could make this fast? Valentine's smile sadistic from ear to ear, sadistic bloodlust present in every inch of her being. Not in this life. The pair took a step towards me, and promptly jumped as the sound of undergrowth and vegetation snapping and tearing erupted behind them, followed swiftly by the sound of something very big breathing and sniffing at the air. As the pair started to look behind themselves, I glanced at Soundbite at the same time that he glanced at me. The second our eyes met, an unspoken message passed between us. Stop, I hissed, pumping as much desperation and terror into my voice as I could while keeping the volume extremely low. Don't move, and don't make a sound. The pair did as I ordered, freezing at my tone of voice. Listen to me very carefully, I whispered, eyeing the jungle behind the two with borderline panic. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex standing right behind you. Valentine swallowed heavily, twitching slightly as she fought her obvious reaction. When you say there's a T-Rex, she started at the same volume as me. I mean that at a glance, I'd say there are 13 meters and fuck you tons of very hungry muscle and teeth standing a few feet behind you. Now shut up and don't move. I interrupted her desperately as the two started to turn around. I think I read somewhere that a T-Rex's vision is based on movement. So long as we stay still and stay quiet, there's a chance we'll walk away with all our limbs. Mr. Five ground his teeth furiously for a moment, but promptly flinched as the sound of sniffing sounded out again. And what if the damn thing manages to smell us? Then we just need to be faster than you, Soundbite intoned venomously. Can't you just blast it like you've been doing to the others? Valentine demanded frantically. The others didn't sneak up behind me and give me only a few feet of leeway, Five shot back. If I'm not fast enough on the draw, then one of us'll be Dino Chow. Look, it's fine, alright. I whisper shouted hurriedly. We just need to wait until the damn thing loses interest and moves on, and then we'll be in the clear. Valentine made to respond, then shivered heavily as a particularly loud snort sounded above her umbrella. And how long do you think that'll take? She hissed desperately, shivering in terror. With any luck? I twitched my shoulders slightly in a shadow of a shrug, causing the officers to tense up. Not too soon, otherwise we're all dead. Boom. It was a true testament to the steel of our wills, or perhaps the absolute terror we all felt, that none of us moved or made a sound as a volcano erupted somewhere in the distance. The ensuing roars of pride and the cacophony of trees snapping like toothpicks did little to aid with our countenance. For a moment, we stood tense, waiting for some sign that something else was about to happen. When nothing moved, we allowed ourselves to relax slightly. Achoo! At which point Soundbite jerked and released a massive sneeze. Greargh, Kaya. Miss Valentine shrieked at the top of her lungs, literally jumping several dozen feet in the air in her panic. Mr. 5, on the other hand, immediately swung around, whipping his finger out of his nose and firing his explosive boogers dead ahead, blasting the jungle to pieces. Nose fancy cannon. As for me, the second the two had started moving, I pulled a 180 and started booking it through the jungle as fast as I could possibly go, pushing my body to put as much distance between me and those two whack jobs as was humanly possible.
After all, they would very soon find out that there was no T-Rex, and I didn't intend to stick around to observe the very literal blast radius that would almost certainly ensue.
Boom. A wave of hot, rushing air washed over my back. You lying son of a bitch.
Called it. Pirate, jackass. That's our whole shtick. I fired back at him.
Eat this. I winced as the ground just behind me was blown to kingdom come before smirking back at the bomber. Has anyone else told you have an explosive temper, or am I the first? I hollered over my shoulder. At the least, somebody has to have told you that you're not all that brie. 10,000 kilo press. Crash. Ah! I yelped, jumping forwards hastily as the canopy above where I'd been moments ago imploded, allowing the world's most literal bombshell blonde to crush the space I'd occupied less than a second prior. I am going to crush you piece by piece. Miss Valentine snarled at me, veins clearly standing out on her forehead. You'll need to catch me first, I shot back as I weaved through the tree line. Run 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 as fast as you can, Soundbite chortled. Wish granted. 1 kilo sprint. Before I could react, a blur of yellow sprinted past me at inhuman speeds. Valentine promptly spun around and slid to a stop, kicking up a dust cloud as she held her arm out. 1,000 kilo lariat, she spat venomously. Barely even thinking, I hastily tried to dig my heels into the earth in an attempt to kill my momentum before I rammed face first into what was no doubt a very hard limb. Thankfully for me, the soil I was running on was just loose enough that when I applied the brakes, so to speak, it gave way, cause us and go under the agent's arm in a pale imitation of a baseball slide. Before Valentine could react properly, I'd scrambled back to my feet and taken off again, weaving through the densest vegetation I could find. Soundbite aided in my escape just as much, if the sounds of running that were coming from all sides were anything to go by. After a minute or so, I heard the telltale sounds of someone else giving pursuit, far too close to me for comfort. Thinking fast, I ducked into the closest bush I could find and pressed myself to the ground, trying to control my breathing. The volume that my heart was pounding at wasn't doing my psyche any favors. I tensed as Mr. Five's voice suddenly shouted through the jungle. Do you see him, Miss Valentine? My blood practically froze as Miss Valentine's voice came from somewhere much closer. Not yet, Mr. Five, but I'm not stopping until I have that bastard's skull beneath my heel. Oh, go to hell, I thought furiously to myself. I then blinked as an idea struck me. Soundbite, I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. The snail glanced at me furtively, blinking to acknowledge that he'd heard Valentine's voice coming from her direction to Five, but don't let her hear it. A few moments later, a telltale electronic whine told me I was good to go. I've got him, Mr. Five, I faux hollered as quietly as I could, allowing Soundbite to handle the rest. He's in this general area, flush him out. On IT, double nose fancy, wait, WH, Mr. Five, WAI. Cannon. Boom. I flinched as a section of the jungle that was far too close for comfort was suddenly immolated. Arg. I blew a sigh of relief as I heard Valentine screech in pain, hastily taking the opportunity to crawl out of the bush and creep away in a crouch. Meanwhile, behind me, the duo reunited. What the hell were you thinking? Why didn't you get out of the blast radius, Valentine? I wasn't the one who called for the damn attack. What are you? That damn snail, don't worry, there's a bright side. That bastard isn't as subtle as he thinks he is. I got his trail, this way. I barely managed to refrain from cursing as I heard the agent start to head in my direction again. Acting out of desperation, I started to stand up and run. Ack, splash, and promptly caught my foot on a root and landed face first in a very disgusting puddle of water. Sputtering and hacking furiously, I started to push myself up, and immediately winced as Soundbite sank his teeth into the side of my neck. What the hell are you? Stop, don't move, and don't make a sound, Soundbite hissed in my voice, sliding off my shoulder and coating himself in the muck we were laying in. I stared at him in confusion for a moment before managing to actually catch sight of the grime. A viscous brown and green liquid. That was colored a lot like what I was wearing. Before I could react further, the two current banes of my life spoke up literally 5 feet away from me. Acting out of desperation, I pressed myself as deep into the muck as I could allow, leaving myself just enough space to breathe. Tisk. Damn it. I can't find any more tracks, you. Same here. No matter, he must be hiding somewhere. Flush him out, Mr. Five. On it, Miss Valentine. Knows fancy carpet bombing. I was barely able to contain my wince as yet another explosion shook the world, followed closely by another, and another. It was with grim resignation that I realized that the explosions were slowly starting to come closer and closer to me. Kya ha ha ha. Valentine's by now sickening cackle wafted through the air. You might as well give up now, Snailman. Who knows, maybe I'll show you some mercy if you surrender? I certainly won't, came Mr. Five's bone-chilling follow-up.
Yet another explosion erupted, only this time, it literally shook my world, on account of being a mere few feet in front of my face.
My heart pounded furiously in my chest as I tensed up. Whether I was preparing to bolt or preparing to endure a point-blank explosion, I'm not entirely sure myself. But in the end, it didn't matter. What in the blue hell do you two think you're doing? My opinions on the new voice were mixed. On the one hand, I was no longer in danger of being blasted into paste. On the other, having Mr. 3 get involved in this clusterfuck did not seem like much of an improvement to the situation. Mr. 3 sir, Miss Valentine stammered fearfully. We happened to encounter one of the Straw Hat Pirates and were giving pursuit, but he managed to hide. We were just announcing our presence to the giants. 3 cut her off firmly, his voice brooking absolutely no argument. Have you forgotten that in order for our operation to be successful, we must maintain our anonymity at all costs? Which is why we need to find the pirate, Mr. 5 cut in hastily, if he gets away. Was this pirate? I could hear the sneer in 3's voice as he interrupted. One of the priorities? And no, he was just, and did he have any devil fruit powers? No, Valentine answered hesitantly. But this transponder snail he has does. Irrelevant. The lump of mud that was Soundbite twitched slightly, but thankfully remained silent. The point is that he's a normal human wandering around in a prehistoric jungle, most likely with no idea of where he is. We don't need to hunt him down, we just need to let nature run its course. Besides, even if he survives, he will be too preoccupied doing so to do anything to help his comrades. He is not a priority. But, I heard the sound of, actually, I had no idea what that sound was, but it shut Mr. 5 up very quickly. Going by the sounds of struggling and muffled screaming I could hear, I assumed that it was Mr. 3's wax powers at work. This is not up for discussion. You two imbeciles have wasted enough time already. Get to your positions, and capture the princess, now. A few moments later, twin gasps sounded out, followed by desperate hacking and wheezing. Oh, and before you go, Mr. 3 spoke up again, his voice devoid of emotion. I just wanted you to be aware of something. Should we fail and the pirates manage to escape, you will join my collection in their stead, is that clear? 5 and Valentine's heavy gulps were audible even to me. Crystal, Mr. 3. Perfect. Now move. I tensed slightly as the agents started moving, but allowed myself to relax when they moved away from me. After about a minute, any sounds of them faded into the ambient noises, before ultimately disappearing completely. I gave them a minute more. Then jerked up and out of the muck puddle with a desperate gasp, hacking and spluttering furiously in an effort to clear my mouth. Oh dear mother of God, that was too close. I wheezed, heaving miserably. Worked, though, Soundbite piped up as he shook both himself and his shell in an effort to dislodge the grime. Little help? Yeah, sure. I picked the snail up and plopped him down on a nearby tree branch. I then proceeded to start working my coat off. I'm gonna take a sec to try and get this gunk off of me. Do me a favor and keep an ear out for any creepy crawlies? You're good. Soundbite reassured me as he continued to shake himself down, dislodging substances from different parts of his shell.
Perfect, I nodded as I started to shake my jacket out. I thanked my lucky stars that the Blue Seas textile industry was advanced enough to utilize polyester, or at least something like it. If this was going to become a trend, then I'd be out of jackets by Alabasta.
By the way, I noted as I glanced up at Soundbite. Nice going with Audiosaurus Rex. Very innovative. Thanks, I'm just happy you managed to catch on, Soundbite chirped. I was just following your advice and using my ability in unique ways. Speaking of, I grunted slightly as I balanced against a tree and worked one of my boots off, appending it and tapping it out firmly. How'd you miss Lady Canary and the deadpan wonder? Soundbite promptly grimaced in embarrassment, retracting hawked out a bit more mud from within. They weren't speaking and there's too much data. In this jungle, they could have been anything from monkeys to hippos. I shrugged as I slid my jacket back on. Sounds rough, but hey, look on the bright side. You don't have to handle it alone, no? The transponder snail slid out of his shell and looked upwards in thought for a moment before grinning and nodding in agreement. True. So, he eyed me curiously. What now? Now? I picked up Soundbite and placed him on my shoulder before starting to make my way through the jungle towards one of the Skull Mountains. Now you ring up Pinky and the Brain so that we can fill in the rest of the crew about the fact that there are Baroque Works agents on this island who want not just our heads, but Dory and Broggy's as well. Soundbite's grin widened even further. Way ahead of you. I glanced at the snail in confusion. The heck are you talking about? Without warning, Soundbite's expression shifted to one of familiar concern. He's talking about the fact that he's been blocking our voice for the past 10 minutes. He blurted out in Vivi's voice. My jaw dropped open in shock. Holy, you've been keeping the calls going this whole time. I make multitasking look good, Soundbite crowed. You can ring your own bell later, Soundbite, Nami ordered firmly. Cross, are you alright? I blew out a heavy snort as I ran my fingers through my muck-ridden hair. I reek like Zoro after a full hour of training, and I might have shaved a year or two off my golden years, but… No, I think I'm good. What about the rest of you? Nami and I are fine over here, Usopp piped up. We decided to stay put. Dory and Brogy's duel ended in a draw a few minutes ago, and they sounded alright too. Karoo and I are fine as well, Vivi concurred. Luffy tried to go and help you the second he heard you were in trouble, but… Suddenly, Soundbite belted out the sound of crashing trees and vegetation. Alright, you bast. Come on, not again. Thank God for small mercies and Luffy's inability to tell a left from his own ass, Nami sighed in relief. Tell me about it. I muttered to myself before raising my voice. Hey Luffy, I'm fine. I managed to ditch them. For now, you need to stick with Vivi, they're specifically aiming for her. If you aren't around to protect her, then she's a dead woman. And I hastily spoke up before Luffy could protest. If you stick around her, then chances are that sooner or later those Baroque bastards will come to you, alright? MMMPH. Luffy grumbled juvenilely. Well, I don't like it, but, alright. That's great Cross, Usopp spoke up hesitantly. But if Luffy's protecting Vivi and Zoro and Sanji are out who knows where for their hunting contest, then who the heck is protecting us? That'll be us, little long nose, right, Dory? Right you are, Brogy. I sighed in relief as the giants' voices came over the connection. Glad to hear you two are still in one piece. How much did you hear? Enough, Brogy grunted darkly. To think someone would dare to interfere with our ancient duel. If I had to guess, I'd say that they're after our bounties, Dory grumbled. Knowing the world government, they're probably still active, even 100 years after we were last seen. Whatever their reason, it doesn't matter, Brogy asserted firmly. If they wish to battle with warriors of Elbaf, then it is a battle we will give them.
Best not to just rush in ham-handed though, alright. I cautioned. We have no idea where they are, and at least 2 of them have devil fruit powers. That's a recipe for an ambush. I frowned, wondering how to reveal Mr. Three's powers before a stroke of inspiration hit me. Vivi, you were investigating them, right? I don't suppose.
Alright, well most of you have already seen Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. They're officer agents with numbers 5 and below. Most officers have devil fruits, and these are no exception. Mr. 5's boom boom fruit allows him to detonate any part of his body like dynamite, and Ms. Valentine's kilo fruit allows her to change her weight from 1 to 10,000 kilograms. I frowned as I heard a sound in the background where Vivi was talking, some kind of sloshing. As for the other pair, I know Mr. 3 uses the wax fruit, which does exactly what you'd think it does. Wait, that guy makes wax? Usopp wondered incredulously. And he's higher ranked than the guy who can blow up his body. Never underestimate devil fruits, Usopp, I cautioned, still straining for that background noise. An old adage concerning them is that there are no useless powers, only useless power wielders. Just look at our captain if you need any convincing. I'm assuming this is the case here? Why yes, Vivi stammered. The wax he produces is so thick that it's as strong as steel, and he can freely shape it. One of the ways that comes up a lot is making wax swords. Very large, very deadly wax swords.
Okay, withdrawn, Usopp whimpered. Unfortunately, I don't know much about his partner, Ms. Goldenweek, just that she looks like a child and she's somehow capable of manipulating emotions with paint. Considering how the first time I saw her she was liberally swimming, I think it's not so much a devil fruit as it is some form of hypnosis.
There was a moment of silence before Nami and Usopp swallowed heavily. Oh. What is it? Karoo quacked nervously. The last time Luffy went up against a hypnotist, things didn't end well. Nami hedged uncomfortably. She. I went on a rampage, our captain provided cheerfully. That's not something to be proud of, moron. The 2 other actual humans on the crew shrieked furiously. Well, either way, as dangerous as she and Mr. 3 are on their own, you need to be careful of what they can do together, Vivi warned us firmly. Thanks to Goldenweek's paint, Mr. 3 can create wax mannequins of anyone he desires that are accurate and all but breathing. If you see someone standing stock still, run. Chances are that they're a trap.
Bah, then we'll just have to make sure to step on her first before she can paint anything. Right, Dory.
Indeed, Brogy, besides, even if the little human goes on a rampage, he should be containable. There was a loud thump on the other side of the line, like something heavy being dropped. After all, he might have heart, but he's just a little tight. Gegyagya. I frowned as I listened to Dory laugh. Something was off. It was almost as if he were gargling. Dory, are you drinking something? I demanded hastily, fighting to keep the panic out of my voice.
The giant's voice jumped in surprise, followed by the sound of what was most likely an empty cask hitting the ground. Just some ale Bragi and I picked up from your ship on the way back from our duel. We warriors of Elbaf always drink before our next fight. Why?
My heart pounded in my chest as I fought my knee-jerk reaction. You got them from our ship, our abandoned ship that nobody's been standing guard on for the past hour. Yes, that's right, what of, oh no. Vivi breathed as she caught on to what I was saying. Mr. Dory, get rid of that barrel, quick. Boom. Soundbite and I jumped as an explosion echoed both in the distance and over the connection.
What was that? Usopp shrieked fearfully. Those bastards must have laced our barrels with explosives after we left the ship. I explained, silently cursing myself for not picking up on what was happening sooner. Things were happening fast, way too fast. Vivi, for the love of God, tell me that thing didn't go off in his stomach.
No, it wasn't that bad, but I could hear the frustration in the princess's voice. It went off right in front of his face. Bragi, Ichi's breathing, but don't worry about it, that's not the first explosion we've taken to the face and it won't be the last. He'll be groggy for a few days, but as long as he doesn't try to fight during that time he'll be F. There was a loud boom as one of the volcanoes erupted again. Sometimes, I respect Elbaf to death and back. Others, I think he simply enjoys picking on us. All of a sudden, the sound of moaning came over the connection. Mr. Dory. Vivi stammered. What the heck, Kuru squawked. Hey, Dory's getting back up, Luffy said eagerly. There was a moment of silence before Bragi groaned warily. Oh. What is it? I asked hastily. If Dory's not thinking straight, then there's a chance that he could go force himself into RAAAAGH. I jumped as an infuriated roar ripped through the air from the direction of the Skull Mountain, followed by the earth shaking repeatedly. Berserker rage. Damn it, Dory, Bragi cursed furiously. What the, where are you going, Bragi? Usopp squawked. Dory's going on a rampage. He won't stop until someone stopped him the hard way. But with the condition he's in, Nami started to protest before the giant cut her off.
I won't actually try and hurt him. He's not in proper fighting condition, and he's certainly not in his right mind. There would be no honor in beating him as he is. I will hold him off and knock him unconscious. Straw Hat, you might be small, but I believe that you are strong. Can I trust you to deal with the interlopers?
There was a moment of silence. Then, hell yeah, Luffy bellowed furiously. Very well then, I leave the rest to you. Good luck, Straw Hats. Now then, if you'll excuse me. RAAAAAGH, Bragi roared in turn, and the earth shook, harder and harder, until for the second time that day the titans clashed anew. Cross, I'm going after these guys, Luffy growled darkly. You got a problem with that? Just give me a second to outline the plan, alright? I hedged hastily. Hurry up. I flinched slightly at the impatient tone Luffy directed at me, but I shrugged it off. In the face of what had just happened, I probably want to punch someone in the face too. Matter of fact, I kind of did want to punch someone in the face, preferably someone whose codename was either a date or a number. Alright, the plan is simple. I shrugged flatly, more for my benefit than anything else. There is no plan. Run hog wild, just make sure you stick together while you do.
Are you serious? Nami demanded incredulously. Deadly, I confirmed, my voice as even as possible.
The fact is that we're currently playing a hunting game with these bastards. We're hunting them, they're hunting us. We've got an advantage in that they don't know that we know they're hunting us, but because we won't be able to keep track of them easily, that's worth Jack. As it is, our only option is to come at them harder than they can come at us. Just make sure that you don't get separated so that you can't be ambushed. In the meantime, Soundbite and I will try and find Zoro and Sanji so that we can warn them about what's going on. For now the name of the game is survival. Got it? Right. Got it. GG got it. Watch your back, Cross. That's Soundbite's job, Nami, I joked. Alright everyone, be careful and try and maintain transponder snail contact. Good luck and Godspeed. I picked up my pace, rounded a corner in the corridor of vegetation, and promptly blinked in honest shock as I caught sight of the two figures that were sitting on a log not 5 feet in front of me. Before I could properly formulate a response, I found myself blurting the first thing that came to mind. I thought we shot your fur-coated asses down over Whiskey Peak. If the way their sunglasses flashed was anything to go by, the unluckies did not appreciate my comment. For a minute, we just stood there, staring at one another. Everything was silent. The jungle, the unluckies, me. Finally, I tilted my head towards Soundbite. Can you translate for them? I demanded quietly. They ain't saying nothing about nothing, Soundbite hissed back in an equally disturbed tone of voice. Of course they're not. I ground out. Just as the staring contest was about to resume, the sound of vegetation snapping and crunching echoed from behind the animal assassins, though neither of them made to look at it, or even reacted in the slightest. I, on the other hand, looked past them and promptly stiffened in shock. I don't suppose either of you would believe me if I told you that there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex right behind you, would you? I breathed. Mr. 13 snapped his shell out into a pair of clawed bivalve seashells, while Miss Friday flared her wings and leveled a pair of high-caliber machine guns that were positioned on her back at my face. I swallowed heavily before plastering what was most definitely a crazy grin on my face. Your loss, Soundbite. My snail flashed a crazed grin of his own before sucking in a deep breath. Hey, big green and ugly, he roared. Groar. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday both jumped clean off their log in terror when the massive tyrant lizard behind them stomped the earth and roared in response.
Before either they or the T-Rex could react further, I dashed straight at the dinosaur, ducking beneath the reptilian titan's slavering jaws and darting between its legs and under its massive girth. It took all my nerve to keep from freezing as the prehistoric monstrosity's tail swished just above my head, mere inches from braining me. Once I was clear, I kept running, forcing myself through the jungle and as far from the three monsters behind me as I could get.
What followed is honestly kind of a blur. I know I was running for a long-ass time, and the sound of explosions and splintering trees were a constant companion, but a few select moments managed to stick out from the sheer chaos. I remember slamming into Zoro, going too fast to stop, and luckily managing to plant my shoulder in the calming green painted on his back. Naturally, he nearly took my head off a few seconds after, and the sounds of fighting promptly drew us in opposite directions. I remember getting cornered by Mr. 5, ready to hit me in the face with an explosive lariat, only for Usopp to hang himself upside down out of a tree and nail the assassin in the face with a rotten egg. The ensuing pursuit allowed me to slip away. I remember Mr. 3, in his candle champion armor, fighting a running battle with Luffy and coming within feet of crushing me flat, only to fall flat on his ass as Soundbite goaded a small herd of Pachichi headbutt dinosaurs into charging him.
I remember, for some odd reason, getting in a baton to staff to whatever the hell those things were melee a trois between me, a shirtless Nami and a very exasperated Vivi while riding on Bragi's shoulder. Though now that I think about it, the combination of black and red that was smeared across our navigator's stomach might have had something to do with that particular debacle.
And, of course, it was rather hard to forget Soundbite leading all the combatants into a rousing dance number set to Gangnam Style. Though, to be fair, I might have taken a blow to the head just before that, so take that one with a grain of salt. When things finally died down, I was left leaning heavily against a splintered tree, my chest heaving frantically as I tried to catch my breath. Alright. I panted desperately. Count him. Mr. 5. Down with a case of severe tropical food poisoning courtesy of over a dozen berries going down his throat, Usopp wheezed. Miss Valentine. Considering how I literally broke my fucking staff over her skull, I damn well hope she's down, Nami snarled. That thing was freaking expensive. Miss Golden Week. Hanging Fuma B. Wanjova Vu Wei Wibe WY Swamp by her seagull pattern boxer shorts, Karu snickered. And Mr. 3? It's going to take weeks to work this dent out of my helmet's crest, but I'm fairly certain he's unconscious, Dory huffed petulantly, albeit with a slight slur. Oh thank God. I groaned, starting to slide down the side of the tree before stiffening in realization. YD. Anyone got eyes on the unluckies? I yelped as the wood above me exploded in a shower of fire and splinters, prompting me to start running again. Scratch that, they're on top of me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd seriously appreciate some. Belay that, Soundbite suddenly barked in my ear. Wait wah, hard right, Soundbite shouted, jerking his mask to the side frantically. I hesitated for a bare moment before following his orders, hanging a hard right and sprinting dead ahead. I seriously hoped that whatever Soundbite's miracle solution was worked, because my body was really starting to ache, and if those noises behind me were anything to go by, then those animal bastards were catching up. Unless something managed to shake them. Ooh. Smart snail. I breathed. Soundbite cackled for a moment before darting his eyes to the side. Hide. Complying with his demands, I promptly dove into some nearby bushes, pressing myself as hard against the ground as I could manage. The sound of me running, on the other hand, didn't die out, instead continuing to rush straight ahead, echoing loud for all to hear. If they'd been looking, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday would have most likely noticed my trail and shot me dead where I lay. Pissed off as they were, however, they were content to rely solely on their ears for guidance. Hence, it was without so much as a hint of hesitation that the unluckies dove headfirst into an erstwhile innocuous cave. I shifted the leaves of the bush I was in just enough so that I could shoot a mad grin at the mouth of the cave. 3, 2, 1. Scree. Ah. It took all I had to keep from cackling madly when the unluckies tore out of the cave's mouth, screaming their heads off as they were ruthlessly pursued by over a dozen relatively large and extremely ticked-off theropods. When the group was finally out of sight, I stood up and strode out of the bush, sighing in relief as I brushed a few stray leaves off me. Glad that worked. I mused to myself as I continued watching the direction they'd went in. Still. Trudons, huh? My bet was on. Hiss. My spine went ramrod straight as a very unforgettable sound hit my eardrums.
Shice, Soundbite spat venomously. Moving very slowly, I turned my head and stared at the dinosaur that was slavering mere feet from my face.
Internally, I couldn't help but boggle at the dinosaur. So, looks like they didn't have feathers after all. Externally, my reaction was much more predictable. Clever girl. Hiss. The velociraptor snarled venomously. Oh, how the hell do you even know that reference? I demanded incredulously. The raptor responded by lunging at me, poitrine. Crunch. And straight into a very familiar black-clad leg, which was more than strong enough to collapse the dinosaur's ribcage. I heaved a sigh of relief as the raptor collapsed lifelessly. You, sir, are almost legitimately God's gift to women. Because that was a freaking miracle.
You're the wrong gender for flattery to get you anywhere, Cross, Sanji smirked as he examined the raptor's corpse. But thanks anyways. He looked me over contemplatively. Geez, you look like crap. What the heck happened?
I opened my mouth to respond. And promptly snapped it shut. I'll tell you when we get back to the rest of the crew. I started to walk through the jungle, motioning for him to follow. We're meeting up at one of the mountains, come on. We made it about a meter forwards when the jungle parted before us, allowing a T-Rex to stride forwards and level a glare at us. Sanji blew out a contemplative cloud of smoke as he eyed the tyrant lizard. Well now, aren't you a big one? A grin spread across his face as he started to stride forwards. Marimo, you are going to. Wait, Sanji froze in shock as I stuck an arm in front of him. What the? I cut him off with an absolutely scathing glare. When I set out into this hellhole, I made a solemn oath, and by God I am going to uphold it. I switched my glare over to the T-Rex, causing it to break out in a cold sweat. One way. Or another. Oh, PFFF ha 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 ha, he-n-a-a-a. M-I-I-I. I hollered eagerly as I waved my hands in the air. Look what I am doing. Cross, what are you? Oh, are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Woohoo. Go Cross, Luffy whooped enthusiastically. My grin widened even further as Soundbite cackled and hollered on my shoulder. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Yippee-ki-yay. Ride him Dino boy. Nami shrieked in rage once more, but that only made my grin wider still.
Because, at the end of the day, I said I'd do it, and I had actually gone through with it.
Baroque Works, the world government, Marshal D. Teach. At that moment, I could not give a damn about any of them. Because at the end of the day, I was riding me a T-Rex rodeo style, and that was just plain awesome. Okay, let's see. I muttered as I used a stick to add on to the mind-numbingly complicated array of lines I was scratching into the dirt. So, after you got Mr. 5 off my back, you lured him through the jungle for a few minutes until you reached a pond, at which point you were both attacked by a pack of hippos, right? No, wait a second. Usopp interjected, using his own stick to edit the lines. That pond had flamingos in it. The hippos were in the swamp about a half hour later.
I blinked at the display in confusion. Wait, wah. But over here, I gestured at the opposite side of the array. Nami says that she saw you and 5 getting chased by hippos.
Oh yeah, we were split up by the flamingos, and when we saw each other again we ran into the hippos. No clue how she lost track of time like that, though. I hummed thoughtfully as I examined the series of events for a moment before snapping my fingers in realization. Ooh, right. She must have seen you after Vivi and I knocked her off Broggy's shoulder. No wonder she didn't remember how things went down. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Usopp nodded in satisfaction with a smile.
I couldn't help but grin back as I took in the work before me. Things are finally starting to pull together. Alright, now then, hey, Luffy, could you?
Hey guys, our captain hollered as he ran up to us. What you doing? I blinked at Luffy numbly for a moment before responding. Well, we were trying to map out the exact details of that little bout of madness we were involved in a second ago. But, in light of recent. I hissed in a sharp breath as I glanced down at what little of our timeline remained beneath Luffy's sandals. Developments. I'm thinking we just throw in the towel and henceforth refer to this whole clusterfuck as the Little Garden Affair? Agreed? Agreed. Usopp groaned. Aye, Soundbite snickered in agreement. That's cool. Luffy grinned obliviously at us. So, are you guys gonna eat anything or what? He held up 2 pieces of bone that were covered in what was either ludicrously rare or outright raw meat. I eyed the food uneasily for a moment before shaking my head. Thanks but no thanks. I'll wait until Sanji's done cooking something that won't give me salmonella.
Blech. Soundbite spat out in agreement. Shocking as this might sound, I'm agreeing with the snail on this one, Luffy, Usopp muttered as he shot a wary glance at Soundbite, who merely stuck his tongue out in response.
More for me then. Luffy cheered before tearing into the all-too-fresh flesh.
My heart throbbed as Luffy devoured the simultaneously prehistoric yet contemporary remains. Farewell, Rexy, I sighed miserably. You were a dear friend and a faithful steed. You will be missed.
Zoro had to decapitate that thing when it tried to eat you after you dismounted it, Usopp hollered in disbelief.
I know, but still. I protested petulantly. For a brief, shining moment he was mine, and in that time we had a bond. Granted, it was a bond forged via Sanji kicking him into submission, but I cut myself off with a scowl as Soundbite laughed on my shoulder, before gaining a contemplative look as an idea hit me.
Besides, I slowly started again. That's not the important part. The important part was that he was a dinosaur. A dinosaur that I actually, legitimately rode. And in the end, riding a dinosaur. I looked Usopp and Luffy dead in the eyes, is a man's romance. The second the words left my mouth, Usopp and Luffy reeled back in shock, gasping deeply. A man's romance. Luffy breathed in awe. Truly you do us all proud as a gender. Usopp nodded respectfully. I swept my hand across my waist as I fell into a bow. Thank you, feel free to tip. Hey, manly men. We were jerked out of our conversation by an irritated interjection from Nami. If you're quite done worshipping Cross's manhood. Ha 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 hoo 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 hey hey hey, please stop, I think Soundbite's about ready to keel over. Then Sanji's finished cooking the meat and we're about to have a meeting so we can discuss how the heck we're going to get off this island. Are you coming or what? Right behind you, nah me. I choked off slightly as I caught sight of Nami's exposed stomach. Specifically, the small black dot clinging to Nami's stomach. The world seemed to gray out around me as I followed Nami on autopilot. My eyes trained firmly on the minuscule, practically unnoticeable, horrifically deadly dot that nobody but me had noticed. This was it. Now or never. Crunch time. If I stayed silent, then our navigator would suffer, brushing closer to the Reaper than she ever would, at least, as far as I was aware. If I said anything, then I would be condemning hundreds of people to death, as well as returning thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of unsuspecting civilians to the hands of a despot they were only just enjoying their freedom from. In the end, it all boiled down to what I valued most. A crowd of faceless people, headed up by several well-defined individuals, or the very real, very present friend who was standing right before me. Did I risk the one for the many? Or did I sell the many for the one? I was only just aware of someone's voice on the edge of my hearing. Cross? Nami's form shifted slightly, the dot started to twitch. Slap, ow, smack, ouch. I reeled back in shock as something slammed dead into my nose, causing me to stumble back. What the hell was that for? Cross? Nami snarled furiously as she cradled her stinging midsection.
I blinked at her numbly for a second as I processed what had just happened before slowly holding up my hand, displaying the little puddle of ichor I could feel in the center of my palm. Bug. I stammered weakly.
Nami blinked at me in shock. Say wow ew. She grimaced in disgust as she noticed the remains splattered on her. That's, gross. Thanks a lot, Cross. Couldn't you have just warned me or something? Sorry, I breathed numbly. Didn't think. I weakly raised a finger and managed to gesture at Nami's stomach. Did it bite you? Nami poked at her stomach contemplatively for a moment before shaking her head. No, I don't think so. Well, thanks for that, I guess. I'd probably be in some trouble if it actually managed to bite me, huh? Some. I parroted weakly. Nami eyed me suspiciously for a moment before shrugging dismissively. Well, anyways, come on. She started to walk away, waving for me to follow. In case you didn't notice, Sanji picked up an eternal pose for Alabasta that those animal assassins dropped. We're getting the heck off this rock, so move it, Dino Boy. Moving. I mumbled, forcing my feet into motion as I followed behind the orange-haired woman. As I walked, I slowly shifted my gaze back to my hand, staring at the ichor that painted my palm just as accusingly as a bloodstain. As I moved, a singular thought ran through my head over and over again, loaded with a sick mixture of doubt, guilt and horror. What have I done? One kick-ass goldfish slaying and 24 hours later, we were on our way to Alabasta and I was leaning on the balustrade of the Mary's bow. At the moment, my mind was a million miles away, not out of boredom but out of sheer necessity, because I refused to even think about what I'd just done, the thousands I'd condemned, the sins I could literally feel crawling on my paw. Thunk. I moaned into the Mary's woodwork as I thunked my forehead against the railing again. God damn it, I needed to find something to distract me, before I turned into a goddamn Linkin Park parody. KLO. My head snapped up as the sound of an albatross cawing thankfully managed to grab my attention. In a stroke of pure serendipity, a news coup was flapping down to land on another part of the Mary's railing. Greetings. The bird raised his wing to his cap in salute as he greeted me for a moment before jerking in shock. Wait, wah. Devil fruit. I deadpanned as I pointed at sewing himself on the Mary's railing. Don't question it, just enjoy the brief period of simplified communications. You're welcome, the baby transponder snail sang cockily. The coup blinked in surprise for a second before smiling and saluting anew. Works for me. Anyways. He shifted his newspaper-laden satchel forwards and plucked one out, proffering it to me. Morning edition, fresh off the presses. Only 100 Barris. You got it, 1 second. I replied as I started to pat myself down. I knew I had some cash or coin on me somewhere. I just had to find it. While I've got you, I'm curious. How hard is your job? I mean, you fly over the Grand Line, after all. The air's as crazy as the water, and I doubt a lot of pirates are willing to pay at the best of times. The coup blinked in surprise at my inquisitiveness before shrugging with a sheepish grin. Hey, it's a job. And the living I was raised for. Honestly, the real danger is the orcas. Damn things just love to jump out and try to grab us, even when we're coasting a few hundred feet in the air. And sure, a few pirates. And a few ill-tempered marines. Try to take swings or shots at us. Sometimes successfully. He raised his wing and showed off a half-dozen glistening scars on his flank. But then we either blacklist their flags or report their ship ID, so things work out. I winced as I took in the poor bird's trophies, harsh. I brightened up as my fingertips came in contact with some paper in one of my jacket's pockets. Here, I withdrew a 1,000-berry note and held it up for the coup to see. 900 of that's all yours. Buy yourself some salmon or something, okay. The coup blinked at the bill in shock before nodding eagerly. Thank you, sir. That means a lot to me. Please, call me Cross. I smiled as I slipped the bill into his bag's coin slot and took one of his newspapers. And good luck on the rest of your route, News coup 1851, but, He slapped off another salute. Call me Coup. In that case, happy trails, Coup, I said as I waved him off.
You too, Cross. The albatross waved as he flapped up into the air, soaring high and away in seconds. Damn, with that speed, I could see how people only rarely managed to hit them.
I hummed pleasantly as I unfolded my newspaper. Well, that was nice. Sympathy for the flying rat? Soundbite snickered. Hey, watch it, I huffed as I wrapped my knuckles on the gastropod's shell. Show some respect, it takes guts to land on a ship flying a Jolly Roger. Whatever, the snail sniffed in a teenage girl voice, angling his neck to give it more sun.
I rolled my eyes at the ungrateful slimeball before unfolding the newspaper and looking it over. Let's see, I mused as I scanned the front page. My eyes widened instantly as I read the headline. Black Bartolomeo, Well, it's better than the cannibal, I guess, and 25 million's pretty damn respectable. Either way, welcome to the Grand Line, Romeo. I read the article a bit more and promptly winced. Though you could stand to lower the body count a little bit.
I flipped the page and kept reading. One ship lost in the Florian Triangle, loaded with. I grit my teeth furiously. Civilian passengers. Damn it, Mariah. Tisk, what else? Escalation in a rebellion in the West Blue. Revolutionaries have made a move in the South, and... Eesh. I shuddered at the next article. Captain Eustace Kidd's bounty. Escalated to 110 million after. Oh, now that's just wrong. I knew he had a reputation, but come on, a potato peeler and a corkscrew. Who did stuff like that? Well, besides the world nobles, anyways. Wait, what about Killer, shouldn't he be? Oh hell no. I choked out as I hastily changed the page. That was just, I froze as I read the article. Ooh boy. I hastily tapped on Soundbite's shell. Connect me to Zoro and Nami, discreetly. Don't want. I snatched the snail off the railing and held him up to my scowling face. I'm not asking, I'm telling. Connect me or learn the real definition of dehydration via salt, now. Soundbite blinked at me in fearful confusion before glancing at the newspaper I was strangling. Bad? I held up the article in question for him to see. Deadly, now connect me. Soundbite scanned the article's title for a moment before widening his eyes in shock and letting loose an electronic whine. You're live. Nami, Zoro, come up to the, hey Cross. I jumped as Luffy's voice spoke up behind me. My captain striding past me and leaping onto his spot on Mary's head. What you doing? I hesitated for a brief moment as I stared at him before coming to a simple decision. Honesty above all else. I'm meeting with Nami and Zoro somewhere private about a secret that nobody else can learn about no matter what. I'd let you in on it, but... I shrugged with a sheepish grin. You're a bit of a blabbermouth, so... Luffy blinked at me in surprise before grinning. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me, see y'all later, hope your top secret meeting goes well. Yeah, see you. I waved at Luffy absent-mindedly as I walked down the stairs before returning my attention to the snail. Sorry about that. Meet me at the stern as soon as you can, and try and be discreet. This? I glanced at the newspaper I was holding uneasily. This isn't good news I'm carrying.
I only had to pace around for a minute on the Mary's quarterdeck before I was joined by the crew's second and first mates.
What's wrong, Cross? Nami asked in concern. Zoro was far less cordial. You'd better have a damn good reason for waking me up, Cross. In lieu of response, I held up my fist and proffered the newspaper I was strangling. Read, I ordered firmly. Zoro blinked at me in dull surprise before taking the newspaper and giving it a cursory glance. And he should care about this, kid, brat. Why? Other page, dingus, I snarled. Cross, Nami exclaimed, staring at me in shock. I jerked for a brief moment before looking away with a sigh. Sorry, it's bad. Real bad. Turn the page. Zoro flipped the page, and promptly stiffened in shock. Oh boy. Huh? What is it? Nami asked in confusion. Zoro held up the article for her to see. Her eyes scanned the headline only to widen in horror. T-300,000, she sputtered in disbelief. I shook my head with a sigh as I resumed pacing across the deck. I asked Vivi how things were a week ago. She said the odds stood at 600,000 to 4 in favor of the Royal Guard. Now with this. I grimaced darkly for a second before shaking my head firmly. I can't hide this from everyone, and it wouldn't be right to anyways. We're the top mates of this ship, and the only reason I haven't told Luffy is that he can't zip his lips to save his life. I looked at them firmly, one after the other. We keep this quiet until we can't, agreed? The two glanced at one another for a moment before shrugging in agreement. Sounds good to me, Nami nodded. You're throwing around a lot of weight for a third mate, you know that? Zoro observed with a cocked eyebrow but no real heat. That drew a cocky grin from me. It's not like we even remotely resemble a traditional ship. Sides. My grin grew wider. 3's better than 1, no? Zoro scoffed with a grin as he turned around and started to walk away, cocky brat. I chuckled slightly and started to follow him. Oh geez. I only just managed to catch myself on the Mary's railing as I started to keel over. Sweet hell, what was that? Felt like I was floating for a second there. Cross, huh? I blinked as Nami landed her hand on my shoulder, the navigator looking at me in concern. Are you alright? She asked, worry creeping into her voice. I stared at her for a second before shaking my head and pulling myself upright. Yeah. Mary must have hit a bad wave or something, who knows? But no, I'm fine. Nami looked me over silently for a moment before nodding uneasily. Well, alright, if you say so. CK Ward's glance, she walked away. Soundbite looked me up and down uneasily. You really okay? I stood silent for a moment before giving him a questioning look. I think so. I didn't get bitten, right? Nothing landed on me back on Little Garden? Nope. Then, I nodded firmly as I started walking. Yeah, I think I'm good. Soundbite eyed me skeptically nonetheless. Now then. I scanned the deck for a moment before focusing on Usopp with a grin. Hey, long nose. I've already got beef with your snail, do you want me to hate you too? Whatever, just clam it and listen. I want to commission some protection. At the same time the next day, I was sitting at the kitchen table, my forehead resting on the edge of the woodwork as I nursed a wicked headache. I couldn't even begin to explain where the damn migraine had come from. Just that 1 second I was fine. The next it felt like someone was trying to drive a railroad spike into my skull. That or someone was just doing their little best to dig their way out. I moaned plaintively as I rubbed my throbbing temples. Christ, I swear, if Zoro somehow managed to give me a migraine with alcohol fumes alone. All of a sudden, my stomach growled and flat out twisted, prompting me to grimace miserably. Sweet holy blue hell. Did Sanji sneak biscuits into my food again or something? One of these days that curly blonde bastard's culinary experiments were going to kill me. Ross. Hello. Cross. Huh, what? I jerked my head up in surprise, blinking in shock as I took in the rest of the crew standing around me. What are? When did you all get here? Some of the savvier crew members glanced at each other before eyeing me warily. We've been trying to get your attention for the past minute, Cross, Vivi started slowly. You called us in here, remember?
I attempted to collect my thoughts, a task made difficult by the pain fogging up my head. Ultimately, though, I managed to make the connections I needed and grinned sheepishly. Right. Sorry about that. I've been feeling a little under the weather recently. Probably just not handling the climate change well or something.
Right. Nami drawled slowly, obviously not believing a word I said. Anyways, you said it was important? I blinked for a second before nodding firmly. Right, very important. Alright, listen. It's about the crew. Or rather, us needing a new crewmate. A new crewmate to fill a role. And that role would be, Sanji trailed off curiously. Simple, I pointed at the cook. What we need is a. I slowly trailed off in confusion. Wait, what was I talking about? My head's fuzzy. Cross. Nami shook my shoulder slightly. Doctor? I jerked my head up, thankfully managing to clear the fog out of my head. We need a doctor on board. It's very dangerous to sail without one. We need one. I grimaced slightly as I rubbed my suddenly throbbing eyeballs. Need one, right away. You think? Whatever was being spoken. I lost track halfway through as a slight whine started to build up in my ears before dying down. Sorry, what was that? I asked uncomfortably as I shook my head. Damn it, what was wrong with me? Do you really think you're doing that bad? Usopp asked in concern. Huh? Me? I asked in confusion as I pointed at myself. Or tried to point at myself. Damn, my arms were heavy. No, I'm doing fine. I just meant in general, you know, things are getting dangerous, so we need someone to, I grimaced and shook my head firmly. What was I saying? Cross, you look really sick, Vivi made to touch me. No, I protested weakly as I waved her off. I'm fine, see, I started to push myself up to my feet. Perfectly fine, I only just managed to catch myself and lean on the table as the world lurched beneath me. Hey, Cross, you alright? Luffy asked nervously. I shook my head blearily as the fog encroached further. Was it just me or were things getting a little blurry? Actually, I'll be honest. I managed to work out as I painstakingly raised a hand to my forehead. I don't feel so. Without warning, the world turned sideways and something thunked against my head. The last thing I saw as darkness leaked into my vision was feet rushing around in front of me. I could just feel someone shaking me somewhere. And then nothing. Is really, could be, don't know. If we can't do. I blinked numbly at the wooden ceiling of the Mary's kitchen as I slowly came back to reality, fragments and snippets of voices echoing against my skull. I tried to lean up, but immediately froze as pain rattled my everything. Sweet Christ on a pike staff. I thought miserably. This must be how Crocodile felt after going 2 rounds with Luffy. Damn sandy bastard that he was. Whatever. Crossing. Ryual. I turned my head towards the source of the voice. Shit hurts. Black again. Oh, no. How we can. I am. That sounded like Nami. To find a doctor to cure, and was that Vivi? I stared at the ceiling for a second before I managed to piece together what I was hearing. I hissed in a sharp breath as I started to lean up, ignoring the pain racking my body. No. I thought to myself as I winced painfully. I wasn't bitten. I don't have Kestia. I can't let Vivi decide this without knowing everything. Ross, is he talk? What's can? The desk. I interrupted weakly as I sat up, rubbing my throbbing skull in an attempt to dissipate the pain. Check Nami's desk. The newspaper. Cross. I was aware of Nami putting her hand on my shoulder. Are you sure? I shook my head firmly. She shouldn't say anything either way. Without knowing everything. That wouldn't be right. I could hear a hint of confusion in Nami's voice. But didn't you already? No. This can't be. I shifted my head enough to stare at Vivi, who had slumped to her knees in horror. The royal guard. She breathed, a myriad of emotions muddling her voice. I winced slightly at the grief-stricken expression the princess was wearing. Damn. I wonder which is worse. The idea the guards she's lived with her whole life are abandoning her family. Or the fact that her best friend is the one who got them to defect. Is he? Could he? I shook my head firmly as I realized that they were still talking around me. Sorry we didn't tell you. Just didn't want you to worry anymore. I ground out. Look. Whether or not we find a doctor. I ground out. Is up to you. You know that. Things are worse. And there's always a chance that I could get better. I might not be native, but I'm no Martian. I doubt I'll just keel over from the common cold. Though I wouldn't protest getting to drum before wobble. What you have is a lot worse than a stupid cold, Cross, Nami protested. I blinked at her in confusion. Where had that non sequitur come from? Before I could say anything, though, Vivi spoke up. You're right. We need to get to Alabasta as soon as possible. The princess looked up from the paper with determination burning in her eyes. And that means we get all hands on deck as soon as possible. We'll find you a doctor, Cross, I promise. I allowed a smile to slide over my lips. Thanks, Vivi. That means a lot to me. Hang on, Chopper, we're on our way. 8WH. As my vision started to go black again, I actually welcomed it. My intestines had picked this moment to start dancing the can-can, and I did not want to be conscious for that. If the parting sounds I heard my body making were anything to go by, there'd be hell to pay for it later. I was reawakened by my skull bouncing off on bed as the ship shook violently. What the? I bit out miserably. Cross, are you alright? Vivi stood over me nervously, pressing down on my chest. Don't move, you're in bad condition. What's going on? I managed to grind out. Vivi glanced over her shoulder nervously. I don't know. Things just suddenly became active, Ed. I just don't know. I tried to focus on Vivi, and stiffened as I caught sight of what she was wearing. Winter clothes. That means the temperature's dropping. We're getting close to drum. Wait, shit, that must be Wapple. I made to get up, in spite of my body's protests. Damn it. I need to warn them somehow. Can't let that tin bastard get his jaws on Mary. Wait. Wapple. I blinked up at Vivi in confusion. Wait, how? I shook my head dismissively. Must have heard his voice, not like he's quiet or I can hear shit. Who's Wapple? I fudged curiously.
Vivi gave me a look I couldn't quite identify before swallowing and looking away. I'm going to leave you for a second. Do you think you'll be alright?
I gave Vivi a sickly grin. 100 Barris says I won't even be awake when you get back. As if on cue, a spike of pain shot through my forehead, and things started to go black. I win. I sang drunkenly before going back under anew. Oh, Ross. Hey, Cross. The next time I woke up, it was to Luffy shaking me awake in an unfamiliar, albeit pleasantly warm, bed. Hawa. I blinked numbly. Where am I?
Cross, listen, Luffy asserted firmly. We found an island, but there's only one doctor here, who lives on top of a mountain. So, we're gonna climb it.
Say what? I tuned out the rest of the crew as they started to argue with Luffy, trying desperately to dissuade him from his insane course of action. Instead, I took in the hut I was situated in. It was nice. Rustic. I definitely wouldn't mind living here sometime. So this is the village Dalton's staying in, huh? I thought blearily, my train of thought wandering aimlessly. What was it called again? Big Tooth? Big Fur? Whatever. Wonder if I should get Luffy to ask around a bit. Dunno how much difference knowing where Aces would make though. After all, we'll see him anyways. I was drawn out of my head by the feeling of something nudging against my shoulder. Twisting my neck slightly, I blinked as I managed to catch sight of Soundbite sitting next to me on the bed, trying to draw my attention. I blinked at him in confusion for a moment before shooting a tired grin at him. Hey buddy, how you been? Soundbite shot me a shaky smile. I'm good. His smile died into a grimace. You're not.
Yeah, I winced and rubbed my face miserably. That's for damn sure. Don't worry though, the crew's gonna fix me right up. It's not gonna be easy though. I shot a hopeful grin at him as I held out my palm. Feel up to braving the elements with me.
Soundbite shot a glance at the snow-laden window before smirking and sliding onto my palm. Let's do it. Sounds like a plan. I chuckled as I slid him into one of my coat's inner pockets. I then proceeded to cough loud enough to draw attention to me. Hey, could I see that mountain you were talking about? Yeah, sure thing. Luffy agreed eagerly, sliding under my arm and painstakingly helping me to the window. There in the distance were the Drum Rockies. They were glorious, majestic. Screw it. No way in hell I could be anywhere close to poetic with my head and intestines enacting their suicide pact. Instead, I settled for giving the geologically hazardous mountains an analytical once-over. Sheer rock faces? Looks like it, Luffy confirmed with a grin. Inhospitable temperatures? I think I might have frostbite already, and that's just down here. Usopp whimpered miserably. Ravenous beasts? I heard 10 species on the way here alone. Wanted to eat us alive, Soundbite provided eagerly. So, overall, it's a death trap. That's a bit much, but accurate, someone, Dalton most likely, provided. I was silent for a moment before slowly turning my head to look at the rest of the crew as a goofy grin slid across my face. Is it my birthday? I sang dizzily. Oh god. Nami and Usopp groaned miserably. Woohoo! We're going up, Luffy whooped eagerly. Woo! I threw my arms up alongside his, and promptly started tilting over as my vision turned black. Oh son of a. Once more unto the breach. Damn it, I don't even like Star Trek. Oh, I woke up once again to howling winds and frost biting and nipping at my skin. I blinked at the void I saw stretched out beneath me for a moment, before I was suddenly jerked and a blob of yellow moved in front of my vision. Acting on impulse, I snapped my hand out and plucked a very important straw hat out of the air. Peef ha 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 ha. I wheezed breathlessly as I twisted my torso back and plopped the hat back on Luffy's head. Careful, Captain. What kind of king would you be if you lost your crown? Thanks, Cross. Luffy mumbled out around Sanji's coat. How are you doing? Me? My head was burning up, my throat was sore, my intestines were trying to set a world record and not tying. I turned my head around and stared down at the ground, far, far below us. I grinned as wide as I could manage. I'm on top of the world, Cap'n, or at least, I'm halfway there. I looked at our unconscious cook, who was literally hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Sanji's not looking that good though. Why's he here anyway? Nami browbeat him into going or something? Nah. Luffy grit out. He said that. Snail mail might not be a lovely lady, but right now that doesn't matter. I blinked as Sanji's voice sounded out around us. Soundbite? What does matter is that he's a brother in arms and a damn good friend. What kind of knight in shining armor would I be if I just left him to die? Besides, I could practically see his smirk, lit cigarette still blazing between his teeth. If I left him to our idiot captain, we'd get him back in pieces. I crooned roguishly. NN never GG gonna LL let him LL live it DD down? Not on your life. I snickered back. Hee-ya. Luffy chuckled slightly before wincing. Don't make me laugh, could drop Sanji. Sorry about that. I winced apologetically. I then blinked as I noticed something else. Hey, how come we aren't moving? Luffy shuddered violently, but it didn't change the fact that we weren't going up any further. I stared in confusion for a second before grimacing furiously. Damn it, come on, Luffy, are you really going to let a mountain beat you? All I got was heavy panting in response. I was silent for a moment before craning my neck back, staring at the stormy clouds high above us. Come on, Luffy. It's only what, half a mile to the top? Little more? Less? Oh no. Luffy shrugged weakly. Then why don't you make it up there in one go? Sanji said that doing anything tough could hurt you. Screw that noise. I scoffed. Sanji and I are tough as nails. Kick this thing's ass in one last blow. Luffy stiffened for a moment before twisting his head to blink at me. You sure? Hell. Yes. My captain was silent for a moment, before a fire suddenly raged in his eyes. Hold on tight. I dug my fingers into his jacket. Holding. Luffy snorted out a furious breath before kicking out from the cliff face and dropping down what felt like over a dozen meters at once. Gum gum. I grinned madly for a moment, before scowling as darkness started to creep in. Oh come on, now, erg. When I wake up, it had better be to either a badass monster reindeer or to an old hag. Rock. Night night. Oh, I cracked my eyes open and leaned up with a jaw-breaking yawn as I awoke. And promptly jerked back in shock with a strangled yelp as I caught sight of the terrifying visage in front of me. Are you the Grim Reaper? I whispered in dull horror. Cack 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 cack. That old bastard only wishes he looked as good as me. Relief as I slapped a hand to my chest. Thank God. I'm too badass to die. He lies. Soundbite. I smiled as I scooped the baby transponder snail off my bedpost. Thank God you made it. Who else would keep me honest? You'd be dead as a doornail without me, Soundbite cackled. Or me, brat. The ancient yet somehow youthful woman who'd saved me smirked as she held out a hand. Dr. Kureha, your attending physician. I took said hand and shook it gingerly. Jeremiah Cross, your very thankful patient. Sorry if this seems rushed, but mind if I ask for my prognosis? Give it to me straight, Doc, Soundbite sobbed through his toothy grin. Will I ever be able to play the violin again? Well, your snail's sense of humor is a lost cause, but I think you already knew that. Kureha mused as she cocked an eyebrow at Soundbite. It was long rotten when I found him, Doc, I stated with a shrug and a sigh, ignoring the chorus of raspberries Soundbite blew in response. And as for you, Kureha looked at me dead on. You're currently processing a battery of antibiotics to combat the bacteria in you. You'll need to be kept under observation for a few days, but overall, you seem to be in good condition. I sighed in relief as I allowed myself to relax. Thank God again. I looked at her in concern. And, my friends? The curly-browed one wrecked his back something fierce and the boy with the straw hat has some of the worst frostbite I've seen in years, but they'll both pull through. The straw hat boy. She grinned toothily as she took a swig from the bottle she was carrying. He's something, isn't he? Why do you think he's the current #1 contender for King of the Pirates? I asked with a smile of my own. Kureha's laughter intensified, and her smile doubled in size. As she laughed, I allowed myself to muse for a bit. Wonder what I had. I checked myself twice after we left Little Garden. I couldn't have gotten Kestia. You didn't, huh? I looked up at Kureha in confusion. You didn't have Kestia, she explained with a shrug. Don't know how you know that name, but what you got was damn close. She jabbed me in the stomach with her bony finger. A waterborne bacteria known as Vibrio cholerae primogenitalis, also known as primal cholera. Think of it as cholera's badass ancestor. If it had stuck around in you without the right treatment for a day longer, you'd be a dead man walking. No clue how you'd get it though. Not like you'd do anything so stupid as gulp down still water on a prehistoric island though, would you? You'd be surprised. I grumbled darkly as I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. To be fair, though, it was an accident. See, I was running from a pair of assassins and… I cut myself off with a choked squawk as I processed our conversation. Shivering fearfully, I looked at Kureha in confusion. How? How did you know that I was thinking about Kestia? Kureha shrugged indifferently as she took a swig from her bottle. Because you weren't thinking about it, you were talking about it. I could all but literally feel the blood escape my face. I said that, out loud. Cack cack cack. Kureha chuckled unforgivingly. Yes you did, boy. One of the symptoms of primal cholera? It gives you a mild brain fever that lowers some of the barriers in your brain. Patients have been recorded unwittingly speaking their minds. Literally. And not just in those rare moments of consciousness, either. I drew in a shuddering, desperate breath. You mean, the entire time I've been sick, I've been running my damn mouth. Yes you have. My blood froze at the far too familiar voice that spoke up off to my side. Moving very slowly, I turned my head and stared. Sanji met my gaze coolly as he leaned in the doorway, puffing on a cigarette. We need to talk, Cross. I shuddered violently in terror before slowly turning my gaze on Kureha. You wouldn't happen to advocate euthanasia by any chance, would you? Cack. Doctor, Sanji started politely. Would you mind giving us some privacy, please? It's important. Ignoring the desperate looks I was shooting her, Kureha sniffed at Sanji before taking a pull from the bottle she was carrying and standing up. Cocky young bastard. Ordering around a young damsel like me in my own damn home. Fine, I'll leave you alone. Sanji opened his mouth, and was promptly forced to bite back a howl of pain as she jabbed a bony digit into his spine. For 10 minutes, she intoned menacingly. After that, you're going back in bed, whether you like it or not. Understood? If Kureha's menacing grin was anything to go by, then she took his whimper of both pain and terror as a sign of consent. Glad to hear it. Have fun, you too. And with that, she was gone. Once the door closed behind the menacing doctor, Sanji and I lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. I was staring at my sheets, whereas Sanji was just staring at me. Clearly, neither of us really knew what to say. But I knew I had to ask something. I had to know just how deep a grave I just dug. How much? I croaked out weakly. We asked around Bighorn like you suggested. Sanji promptly interrupted me. I'm not sure who was more surprised. Luffy at finding out that his brother is waiting for him in Alabasta, or as at finding out that Luffy had brothers, period. I scrunched my eyes shut with a weak laugh. Brothers. Plural. God damn it. Everything. I told you practically goddamn everything and you all heard it. Hell, I barked out a derisive laugh as I flung my hands up in frustration. It's probably going to be easier to list what I didn't blurt out than what I did. In your defense, Sanji sighed heavily as he lit a cigarette. You were pretty damn vague. You dropped a few names, described a few places, things like that.
Though, Sanji sighed heavily as he huffed in a lungful of smoke. What you said was revealing, if nothing else. When you talked about Koza and Cobra, we almost thought you were Baroque Works. But then, the cook shook his head flatly. Nojiko, Kobe, Patty and Carne, Kuina, that last one, none of us knew, period. He shot a half-hearted grin at me. Seriously, you should have seen how pale Mosshead got. I owe you for that alone.
I, on the other hand, resorted to a simple grimace. Yeah, I can imagine. I blew a heavy breath through my nose as I massaged my face miserably. Look, let's. I imagine you have a lot of questions for me, so, go ahead. I waved my hand at him aimlessly. Let me have it. Sanji contemplated things for a moment before nodding gravely. Cross, it is very important you tell me everything you can about one person, he informed me grimly. I swallowed heavily and slowly nodded. I should have figured. Who is it? Blackbeard? Akainu? Someone in CP9? I winced as a thought struck me. If it's Doflamingo, then believe me, man, we need to be careful. I don't even want to contemplate how many ears that bastard has. No, none of those. This is more important than any of them, Sanji sighed. Face serious as a nuclear winter, he slowly walked over to me. I flinched as he dropped his hands on my shoulders and forced me to face him. I need you to tell me, about Princess Shirahoshi. Wait, what? I sputtered in disbelief. You heard me. Tell me about the mermaid princess. And just like that, Sanji was caught up in a full-blown Category 5 love hurricane, swirling about the room with hearts in his eyes. The most beautiful creature beneath the seas, an exquisite example of the feminine form, truly Aphrodite incarnate. You have to tell me all about her. I beg of you, I'll do whatever I have to. Just tell me about her. I couldn't help but gape at the display in shock, my mind desperately trying to keep up with what my eyes were telling me. Wow. Soundbite whistled in dull shock. Okay. I hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'll start by telling you that there are 3 obstacles in the way of you being able to act as her knight in shining love. First, she's 20,000 feet below the sea. 20,000 or 100, it matters not, Sanji swooned. I will traverse through hell itself to lay eyes upon such a beauty. Right. Second, she's constantly locked up in the tower that acts as her room because of how she's being stalked by a local crime lord with a damn dangerous devil fruit ability. I will beat that blackguard within an inch of his life. The love cook roared, his mood abruptly switching from sickeningly saccharine to burning hot fury. Even if I have to fight through an army of such villains, my love will endure. My eye twitched at the display. Alright then, and now for the clincher, she's underage. Sanji froze, mid-pirouette. What? He whimpered miserably. Yup, I nodded, unable to keep a shit-eating grin off my face at his expression. She's currently 6. No wait. We'll meet her in about 2 years, she'll be 16 then. Right now, she should be. What, 14? 15? Eesh, that just make it worse, Van der Decken is a creepy bastard, but then again I already knew that. Sanji stood frozen for a few moments, before falling to his knees and howling, letting out a noise that wouldn't be out of place coming from most wounded animals. Curse you, father time, course you. Soundbite cocked an eye stalk with a decidedly unimpressed expression. Seriously? Peef. Huh? Soundbite swiveled his eyes to peer at me questioningly. I couldn't respond. I was too busy hunching over with my hands clamped over my mouth in order to try and contain myself. Peef. PFFF. But in the end, I just couldn't do it. PFFFFF ha 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 ha. I burst out, flinging myself back on my bed and covering my eyes with my hands as I howled with laughter. Oh my god. Your FAAs. Ha 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 ha. Soundbite adopted an even less impressed look, although he was sporting a small smile of his own. Seriously? Sanji huffed aggravatedly for a moment before pulling himself together and straightening his clothes out. I'm so glad my agony is amusing to you, Cross, he grumbled darkly. The only response I could muster was a few humorous, if pained, wheezes. My body ached as it shook with mirth, my ribs burned, tears streamed out from under my fingers. But those had nothing to do with the pain. Thanks for that, Sanji. I managed to bite out as I wiped my eyes. That meant a lot to me. HMPH. Sanji puffed on his cigarette for a moment before smiling slowly. Anytime, Cross. But as quickly as the smile appeared, it was replaced with a serious expression. But this isn't the end of things, you know. You are going to have to explain how you know so much. That got a wince out of me as I raised a hand. Look, Sanji. Cross, Sanji said firmly, cutting off my objection. We had to deal with you literally shitting the bed for 2 days. You owe us an explanation just for that. And you'll get it, I hastily reassured him. I'll explain, as much as I can, I swear, it's... I looked away sheepishly. It's not like I can hold anything back now and still call myself a straw hat. You know, just give me some time, alright? I'll explain everything to everyone once we're all on the merry. I'd rather not tell it twice if I don't have to. Sanji contemplated my words for a moment before nodding slowly. Alright then, fair enough, but you will tell us everything, right? I shrugged with a sheepish grin. Or at least as much as I can. I think that Luffy would object to me spilling anything else. What, our captain has other secrets, the cook said, his eyebrow cocked in disbelief.
Hell no, I snorted. Sabo and Ace were the only ones he's kept, or at least, the only ones I'm aware of, at any rate. No, Luffy just doesn't like spoilers, you know. I couldn't help but chuckle fondly. He's keen on reaching our destination, sure, but that doesn't mean he wants to know every inch of the journey ahead of time. Get my drift? Sanji mulled the statement over, nodding in agreement. Yeah, I understand. Alright, I'll wait until we get out of here. For now, though, he swallowed with a grimace. I'm going to get back in bed. I don't want to contemplate what the witch will do to me if she catches up with me right now. Still, I'll check on Luffy. See if he'll want to come and visit you. And with that, he turned around and started to leave.
Yeah, you'd better run, Soundbite snickered at his back. Ah, Sanji, wait, I hastily called out as a thought struck me. The cook hummed as he glanced back at me. I hesitated for a moment before asking what was on my mind. The others. The rest of the crew. Are they angry at me or? Sanji contemplated my question for a moment before blowing out a small cloud. Zoro was grumbling something about you being a hypocrite. I couldn't help but wince self-consciously. And everyone else is somewhat curious about what you know, but other than that. He shrugged helplessly. They were all worried about you, Cross. I don't know what else you want me to say. I allowed a small smile to cross my face as I lay back in bed. Nothing. That's enough. Thanks, Sanji. The cook nodded slowly in agreement. Yeah, get well, Cross.
And with that, he left. I lay back in bed for a moment before glancing up at Soundbite. Alright, time for a damage check. Start by listing all the names I gave.
A half hour later I was slumped back in bed, just a little overwhelmed by how much I'd managed to spill. No exact details, thankfully, and I'd managed to keep mum on a surprising amount of fighting capabilities, but other than that, I'd shared at least half of our future destinations, named a goodly number of future enemies, and blurted more than enough past friends and family members to make things just flat out weird. Oy vey. I groaned morosely. Is that the end of it? That's just the names we recognized, Soundbite replied, shaking his head. I eyed the snail warily. What do you mean by recognized? Soundbite tilted his head to the side. That thing I ate that lets me hear so much, that was an iPhone, right? I slapped a hand to my face with a groan. Son of a how much? Everything from computers to planes and trains. Newsflash, there are already trains here. Maglev trains? Fair point. Also, who's Ichiro Oda? Or is it Goda? You used both. I started rhythmically thumping the back of my skull against the headboard. For the love of. Whenever I mentioned One Piece, did I ever occasionally mention anything about volumes? Soundbite shrugged helplessly. Something about a collection maybe? You weren't always clear. Yeah, that figures. I groaned miserably. Ugh, damn it, can things? Ahem. Soundbite interrupted me firmly. Thanks. I winced in embarrassment. That was a close one. God knows that Murphy's active around here. Too close for comfort. Soundbite scoffed as he jerked his eye stalks to the side. I blinked in confusion as I followed his line of sight. I noticed a squat figure covered in brown fur and sporting a blue nose standing in the middle of the doorway, trying to hide from me. Yeah, that figures. I blinked at the reindeer for a moment before adopting a flat look. You do realize that your way of hiding is so inefficient it hurts, right? Eep. Chopper squawked in shock before hastily flipping his position. I cocked an eyebrow at that. Yeah. A, I've already seen you. B, that position isn't really that good for spying even when done right. And C, the antlers really aren't doing you any favors. Just FYI. H-E-E-H-E-E-H-E-E-H-A-H-A-H-A. Soundbite squawked euphorically. Shut up, human. Chopper barked out agitatedly. Also, how are you feeling? Is your fever down? A. I rested my hand against the back of my head contemplatively. I think my temperature's a bit high. Not sure, though. Still, overall, I think I'm good. Without warning, my stomach suddenly rumbled and churned, prompting me to curl up painfully. Okay, apart from that, do you know where the bathroom is or? Hang on a minute. Chopper hastily darted over to the bed and scrambled beneath it. Jay, just hold it in long enough for me to change the pan, and also, make sure you're over the hole when you know. I blinked in confusion as I shifted around on the bed. What ho-oh? I blinked as I located the hole. Then tensed furiously as I became aware of something else. Okay, who the hell took my pants?
That was me. Chopper slid out from under the bed with one of his hooves clamped over his nose, while his other was holding a metal pan as far from his body as he could manage. Sorry, but we didn't have much of a choice. Normal cholera alone includes diarrhea as a symptom, but primal cholera is much more hostile. This is the third time I've had to replace your pan today. Oh, and by the way, you should eat more vegetables. I think you might be low on vitamin A.
I cocked an eyebrow at the reindeer as I worked to wrangle my intestines. You can tell that by smell alone? Not by choice, I can tell you that much. The young zone type gagged as he set my filled pan down and dug a fresh one out of a nearby cabinet before sliding back under my bed. Give me a second. He hastily slid back out. Okay, you're good to go. And with that, I let loose with a sigh of relief. Ooh, thank you, sweet merciful awe. I cut myself off with a wince as the burn came. I take it back. Screw you. God, screw you hard. Chopper winced at the noises originating from me, but then gave a sigh of relief. Well, at least you sound healthy enough. You should be good to go in a few days. Joy on earth. I groaned miserably at my predicament for a moment before eyeing him contemplatively. Sue. What are you? Exactly. I barely managed to hide my grin at what I was about to say next. Some kind of Arctic jackalope? I'm a reindeer. Chopper roared irately as he shoved his forelimbs up at me. See, hooves. I hastily raised my hands in surrender as I grinned sheepishly. I see them. Sorry, that was my bad. Still. A reindeer that walks on two hooves. Huh. I winced internally at what I was about to say, but resigned myself to the fact that I had to do it anyways. Guess that makes you something of a monster, huh?
I nearly flinched at the wave of emotion that swept over Chopper. Rage, misery, disgust, honestly, the worst of all old probably the sheer sense of resignation he seemed to have. Hopefully, what I had to say next would change all that.
That's awesome. I blurted out with a grin. If Chopper's thunderstruck expression was anything to go by, that was not the response he was expecting. Bah, seriously. I nodded eagerly as I continued to grin. Heck yeah, why wouldn't it be? BB but, look at me, Chopper stammered as he flailed his arm at himself. I'm covered in fur. I walk on two hooves. I have antlers, and my nose is blue. I blinked at his nose as though it were the first time I was seeing it. Huh, would you look at that? So it is? Doesn't any of that scare you, or disgust you, or? Chopper trailed off helplessly, obviously several miles out of his depth. Damn, he's really needed someone to say this to him. I thought, legitimately thought. I damn well made sure my tongue stayed glued to the roof of my mouth, before shrugging indifferently at his display. Why would I? It's pretty freaking obvious you got a zone-type devil fruit. Those things are always weird. Chopper allowed himself to relax slightly. It's really that obvious? Yeah, totally. What do you have? No, wait. I held my hand up swiftly. Let me guess. One of the horse or ox fruits? Stag model or something along those lines. I winced at Chopper's stricken expression, the way the hope seemed to drain out of his face. No, the opposite. I ate the human fruit. I was originally a reindeer. He flinched back instinctively, obviously waiting for a specified reaction. A reaction I had absolutely no intention of providing. Seriously? I asked as I tilted my head inquiringly. Damn, that's even cooler.
Huh, Chopper barked out in disbelief. Well yeah, I said, shrugging. I mean, come on. 90% of all other zones. They're humans who can turn into animals. But an animal that can become human. That's gotta be damn rare, if not unique. Guess that makes you a really special monster, huh?
Once again Chopper flinched, though thankfully this time it was less severe. WY, do you keep calling me
A monster. I finished for him. Easy. Because monsters are really cool. Down and out awesome, no question about it.
Chopper's mouth flapped helplessly for a moment, but I powered on before he could respond. Because you see, what I said earlier about most other zones? Same basic concept. Majority of the normal people on the Blue Seas are completely normal average Joes. Dime a dozen cookie-cutter humans. Nothing weird about them. Hence, monsters like you who are abnormal and out of the ordinary. Well, in my opinion, they're pretty awesome, simple as that. The little human reindeer before me stared at me in complete and utter shock for a moment before swallowing heavily and turning around, pretending, badly at that, to busy himself with some nearby shelves. And how do you know they're awesome, huh? Why, you've seen a lot of monsters or something? Oh, yeah, sure. I plastered a wild smile on my face as I grinned at him. Time to sell the dough. You see a lot of cool monsters when you live a pirate's life. Chopper tensed furiously for a moment before fake working even more frantically. Why you're a pirate? For real? I chuckled as I leaned back in my seat, crossing my arms beneath my head. Yup, and so are my friends. Heck, the guy you treated for frostbitten fingertips is our captain. And just for the record, I jabbed my finger into the air. We're real pirates. Adventure and freedom lovers, not worthless raiding fakers like that Blackbeard bastard who attacked you guys. Wow, really? That's cool, Chopper mumbled half-heartedly. Yeah, it is. And some of those monsters I mentioned? 3 of them are in this castle at this very moment? Huh? Chopper yelped as he swung around and stared at me, wide-eyed in shock. Really? Heck yeah. Here's one right now. I held up Soundbite for him to see. Meet Soundbite. Oh, and my name's Jeremiah Cross. Forgot to mention that. Anyways, if you would, little guy. Hello, 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 Soundbite sang a cappella style. See, I gestured at him eagerly. A snail capable of harmonizing with itself? That's nowhere near normal, I guarantee it. Chopper swallowed heavily as he eyed Soundbite, with no small amount of awe at that. And the other 2? I jerked my head towards the doorway. My 2 crewmates you're treating. The blonde guy's Sanji, our cook, and the guy with the straw hat which I pray you left on him is Straw Hat Luffy, our captain. They're both monsters in their own right. Monsters? But, Chopper frowned in confusion, they're both human. Well, you see. I scratched the back of my head sheepishly.
There are many types of monsters in this world. Sanji, he's got a hell of a kick. And when I say hell, I mean he caved in a velociraptor, yes, a dinosaur's, chest, a week ago. I glanced down at Soundbite, who nodded in confirmation. Yeah, a week ago. And Luffy. Well, I'm guessing you weren't a part of treating him, because then you'd know that he's made of rubber thanks to a devil fruit of his own. And really, that's one of the least monstrous things about him.
Wow. Chopper breathed as he looked down contemplatively. His eyes darted around in thought for a moment before he giving me a pleading look. Could you tell me more about your captain? I made to respond when Soundbite interrupted me. Ask him yourself, he's on his way now. Oh. I groaned as I slapped my hand to my face miserably. Yeah, Chopper, you'd better get out of here now. Like right now, before he gets here. Huh? Why? Chopper asked nervously, before shifting to concern as a thought struck him. Do you think he won't like BB because of what I am? He'll know, I scoffed. I bet you Barris to beer barrels that he's going to think you're the coolest thing since sliced ham. After he's done trying to eat you, at any rate. What? Chopper squawked in disbelief. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I winced and scratched the back of my head uneasily. 2 things about Luffy that make him such a monster. The first is his sheer appetite, and the second is that he's so fond of meat that he might as well be classified as a carnivore. And assuming that he hasn't eaten in several hours.
Nope. Soundbite provided. Then yeah, he's not going to really peg onto the fact that you can talk until he's partway through trying to literally bite your head off, and assuming that Sanji's out of it enough, then he's probably going to try and help cook you. So yeah, you should really run before they get here. Nothing personal, mind you, he just loves to eat and you're part animal, so, yeah. I shrugged helplessly. Sucks to be you, huh?
Gibbering fearfully, Chopper turned to break for the door, before pausing as a thought struck him. Wait. How did you know my name? I didn't mention it to you, and neither did Doctorine. I froze at the question for a moment before grinning cheekily. Simple. I widened my smile to show all my teeth. I'm a badass pirate. Chopper blinked at me in shock for a moment before swallowing nervously and turning and darting for the doorway. Unfortunately for him though, he was a little bit too late on his feet. Hey crow oomph, huh? What the heck? At least, he was if the way he ran headlong into Luffy's legs was anything to go by. Chopper stammered fearfully as he stared up at Luffy, while my captain's face was curiously blank for a second before gaining a hungry look I was far too familiar with. Is that a reindeer? He asked eagerly. Chopper swallowed fearfully as he took a slow, deliberate step back from my captain. The blood drained from the poor zone user's face, visible even under his fur, as a line of drool slowly slid out from the corner of Luffy's mouth. "I've never tasted reindeer before," he moaned gluttonously. "Give me 10 seconds and I'll give you a venison roast that's to die for," Sanji piped up from behind Luffy. "Yeah, I needed to break up this terror show before things got ugly. Run, little doctor man, run," I cried out dramatically. Apparently that was enough to break Chopper out of his terror, prompting him to turn tail, figuratively, not literally. Apparently reindeer don't have tails. Learn something new every day. And run while screaming his furry little ass off. Yeah. "Come back, dinner meat," Luffy roared as he gave chase. "Hang on, Luffy, let me cook him first," Sanji shouted as he followed behind him. I chuckled lightly as I watched the trio dash out, the sounds of their hunt wafting back to me. "Sounds like Chopper'll be a great part of the crew, huh?" Soundbite nodded eagerly and opened his mouth to respond. "Oh, it does it?" Before snapping his mouth shut in horror as an elderly voice responded. "Gotta work on that," he cursed softly. I swallowed heavily before slowly turning my head to focus on Dr. Kureha, who was staring at me with an inscrutable expression from the doorway to the room. My mind flew for a moment before I finally let out a heavy sigh. Chopper couldn't have helped treat me that much because of the smell, meaning that you were up close and personal while I was speaking. I groaned heavily and ran my hand down my face. Meaning that with my luck, you heard me talking about Chopper before I'd even seen him. I looked up at her in resignation. "So, are we good enough for the little guy to come with us?" "HMPH. The good doctor grumbled as she walked into the room. "You're certainly something. I'll give YTHAN those Blackbeard bastards." Her gaze sharpened slightly behind her sunglasses, and judging by that spiel you spun earlier. I cast a glare at Soundbite, who looked away with a nervous whistle. "I'm guessing you know something about Chopper's past, huh?" I considered my options for a moment before nodding tiredly. Yeah, I do. Everything from his exile from his herd to the death of the good Quack. Not to mention said Quack's last gift to you." Kureha cocked an eyebrow at me for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm not even going to ask how, because honestly, in the end, I don't care. There's only one thing that I really want to know." In a flash, Kureha was looming over me like the Reaper himself, a scalpel held in her fist and hanging a mere 2 inches from my face. "Hoagies," I squeaked, pressing myself against the headboard as firmly as I could. "Eep," Soundbite shrieked, snapping back into his shell. "Do you actually care about my son?" Kureha hissed viciously. "Or are you just playing on his insecurities to shanghai him into your little pirate band?" I fought to control my breathing in face of the utter demon before me before finally managing to get my nerves under control. Once I managed that, though, I was able to muster the courage to glare Kureha dead in the eyes. "Frankly, I am insulted you would insinuate that," I hissed venomously. "Yes, Chopper's skills would be a boon to us, I won't deny that, but they're not the reason I want him to join. I want him to join because he would be a good friend and he needs friends. He needs people to tell him that it's alright to be a monster, to not be human. You've been good to him, I know that, but at the end of the day, he needs more. You can't keep him in this castle forever." I was silent for a moment before narrowing my eyes. "And you know that, don't you?" Kureha was silent for a moment before drawing away from me with a tired scoff. "Well, you can make a good argument, I'll give you that. And I suppose you seem like a decent sort." Her gaze sharpened anew. "But that doesn't tell me anything about the rest of your crew." I opened my mouth to respond, before I was cut off by Chopper's voice bellowing out from the castle's main hall. "Are you too deaf?" I racked my brain for what could have prompted that outburst before grinning winningly as I recalled what was happening. "Here, let me prove you wrong." I glanced around hastily. Did the guys bring my headphones with me or? The headphones were promptly dropped in my lap. "Oh, thanks. Quite the sturdy pair you got there, brat." Kureha mused. "I'm surprised they managed to survive the climb." "What can I say? I buy quality gear," I chuckled as I slipped them over my ears. "Anyways, Soundbite." The snail barked as he poked his eye stalks out of his shell. "I need a two-way line between me and Chopper and a one-way line from Luffy and Sanji to him and me, ASAP. Uno momento por favor." An electric whine filled the air. "Done." "Wait. That reindeer spoke, right?" Luffy's disembodied voice mused contemplatively. "Yeah, and he was walking on 2 legs, Sanji concurred. 1 moment of silence later. "Holy crap, he's a monster," the two roared simultaneously. Kureha snarled furiously as she turned towards the door. "Excuse me for a moment, I need to break the Hippocratic Oath in 10 ways apiece." "Hold it," I hissed as I waved at her frantically before focusing on Soundbite. "Hey, Chopper." "Huh, what?" Chopper's voice stammered nervously. How are you?" "Soundbite's good for more than just parlor tricks, Chopper," I reassured him, "and anyways, I wouldn't recommend walking out just yet. Only listening to half of a conversation can lead to horrible misunderstandings." What are you?" "Shish. Listen. He walks on 2 legs, he's fluffy, he looks like a reindeer," Sanji continued in awe. "He can be small or grow until he's as big as a gorilla. Luffy breathed contemplatively. Cross. Chopper whined miserably. Why do I? That's so cool. Chopper's response died in his throat with a pained gargle. Even Kureha herself was staring at Soundbite in shock, holding her sunglasses above her eyes. Hey, Sanji, I just got an idea, Luffy continued eagerly. Let's get him to join our crew. And now for the real kicker. I piped up. Soundbite, connect me to the guys. Done. Hey Luffy, I was listening in. You want Chopper to join us, right? His name's Chopper? That's even cooler, Luffy cackled happily. I'll take that as a yes. Personally, I agree with the idea entirely. I mean, the little guy did help save our lives, you know, him being a doctor and all. He's a doctor too. That's perfect, my captain whooped ecstatically. Now we really need to get him to join. That does sound like it would be pretty useful, Sanji concurred. Exactly, see, you guys get it, I chuckled in agreement. Well, you go ahead and try and convince him. Meanwhile, I'm going to relax for a bit, alright? Okay, oh, and before I forget, I'm glad you're alright. Hey, me too. Well, good luck, and with that, I jerked my hand across my throat. Once Soundbite confirmed he dropped the connection, I shot a grin up at Kureha. See? Some people really like monsters. Let me guarantee you, Chopper. If Luffy wants you to join our crew, it's not just a fluke. I mean, hey, look at me, right? Chopper stuttered hesitantly, his voice filled with emotion. Well, just for the record, I'd love to see you on the crew. For now, though, I'd recommend you start running again. Luffy can be a bit enthusiastic. Huh? What are you? Hey Chopper monster guy, Luffy's voice suddenly roared. Wah! Chopper shrieked fearfully as he presumably started running. Good luck, little buddy. I laughed eagerly as I indicated for Soundbite to drop the connection. That done, I smiled up at Kureha again. Satisfied, Luffy wants Chopper to join because of what he is, not even remotely in spite of it. Hell, I don't think Luffy could hate another person for what they were if he tried. He's just a really good. I trailed off as I became aware of the music filtering through the air, then shot a caustic glare down at Soundbite. The My Little Pony theme? Really?
Hoa 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 ha ha ha. Soundbite chortled eagerly. Oh, go and get salted. I groused darkly before getting back on task. Anyways, what do you think, Doctor? Are we good enough for Chopper?
Kureha stared at me for a moment before shaking her head heavily. Can you guarantee that you'll keep him safe? I affixed the elderly doctor with a flat look. That request is neither fair nor plausible and you damn well know it. Cack, fair enough. Kureha chuckled mirthlessly. She was silent for a moment longer before throwing her hands up in defeat. Honestly, I should have known this day would come. That damn quack Hiralik got into the poor boy's head something fierce. She glared at me sharply, if sadly. If the fool is stupid enough to join you, then I'll give him hell for it, but I won't stop him. I don't think I could even if I tried. I grinned widely at the woman. Thanks a lot, doctor.
Yes. Kurha groused before whipping out a scalpel and twirling it around her fingers as she grinned at me, her canines suddenly prominent. Just don't think that means you're getting out of here any sooner, brat. You're staying until you have a clean bill of health, and not a moment sooner. Not to mention. Thunk. I most decidedly did not squeal like a stuck pig when a dozen different scalpels buried themselves in the wood around my head. The matter of your bill. I moaned intelligently before grinning sheepishly. That can be arranged. Jay, just give me a second to arrange things. Haha. Hey. Soundbite. I hissed at the snail frantically. Nami, now. Soundbite cocked his eye stalk at me doubtfully. This is a mountain. You remember that, right? I rolled my eyes with a sigh. No shit, I remember that, dumbass. What I meant was try Pinky A. Nami's got to have one of them on her. Ooh, okay, hold please. Soundbite's gaze trailed off into the distance for a moment before refocusing into a vaguely worried expression. Hello? He asked in Nami's voice. Hey Nami. I greeted eagerly. It's Cross. We managed to make it up the mountain. Luffy and Sanji are a bit banged up, but overall we're doing pretty good. We, are going to need some help with the matter of the medical bills. Cross. Damn it, why didn't I think of calling you? Listen, you need to be careful. You're about to get company up there. Wapple's on his way to the castle, and he should be there any. Slam. Without any warning, the door to the room was slammed open as Chopper barged in, a frantic expression on his face. Doctoring. I grit my teeth as Soundbite adopted a panicked expression of his own. Correction, Nami. I sighed grimly. Wapal's already here. 15 minutes and a half dozen explosions later, I was out of bed and wrapping myself up in a heavy blanket that was in the room. Do we need TO? Soundbite asked warily as he hid beneath the heavy fabric. Not much choice. I groused as I slid some boots on. Unless we stall Wapple, he'll go straight for the armory, or worse yet that massive cannon of his. Luffy'll still be able to kick his ass, obviously, but there'll be more collateral damage. So for now, we need to distract him. At least for a bit, anyways. Juiced long enough for Luffy to get his act together and find the fat bastard.
Soundbite contemplated that for a moment before cocking his eyebrow at me. How do you know that? I've never asked, but I'm curious now. I considered the question before shaking my head with a sigh. I'll tell you when I tell everyone else. For now. I tugged the blanket around myself firmly as I stood before the wooden door that led to the castle's main hall. Ready to play a life-sized game of Pac-Man? Soundbite grimaced miserably. I don't know what that is, but no. I briefly considered the prospect of Waipal's massive jaws for a moment before grimacing miserably. Yeah, me neither.
And with that, I pulled the door open and made my way out onto the balcony, shivering as the frigid, snow-laden air hit me. Damn, that's brisk. I grumbled before looking around in an attempt to get my bearings. Alright, I was on the second floor, so if my memory was accurate, then that would mean Wapol must have been. Hey. Bingo. I looked over the edge of the balcony as I took in the massive form of Tin Plate Wapol, the former ruler of Drum. Damn, there was huge and then there was huge, and this guy. He looked like he was big enough to match Luffy bite for bite in appetite. And the ugly, angry expression he was sporting certainly didn't do him any favors.
Are you a friend of that straw hat brat? He growled murderously.
I grinned cheekily as I snapped a salute at him. Yup. Jeremiah Cross, third mate, communications officer and tactician of the Straw Hat Pirates. And you must be Wapol, the fat, belligerent whale of a tyrant who made the lives of everyone in this nation hell, right?
Wapol twitched furiously for a second before leering at me menacingly. You think I'm a tyrant, huh? I glanced at Soundbite contemplatively before we both grinned at him menacingly. Pretty much, yeah. Yup. Soundbite concurred. Alright then. And with that, Wapol walked over to a nearby pillar and shimmied up it with more agility than someone his size should have been capable of. Once he was on the same floor as I was, he charged me with all the speed of an enraged bull. Die, you shitty brat. Shit. I cursed as I started running at full speed. That Pac-Man reference I'd made earlier was turning out to be more accurate than I predicted, what with the way his jaws were snapping right on my heels. I had no idea how a son of a bitch his size could possibly be that fast. Thankfully, however, the chase didn't last anything close to long. Coming up on a staircase leading down, I hastily ducked into it, taking care not to slip on the snow and turning around once I was at the bottom. Thunk. Gaw. I blinked up at the sight of Waipal's ass sticking out of the opening for a moment. PFFF ha 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 ha. Ha 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 hey hey hey, before both Soundbite and I fell into fits of laughter, cackling as we pointed up at the firmly wedged tyrant. God damn, it was even funnier in real life. You dare laugh at a king? Wapol snarled incredulously from his position. I dare laugh at a complete idiot, I howled up at him. Idiot huh? Then how about this, munch munch factory? Moments later, a tin can of a jaw thunked down the staircase before landing at my feet. I grinned sadistically as I eyed the disembodied jaws eagerly. Still pretty stupid, dumbass. I reeled my foot back as far as I could manage. Punt. Clang. I blinked in confusion for a second before registering the sheer pain in my foot. Yow. I howled miserably as I hopped back from the jaws, clutching my almost definitely broken limb in agony. Hippo hopping mother trucking black-hearted jack shit. How much do you fucking weigh? Hippo hopping? Soundbite snapped in disbelief. I am not coherent when I'm hurt, I roared at him. Ha. Now who's the moron, peasant? Wapol cackled as he unfolded himself into his new form. Behold, slim up Wapol. I looked the king's new form over for a moment before cocking my eyebrow at him in disbelief. You called it an improvement. I mean, I gestured at him helplessly. Come on, man. The torso is acceptable, sure, but that chin. I grimaced and shook my head slowly. No, the world government is filled with monsters, but not even they would be inhuman enough to let a chin like that exist. Soundbite piped up in agreement. Waipal's eye twitched furiously before he scowled with every one of his teeth. I don't usually like cannibalism, brat, but for you. He charged me with his jaws stretching to an inhuman width. I'll make an exception. OHSHIT. I bit out as I turned tail and ran, making for the castle's front doors. Moments later, however, I grinned as I noticed who was running in the opposite direction. Hey Captain, good timing. I smiled eagerly as I raised my hand and exchanged high fives with Luffy. Tag, you're in. You got it. Luffy grinned eagerly as he stretched his leg back. Now, eat this, he roared as he rammed his foot square into the middle of Waipal's face. He then blinked in confusion as he took in Waipal's new size. Hey, wasn't he fat a second ago? I shrugged indifferently as I watched Wapol twitch on the frozen floor. Devil fruit bullshittery. You know how it is. By the way, I have fixed a flat glare on Luffy as I tugged at the torn remains of the Arctic camo patterned parka he was wearing. Was that the winter jacket Nami got me? Come on, man, that thing was fur-lined. Haha, sorry. Luffy chuckled nervously as he scratched the back of his head. For what it's worth, it was really comfy while it lasted. Dumbass. I scoffed with a grin as I slapped the back of his head. Oh, and before I forget, how goes trying to recruit Chopper? Hey, I'm still trying. Luffy's grin widened enthusiastically. Did you know that he can change into 7 different forms? He's so awesome. So, actually, he's got 8, I corrected with a shrug. Though he can't actually control that last one, it's super dangerous to both him and everyone around him. That sounds so cool, Luffy squealed childishly, stars flashing in his eyes. But it's also a little sad, I said softly, grimacing. He really doesn't like using it. He's got a slight complex over the whole monster thing, you see. Enough talk, you bastards. Our attention was diverted as Waipol's furious voice wafted over us like a bad smell. You're still here. I groused irritably. Behold, Wapol roared as he gestured at the massive doors behind himself. This is the royal armory of the Drum Kingdom. Inside is one of the greatest arsenals known to mankind, and I have the only key. All I have to do is unlock it with this key. He held you. So we don't let you unlock it, I interrupted him in a monotone. Luffy? Yeah, my captain asked in the same tone of voice. Kick this dumbass's once fat ass so that we can get back to recruiting Chopper. Luffy's grin went from ear to ear as he rammed his fists together eagerly. Right. Wapol blinked in confusion for a moment before hastily spinning around and fumbling with the key as he tried to unlock the armory's doors. Gum gum pistol. Ah! Wapol screamed in terror and then pain as Luffy's fist slammed the key out of his hand, crushing the rod of metal into a useless lump. Come on, dumbass, Luffy grinned malevolently. Let's settle this, one-on-one. Wapol stared at Luffy with a blank expression for a moment, before running away as fast as he could manage. I'm not done yet, I still have an ace up my sleeve. Luffy blinked in surprise as he watched the tyrant run. He doesn't give up, does he? I shrugged indifferently as I did the same. Cornered rats are the most desperate. We watched him for a moment more before I sighed and jerked my head towards the fleeing monarch. Well, don't just stand there, go kick his ass. Oh, right. Luffy blinked before roaring and giving chase. Get back here, bastard. About a minute of tense waiting later, a very welcome sound roared out.
Bazooka AAA. Crash. I couldn't help but grin eagerly as the sound of victory and freedom echoed out.
Well, sounds like that's that. I grinned eagerly as I dusted my hands off. That smile then proceeded to die a very swift, very violent death when a bony hand clamped down on my shoulder like an industrial vice. What are you doing out of bed, brat? The voice of death itself hissed furiously from behind me. I swallowed desperately as I tried to keep myself calm. I feel much better, I tried. Kureha chuckled malevolently, an evil sound that sent shivers running up my spine. Nice try. Now, care to learn one of the best aspects of being a doctor? Good dental. K-A-K-K-A-K. No. The best aspect is that we know how to knock people unconscious while dealing the least amount of damage possible. Here, allow me to demonstrate. OCRA thunk, and my world became darkness and pain. Wakefulness returned to me with a dull throb at the back of my head. Damn witch, I muttered acidically under my breath as I rubbed the bruise. I'm fragile, damn it. Oh, not anymore, you're not. I blinked in confusion at the familiar voice that hit me. Wah?
Thwack. Ouch. I yelped as a fist slammed into the middle of my forehead, followed by the exact spot Kurha had hit bouncing off of the headboard. Sanu Banami. I growled, clutching the growing goose egg on the back of my skull. Why the hell did you hit? I blinked as my mind caught up with things. Wait, you hit me.
Yup. Nami grinned cattily as she loomed over me. The good Dr. Kureha sought to give you a few vitamin supplements of her own creation. According to her, your bones are still a bit weak, but other than that. I barely managed to restrain a choked yelp as Nami slammed her fist right next to my head. You're mine. She hissed venomously. Mommy. I whimpered, shivering nervously in my bed. Nami, he's only just waking up, leave him alone.
Thank you, Vivi. I gasped in relief as the blue-haired princess interjected on my behalf.
Excuse me? Nami deadpanned as she affixed a flag glare on Vivi. To her credit, Vivi managed to stand strong in the face of Nami's wrath for all of 10 seconds before wilting in terror. At least until we're back on the merry, she offered weakly. And just like that, Nami was back to her pleasant self. That's what I like to hear, she chirped. Allow me to reiterate. Thanks a lot, Viao. My deadpan reply was cut off by Nami hitting me again. Will you stop doing that? Not anytime soon, I'm not, Nami grinned as she cracked her knuckles menacingly. You managed to cause me a lot of pent-up frustration, and I'm going to be cashing in for a long time coming. Suddenly, a vicious glint entered her glare. Your latest stunt has got me especially steamed. I felt a pit form in my stomach as I thought about just what could piss off Nami this much. So, I guess you've seen the hospital bill, then? I said as cheekily as I could muster. Vivi plastered an uncomfortable smile on her face as she chuckled ruefully. It was quite substantial. Coming from a legitimate princess, that statement gave me absolutely no comfort. In fact, it gave me negative comfort. Your attending physician, Nami spat the words as though they were toxic. threatened to take the going Mary as collateral. And she would have too if we hadn't managed to compensate the small fortune she asked for as a down payment. Nami looked away at the last bit, grumbling darkly. Oh, well that's YT. I blinked in confusion as I processed what she'd just said. You wouldn't have had any money on you coming up here, so how could you have possibly? I trailed off as I realized just how quiet things were. Guys, where's Soundbite? Vivi's blush and inability to look me in the eyes and Nami's lip chewing and roof examining were answer enough. Seriously, I tried to stop her. Vivi hedged hastily. It was your idea, bitch, Nami howled viciously in return. I gave Nami an incredulous stare. Do you think I'm that stupid? I scoffed. Actually, Vivi poked her fingers together sheepishly. She's right. I blinked once, twice as I attempted to restart my stalled brain. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Vivi squeaked miserably. I just thought that you'd be able to find a way to convince her to give him back, that's all. Actually, Cross. Nami interrupted, leaning in with a serious expression and placing her hand on my shoulder. You're going to have to do a little bit better than that. I blinked at her in confusion. What are you, oh sweet mother of Mary? I hissed as her hand became a vice grip. Because you see, she hissed demonically. Unless you manage to find a way to get her to drop the entire bill, then I'll be taking the little discount she offered us. The way she said the word discount chilled me to the bone. What discount? I asked nervously. Nami must have eaten the cat fruit, modeled Cheshire while I was out, because that is the only explanation I can think of for how her smile managed to get that wide. Take 2, leave 1. Got it?
It took me all of 3 seconds to work out what she meant, at which point I promptly burst into a cold sweat. I racked my mind viciously for some way out of this predicament before sighing in relief as I managed to come up with a plan that had a very high chance of success.
Got it, and don't worry, I've got an idea, I reassured her hastily.
The second I said that, both Nami and Vivi relaxed.
Glad to hear it, Nami said in a much calmer tone of voice. Great. I clapped my hands eagerly. Now then, first things first, where's Kureha? Right here, brat. 18. For the love of God. I snarled as the elderly doctor entered the room I was in. What the hell makes you people call me that? You people, Kureha asked quizzically as she cocked her eyebrow. Basically anybody even a little older than me. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Seriously, I do not have a baby face. Cack. No, but you do act half your age, the crone cackled. I do not, ooh, I cut myself off as I realized what I'd been about to say. Clever, very clever. Cack. The saying, age before beauty, exists for a reason, brat, Kureha gloated victoriously.
I could feel my eye twitch for a moment before I forced myself to plaster a grin on my face. Anyways, I'd like to make a request.
The elder doctor jutted her chin out, a proud smirk on her face. The secret to my eternal youth? I opened my mouth to rebut her, then shut it as I reconsidered. Initially no, but now that you mention it. Seriously? Nami demanded incredulously. Well come on, look at her, I cried as I gestured at the doctor. Wouldn't you want to try that if you could? Nami started to speak, then trailed off and thought. Well, how old are you exactly? 139, kid, and still young, Kureha crowed proudly. Holy shit. Nami and Vivi breathed in awe. I know, right? I concurred. So, is there a price tag or? 10 digits, minimum, Kureha informed us. Oh hell no, Nami snarled as she crossed her arms in an X. Even if we had that kind of money, I still wouldn't pay that much for eternal youth. I grimaced and sighed morosely. That is a little steep, I admitted, before perking up as an idea struck me. Can I have 3 guesses? Hell no, Kureha shot down. Oh, I sagged slightly, before glancing up hopefully. Can I have 2 guesses? Kureha considered for a moment before shrugging. Why not? Are you serious? Nami shrieked, her hands tugging at her hair. Alright, let's see. I mused thoughtfully. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, carrots? Nope. Kureha sniffed haughtily. Damn. I cursed. In that case, someone with the op fruit performed the legendary perpetual youth procedure on you. I looked her over contemplatively, from the neck down. That
managed to get Kurha to flick her sunglasses onto her forehead as she stared at me in shock. So you even know about the holy grail of medicine, huh? Well, you're officially one of the most surprising patients I've ever had, Mr. Cross. She then proceeded to grin victoriously as she flicked her sunglasses back into place. You're also dead wrong. Cack. Damn, I cursed, snapping my fingers in defeat. Worth a shot. I then grinned victoriously as a thought struck me. Still, on the bright side, in the future I'll have a legitimate reason to use the phrase. Once more, the secret to eternal youth has eluded me. So hey, consolation prize.
Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi started slowly as she stared at me in awe. Or was that horror? No offense, but you're insane. My eye twitched furiously for a moment before I slowly turned my head to snarl at the princess. Stop calling me. Ahem, Kureha coughed conspicuously. I believe you said you had something you wanted to ask? I jabbed my finger at Vivi with a final back at the good doctor. Indeed, I do. First and foremost, I want Soundbite back. Oh, Kureha cocked an eyebrow contemplatively as she fished around inside her jacket before drawing a familiar form out. You mean this little troll? Soundbite, I yelped, unconsciously reaching for him. MMPH, the baby transponder snail managed to mumble out around his gag. For whatever reason, he had decided not to bite through the gag between his teeth despite the fact that it was made of glass. I blinked in confusion. What the hell? Your pet was raising a racket earlier, and when I tried to stuff his mouth with cloth, he bit clean through it. So I had to get creative. He wasn't so willing to be bitey when he saw me fill that test tube he's holding with a salt shaker. Kureha explained in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. I opened my mouth to protest, then slowly closed it as I considered the facts. That's ingenious. I'm impressed. MMPHMU, Soundbite shouted indignantly around the gag. I stared at Soundbite in confusion for a second before widening my eyes in realization. Also, now we know that Soundbite needs to be able to use his mouth to use half his powers, which makes sense seeing how he's essentially a glorified ventriloquist. That's really useful, thank you. MMMMPH, moving along. Why should I give my property back to you? Kureha continued, as if the last minute hadn't happened. Well, first, I jabbed my thumb at Nami. Soundbite wasn't hers to give. I could say he's mine, but I'll be honest. Soundbite is his own being, and if you try to claim ownership of him, then it's tantamount to slavery, and I doubt you're willing to stoop that low, am I right? The doctor looked up thoughtfully for a moment before tilting her hand side to side. A. And second. I spread my arms helplessly. Come on, don't be a. I hesitated as I considered who I was speaking to. Well, you get the gist. Kureha considered things for a moment before shrugging and tossing Soundbite to me. Fair enough. Meep. Soundbite shrieked as he tried to keep his fragile gag intact. Oh, relax, will you? She drawled as she rolled her eyes. I lied. That salt shaker had sugar in it, not salt. Sheesh. MMPH. The snail snarled incredulously as he stared at her in shock before obliterating the test tube with his teeth and swallowing the remains whole. He then opened his mouth and I blinked in awe as I numbly dug my finger through my ear. Wow, I whistled. I lost track of half of what he was saying halfway through, though I think he managed to insult your family back to its 10th generation, Nami stated uncertainly. I know 12 different languages, but I didn't recognize a third of what he said, Vivi added. Kakkak. Either way, he's got quite the mouth on him, Kureha crowed. Anyways, I trailed off slowly. I'd like to make a deal with you, Dr. Kureha, concerning my crew's medical bills and how long we'll be staying here. Kureha cocked an eyebrow at me curiously as she considered what I was saying. A deal, huh? What are you talking about? Wheel. I grinned roguishly. You want access to this castle's armory so that you can fulfill the good the good quacks, and I use that word with the utmost respect, final wishes. However, that's a difficult feat to accomplish on account of how Luffy destroyed the only key to said armory. Quite the conundrum, no? That got everyone in the room staring at me in shock. Vivi was the first to break the silence, suddenly grabbing my hands and staring at me with glittering eyes. Are you a mind reader, Mr. Jeremiah? Is that how you know everything? No, I said uncomfortably as I slowly jerked my hand out of the princess's. Though I don't need to read minds to know that I do not want to know whatever the hell is running through your head right now. Nami's expression, in the meantime, was slowly morphing back into a wide grin, although she was angling herself in such a manner that Kureha couldn't see it. Kureha, for her part, had managed to school her face so that she wasn't giving anything away. Yes, your knowledge is at the same time disturbing and impressive. What of it? What I propose is thus. I snapped a finger up. If I can manage to get those armory doors open, from this bed, within the next 5 minutes, then not only do you discharge me and my friends effective immediately, but you also wipe our bill clean and give us free reign of this place's larder. HMPH. Kureha muttered darkly. Sounds like I've got a lot to lose. What's in it for me? I spread my arms innocently. My services as an indentured servant until either the end of my natural life or yours. So basically yours? Kureha questioned with a grin. I scoffed and rolled my eyes impatiently. Yeah, laugh it up, Granny. Now then. I proffered my hand to her. Do we have a deal? Kureha eyed my hand warily for a moment before scoffing and slapping it firmly. It'll be nice to have some company once your captain convinces Chopper to leave. I hope you like mopping in sub-zero temperatures, brat. Ooh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. I grinned as I held up Soundbite, and if the grin he was wearing was anything to go by, then he'd managed to figure out exactly what I was planning, because, you see, my dear doctor, you have just been played. Soundbite? Soundbite's grin widened as an electric whine pierced the air. Your go, command. And so, grinning like a loon, I spoke. and the first 2 words I spoke served to drain all hope of victory from Kureha's face. "Hey Luffy." Oh, 1 minute later, the 4 of us were standing before the doors to Drum Kingdom's armory.
Or, at the very least, what remained of the armory's doors. And there was not a lot of that left either. There was a little bit over there, a little bit over there, and a little bit way over there, smashed against the back wall of the armory. "You, son of a bitch," Kureha bit out flatly. "I'm the son of a bitch who just managed to weasel his way out of having to pay you the big bucks. Screw you, witch doctor, I'm happy," I crowed joyously.
"Hey Cross." Luffy whined as he marched out of the armory. "There's no food in here, just guns. You can't eat guns, seriously. I've tried, they taste gross." Soundbite howled with laughter as Kureha twitched furiously, her face contorting miserably as she realized just how badly she'd screwed up. "Pay up, senior citizen." "Yeah, Doc, Tor." Nami crooned as she rested her elbow on Kureha's shoulder, the Cheshire grin back at full force. "We had a deal, beer."
Kureha spat and snarled viciously for a moment before jabbing a finger upwards. "3rd floor, through the kitchen, can't miss it."
"Woohoo. Thanks," Luffy whooped eagerly. "Any luck cornering Chopper?" I asked curiously. "Not yet. Usopp and Zoro have been helping, but he's slippery and I'm hungry. But hey, don't worry," he grinned savagely as he pounded a fist into his palm. "Once I eat, we'll get him in no time." Vivi looked between the 3 of us in awe, or maybe horror, again, for a second before shaking her head ruefully. "Evil. You guys are all pure evil." "Hey, what can I say? We're pirates." I shrugged indifferently. "It's kind of our MO."
"Oh, no, I don't have any issues with that, don't worry." Vivi waved her hands hastily. "I'm only realizing it just now is all."
"Hee hee, you're pretty dumb, Vivi," Luffy cackled as he stuck his tongue out at her. "And you're one to talk?" Nami, Vivi and I deadpanned in unison.
"Well, anyways, I'm gonna go and eat all this castle's food and then get our reindeer doctor to join us. See you." And with that, Luffy stretched his arms up to an upper floor's balcony and zipped out of sight.
I blinked up after him in shock before slowly looking at Nami. I'm not the only one who can't believe that sentence makes sense to me, right? Right? Hey. Nami waved her hand side to side. I think I became a bit desensitized after a seagull grabbed my hyojid. "If you're quite done messing around," Kureha growled as she tapped her foot impatiently.
"Oh, yes, right." I grinned at her victoriously. "So can I take the clothes I'm in now, or would you rather I take some new ones?"
"Oh hell no," Kureha growled as she jabbed me in the chest. "You can steal my medical bill from me and you can clean out my pantries, but on my pride as a doctor, I abjectly refuse to allow you to leave this castle without proper treatment." "What?" I squawked incredulously. "Read my lips, brat," the doctor growled. "You're not going anywhere, period." "Hey, that wasn't the deal," Nami protested. "I'm changing the deal," Kureha spat. "Thank whatever gods you pray to that I'm not changing it further." I made to say something, when I was interrupted by a very familiar noise. Fuhu Kij. Fuhu Kij. Nami and I gave Soundbite a scathing glare, who responded with a sheepish, if unapologetic grin. "Sorry, couldn't resist." Kureha snorted like an angry bull before adjusting her sunglasses as she looked into the armory. "Anyways, as it is, you brats have caused quite the mess of things.
I'm going to have to spend 15 minutes, at the least, sorting things out in there with the help of those villagers who came up with you. While we're working, you are not to move from your room, no matter what. The same goes for your friend strapped down in operating room 2F on the 2nd floor. Also make sure that you do not touch the keys to his restraints that are beneath the floorboards. If you do," she gave us all a semi-serious glare, "you'll all be in big trouble. Got it?"
I grinned as I raised my hand to my forehead in a 2-fingered salute. "I got it. Thanks a lot, doctor. This means a lot to us. And don't worry, we'll look after Chopper, I promise." Kureha twitched angrily as she glared at me. "Are you dense, boy?" she growled half-heartedly. "Nah." My grin widened minutely, "just polite." That brought the doctor up short before sending her into a fit of laughter. "Cack cack 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 kak. A polite pirate. Now I've really seen it all." She cackled uproariously as she wandered into the armory, accompanied by a few nervous villagers who'd been watching. We watched her for a moment longer before I jabbed my thumb towards the staircase. "Well, let's go scrape Sanji off his operating table and get the hell out of Dodge. I don't want to even consider what she does once those 15 minutes are up." A few minutes later, we were making our way out of the castle's front door, Sanji's limp form hanging between us. "I don't suppose this little incident will do anything to help convince you to break your chivalry streak?" I huffed as I worked to hold the chef's shoulders. "Not even close, Cross," he growled, before wincing as a streak of pain shot through him. "Though this is undoubtedly the closest anyone's come to it." Death wish, Soundbite crowed uproariously. Sanji snarled venomously as we trudged out into the snow, moonlight washing down over us. "Eat a salt shaker, you little." "But I'm a reindeer." "Shush," I hissed as Chopper's voice rang out over the mountaintop. Huh? Nami blinked in confusion as she caught sight of the little reindeer shouting at the rest of the guys. What's going on? Something momentous, I stated solemnly, shifting Sanji's weight slightly. Vivi, would you mind? Don't you dare foist your burden on a woman, you. It's alright, I don't mind, Vivi hastily interceded, taking Sanji off my shoulders. You go ahead and do whatever you have to. I smiled gratefully before walking towards the group, where Chopper had been yelling his reasons for not being able to come with us. But, I'm not human, he sobbed, the show he was putting on doing little to mask the misery he felt. I'm a monster. I can't join your crew. That's why. I'm just here to say thanks. He cut himself off as he sniffled and attempted to maintain his composure. I shook my head slightly as I stood next to Luffy, watching Chopper actively war with himself. It was painfully obvious just how much he wanted to come with us, but he was unwilling to allow himself the honor, the right. In the end, there was only one way possible for us to break the chains on his soul. And Luffy damn well knew it. So, Chopper grit out painfully. Thank you, and even though I'm staying here, maybe one day. I interrupted Chopper with a heavily exaggerated sigh, shaking my head sadly as I threw an arm around Luffy's shoulders. Oy vey, you're really going to make us work for this, huh? Well, I shrugged in defeat with my free arm as a cheeky grin worked its way onto my face. I guess there's only one thing for it, Luffy? Luffy matched my grin tooth for tooth as he threw his own arm over mine. Yup, wanna do it on 3? It would be my honor, I nodded respectfully. 1. Huh? Chopper looked at us in confusion. W, what are you? 2. Luffy continued as our grins grew wider. Aren't you listening to me? I can't go with you. I want to, but. 3. Luffy and I roared as we threw our arms up simultaneously. Shut up, let's go already. And that was the straw that broke the reindeer's back. Chopper had to actively fight to keep from bawling as he came to his decision and nodded vigorously, the last of his doubts dispelled. Okay. And just like that, we had ourselves a doctor. Welcome, Soundbite crowed enthusiastically. Tisk. Zoro scoffed incredulously as he watched things go down. Who's ever heard of recruiting someone with the words, shut up? What can I say, Zoro? We're trendsetters, I cackled as I patted Chopper's top hat. Either way, welcome to the monster circus, little man. I see you've already met our sake-swilling Oni, Zoro. Bite. Zoro hastily silenced himself as he glared ruefully at Soundbite, who was cackling malevolently. And our long-nosed Tengu sniper Usopp. Usopp opened his mouth and raised a finger, before ultimately settling for laughing ruefully. Tengu. That's a new one, ah. Well, I'm going to spike everything you put into your mouth with hot sauce for the next week or so. Hope you like tasting fire, bastard. Don't worry, we're usually much worse, I reassured the nervous reindeer human. Usopp muttered darkly for a moment before shaking his head and smiling at Chopper. Despite how much of an ass Cross can be, he's right. You said your name was Chopper, right? Sorry for calling you a monster earlier, that was an impulse. Coward. Soundbite snickered. Usopp's eye twitched momentarily before he growled and shook his head in surrender. Yeah. Fair warning, he's not going away anytime soon. Believe me, I've tried. HMPH. So we have a reindeer crewmate now, huh? Zoro mused contemplatively before giving me an exasperated look. Why do I feel you have something to do with this? Hey, I did say we needed a doctor, I grinned cheekily. That got a blink of surprise out of him. This little guy's a doctor? And a competent one at that, I assured him. See, come on, Chopper squealed as he proceeded to wiggle around gleefully, a bright blush shining through his fur. Why you can't get on my good side by buttering me up like that? It'll take more than words to make me happy. Jerk bastard. Your words say no, but your body, I laughed as Chopper slapped his hoof against my thigh half-heartedly. Well, either way, we're glad to have you aboard, Chopper, Vivi cut in, smiling kindly as she, Nami and Sanji made their way over to us. Nami hummed noncommittally for a moment before shrugging, albeit while smiling slightly. Don't shed in my room and you'll fit in just fine. Do it and I'll make good on the venison recipes I mentioned earlier, Sanji warned him only semi-seriously. Chopper swallowed nervously as he eyed our cook and navigator warily. Alright. Woohoo! New crewmate, Luffy whooped uproariously as he ran through the snow. Come on, let's get back to the Mary so that we can sell Upper to shake himself out of his happy dance. See, can we please wait a minute? He gestured towards the castle. I need to go and tell Doctorine that I'm leaving. It should only take a few minutes, I promise. I tensed as I recalled the good doctor's pinpoint impression of the Reaper. Do you really have to? I hedged uncomfortably. I mean, letters of farewell are very in fashion lately, you know? No, it's fine. Chopper grinned easily. This won't take long, I promise. 3 minutes later. Oh, wow, you were right. I huffed as I hung onto the back of the sleigh Chopper was hauling for dear life, my legs trailing in the ice and snow. That didn't take long. I winced as a hand axe buried itself in the wood next to my hand, quivering from the force. Not long at all. "Will you shut up?" Chopper yelled back at me. "Now you're really fitting in," Usopp called from his position in the sled.
Har har, very funny. I growled. Now would one of you please pull me? Hang on. Without warning, the sleigh suddenly jerked, bucking me clean off and causing me to faceplant into the snow.
All I could do was stare in abject horror as the sled slid down the ropeway. "Well, shit," I mumbled numbly. "That's not good. This is worse." Soundbite howled fearfully. "The heck are you, geep?" I squeaked in terror as a blade planted itself in the snow next to me. "So Brad, I seem to be out an apprentice thanks to you. Care to earn yourself a bed and lukewarm meal?" All of a sudden, a very familiar hand was stuck in my face. "Hang on, Cross." I grinned victoriously as I grabbed the Luffy's forearm with both hands. "Not today, witch doct wog." And just like that I was flying through the air, my arms feeling like they were a few sigh from getting torn out of their sockets. I bounced against the snow-laden wire once, twice before I managed to get my feet under myself and balance myself upright. "Hey Cross, are you alright?" Nami called out over the rushing winds. I mumbled intelligently as I contemplated my situation. On an impulse, I leaned just a little bit to the side, catching sight of just how high we all were. It was at that point that I became all too aware of the kind of position I was in. "Peef. What is he?" Nami shaded her eyes as she stared at me before slumping in exasperation. "Oh my god. I was several hundred feet up in the air, Peef."
He can't be serious, at a time like this. Usopp moaned.
"I wouldn't expect anything else from Mr. Jeremiah." Vivi laughed lightheartedly. Being pulled behind a one-reindeer open sleigh along an ice-encrusted cableway less than a foot wide. "PFFF. He's gonna do it," Zoro sighed. "Well, it's not like we can expect anything else from him." Sanji chuckled as he flicked his lighter and lit a cigarette. "Inches, millimeters even, from life and death, hanging on by a wane, a prayer and Luffy's hand." "PFFFFF. Huh?" Chopper glanced over his shoulder in confusion. What is it? What's he gonna do?"
The only thing he can do at a time like this. Luffy crowed, a massive smile plastered on his face. "Laugh." And so I did. PFFFFF ha 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 ha. I roared, letting go of Luffy's arm with one hand and pumping a fist in the air victoriously. "Woo. Hell yeah, baby. This is awesome. Woohoo. PFFF ha ha ha. God damn it, I freaking love this crew. Woo. Cowabunga, bitches. Woohoo hoo hoo hoo." Soundbite cackled madly as he clung to my shoulder for dear life.
As we flew along, I was beyond exhilarated. The wind nipping at my body, the blood roaring through my ears. As we neared the bottom of the ropeway, I could only wonder one thing.
Whether or not the momentous, absolutely iconic moment I knew was coming next would be able to top the high I was feeling right now. Oh, it did. Cherry blossoms, just as goddamn beautiful as I remembered.
"You did good, Oda. You did good." An hour of sledding and one duck thawing and merry-mo pounding later, we were sailing away from Drum. And everyone else was watching me with a variety of emotions. "Do we really need to do this, guys?" Luffy whined. "Come on, we just won, we should be celebrating." "Do you want to go without answers?" Zoro asked our captain flatly. Luffy made to answer, then closed his mouth with an uncomfortable look on his face. "Cross." Nami sighed morosely as she eyed me. "We've been patient. We've waited. We're on the merry." She spread her arms helplessly. "No more stalling, Cross. It's time to talk." I chewed my lip contemplatively as I slowly walked around the deck. The whole time we'd been sailing, I'd made myself scarce. I'd stayed in a corner, I'd stayed quiet, and I'd thought about what I'd say, what I'd said, what I felt. Finally, I slowly turned and strode towards the Mary's front left balustrade. The white painted wood that made up the swirl was slightly cracked, but other than that, it was fully present. I patted the wood contemplatively as though to reassure myself that it was still there, before letting loose a laugh of relief. "So, I started slowly. You managed to stop Wapple in time. Good, it would have been one of Mary's first and most prominent scars. I know she'll get hurt eventually, but this one was bad, you know. I just wanted to save her from this, if nothing else." Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as my crewmates glanced at each other uneasily until finally. "Cross." Nami started slowly. I chuckled mirthlessly as I shook my head. Yeah, I know. No putting it off." I was silent for a second more before laughing again and scratching my head sheepishly. "Alright then. Where to start?" "Oh." I clapped my hands in realization. "How about this? Who here has heard of the multiverse theory?" The lack of response I received didn't surprise me one bit. "Yeah, I figured." I sighed as I dug around in my pockets before finally pulling out a strayed 10-berry coin. "Alright, imagine that I flipped this." I shook the coin slightly. "And one of you called it after I caught it, heads or tails. Multiverse theory states that upon my flipping of this coin, The world would essentially split into two entirely separate yet parallel universes. One universe where the coin came up heads, one where it came up tails. Essentially, two worlds exactly alike save for the flip of a coin, and any differences that might arise thereafter. Assuming this theory can be applied to any action or event, then there exists the possibility that there is, at minimum, one universe in existence for every individual eventuality in existence, bar none. The blank stares I received from most of the crew surprised me even less. Okay. I sighed, rubbing the bridge of my nose in exasperation. There's essentially infinite other worlds in existence, one world for every possible possibility. Luffy, still looking confused, raised his hand. Yes, Luffy, they're mystery worlds, I deadpanned. Luffy's hand went down. Just as an example of one of these mystery worlds. Imagine a world, completely different from this one, where a man named Eiichiro Oda wrote a comic book about an entirely different world. A comic book he titled One Piece. About one pirate trying to become Pirate King. Sanji's eyes widened, cigarette hanging limply from his lips. You don't mean? Holy shit. Nami breathed in shock. No way, Usopp gaped at me. What's he talking about? Luffy said, looking between his crewmates in confusion. I briefly considered my answer before sighing wearily and ambling over to Luffy, planting my hand down on his shoulder. It means, Luffy, I said sadly, that I know you were an absolute moron when you were a kid. I mean, seriously, stabbing yourself below the eye in order to prove how much of a badass you are. That was. I chuckled darkly as I shook my head. That was really something. Huh? Luffy exclaimed as he stared at me in shock. How do you know about that? Because Mr. Jeremiah is from another woe and awe. A world where all your adventures were a story.
I spread my arms wide and stepped back. And I was a fan, dropped into your world without warning by a divine force well beyond human comprehension. I know, practically everything there is to know about this crew, from what happened to you all when you were young that made you who you are today to what's coming for us for some time to come. Minus a few blank spots like the Whiskey Peak Little Garden Run, but, yeah.
YT. Soundbite trailed off thoughtfully. So that thing I ate that lets me hear these noises, the songs, the voices, that was? A piece of technology from my world, a communication device known as an iPhone, I explained matter-of-factly. It was somehow modified by the same force that brought me here, so that it would have infinite energy and would always be connected to the information network we had. What you're hearing is known as the World Wide Web, or the Internet for short. Or, at least, you're hearing the audio of it anyways. Apparently tastefully edited so that you didn't realize exactly what it was until now. I let out a heavy huff as I nervously looked over the crew, trying to accurately gauge their reactions. It was, in between, as far as I could tell, nervous, worried. I shook my head as I looked away sheepishly. Look, guys. 1 second, cross. I blinked in confusion as Zoro interrupted me. I've got a question for you, the swordsman stated. I swallowed heavily as I tried to puzzle out what he could have wanted. Yeah, sure, what is it? Zoro slowly walked up to me and poked me in the chest. A month ago, on the way to Whiskey Peak, you told me that we couldn't afford to spare any information, because it would risk jeopardizing the crew. What's so different between now and then? Why did I have to say something, but you didn't? I blinked as I processed the statement before making to answer. Well, you see. These two situations are entirely different. That's what I wanted to say, but I cut myself off when I realized. They really weren't, were they? Not when you got down to it. Well. I tried to start again. The thing is. Your information was critical, but wasn't mine just as important? We would have been fine even if I didn't say anything, but that was the exact same case as Whiskey Peak.
The difference is. I trailed off slowly as I realized that I just couldn't deny facts any longer. I knew what the difference was. I knew it and there was nothing I could do about it.
I clenched my fists furiously as I looked down in shame. The difference was. I croaked out sadly. Was that you? You trusted our crew, and I didn't. Cross. Nami started to speak up. It's true. I cut her off harshly. I know you guys. Not just as characters in a story, but as my friends, as my comrades, my allies. I should have known you wouldn't be angry, or reject me. I should have trusted you. I looked down in shame. But I didn't. I didn't trust you. I didn't trust you so much that I. And just like that, it was too much. I dropped to my knees, only just managing to catch myself on the deck. I lied to you. I hiccuped, tears streaming down my face. I lied. To your faces. I lied about where I was from. Lied about what I knew. I lied so much. Acting on impulse, I brought my head down, resting my forehead against the deck. I know that I don't deserve your forgiveness. And that nothing I do will ever be able to make up for this.
But nevertheless, I apologize. I am so sorry, for everything I've said, for everything I've done, and I just want you to know that when I said I loved this crew, when I said that I loved all you guys, I meant it. Every word. So please. I looked up desperately, fighting to keep myself from breaking down any further. Don't make me leave. Joining this crew has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. Do whatever you want, but please, let me stay as Strafut.
For a minute, everything was silent, with everyone looking at each other with unreadable expressions. Finally, Nami slowly walked up to me and knelt before me, looking me dead in the eyes. Alright Cross, we'll let you stay on the crew, she stated solemnly. But first, you need to answer a few questions for us. Nami. Luffy whined petulantly. Ah. I hiccuped shallowly before swallowing and shaking my head. Don't worry Luffy. I can edit what I say. I won't tell you anything big about how our adventures will turn out, if you don't want me to.
Our captain pursed his lips thoughtfully for a moment before settling into a pout. Yeah, alright.
Alright then. Nami laid a firm hand on my shoulder. Cross, listen to me very closely. I need to know. I held my breath tensely in anticipation. How rich are we going to get? What? What? I blurted aloud. You heard me, man. Nami squealed as she grabbed my shoulders and forced me to look her dead in the eyes. Eyes which were now flashing berry signs at full force. How much rich are we going to be? Gold? Jewels? Cash? Come on, man, speak. I blinked in shock as I tried to process just what I was hearing. Oh, Sanji blinked in apparent realization before hastily spinning up next to Nami. And what about the beauties? Cross. Shirahoshi might forever be out of my reach by way of half plus 7, but surely there must be other women who I can grasp. Oh, for the love of. Zoro scoffed with a roll of his eyes before flashing a bloodthirsty grin. Ah, screw it. Hey, Cross, there are gonna be more fights in the future. I know that much. They'll be good ones, right? Ones that push us straight to the brink and back?
Me next. Me next. Usopp waved his hand in the air eagerly. What kind of brave feats will I pull off? Am I going to prove that I'm a brave warrior of the seas?
What are you guys? Chopper blinked around in confusion until Usopp leaned down and whispered something in his ear. In that case. Chopper racked his brain in confusion before sticking his tongue out sheepishly. I can't actually think of a question, sorry? Vivi made to say something as well. Hey, Luffy suddenly bellowed. No more questions, after these. Cross only says anything if it's really, really important, and not before that. Before she bit her lip and looked away in disappointment. I blinked in confusion as I looked at my crewmates. Wait. Hold on a second, what? Well, Nami interrupted me with a smile. Come on, I asked you a question, you're gonna answer, right, please? I stared at the navigator in incomprehension for a second, before jerking as I realized just what the hell she was saying. What they were all saying. I came this close to breaking into tears as I stared at them all. Nothing, despite everything I'd said. Everything I'd done. Nothing had changed. Absolutely nothing at all. It was. I knew these guys were great, but this was. A slight nudging against my neck prompted me to look down at Soundbite. He looked me over contemplatively for a second before grinning from eye stalk to eye stalk. Well, what are we waiting for? He demanded eagerly. I huffed heavily before shaking my head and sucking it up, matching his grin as widely as I could. Nothing. Nothing at all. Let's get to it. And so I did. Without missing so much as a beat, I stood up and swung my arm around Nami. I sighed dramatically as I shook my head sadly. Her words, they wound me more than you can imagine. For you see, we will not be rich. I could practically hear Nami's heart break, her eyes filling to the brim with tears. No, I continued confidently, my grin widening as I got back into the swing of things. We will be beyond rich. And just like that, Nami was back to ecstatic. In fact, we will be beyond even more than just rich, with your fiscal knowledge and my insight, weehee, stinking, down and out dirty loaded. Nami shuddered with pleasure, drool trailing down from the corner of her mouth as she giggled maniacally. We are going to be so loaded, that we will make nobles look like peasants. People's jaws will literally drop in sheer awe at the splendor of our wealth. Nami shuddered even harder, her eyes glazing over in sheer joy. To put it simply, well, tell me, how does the image of Mary's hold filled to bursting with solid 24-karat gold sound? Ooh, I blinked in confusion as Nami suddenly shuddered from head to toe and moaned euphorically. I then reeled back as realization hit me head on. Nami, did you just? Yes. Nami drooled blissfully. I shuddered uncomfortably as I did my best to wipe myself off. Okay. Moving on, Soundbite prompted hastily. Right? I yelped as I swung over to Sanji. Sanji, my friend, I'll be honest with you, times, they will be tough. You will have to endure rejection, your will be pushed to the utmost limits. In short. I held my fist up and shook my head sadly. You will have to traverse through the deepest, darkest depths of hell itself. Sanji shuddered heavily, but then shot a hopeful look at me. I'm not imagining the bit I'm hearing, am I? I nodded as I clamped my hand down on his shoulder. But, so long as you persist and hold firm, then I swear to you, I swear. I gave him a firm nod. You will reach paradise, my friend. It is out there, you must strive for it with all your soul, but it awaits you, will you reach for it? Hell yeah. Sanji roared, the fires of his heart and soul blazing around him.
I then moved on to Zoro, nodding at him in apology. Zoro. To start with, sorry again about Whiskey Peak. I won't push you like that again, I promise. We square.
Zoro scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Please. I let the witch off the hook. He pointedly ignored the barrel that bounced off his skull, as well as the screech of, fuck you, that accompanied it. What the hell makes you think I can't do the same here? He then shot me a smile to make the devil himself shiver. Their training is going to be straight from the depths of hell from now on, that you can count on. I squeaked fearfully at the evil expression he was wearing, doing my best to clamp down on my bladder. Fights. Lots of fights, good fights. Next, Soundbite hissed furiously. Agreed. I nodded in agreement as I wheeled around and marched towards Usopp. Don't worry, I finished what you asked me for before you got sick, the sniper reassured me. I shuddered nervously as I felt Zoro's eyes boring into my back. Somehow that doesn't reassure me. I hastily shook my head and got back my nerve before smiling kindly. Anyways. Look, I won't play it up with you. You're always going to be the weakest member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and that's a fact. Oh. Usopp sagged sadly. Hey. I cut in as I grabbed his shoulders and forced him upright. What's with the downer reaction, buddy? I just said you were going to be the weakest of the crew. Now, that might be an insult or something on other crews, sure. But let me remind you. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, by nature. We are head and shoulders above everyone else on the ocean. Hence, even if you are the weakest among us, well. I chuckled confidently. Let me put it this way. You will more than earn 2 titles in the future, Sniper King and God. Usopp blinked at me in awe. Seriously? I nodded firmly as I patted him on the back. Weakest or strongest, it doesn't matter. End of the day, you're a Straw Hat Pirate and a brave warrior of the sea, and a world-class sniper besides. Take pride in that, no matter what anyone says, alright? Usopp stared at me in shock for a second, before throwing his arms up joyously. Woohoo! He whooped, doing some sort of dance. Chuckling as Usopp joined Sanji and Nami in celebrating, I moved on to Chopper, kneeling before him with a kind smile. Hey Chopper, I said softly. How's it hanging? Chopper smiled uncertainly. I'm fine, really, this is a bit weird, but, he trailed off uncertainly. Hey, listen. I gently patted him on top of his hat. I just want you to know, even if I hadn't involved myself, Luffy would still have asked you to join the crew. All I did was make things easier, nothing more and nothing less. No matter what. You belong on this crew, and don't you doubt it for a second, alright? Chopper blinked at me in shock before immediately resorting to his default reaction as he started twisting around joyously. Why you can't make me happy just with a few words, you bastard? He laughed happily. I'm not happy at all, you ass. Not a bit, not even a little bit. Liar, fur on fire. Soundbite cackled. Yeah, whatever, I scoffed, rolling my eyes as I flicked Soundbite's shell and stood up. Now go on and have fun. Oh, and try the chopstick thing. I don't think I can manage it, but it looks fun. Okay, the reindeer nodded as he joined the rest of the crew. Once he was gone, and I confirmed that Luffy wasn't looking my way, I slid up next to Vivi, who'd been uncomfortably standing on the sidelines the whole time. Sorry about Whiskey Peak, I whispered under my breath. I needed to get you to break character somehow, or else. Vivi glanced at me for a second before smiling warmly. It's fine, Cross. You did what you had to do, and, well, if you hadn't, then I'd probably be dead. So, thank you, Cross. For everything. Her smile fell slightly as she glanced towards Luffy. Listen, Cross, I know that Luffy said. It's going to be hard, I interrupted her. The fight for Alabasta is going to be long, it's going to be hard. Sometimes it'll even appear impossible, and you can bet your bottom berry that it's going to be bloody, but in the end, well. I jerked my head towards Luffy. You just need to believe that we'll pull through. It's as simple as that, alright? Vivi's smile widened and she nodded gratefully. Thank you, Cross. That means more to me than you can possibly imagine. I nodded in agreement. No problem, Vivi. No problem at all. Now if you'll excuse me. I started to walk towards Luffy. I got one last statement to make. Hey, Captain. Luffy blinked at me in confusion. Huh? What is it, Cross? I know you didn't ask anything, but I just want to say 2 things. I emphasized the point with 2 fingers. Now mind you, one of these 2 things was confirmed by the story, but I have believed in both without a doubt in my mind for as long as I've known them. You mind if I say them? Luffy tilted his head in thought for a moment before grinning from ear to ear. Go for it, Cross. Well then, in that case. I crossed my arms and bowed my head solemnly. First and foremost, allow me to say this. One Piece exists. And just like that, all movement on deck froze as everyone stared at me in surprise and awe. Now, I held up my finger hastily. Whether it's waiting for us on Raftel or at the center of the planet or somewhere else entirely, I don't have the foggiest, but either way, I believe with all my heart that it's somewhere out there, waiting for us to find it. I popped my second finger up, which leads me straight to my second statement. I looked Luffy dead in the eye as I grinned as widely and confidently as I could manage. We will find One Piece, and you will be the king of the pirates. I'll admit, before I met you, I only knew that you would do it as a fact, but after I met you, I believed it. I believed it with all my heart and soul. I believe it now, and I will until the day I die. I nodded firmly. And that's a legitimate fact. Luffy blinked at me in numb shock for a minute, before grinning as wide as he could possibly manage, literally vibrating with excitement. Now can we celebrate? He squealed impatiently. I exchanged exasperated looks with Nami and Zoro for a second before spreading my arms wide. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only one word for you would be, Luffy asked eagerly. I opened my mouth, and Soundbite belted it out before I could start.
Kanpai, he roared. I glared at Soundbite in exasperation for a second before sighing and shrugging with a grin. You heard the snail. Let's get brick-faced.
And with that, the merry roared into a full-blown celebration, our party lasting straight on through the night. It couldn't last forever, but for the time being, we were happy and we were at peace, and that made everything up until that point worth it. It was a nice, cloudy morning on the Going Merry. The wind was blowing, the waves were lightly rocking, and I was leaning back and relaxing up in the crow's nest. I let out a contented sigh as I stretched my limbs out and leaned back in my wooden seat. I love end of night watch duty. We clear, Soundbite? I asked with the apathy of the content. Yup. Soundbite sighed happily from within his shell. Perfect. I grinned as fidgeted slightly in my seat, before jerking in shock as something cold hit my nose. What the? I snapped my eyes open and looked around frantically for a moment, before sagging miserably as I caught sight of just what had hit me. A snowflake, one of many that were all swirling around us. Seriously? I growled in exasperation before tapping Soundbite's shell, ship-wide broadcast. An electronic whine shook the air. Wakey wakey, guys, I groaned wearily. We've got snow blowing in. I glanced around hastily before sighing in relief. No icebergs, but, well, you know the drill. All hands on deck. A chorus of groans rang out briefly before Soundbite cut them off and poked his eye stalks out, eyes narrowed. Fourth time this week.
Yeah, I know. I grumbled as I placed Soundbite down on my shoulder. But hey, it's the grand line. What are you gonna do? And with that, I slid out of the crow's nest and slowly made my way down the rigging, watching all the while as the rest of the crew got out on deck. Well, most of the rest of the crew. Zoro was still asleep and had to be carried by Luffy.
I sighed and massaged my eyes tiredly before dropping down to the deck. Soundbite? Gruoa. Gaw, Zoro barked as he jerked awake and flailed off Luffy's shoulder. The second he realized what had happened, he snapped a glare at Soundbite. You realize someone's going to lose it and kill you, right? Let him try, Soundbite cackled. Yeah, shut up, the both of you. Nami growled as she rolled her eyes in frustration. Okay everyone, snapped it. Drop the sails, raise the anchor, the full 9 yards. Let's get the Merry under control before we get caught up in another winter storm. Aye. I and everyone else groaned in agreement as we hopped it. And it is show CWOSE to Quishmash too, Karoo whined. Those words served to freeze everyone in their spots, all of us turning to stare at the duck in shock. Wait, you have Christmas? I blurted out in shock. Does anyone know what day it is? Nami asked at the same time.
Chopper racked his brain furiously. I think it was the 18th, the day we left Drum.
And we were on Drum a little under a week ago. Nami mused before looking up in shock. Holy crap, it's Christmas Eve. Wait, seriously? Luffy squealed eagerly before throwing his arms up and whooping joyously. That means that this is Christmas snow. Woohoo! Hey, Usopp, think fast. Huh? Thwack. Arg. Usopp sputtered as he was sent sprawling ass over tea kettle by a snowball the size of a bowling ball slamming into his head. He lay still for a moment before twitching ever so slightly. Luffy. He growled out. I hope you realize. He suddenly snapped to his knees and let loose a hastily constructed snowball. This means war. The snowball struck its target dead on, slamming clean into the center of their face. Unfortunately, due to the snow in Usopp's eyes, and maybe a minor concussion on top of that, the target in question was the wrong one. Chopper blinked in surprise as he cleared the snow from his eyes before looking at Usopp neutrally. Usopp. He started slowly. I know I've led a reclusive lifestyle until recently. But the long and short of it is that I've lived on a winter island my entire life. I have grown up surrounded by snow, by ice, by cold, to put it simply. All of a sudden, there was a 300-pound Goliath of fur and muscle standing in the middle of the deck, grinning madly as he held up 2 snowballs he'd picked up from somewhere. I'm in my element. Usopp blinked in confusion. Wow, wait, shit. He yelped as he ducked behind the mast, only just managing to avoid the massive snowballs that plastered the space he'd occupied moments before. A second later, he peeked out from around the mast with a snowball loaded into his slingshot. War, he howled furiously. War. Chopper roared back as he held up a new pair of head-sized snowballs. War. Luffy made 3 as he held up a massive ball of snow over his head, laughing even as the other 2 pelted him with their respective arsenals. I blinked numbly as I processed just how fast things had devolved into madness. Holy she-wo fuck, I yelped as I jumped out of the way of the trio's stray fire, hunkering down behind a trio of barrels that we'd left lying on deck. The panicked squawking behind me told me that Karoo hadn't been as quick on the uptake as I had been. A second later, Nami joined me, huffing heavily as she brushed a hefty amount of snow off of herself. Those idiots, she growled, half fondly, half in exasperation. Sue. I started slowly, occasionally glancing over the edge of the barrels as I monitored the progress of the ongoing war. Christmas, you guys have it too? Nami shot me an incredulous look. You really want to talk about this here, now? Well, without warning, something shot clean through the side of one of the barrels, leaving behind an all too clean hole. I stared at the barely controlled devastation in numb horror. Point taken. I grabbed Nami's wrist. Come with me if you want to Liao. That's my shtick, Soundbite snarled once he let go of my ear. Shtick? What is he? Nami snapped a glare at Soundbite. Did he just make a cheesy reference? Mozzarella worthy. I thought so. Thwack, ouch, I yelped as Nami slapped me upside my head. What the hell was that for? You earned it, now come on. Nami grabbed me by the front of my collar and dragged me out from behind our cover. Let's move. The next few moments were a flurry of movement, snow and pain, but eventually we managed to make our way into the kitchen, where Vivi and Sanji were waiting for us. Well, that was fun. Nami shivered as she sloughed off the layer of snow that had covered her. Tell me about it, I muttered shakily as I glanced at our other 2 friends. I see you managed to save the princess, Mr. Knight.
PSH. Sanji scoffed as he puffed on his cigarette, as though such a small amount of cold could so much as touch the flames of my heart.
Did either of you manage to see what happened to Karoo? Vivi asked in concern. I winced slightly before placing my hand on my heart with a remorseful expression. He fought well, but ultimately, I am afraid he fell in battle. I held my fist up and shook my head sadly. He will be remembered. Good night, sweet prince, Soundbite faux sobbed. Suddenly, a pounding rang out against the door. Wet me and you MOWONS. BEFOW they FWEEZE me fucking suid.
Vivi shot me a vicious glare, prompting me to give a sheepish smile before hastily wrenching the door open and dragging Karoo through. Haha, sorry.
Squeal you, Siwas. Karoo grumbled as he shook himself out and worked the snow out of his feathers. Ah well, can't blame a guy for trying. Oh, by the way, did you see Zoro? Yeah. Karoo scoffed as he rolled his eyes. He's still out there, and view me, he's having the time of his wife. I frowned in confusion before glancing out the door's porthole, and promptly wrenching my way back with a shiver. The grin Zoro was sporting as he sliced up any and all snowballs that came his way was down and out demented, and the fact that he didn't have a speck of snow on him did not help. Ska awry. Soundbite shuddered. Sue, I trailed off uncomfortably. Christmas, huh? You guys have it? Wait, you do too? Nami asked in disbelief. Festive winter holiday with red, white, and green as the traditional colors. A focus on snow and snow-related activities, and gift exchanging as one of, if not the greatest parts of the holiday. I summarized curiousest moss to me, Sanji whistled in awe. I'm actually more surprised that you guys have it, I continued, my voice rising. I mean, what with the difficulties in geographical distance and climate, how do you actually, coordinate it all? That's not even getting into the wildly divergent cultural roots between our 2 worlds. Vivi shrugged helplessly. I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. Christmas is one of the oldest and most popular holidays the world over. Everyone, be they pirate, marine or civilian, no matter the species or nationality, always drops everything for the sake of celebrating it. Literally nothing is more important. And as for climate, well, she gestured outside. As you can see, every year on Christmas Eve, across the entire planet, it starts to snow. It's generally accepted as a Christmas miracle. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, Soundbite belted out in a joyous chorus. Dummy now our gay apparel, fa la la, la la la, la la la. Whoa, I chuckled as I angled my head away from the snail. Listen to you, sounds like you're already deep in the holiday spirit, huh? Yeah, Soundbite nodded eagerly, his smile taking on a slightly sad tone. First Christmas with friends, normally I'm all alone. That sentence caused me to freeze in shock, before I looked down as a thought struck me.
Huh, I breathed, a new comprehension of what that meant coming over me. Wow. You know, I tried not to think about it before, but some part of me acknowledged that I'd never get to celebrate Christmas again. But now this. I realize I should be happy, but I looked down and shook my head sadly as I scratched the back of my neck. This will be the first time I've celebrated Christmas away from my family.
And just like that, everyone else stiffened before allowing a wave of sadness to wash over them. I always managed to make my way back to Kokoyashi in time for Christmas, no matter what. Nami muttered numbly. I passed up a lot of big whales because of it, but none of that ever mattered. Being with Najiko and Genzo was more important than anything.
Old man Zeph, Patty, Carne, and the rest of those shit stains. Sanji huffed around his cigarette. Those dumbasses, the pudding's almost definitely gonna taste like shit without me there.
Vivi shuddered miserably before wrapping her arms around Karu's neck in a desperate hug. I've had to celebrate Christmas twice without my father. But she buried her face in Karu's feathers. I always had Igaram with me. I know he's alive and I'm happy for it, but her voice hitched, leaving her unable to find it again. Karu quacked sadly as he rubbed Vivi's back comfortingly, staring off into the distance all the while. Wook's white Kentawos will have Ta lead the squad on the CWOSS count we gift 1 again. Hope Stomp'll be able to handle it, he almost didn't make it was time.
We were silent for a moment before I glanced towards the door. Zoro might have been alone for a while now, but the rest. I hissed sadly as I shook my head. Usopp, Luffy, Chopper, they didn't have much, but they had something. I shrugged helplessly. And now they're all an ocean away from them.
The mood was thick and heavy. 'Tis the season, jackasses. Gah! We all jumped in shock as Soundbite suddenly filled the cabin with a furious roar. You little uncooked, Sanji raged furiously. Can't you read the mood, you little shit? Nami demanded incredulously. Hell yes. That's the point, the baby transponder snail spat. What the hell are you? Karu started to snarl. Wait, I hastily barked up, my blood racing through my veins. I realized that he might have been callous, but damn it. And I can't believe I'm saying this for so many reasons, the snail has a point. I'm sorry. Vivi blinked in confusion. Look at us. I swept my arms over the cabin. We're getting all moody and brooding. And that is the exact opposite of how we should be. I mean, god damn it, people, I flung my arms up extravagantly. It's Christmas goddamn Eve. We should be celebrating what we have, not lamenting what we don't. We might not have presents, we might not have the food, hell, we might not even have any decorations, but so goddamn what, we have each other. We have our lives, and that is more than enough for me. What about the rest of you? My crewmates glanced amongst one another contemplatively for a second. Hell yeah, the commies got a point. Thank you for that, Mr. Jeremiah. I needed it more than you can imagine. I might hate Yao Guts, Soundbite, but Shanks. Before they gave me a response that granted me the biggest fucking grin imaginable. Then what the hell are we waiting for, people? I demanded exuberantly. You heard Soundbite. Let's hop to it and deck the halls. You got it, Sanji grinned as he rolled up his sleeves. It's going to be a stretch, but I think we've got enough oil and corn kernels. I think I can spare about half of my paper, Nami mused contemplatively. I should be able to get 10 flakes out of each sheet. We'll need wax, pieces of string, paint, some glass jars. Vivi counted off thoughtfully. I think I know a few paint recipes. The squad USUAWWY uses them as feather dye, but it should work, Karu offered. Too bad there's not a pine tree for miles around. I sighed morosely. I blinked as silence suddenly reigned, then glanced at the rest of the crew present to find them all wearing identical masks of confusion. What the heck do you need popcorn for? Nami blurted at Sanji. Vivi dear, what could you need all those things for? Sanji asked our resident princess as cordially as he could manage. What does paper have to do with flakes of any sort? Vivi blinked as she tried to process the, to her, complete non sequitur. Why the heck would you want a pine tree of all things? Karu demanded in disbelief. For a Christmas tree? I scoffed as I spread my arms wide. The statement drew everyone's attention and disbelief to me, but before they could start to question that statement, I held up my hands for silence. And unless I miss my guess, I pointed at Sanji, popcorn strings? Exactly, thank you, Sanji snapped, flinging his hands up in gratitude. I moved on to Nami. Paper snowflakes, yes, Nami sighed in relief. Geez, I swear to have you people been living under a rock your whole lives. And I trailed off slightly as I turned towards Vivi, racking my brain furiously before finally making the connection. Paint the jars, put in the candle and voila, electricity-free Christmas lights. Hallelujah. Vivi sighed in relief. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. I announced, clapping my hands together firmly. I don't know which way this goes, but you all have different holiday traditions, no doubt hammered out between the North and East Blues on the Grand Line. They might be foreign to you all, but to me, they're all traditions of the same holiday. I guess it's not surprising none of you have the tree, South or West Blue must get it, but right now that doesn't really matter. For now, I say we lump all our traditions together at once and throw the biggest Christmas bash we can possibly swing. All in favor? Aye, everyone chorused, their eagerness revitalized. Then come on. I strode towards the door. Let's grab the morons and hop to it. Just as we were about to exit the door, however, I paused as a thought struck me. What is it? Nami questioned. I shook my head and blushed in embarrassment. Nothing, really, I was just wondering how everyone else the world over might be celebrating the holidays. Vivi blinked in surprise before tapping her chin contemplatively. Good question. I shrugged in agreement. I know, right? Well, I clapped my hands firmly. Anyways, delaying things won't make this any easier, shall we? I'd rather not. Nami demurred. Yeah, me neither, I groaned. But let's get to it. And with TH way through the snow-caked door and out into the maelstrom outside.
Still, despite how cold things were and how wet our clothes got midway through, we all wound up laughing half an hour in, loving every second of it.
Oh, ha ha ha. You always manage to surprise me. Whoopee, Dayton cackled as she knocked back the mug she was holding. You act prim and proper the rest of the year, but come Christmas you manage to drink enough eggnog to put half of my boys under the table. You sure you weren't a pirate or bandit in a past life?
PSH. Mayor Whoop Slap snorted as he swirled his mug. Perish the thought. I have always been a good and honest man, both in this life and all the ones I've lived before. I just consider Christmas to be a good time to relax, is all. After all. The old official's grin widened in an uncharacteristically cheeky manner as he waved his mug towards the crowd of bandits and villagers mingling in the bar. I'm allowing you bandits to come down here without any sort of protest, aren't I? Ha ha ha. Dayton cackled as she pounded the bar in her mirth. I take it back, old man. It looks like you're pretty damn buzzed yourself. Not a chance. The mayor huffed as he waved his cane testily. I'm whoops. The senior citizen yelped in panic as he nearly tilted off of his stool, and the only thing that kept him from hitting the floor was the young bartender grabbing his sleeve. Okay, so I might be a bit tipsy after all. Sue me. It's Christmas, damn it. By the way, thank you, Makino.
Makino smiled kindly as she patted the old man's shoulder. Not a problem, Mayor Whoop Slap. Now then. Her smile widened slightly as she refilled the pair's mugs, while pulling out one of her own. What say we do something we've all been waiting for, huh? Huh? Dayton barked as she slapped the bar once anew. I hear you, Makino. Let's do it, and with that, she drew a pair of wanted posters from her jacket and waved it in the air. Hey everyone, she bellowed. 3 cheers for the sons of Mount Columbo, those still with us and those gone before their time. Hip hip. Hurrah! The rest of the bar goers roared in agreement as they toasted their mugs. Makino chuckled lightly as she drank from her own mug, smiling fondly at the wanted posters Dayton was holding. Merry Christmas, boys, wherever you are.
Oh. And one for you, and one for you, one for you.
Merry Christmas, Miss Rika. Delivering the boys their holiday meals, I see. Merry Christmas, Captain CG. The young girl smiled up at the Marine captain. And yup, I made these rice balls myself. You're the last one. Oh, the captain cocked his eyebrow as he looked over the basket she was holding. But don't you have 3 there? Rika huffed and pouted childishly as she glared at the 2 rice balls. Those 2 are for Helmeppo and Kobe. I'm going to send them to them at Marine HQ. Her pout took on a slightly saddened tone. I still can't believe they're not coming back for Christmas. The captain winced slightly before giving her a comforting pat on the shoulder. I know it's hard, Rika, believe me, we miss them too. Yeah, the halls just haven't had that shine. Cram it before I court-martial you, Winslow. Ahem, sorry about that. Anyways, I assure you, Rika, they probably miss you just as much as you miss them. Rika sniffed sadly before nodding in understanding. Well, alright. She then grinned happily and held up one of the rice balls to the captain. Merry Christmas, Captain. The captain grinned in agreement as he patted the young girl's head and took the rice ball. Merry Christmas to you too, Rika. Merry Christmas to you too. He then took a bite of the rice ball, and had to fight to withhold his grimace. Rika, what did you make these balls with? Sugar and cinnamon, but Kobe and Helmeppo are getting salt. That's what they get for not coming home for the holidays. I see. Lucky bastards. Did you say something, Captain? And nothing, Rika, nothing. Oh, the dozen odd students of the Swordmaster Koshiro stood shivering and miserable out in the courtyard of his dojo, despite the December cold and the light flurries landing on and around them. They had read enough samurai stories to know that this was a test, that if they couldn't stand a little cold, they couldn't consider themselves real swordsmen. Still, they all, to a boy, wished sensei would hurry up already. They'd been standing in the courtyard since the usual start of practice time, nearly 2 hours ago. Thus, all of them stood up a little straighter when the sliding door to Koshiro's dojo slid open, letting the man himself pad out in his winter robes. Fluffy bunny slippers on his feet and a cup of coffee in hand. For a moment, he didn't see them, but when he did his eyes widened in surprise. My word, what are you all doing here? The boys all glanced uncertainly at each other before one of them, with black hair shaved close to his head, piped up. This isn't a test? Goodness, no, Koshiro immediately denied. I would never have you practicing on Christmas Eve. Huh? The boys blinked in shock. But, then why are you coming outside in your winter clothes? Koshiro blinked in confusion before nodding in understanding. Ah, I see the problem. No, this is not for training. I'm merely going to celebrate the holiday with my family. Huh? One of the students tilted his head in confusion. But sensei, didn't your oof? The boy winced as the student next to him rammed his elbow into his ribs. What was that? Ooh. The students shuffled around uncomfortably for a moment, before one of them strode forwards and looked Koshiro square in the eyes. I'll join you, sensei, and I'll do it without my winter clothes too. Yeah, me too. Same here. Actually, I'm gonna go get my I'm with them. Koshiro stared at his students in surprise for a moment, before smiling warmly at all of them. Thank you, boys. I very much appreciate it. And I'm sure you do as well, Kuina. Koshiro thought fondly. Merry Christmas, my daughter. And to you as well, Zoro, wherever you might be. Oh, rough, thank you, Chow Chow. Mayor Boodle grinned as he picked up one of the brown paper bags the dog was carrying on his back. Chow Chow woofed again before trotting down the street, proffering the bags he was carrying to the other villagers working on rebuilding houses wrecked mere months before.
Hey, that's one dedicated dog. One of the villagers working besides Boodle noted happily.
Yeah, I wonder where he gets it from. Boodle hid his smile as he ate his lunch. He had a good idea of just who had inspired Chow Chow in such a way, but if the dog didn't intend to tell anyone about their mutual friend, then neither would he. We're all wishing you a Merry Christmas, Straw Hat Pirates, Boodle thought happily as he helped a villager put up a string of paper snowflakes. Even if most of us don't really know it. Oh, upon the island of rare animals, every last one of the inhabitants, from the greatest of the hybrids down to Gaiman himself, was snoring like a Gregorian choir of chainsaws as they slept together in a massive pile, as they were wont to do every year on Christmas. The reason being that while Gaiman's coconut eggnog was indeed both strong and delicious, it could also be described as a little too strong, always knocking the animals unconscious after the initial rush. The next day, they would all wake up with apocalyptic hangovers, promising themselves that they would never drink the foul concoction again. All while inwardly smiling at the prospect of doing it all over again the next year. Oh ding dong, hello, jingle bells, Kuro smells, Django laid an egg. Ha 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 ha, Kaya cut off the caroling as she burst into laughter. That's a very inventive song, boys, very creative. Thank you, Miss Kaya. Carrot grinned joyously. We were working on it all week, Onion informed her. You really liked it? Pepper inquired eagerly. Of course, it was lovely. It was a little Baishan, a voice called from the depths of the mansion. Kaya shot a slight glare over her shoulder before smiling at the trio of boys. Oh, don't listen to that old goat. She leaned in slightly with an impish expression. In my opinion, I think he might be going a little deaf in one ear, if you know what I mean. I heard that. Kaya giggled lightly at the intended reaction before refocusing on the boys. So, what brings you all here? Did you just want to share that carol, or do you want to come in and have some hot cocoa? Actually, Miss Kaya, we can't stay, Carrot informed her. Yeah, we need to send our gifts to the captain right away, Pepper concurred. We have them right here, see? Onion held up a glass bottle that was sealed with a cork and some wax, an action that the other two boys imitated. Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Kaya cooed as she looked the bottles over. And what are you sending him? I'm sending him a story I wrote. I'm sending a lizard. I'm sending socks. Onion flinched as his friends pinned him with dual glares. They're useful. While I think it all sounds wonderful, Kaya hastily reassured them. As a matter of fact, I think I'd like to send something to Usopp as well. Would you mind waiting a moment so that I can get it ready for him? Sure. Okay. Well, I need to get back in time for dinner. Thwack. Ow. Alright, geez.
Okay, give me one moment. Kaya hastily darted back into her mansion, going up the stairs and towards her room. A minute later, she came down with a bottle of her own. Here you go. Please, send it along with all of your gifts as well.
Alright, you got it. Merry Christmas, Miss Kaya. And Merry Christmas to you, Kaya said as she closed the door. The trio immediately started walking away from the mansion towards the shore, crowding around the bottle all the while. What's she sending? Carrot asked eagerly. Pepper hummed curiously as he held his eye against the bottle. It looks like a letter, with lipstick on it. Wow, the captain's one lucky guy. Onion whistled in awe. Yeah, well come on, let's go. Oh, hey, do you want to do this in style? Yeah, okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3, pirates are coming. Oh, blarg. Johnny looked curiously at Yosaku, who had just spat out something. What's wrong? This pudding tastes like shit. Yosaku complained, angrily jabbing his spoon in the offending dish. The flavor's all wrong and it's grainy instead of smooth. What? Patty roared as he slammed his fist down on top of the bounty hunter's skull, bouncing his head against the immaculate dinner table he and his bro were dining at. Are your taste buds defective or something? That pudding is 100% bona fide Baroque Christmas pudding. It's the pride of our holidays. No way it could taste like anything less than ambrosia. Oh yeah, Yosaku snarled darkly. If it tastes so good, then why don't you try some? I will. Patty snarled as he grabbed up a spoon and shoved a chunk of the dish into his mouth. The second the pudding hit his tongue, Patty's face screwed up into an expression of horrified disgust, but he powered through and rolled it on his tongue before choking it down his throat. The second it was down, however, he screwed up his face furiously and roared towards the kitchen. That tasted like shit. Who the hell wasted ingredients making that? You did, you moron, Carne shot back as he stalked out of the kitchen balancing twice his height in platters. Patty blinked as he ran over the list of dishes he'd made that day. Oh, yeah, right. Then he went straight back to furious. Well, it's not my goddamn fault. Someone forgot to stir it while it was cooling. Whose job was that? Zeph snorted as he strode past Patty, his balance and gait not shifting an inch as he swung his peg leg up to slap the cook upside his head. The shitty brat who's not here anymore, shit brains. Patty blinked in surprise before wincing guiltily as he picked the dish up from the table. I'll get you a new dish of pudding. I'll handle this myself. And with that he shambled back to the kitchen, his head hung low in shame. Johnny and Yosaku watched the cook walk off with concern. Hey, is he gonna be alright? Yosaku asked.
We all miss Sanji, but Patty'll be fine. That shithead's been through worse, Carne shrugged indifferently before giving the pair a curious once-over. I'm wondering more about you two, though. Paying for everyone's meals during one of our biggest lunch rushes all year. Are you sure you two didn't hit your heads or something?
Johnny laughed as he shrugged indifferently. Hey, we got lucky and managed to come by some cash, so why not spread the good fortune? 'Tis the season, don't you know?
Yeah, Yosaku nodded firmly in agreement. Our good fortune should be the good fortune of others, it's only right. Besides, we're not spending it all, we have some set aside for the future. But for now, consider this a gift from us to everyone else here.
Carne studied them for a moment longer before shrugging indifferently, albeit with an indulgent smile. Hey, screw it, it's your money. Either way, Merry Christmas, and enjoy the food. As he strode back towards the kitchen, he couldn't help but think. Still, that story of how they got that money. Guess this must be what people call a Christmas miracle, huh? After all. What other word is there for a billion bears literally falling out of the sky? Oh, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Wow, big sis. Chabo whistled as he observed the massive sum of cash that was weighing down Nijiko's table. This is really something. And you really think that they'll buy them again next year? Not buy, Chabo, rent, Nijiko swiftly corrected as she continued counting her cash. The villagers are only renting those tangerine trees, and if they want to rent them again next Christmas, then they'd better return them unharmed the day after tomorrow. So, wait. Chabo trailed off as he tried counting on his fingers. If you made this much money this year, and you're gonna make a lot more money next year, then in a few years. I'm gonna be rich, Nijiko summarized primly as her eyes flashed berry signs. Filthy, stinking, rich. Chabo shuddered heavily as he inched away from the tangerine farmer. You're your sister's sister alright, big sis, he muttered nervously. And don't you forget it. Nijiko sighed contentedly as she slowly fingered the cash. Ah. It's official. There's nothing more lovely than a green Christmas. Now, where was I? Oh, right, 1,000. Oh knock knock, Captain Smoker, sir, Tisk. Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. I am about to smoke and savor a genuine, hand-rolled cigar from Juventad. Unless Straw Hat Luffy and his crewmate Cross are on deck and offering their full surrenders, you had better be prepared to spend Christmas swabbing the deck, with your toothbrush. Ah, well, you see sir, it's the guy the men, sir. They're doing it again, and seeing how we're out at sea I can't go to a bar or sword shopping like I usually do and… Son of a… Fine. Now where's the dam? There you go. Alright, attention all hands. This is Captain Smoker speaking. As I'm forced to do every year by you morons, I am officially giving an order. If I see so much as one sprig of mistletoe anywhere on board this ship, you'll all spend Christmas in the brig. Only this time, seeing how we're on a ship, you'll all have to share a cell. A situation which I imagine would be quite uncomfortable. Do I make myself clear? The sound of scrambling boots suddenly echoed throughout the vessel.
That's what I thought. Happy, Officer Tashigi. Very. Thank you, sir, I'll go and enjoy dinner now.
Good. Officer Tashigi. Yes sir, Merry Christmas to you too sir? Tisk. Oh, whoa, Crocus swore as he waved his arms desperately in an attempt to maintain his balance. Careful, La Bomb off again. Biwoo. Laboon crooned apologetically. The island whale did his best to hold still, but wound up shaking with earthquake-esque laughter moments later. Crocus grumbled darkly as he held onto the whale's epidermis. Damn it, Laboon. Moments later, he allowed himself to chuckle as well. To think that I'd find out that the whale I've lived with so long is ticklish, or that I'd ever be painting a whale red and white in the first place. Ah, Roger, your touch on my life is still present to this day.
Woo. Ah, nothing Laboon. Anyways, if you have to make some noise, why not try a carol or two? Heaven knows we have reason to celebrate this year.
Bee-woo bee-woo bee-woo, bee-woo bee-woo bee-woo, jingle bells, huh? The old doctor laughed. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. Oh, Mr. Five, is this even remotely a good idea? Miss Valentine hissed out of the corner of her mouth. Not in the slightest, Miss Valentine, Mr. Five hissed back. But at the moment, I don't see what other option we have. For now, let's just try and stay out of the... Smash. Silence. The assassins choked in terror as they hastily clamped their hands over their mouths.
Thank you, Mr. Broggy, Miss Goldenweek hummed. More tea.
Why yes, thank you, little human. The blonde giant hummed as he held his tiny cup out, which the human filled up. And you, Mr. Dory? Oh no, I couldn't, the relatively taller giant denied. Still, thank you very much human. Though, he tilted his head in confusion. You do realize that we won't help you off this island just for tea, yes?
That doesn't matter to me in the least, Mr. Dory, Miss Goldenweek hummed as she sipped her tea. What matters is that today is Christmas, and neither of you have properly celebrated it for the past century. And that's terrible. So for now, we will sit here, we will have tea, and we will be polite. Agreed.
Agreed, Broggy announced, thumping his chest. Even almighty Elbaf himself respects Christmas. So for now, we shall break and rest. Aye, Dory? Aye, Broggy. This respite shall make the subsequent duels of our continuing battle all the more glorious. Perfect. Now then. The diminutive human glanced over her shoulder at the Mr. Five pair, her eyes flashing slightly as she did so. More tea, you two? Yes please. The two hastily replied as they held their cups out to her. That's what I thought. Oh, hurry up, you slowpokes, the sun's almost down. If we're not ready by the time it's dark, I'll have your hides for flags. Have some patience, Dr. Correja, we're almost done. Tisk. Correja scoffed as she sipped from the eggnog bottle she was clutching. If you have time to talk, Dalton, then you have time to work. I'm seriously considering my threat. The new president of the Sakura Kingdom shuddered at the idea of angering the nation's Surgeon General, but forged on anyways. That aside, Doctor, are you certain that this will work?
Cack cack cack. Kurha cackled before jabbing her finger at Dalton. Don't underestimate me, you big old ox. The quack's concoction was ingenious, true, but I am and always will be his superior. I can alter it however I damn well please. Hence, are you all ready or what?
Ma'am, yes ma'am. Then fire. Boo boo boom. A cascade of explosions rang out from the line of cannons arrayed in front of the castle, discharging the powder payloads held within into the air. Moments later, sounds of awe and applause echoed out from all around the kingdom below. Well, I'll be damned. Dalton breathed in awe. Cack k-a-k-k-a-k-k-a-k. Correja cackled as she took another pull from her bottle, basking beneath the cloud of green and red that covered the skies of the kingdom and formed the greatest Christmas tree in existence. And don't you forget it, brat. Oh, in the doorway of the Rain Dinners casino, two individuals of momentous influence faced off against one another. On one side stood King Nefertari Cobra, rightful ruler of the kingdom of Alabasta and father of Princess Nefertari Vivi.
On the other side was General Koza, childhood friend of Princess Vivi, leader of the Alabastan rebellion, and unwitting pawn of the criminal organization known as Baroque Works. For what felt like an eternity, the two stared each other dead in the eye, neither giving anything away to the other. Finally, Cobra bowed his head with a sigh. I don't suppose there's any point in me once again saying. Koza snorted and shook his head. I don't want to hear it, old man. Let's not ruin the holiday spirit. Cobra pursed his lips and nodded in agreement. He then reached into his robes, causing Koza to tense. The king affixed an affronted glare on the young man. You might think me a cruel man, Koza, but the mere notion that I would attempt to assassinate you today of all days is legitimately insulting. Nevertheless, here. And with that, Cobra drew an object from his robes and tossed it to Koza. Koza caught the object, and blinked in surprise as he looked it over. Is this?
Aged durian juice, yes, Cobra confirmed with a smile. It's still your favorite, I trust? Yeah, it is. Koza breathed in awe, before directing a hesitant smile at Cobra. Well, looks like we think alike. I've got one of the last barrels of yuba water inside. Come on. He gestured inside. Shall we join the troops? Cobra smiled and nodded in return. Indeed. Let the Christmas truce begin. Oh, are you certain that this course of action is wise, Mr. Zero? What if they were to reconcile in some manner? No worries, miss all Sunday. The wounds we've inflicted between the fools above us run too deep. Let them celebrate for now. After all, this'll be the last Christmas many of them will live to see. HMPH. Very well then. Did you have any other reasons to call me here? Indeed. Here, take this. A gift? Doesn't seem like you, crocodile. Just open the damn present, Nico Robin. Fine, fine, very weak, this is a textbook from. I had to hand over quite the pretty berry to that damn bastard Joker for it. But I suppose that we all must make exceptions at times. Merry Christmas, Nico Robin. And to you as well, crocodile. Lackey made her way through the Shandoran camp, both swiftly and frantically, as she searched high and low for one of two people. Finally, coming to the camp's central plaza, so to speak, she managed to catch sight of one of the two people she was looking for, though definitely not the one she had hoped for. Lackey sighed in exasperation before marching up to the person in question, Wiper. Lackey, the famed berserker, grunted, staring up at the central totem pole as he munched down on the contents of a small bag he was holding. Lackey hesitated slightly before groaning and deciding to bite the bullet. Wiper, have you seen Isa anywhere? I've been looking for her all over, but, well. Yeah, I've seen her. Lackey's eye twitched in annoyance at the berserker's no doubt deliberate brevity. Where's Isa? Wiper was silent for a moment as he continued to eat before responding, his eyes never leaving the totem pole. You'll be glad to know that I managed to find a replacement for the Christmas star that was accidentally broken yesterday.
Lackey allowed herself to grin teasingly at the warrior. You mean the star that Jinbo crushed when he sat on it? Wiper coughed slightly as some of whatever he was eating went down the wrong pipe before reasserting himself. Anyways, I managed to find a replacement. A good one too, in my opinion.
Lackey frowned and huffed in exasperation. That's great, but what does that have to do with anything? She then tilted her head to follow his gaze. And what are you looking at? Lackey trailed off as she stared at the top of the totem pole. Oh, you son of a bitch. Wiper shrugged indifferently as he swallowed another mouthful of whatever it was. A little harsh, perhaps, but you have to admit, it works, right? MMMMPH, Isa shrieked through her gag, struggling furiously against the ropes that were keeping her tied to the top of you completely out of your mind. Wiper, Lackey demanded incredulously. Wiper hummed contemplatively before responding. To be fair, she earned it.
MMPH. Isa roared in denial. How could she possibly have earned that? Lackey questioned pointedly.
Wiper shrugged carelessly. She snuck out to Upper Yard to gather Verth again, and on her way back through Angel Island, she was caught by one of the Skypians. And instead of fighting to the death like a true warrior of Shandora, she instead accepted the bag of roasted almonds the Konis girl gave her out of some misguided sentiment of pity. MMPH, Lackey blinked in shock as she processed the explanation before rallying. Nevertheless, that kind of reaction is not only cruel, but also, I'm pretty sure she's been using her mantra to follow us around and puzzle out where we're hiding the presents. Lackey and Isa both froze at that statement, with Lackey snapping her gaze up to Isa while the girl suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and refused to look her in the eyes, squirming furiously at the scrutiny. A second later, Lackey grinned cheekily. Well, to be fair, you're a very pretty angel, Isa. Don't worry though, we'll let you down. Eventually. MMMRGH. Enjoy, Lackey sang as she turned around and started to walk away, before freezing as a thought struck her. She looked over her shoulder and took in the bag Wiper was eating from. Roasted almonds, huh? Yup, Wiper grunted as he held up the sack in question. Pretty good, I'll admit. Want some? Don't mind if I do. MMMMRGH. Oh, Foxy huffed and wheezed as he ran back into the kitchen, taking a moment to double over and catch his breath before making his way over to the pantry. Hamburg, get me 3 bags of cocoa dust. The South Blue party is starting to run out. Sure thing, boss. Hamburg huffed as he tossed a trio of canvas sacks at his captain. Hard. Yeek. Slow beam. Foxy shrieked in terror, hastily snapping out a ray of slow particles and tagging the sacks before they could slam into him. Watch it, dumbass. Poo. Sorry boss. Yeah, well, Hamburg. Before Foxy could lay into his subordinate, he was interrupted by Portia running in. Where's the eggnog? The Grand Liners are running out, and I heard whispers about raiding the West Blue party for it. Oh, speaking of the West Bluers, how are the Jonga brothers doing? Foxy inquired. A little bit hesitant, but Itomimizu was doing his best to get them involved, and everyone else was nice and welcoming. I'm sure they'll get along fine. Ah, that's good, Foxy sighed in relief. Those boys have been standoffish for the past month. I was actually starting to get worried. Yeah, well, they'll almost certainly be a lot more standoffish if their own crewmates raid their party for eggnog. So where is it already? Portia demanded hastily. Hamburg pointed to an array of barrels next to her, third from the left. Portia eyed the large container miserably before casting a pleading look at her captain. Captain Foxy, can't we please get someone to help us with this? Pickles, maybe? Or capote? Heck, I'll even take Big Pan at this point, and he's liable to eat everything. Absolutely out of the question, Foxy snarled as he crossed his arms in denial. Our men work hard for me all year long. Today is about them and only them. We'll take care of their needs so that they can all get to relax. Now less jabbering, more, whack, gaw, crash. Captain. Poo 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 poo, he forgot about the bags, poo 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 poo. Damn it, you muscle-clad moron, stop laughing and help me dig him out already.
The things I do for this crew. Foxy groaned out from beneath the mountain of supplies that had fallen on him.
Oh, so boss, I just want to confirm. Polly hummed as he chewed on his cigar. Are you really sure that it's such a good idea to leave Christmas to Frankie of all people? I mean, well. I think what Polly's trying to say, sir, is that in the end, it is Frankie, Kaku provided bluntly. He can be quite the hooligan, so are you certain it's wise to leave the celebrations in his hands?
What they're trying to say is that they're worried that Bastard'll just wreck everything. Rob Lucci provided by way of his pigeon Hattori.
Though it pains me to speak against you, Mr. Mayor, I fear that for once they might be correct, Khalifa agreed as she primly adjusted her glasses. The hell do you mean, for once? You shameless harlot, Polly roared furiously as he jerked towards the secretary. I believe she's referring the incident when you stupidly bet 3 months worth of pay on a Yagara bull whose odds to win were 200 to 1, Kaku explained with a sigh.
That wasn't my fault, I had no idea that Zambai was lying about that bull. Rob Lucci shot a flat look at his coworker. Well, flatter, at any rate. You had no idea that Zambai, of the Frankie family, was lying to you.
Polly opened his mouth to respond, and promptly shut it with an embarrassed snarl as he spun his stool to face the bar. Where's that damn eggnog, Bluno? Here, the large horn-haired man laughed as he thunked a mug in front of the shipwright. And don't worry, it's on the house. I could never make you all pay on Christmas. We're much obliged, Bluno. Iceberg nodded at the bartender with a smile before addressing his employees. And don't worry about Frankie. I know he might be a brute most of the time, but if there's one time of the year he can put his exuberant personality to good use, it's Christmas. Believe me, I'm sure everything will be fine.
Almost as if in response, a loud thunk echoed from the roof of the bar, followed by a very familiar voice. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you all. I realize that I'm always in the mood for the holidays, but this year, I'm feelin' even jolly ah. That one was weak, Frankie. Iceberg shouted upwards. And either get that sleigh of yours to actually fly or drive it on the streets. Next year, you'll be the one paying for retiling almost 100 rooftops.
Cram it up your stocking, ice for brains. Frankie roared back, his voice being swiftly followed up by the sound of rain snapping and roof tiles crunching under the weight of Yagara bull treads. Well, there goes the weekend, Polly groaned, slamming his forehead against the bar. Oh, I almost forgot. Bluno spoke up eagerly. He reached beneath the bar and held out a gift-wrapped package to Rob Lucci. Here you go, Lucci. I got you a present. Really now? Lucci cocked an eyebrow as he took the gift. What is it? Open it and find out. Genius, Polly scoffed as he stewed in his eggnog. Lucci rolled his eyes at his coworker's frank tone before removing the wrapping paper, revealing a package of crunch. Iceberg blinked in surprise as the bar suddenly splintered beneath Lucci's fingers. What's wrong, Lucci? The mayor glanced over his employee's shoulder and blinked in surprise as he saw what he was holding. Huh? Why would that upset you? What is it, sir? Kaku asked as he started to drink from his own mug, an action that Khalifa was performing at the same time. It appears to be a bag of catnip, but I don't.
PFFFF. Iceberg and Polly both jumped in surprise when Kaku and Khalifa suddenly jerked forwards, spraying their drinks back into their cups.
What the hell is so funny? Polly demanded incredulously, staring at his coworkers in disbelief. Kaku's sole response was to shake his head furiously. He was unable to say anything else on account of how he was burying his face in the crook of one arm while the other pounded on the bar helplessly, his body shaking and shivering all the while. Khalifa wasn't much better, only just managing to stay on her stool as she fought to keep her hand clamped over the massive smile she was sporting. And nothing, Polly. She managed to work out. Jay just a lit TLE and joke eyes all. I thought it would be appropriate, Bluno offered cheekily, the statement causing Khalifa and Kaku to shiver anew. Lucci glared daggers throttled the package. Yes, laugh it up you hyenas. It's not that Lucci cut himself off in surprise as he noticed he was making his voice come out of empty air on account of his shoulder being devoid of life, avian or otherwise. A quick glance downwards awarded him with an answer to the situation. Hattori was unavailable to act as his marionette at the moment on account of how he was too busy flailing about on the floor of the bar, laughing his feathery white ass off. Lucci glared at the pigeon for a moment longer before growling into his eggnog. Traitors.
Oh. Woo bee woo bee woo, bee woo bee woo bee woo. Yo ha ho ho. Your rendition of Jingle Bells is spectacular, Laboon.
He's certainly better than you, Brooke. You're always off key. Nu ha 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 ha. With all due respect, Captain, screw you, yo ho ho. Ho 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 ha, Brook blinked, in shock as he jerked awake, snapping his sightless gaze around the deck of the Rumbar pirate's second ship. After a moment of fruitless staring, Brook groaned sadly and flopped back onto the deck, his limbs spread-eagled.
Merry Christmas, Laboon. Brook sighed melancholically as he watched the snow drift down over him. It warms my heart to know that at least one of us is having one, even though I don't have a heart. Yo ho ho.
Oh, come on you damn slowpokes. Move your rotting carcasses, deck the north halls, fill the cups in the ballroom, drain the barrels, move move move. Absalom growled darkly as he sidestepped a band of zombies carrying a Christmas tree between them all. Why the hell do you bastards never move this fast for me? He demanded indignantly.
You're nowhere near as scary as Mistress Perona. Another zombie replied as he dashed by, his arms loaded down with boughs of holly.
What? Absalom started to snarl, before he was swiftly drowned out. What? Perona shrieked furiously as she suddenly materialized in the poor undead's face. Oh, only during this time of year though, Mistress Perona. The zombie hastily hedged. TT the rest of the year you're cute, H hyper cute, QQ queen of cute. Perona's expression immediately shifted to her usual smile. Much better. Then it was straight back to demonic. Now get the hell back to work before I tear you limb from fucking limb.
Yes, Mistress Perona. The zombie shrieked, swiftly taking to his heels.
And you? Perona howled as she rounded on Absalom, causing him to instinctively take a hesitant step back. Why aren't you wearing the holiday sweater I made you? Absalom sweated nervously at Perona's tone of voice before doing his best to rally. I refuse to wear that mess of red and green yarn you have the gall to call clothing. It is an affront to attire everywhere. Plus, the wool makes me itch. Perona's lips drew back into a snarl as she shoved her astral face in Absalom's snout. You'll wear it and you'll like it, or else I swear on all that is cute and cuddly I will make you wear it. Ha! You can't even make Kumasi stay silent. How the hell could you make me? Horror hollow. One screaming, flailing, eldritch mass of ectoplasm later, and Absalom was numbly stumbling down one of Thriller Bark's many corridors, clad in a garment only slightly less demented looking than the terror he'd been confronted with moments ago. After a minute of aimless wandering, Absalom managed to run into Dr. Hogback, who was clad in an equally terror-inducing sweater. Perona got you too, huh? The medical genius deadpanned as he sipped from the mug of hot cocoa he was carrying.
Why the hell do we put up with that little brat? Absalom growled murderously as he picked at the mess of yarn over his torso.
Because if she wanted to, Mistress Perona could pop your heads like bugs and you'd be able to do absolutely jack about it. Kumasi huffed as he rolled a massive snowball past the two of them. Shut the hell up, Kumasi. Absalom and Hogback jumped as Perona's voice shrieked through the great manor's corridors. I thought she was back in the main hall, Hogback hissed. Kumasi's response was to jab one of his hands upwards, indicating a negative hollow that the two members of the mysterious four hadn't noticed until then. The Invisible Man and the Mad Doctor exchanged panicked looks before hastily digging flasks out of their pockets and draining them as swiftly as they could. Meanwhile, up in the manor's master bedroom, Gecko Moria was lounging on his warlord-sized bed without a care in the world, grinning widely as he listened to his abode's holiday hustle and bustle. Hang those stockings. Decorate those trees. Sculpt that snow. Hurry the hell up you jackasses. I swear, if this island isn't fully holly jolly by sundown, heads are going to fucking roll, and I mean that goddamn literally. Merry Christmas to you too, Perona. Mariah chuckled as he picked up a giant candy cane and started crushing it between his teeth. Merry Christmas. Kishishishishishi. Oh, here's the next batch of octopus, Hachi, Kami called as she popped her torso out of the waves, hefting the net she was lugging up into the Takoyaki Eiza kitchen. Thanks Kaimi. Hachi smiled as he used one of his arms to unravel the net, his other five a blur of motion over the grill. The holiday rush is great, and I'm almost out of. Hachi froze as he actually saw what was in the net. These aren't octopi, they're squid. Oh crap, Kami shrieked fearfully. I just grabbed the first slimy long-limbed things I could see. How the hell could you make that kind of mistake? Popug demanded incredulously from where he was handling the stand's money. I'm sorry, it's alright, Hachi hastily reassured her. I'll just use it as a substitute and offer some dried squid. I'm sure our customers will still love it. Here's hoping that Ikaros doesn't hear about this though, hoo boy. Ah, Hachi, speaking of the customers. Papig hastily interjected. Are you sure you want the prices to be so low? I mean, holiday spirit and all I get, but if we just had everything at least half price. It's not about the money, Popug, Hatchin explained patiently as he got to work spearing the squids. It's about making our customers happy during the happiest time of the year. I know, Popug sighed, smiling fondly nonetheless as he got back to work. Then let's get to it, Hachi nodded enthusiastically before smiling towards his customers and holding out a stick of takoyaki. Order up, and please, Enjoy the holidays, next please. Oh, give it up, old man. You can't beat me, Ace laughed as he knocked back his mug. I'm a lean, mean, drinking machine. Gurararara. Whitebeard laughed back as he chugged the barrel he was holding. Speak for yourself, brat. Youth means shit before experience. PSH, Ace scoffed as he waved his hand, only just managing to stay stable on the barrel he was sitting on. Maybe so, but I've got a distinct advantage. I can literally burn the alcohol out of my system. Gramps, I can keep this up all day. Low. Without warning, Ace fell backwards off his barrel, snoring at the top of his lungs. Gurararara. Whitebeard cackled as he toasted his barrel at his crew. Well, that's one down. Who's next? Come on, the night's still young. By the time we're done, we're going to make the red hair brats' hangovers look like migraines by comparison. Who's with me? Aye, Pops. Gurararara. Oh, AHCHOO. Shanks sneezed violently, groaning as he swiftly wiped his nose before going back to rubbing his head. Damn it. Of all the times for people to be talking about me. You do give people a lot of reasons to talk, chore boy. Bite me, old man Raleigh. Shanks grumbled as he examined the items laid out before him. Silver's Raleigh shrugged indifferently, grinning as he drank from the bottle he was holding.
Yura, anyways. The red-haired emperor turned his attention back to the bottles laid out before him. Hey, Ben. Just to be clear, the wine's going to Mahawk, the rum is going to Kato. No, the sake is going to Kato, Ben Beckman corrected boredly Eiffel. The rum is for Whitebeard, the soda is for Big Mom, and the whiskey is for Garp.
Ah, right. And this clear bottle. Shanks held up the container in question and swirled it in front of his eyes. Nitroglycerin, right? At least you didn't mistake it for vodka, Ben huffed. Raleigh gave his old subordinate a bemused look. Who the hell are you sending nitroglycerin to? The 5 Elder Stars. Excuse me? Shanks' grin went from ear to ear. Well, it's not Christmas without a good gag gift, is it? Raleigh stared at Shanks flatly for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. For the last time, old man, I'm 100% positive that I'm not AD.
PSH. Could have fooled me. Oh. Hack cocked an eyebrow as he looked down on Sabo's prone form, calmly inspecting the black eye that was swiftly developing upon his faithful student's partner in revolution. And what have we learned about trying to set up mistletoe along Koala's usual route to the sparring ring? Getting caught is liable to be very painful. Sabo groaned.
Attaboy. Dragon glanced down at his chief of staff as he passed by him, stopping long enough to shoot him a cheeky grin. The winds of fate can often be violent and turbulent, Sabo. But even should you fail to grasp them, never fear to try again when next they blow. Translation, sir, better luck next year, understood sir? Oh, within the holding pen he shared with his sibling, Proto-Drake No. 1, colloquially known as Big Red, by most others who weren't his creator, was slumbering peacefully, his titanic mass rising and falling in time with his breaths and earth-rumbling snoring. It had been a long week of testing, and the great beast was grateful for the respite it was being granted. Suddenly, its slumber was interrupted by something large slamming into the ground next to him, followed by a most mouth-watering smell hitting his nostrils. Cracking his eyelids open, Big Red immediately snapped his head up eagerly as he managed to catch sight of a most welcome sight. Meat. A titanic slab of meat, almost as big as he was, just lying there, ripe for the taking. Lumbering to his feet, Big Red immediately lurched himself onto the lightly cooked flesh and started to rip into it, managing to swallow several mouthfuls of flesh. Whoa. Slam, gwoo, before he was suddenly knocked onto his side by an all too familiar impact. Snorting furiously, Big Red heaved himself back upright and glared at the perpetrator of the attack, his younger brother, Proto-Drake No. 2, aka Little Green. The relatively diminutive dragon was snorting and snuffling eagerly as he eyed his elder sibling, dancing back and forth on his prize as he awaited the retaliation he knew was coming. Big Red didn't disappoint. Roaring out a challenge, the titanic lizard lunged forwards and swiped his claws at his sibling. The nimble being managed to flap over the projected strike. Slam, whoa, but had less luck with the tail that came out of nowhere, bouncing him off the pen's wall.
Still, despite the force of the impact, Little Green was back up in moments, zipping towards Big Red and slamming into him with more force than a being his size had the right to muster. The bout went on for several minutes more, the dragons exchanging titanic blow after titanic blow, with neither giving nor gaining any ground or quarter. Finally though, once the siblings had both gotten their licks in and worked off their excess energy, they both sat down and got back to enjoying their impromptu meal. Despite the occasional bat or swipe, the two dragons were content to enjoy both the feast before them as well as each other's company. Outside the pen, a man shrouded in shadows smiled lightly at the display before turning on his heel and striding back into the corridors of Punk Hazard. The day was young, and he had many more experiments to temporarily put on hold. After all, Vegapunk thought to himself, it would not do to focus on work on Christmas. Oh no, it would simply not do at all.
Oh, the mood amongst the gladiators of the Corrida Coliseum was substantially subdued as the fighters slowly made their way back to their cells after training. It might have been Christmas for the rest of the kingdom, and Don Quixote might be taking care of their families during the holidays, but the holiday cheer could do little to help lighten the mood.
While Doflamingo lavished the kingdom outside with gifts and festivities, his actions towards the gladiators were paltry, to say the least. The food in their meals was actually fresh, sure, but in all honesty, the quality of the ingredients did little to improve the taste of the gruel.
As such, the gladiators' expectations were beyond exceeded when they found a veritable cornucopia of gifts awaiting them in their cells. New and vintage pieces of armor, quality weapons designed to last for countless battles, blankets and clothing aplenty to help them through the cold nights. All these needs and more were met by the presents that were individually addressed to them by name. For a few minutes, the gladiators were leery, to say the least. Who was to say that these gifts weren't tricks from Doflamingo? That they weren't booby-trapped or destined to be yanked away from them at critical moments or bait with which to bring down punishment upon them? Thankfully, those worries were soon dispelled by Rebecca noticing a small card attached to one of the cell's bars. 2. The Gladiators of Corrida Coliseum, from Santa's Little Helpers. For a few moments, the gladiators were silent as they processed the information. Then, for the first time in a very long time, they started to well and truly celebrate the holiday with gusto. Oh, I hummed a few off-key bars of a medley of Christmas carols as I leaned on Mary's railing. It had been quite the day for our crew. Some bits of it were familiar enough, stringing up decorations, cooking holiday meals like eggnog and such. Other events, however, were far more indicative of our crew. Nami giving Sanji a black eye for almost accidentally getting her and Vivi beneath some mistletoe had been one. I myself had had a more enjoyable experience when I managed to take Karu's place when Vivi almost ran into him. It was just on the cheek, but still, it was the thought that counted. In the end, it was plain and clear to see that the holiday spirit was alive and well on the going merry. We were all laughing, we were all having a good time, and the party that was being thrown in the kitchen was at full swing. This fact was made especially evident when the door creaked open behind me, disgorging a wave of sound and laughter. Hey Cross. Nami laughed as she walked up behind me. Are you going to come in or what? Sanji's eggnog is. Woo! She laughed as she shakily supported herself against the railing. It's actually pretty damn strong, and Soundbite's actually pretty good at singing when he skips past all the dirty limericks. I chuckled slightly at her antics before waving her off. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be along in a bit. I gestured upwards at the stars, enjoying the view. Nami giggled drunkenly as she nodded in acceptance. Fair enough, Kami. She plopped a red and white hat down on top of my head and started to make her way back to the kitchen. Merry Christmas, Cross. Merry Christmas, matey, I shot back with a backwards wave. Once the door shut, I stared up at the stars contemplatively, my mind a million miles off. To think that at this moment, in this world, across this world, Christmas was being celebrated. A holiday I'd never truly expected to see again. A holiday from my home. I couldn't help but smile fondly at the thought. Something so familiar, so normal, appearing in this world just like that. Truly the blue seas never ceased to amaze. I wondered just how many other things were similar. How many other aspects from there could be found here? Where did they start, and where did they end? Truly a momentous question. Still though, in the end, did it really pped my head up at the sound that echoed over the seas, raking the night sky for signs of, well, anything really. A shadow flitting across the moon, a trail of sparkles in the sky, and then nothing. I blinked numbly as I tried to process what I'd seen. Was it even possible? Finally, I turned on my heel and numbly marched towards the kitchen, shouldering my way inside. I ignored everything around me as I beelined straight for the nearest bottle of alcohol, snatching it up and appending it, draining the liquid held within in a single, swift sitting. Once that task was accomplished, I flung the bottle aside, climbed upon the table and threw my arms out wide. Merry Christmas to all, I bellowed, the alcohol slurring my voice. And to all a good night, and with that, I fell backwards and plunged once more into the abyss, a goofy grin proudly displayed on my face.